Chapter 151, You Wanna Fight Me, by Xiaochun? Chapter 151, You Wanna Fight Me, by Xiaochun? 2 hours later, Bai Xiaochun was still fleeing, and simultaneously wallowing in self-pity. He already had his Earthstring capture crystal, and all he needed was a chance to hole up somewhere and use it, but the little girl wouldn't stop chasing him. When he thought back to the terror and danger he had just faced, his heart trembled. Around nightfall, he looked around and didn't see anyone in the area. Huffing and puffing, he finally found a cave in a mountain, where he sat down cross-legged. Looking around vigilantly, he was trying to decide if this really was the best place to make his attempted foundation establishment, when suddenly the air in front of him began to ripple. It lasted only a moment, and almost didn't seem to be something happening with the world around him, but rather, his own eyes. When things returned to normal, someone was standing right there in front of him. It was none other than the girl in the white dress, staring at him with her black eyes. "Don't go, big bro. Come play with me." Bai Xiaochun nearly collapsed. Eyes crimson, he performed an incarnation gesture, unleashing spiritual power to form a large violet cauldron which rumbled forward. Even as the ground quaked, he shot up into the air. When he looked down below, he found that the girl was nowhere to be seen. Apparently, everything from moments ago had been an illusion. "Damn it!" he growled, expression unsightly. Something about the whole situation seemed strange, and Bai Xiaochun was starting to speculate that perhaps the bizarre little girl had used some sort of magical technique on him. No longer in the mood to stay in place, he gritted his teeth and continued onward. After going along for about 2 hours, he saw 3 cultivators up ahead, engaged in fierce fighting. Suddenly, he stopped in place. A moment ago, when he'd caught sight of them, they had been alone. But now, he saw the girl in the white dress. She was staring at him with a slight smile, a smile that grew wider and wider until her mouth opened into a gaping maw as she shot toward him. Scalp going numb, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base. His right hand clenched into a fist, and the undying live forever technique erupted out. His fist strike caused everything to shake. However, the girl suddenly vanished, and the 3 cultivators off in the distance looked on in astonishment as Bai Xiaochun madly punched a nearby boulder. When they saw the boulder collapse into rubble, they gasped and took to flight. Bai Xiaochun stood there quietly for a moment before gritting his teeth and proceeding along. During the following 2 days, he saw the girl in the white dress over and over again. Even when he closed his eyes to meditate, he would see her. He was reaching a point of complete exhaustion. The situation only continued to grow worse. At first, he would see her every 2 hours or so. But now, it happened every 300 breaths of time. At this rate, he would never be able to reach foundation establishment. During the 2 days which passed, he ran into other disciples, even ones from the Spirit Stream sect. However, the girl in the white dress would always show up, although no one else saw her. On evening of the 2nd day, Bai Xiaochun's eyes were completely bloodshot, and he could sense that he was reaching his limit. He even felt as if his life force were beyond his own control, and might float away at any time. He was lightheaded, and was so dizzy he felt like he might fall over. "It's gonna happen again at any moment," he murmured. Forgetting about fleeing, he sat down on a boulder and clenched his hands into fists. He had one more strange pill left, and yet he didn't dare to use it on the girl. For some reason, he had the feeling that the reason he wasn't dead yet was because of that very medicinal pill. If he threw it out and the girl got it, he might meet the same fate as Lei Shan. The mere thought of that seemed to be a powerful warning to him to not casually concoct pills anymore. "It's like I'm drifting between reality and illusion," he thought. "I guess I could treat it as if I'd been poisoned. In that case, maybe I should make an antidote to heal myself." Even as he sat thinking about the matter, a beam of light appeared off in the distance. As it drew close to Bai Xiaochun, it slowed to halt, and a young man appeared. He was from the Bloodstream sect, and looked very much like a Silk Pants. Looking over at Bai Xiaochun with an excited expression, he looked down at the feng shui compass he held in his hand, the needle of which was pointing toward Bai Xiaochun and glowing with a bright light. I can't believe you already collected enough earth string energy to form an earth string crystal. Ha ha ha. I guess it's destiny that I, Xiaochun, will be the first to reach Foundation establishment. This young man was none other than Xiaochun from the Bloodstream sect, and he was looking at Bai Xiaochun with visible excitement. Bai Xiaochun was already irritated, and based on his calculations, he knew it would only be about 10 breaths of time before the girl appeared again. Mind your own business, asshole. I know you. You're Bai Xiaochun, the supposed trump card of the Spirit Stream sect. Well, you're obviously pretty weak right now. The flame of your life force looks like it might flicker out at any moment. That means Xiaochun has had a good opportunity handed right to him. Bai Xiaochun, I know you have an earth string capture crystal. How about we work out a deal? Let me use that crystal for a bit, okay? What do you say? Eyes flickering with greed, Xiaochun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Speeding toward Bai Xiaochun, he performed an incantation gesture, causing 8 magical devices to appear around him. Glittering light radiated out as Xiaochun waved his hand, sending them shooting toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun looked up coldly at Xiaochun, and was just about to make a move when, all of a sudden, his eyes swam, and the girl in the white dress appeared, standing right next to Xiaochun. There she was, her smile widening into a gaping maw. It was at that very moment that Xiaochun suddenly screamed and backed up as fast as he could. Terror filled his eyes, and he began to tremble violently. A sentient Bane soul. Heavens! How could there possibly be sentient Bane souls here? Weren't they all exterminated? Damn it! That Bane soul's got its eye on you. No wonder you look so weak. You've been cursed. You're dead. Taking a deep breath, he backed up even more, simultaneously lifting his right hand to produce an ancient jade pendant that had an orange spot on it, which almost looked like a blood stain. As soon as Xiaochun pulled it out, he breathed a sigh of relief and then fell back further. Down below, Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he cried out, "You can see her too? Hey, what's that thing in your hand?" Bai Xiaochun had just witnessed the girl in the white dress turning to look at Xiaochun. However, as soon as Xiaochun took out the jade piece, the girl's expression flickered, and she fled in the opposite direction. Xiaochun didn't bother to respond to Bai Xiaochun, and instead focused on fleeing as quickly as possible. However, before he could get very far, Bai Xiaochun snapped into motion. His wings appeared behind him, and he shot forward to appear directly in front of Xiaochun, where he clenched his fist as if to unleash a punch. Xiaochun! How about we work out a deal? Why don't you let me use that jade piece for a bit? What do you say? Hands flashing with an incantation gesture, Xiaochun summoned 8 magical items, which he sent to defend himself. You're lucky I didn't take your stuff. How dare you try to rob me? You're cursed, hanging on death's door. What gives you the guts to make a move? Silver light flickered around Bai Xiaochun as his fist made contact with Xiaochun's magical items. A huge boom echoed out, and the magical items cracked into pieces. Bai Xiaochun was like a gale force wind speeding directly toward the shocked Xiaochun. Xiaochun viciously waved his hand, sending his beaded bracelet off of his wrist. Instantly, it transformed into 18 corpses, each one of which emanated power equivalent to the great circle of the 10th level of Qi condensation. Bursting with auras of death, they simultaneously attacked. This was Bai Xiaochun's first time seeing corpse manipulation magic like this. Shockingly, all of these corpses had long gray hair that was black at the roots, as though the hair were slowly turning black. 1. Each and every one seemed completely extraordinary. A massive boom echoed out as the big walk-on Bai Xiaochun's back shattered. However, he received no injuries whatsoever. Instead, his hands waved through the air as a shocking control power appeared, filling the area, grabbing a hold of the corpses and making it impossible for them to move. They even began to tremble and emit cracking sounds. Su Xiaochun made a hissing sound as both of his hands waved through the air. His left hand summoned 9 bronze coffins. As they flew out, they grew large and larger, emanating intense pressure onto Bai Xiaochun. His right hand caused a bottle gourd to appear, which spit out a huge blast of gravel toward Bai Xiaochun. Next, he swung his head, causing his hair to flip out. Several small bells flew into the air, which transformed into shadowy figures that sped toward Bai Xiaochun. Most shocking of all was that he next opened his mouth and spat out a blood-colored fan. The fan waved through the air, causing a 300-meter-wide blood mist to spring up. It instantly transformed into a spell formation, which emanated intense roaring sounds as countless razor-sharp talons appeared and headed toward Bai Xiaochun. I have magical items and refined corpses. You wanna fight me, Bai Xiaochun? Laughing complacently, Su Xiaochun slapped his bag of holding to produce more than 20 bottles of high-quality medicinal pills, which he swallowed in rapid succession, instantly restoring all of the spiritual energy he had just spent. If there had been a third person present to witness what was happening, that person would have been completely flabbergasted. However, it was at this point that the divine crane materialized around Bai Xiaochun, transforming into a buckler that swirled around him. Then, a black flash could be seen as black light spread out all over his body. He smacked his bag of holding, causing hundreds of paper talismans to appear, which he slapped all over himself. In the blink of an eye, over 100 shield layers had sprung up, creating a 150-meter-thick defense. I have plenty of defensive talismans, he said proudly. You dare to fight me with those crappy magical items of yours? The corpses were sent tumbling away. The blast of gravel couldn't even come close to penetrating the shields, and most of the gravel was sent rebounding away. The 9 bronze coffins were also sent crashing to the ground, completely incapable of causing any damage. Su Xiaochun's eyes went wide as he stared in complete astonishment. When he fought people, he always relied on the large numbers of magical items and refined corpses at his disposal. This was his first time ever meeting someone like Bai Xiaochun, someone who was actually on the same level as himself. Although he wasn't using magical items, when Su Xiaochun thought about how valuable those hundreds of paper talismans were, his heart trembled. The information said Bai Xiaochun was mysterious and powerful, but it never said he was rich. Su Xiaochun chuckled bitterly. He knew exactly how terrifying of a figure he himself was, so he naturally realized how terrifying Bai Xiaochun was. In fact, the sight of so many paper talismans left his eyes glowing with envy. After all, magical items required spiritual power to operate, whereas paper talismans required almost none at all. The power they needed was stored inside the talismans themselves. They were expensive, and only worked for a limited time. Even Su Xiaochun regarded them as a bit of a luxury. Blinking, he suddenly realized that Bai Xiaochun was truly formidable. In fact, he was even worthy of admiration to some degree. After a moment of thought, he tossed the jade pendant over to Bai Xiaochun. Damn it, Su Xiaochun has never given in to anyone. You're the first, Bai Xiaochun. I know you need this thing, so go ahead and take it. But it's not a gift. You have to give it back when you're done. 1. In Chinese stories that have zombies or animated corpses, it's relatively common to identify their power level based on the color of their hair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, You're Shameless. No, you're shameless. Chapter 152, You're Shameless. No, you're shameless. After throwing over the jade piece, Su Xiaochun turned to leave. He had already made up his mind that, after he got back to the sect, he would ask his father and mother for more capital with which to acquire paper talismans. In the future, that was how he would make a name for himself, not magical items. Using paper talismans would be far more awe-inspiring. Su Xiaochun was a natural-born silk pants. He didn't really care what his sect thought about what he did. If he liked someone, he made friends with them. If he didn't like them, he would beat them up. As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, he was reluctant to admit it, but he actually liked him. Of course, if he had overcome Bai Xiaochun in a fight, he wouldn't have hesitated for even a moment to rob him of his Earthstring capture crystal. However, since he couldn't defeat him in combat, he decided that the next best thing was to try to con him. As soon as Bai Xiaochun grabbed the jade piece, a wonderful feeling swept through him. His exhaustion vanished, and he could see everything clearly. It was almost like he had been trapped underwater, unable to breathe, and had just burst out into the open air. However, it seemed odd that Su Xiaoshan would simply give him the jade piece so casually. After a moment of thought, he realized that he might have been cheated in some way. Before Su Xiaoshan could get very far away, Bai Xiaochun called out, "Hold on. I don't like taking advantage of people. Let me give you these two little treasures in exchange." Slapping his bag of holding, he produced two flying swords that both had twofold spirit enhancements. Secretly spreading some of the aura of the final strange pill onto them, he tossed them over. "They're not worth much, but hey, have fun with them." The twofold spirit enhanced swords flew over to Su Xiaoshan, whose eyes went wide as soon as he grabbed them. Twofold spirit enhancements? He thought, swallowing hard. And he hands them over just like that? Have fun with them? Although he didn't view twofold spirit-enhanced magical items as something completely priceless, they were still relatively rare among qi condensation cultivators. The most telling thing was how casually Bai Xiaochun had tossed them over to him, which made it very obvious how deep his pockets were. Suddenly Su Xiaoshan realized he had even more to learn from Bai Xiaochun than he had initially realized. To casually hand out spirit-enhanced magical items was a truly impressive way to make a name for oneself. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he looked more closely at Bai Xiaochun, and realized that he liked him even more. He sighed. "Alright, look, Bai Xiaochun. Considering how nice you've been, I feel bad for trying to con you. If you use the jade pendant by itself, it's pretty much useless. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, it will simply stop working, and even have a backlash effect." With another sigh, he tossed a second jade pendant to Bai Xiaochun. "Use them together and you'll have a long-term solution to that Bainsal's curse." Catching the second jade pendant, Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes at how devious and cunning Su Xiaoshan was. As he watched him turn to leave, Bai Xiaochun suddenly thought to himself that despite everything that had just occurred, Su Xiaoshan didn't really seem to be a bad person. Gritting his teeth, he called out, "Hey, hold on. Alright, listen, Su Xiaoshan. Since you've been so nice, I feel bad for conning you. Give me back those two flying swords." Su Xiaoshan stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening. Pulling out the two flying swords, he examined them carefully, but couldn't find anything about them that seemed out of the ordinary. However, not daring to hold on to them for any longer, he threw them back to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and then produced another set of two swords, which he threw back to Su Xiaoshan. Su Xiaoshan had an odd expression on his face as he looked over at Bai Xiaochun. He wasn't sure exactly what was wrong with the first set of swords, but he could well imagine that, if Bai Xiaochun hadn't said anything, he might have ended up walking into a disaster. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times as he and Su Xiaoshan looked at each other. After another long moment passed, Su Xiaoshan sighed, eyes shining brightly. Earlier, he had only been pretending to like Bai Xiaochun, but by this point, he really did like him. "It's not very often that I get along with someone as well as I do with you. Alright, listen, Bai Xiaochun. There's actually a mnemonic that goes along with those two jade pendants, which is the only way to use them properly. Without the mnemonic, they'll create a field of light that will protect you from that Bane soul, but after a while, the light will fade away and leave a sealing mark on your cultivation base that will prevent you from using it for a whole month." With a wry smile, Su Xiaoshan tossed a jade slip over to Bai Xiaochun. "You scoundrel!" Bai Xiaochun said with a gasp. If he had used the jade pendants in the middle of trying to reach Foundation establishment, only to have his cultivation base sealed, he would have lost an entire month of time. He might even have lost his chance at Foundation establishment. "You're just as bad. Su Xiaochun replied. Then he coughed dryly. Well, I'm from the bloodstream sect and you're from the spirit stream sect. We're supposed to be against each other. By this point, he was being completely honest, which was a rare thing for him. The truth was that he had never encountered anyone like Bai Xiaochun before. Alright, Bai Xiaochun said. Since you're being so honest, then I'll stop conning you. You know those magical items you used against me in the fight? I stained them all with a medicinal aroma that will attract Bane souls. Feeling a bit awkward, he lowered his voice and concluded, you should probably change your clothes too. Su Xiaochun's eyes went wide. After quickly checking his bag of holding and his clothing, he looked back at Bai Xiaochun with gritted teeth. Why you? You're completely shameless. You're just as bad. Bai Xiaochun said, glaring back at him. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, then both of them burst out laughing. I hope we meet again soon, Su Xiaochun said with sincerity. Then he turned and sped off into the distance. Once he was out of sight, he changed clothes, his heart thumping with lingering fear. As far as he was concerned, Bai Xiaochun was as much of a scoundrel as himself, which meant that he had to be very careful dealing with him in the future. Bai Xiaochun was also sighing. Although Su Xiaochun was from the bloodstream sect, he still seemed like a good person to be friends with. Except, he's profoundly crafty, definitely not as honest as me. I really have to be careful dealing with him in the future. I guess I'm just too honest. Shaking his head, he swished his sleeve and sped off. After inspecting the jade pendants thoroughly, he used the mnemonic from the jade slip to unleash their power. Moments later, a shimmering field of light appeared around him. The field of light soon became invisible, and could only be detected via divine sense. However, as far as Bane souls were concerned, it made it completely impossible to approach Bai Xiaochun. Over the course of the following 6 hours, the girl in the white dress appeared several times. However, every time she got close, she was repelled. Her face distorted with rage, and she screamed shrilly, but it was still impossible to get close to Bai Xiaochun. After so many failures, she begrudgingly faded away and didn't return. At that point, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. Convinced that the jade pendants had actually worked, he sank to the bottom of a remote lake and dug out a temporary immortal's cave. There, he sat down cross-legged to meditate. After performing one final test to make sure that the jade pendants would drive away the Bane souls, his eyes flickered with anticipation, and he pulled out the gray earth stream capture crystal. Although I'm starting a few days later than I'd planned, I can still be the first person to reach Earthstring Foundation establishment. With that, he unleashed the spiritual power of the Great Circle of the 10th level of Qi condensation, circulated it once, and then sent it surging into the gray crystal. The crystal was like a bottomless pit that sucked in all of his spiritual power. Then, it began to emit a gray glow which grew more intense by the moment, and soon caused powerful rumbling sounds to emanate out. The crystal began to slowly burn, transforming into a gray mist that Bai Xiaochun absorbed through his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. After more than 30 breaths of time, the crystal shook slightly and then vanished, causing massive amounts of gray mist to surge into Bai Xiaochun's body. His eyes were beginning to grow bloodshot as the gray mist poured into him, permeating his qi vessels, swirling throughout his entire body. At the same time, pain ripped through him. The gray mist almost seemed to be taking shape, like iron chains that scraped against his flesh and blood. The pain caused him to shudder, but compared to the pain he had endured when cultivating the undying live forever technique, it wasn't worth mentioning. Bai Xiaochun didn't so much as let out a cold snort. Gritting his teeth, he waited until the final bit of mist bored into him. When the tail end of the mist connected with the mist which had first entered him, it created something like a circle. The moment that circle formed, rumbling sounds filled Bai Xiaochun's mind, shaking him down to his soul. The spiritual river that was his cultivation base began to churn, blasting through all parts of his body, seemingly chaotic and without shape. However, closer examination revealed that the spiritual power was actually transforming into a whirlpool. That whirlpool was none other than the beginning of a tide flow. This was the most critical aspect of Earth String Foundation establishment. Spiritual power flowed, transforming into a tide flow. The mist became liquid, the Earth String Tao Foundation was formed, and mortality was severed away. Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up, blue veins bulging out on his neck and face. Trembling, he hoarsely shouted, "Tide flow! Ru yu yuumbul!" Instantly, the whirlpool began to rotate with more intensity, transforming into something like a black hole that sucked away all of the Earth String energy inside of him. Of course, that little bit wasn't even 1/1000th of what was required. However, as long as that whirlpool was formed, it would automatically absorb the Earth String energy which had built up over the past 60-year cycle in the fallen sword world. Instantly, streams of Earth String energy began to emerge from the walls of the Immortal's cave and rush toward Bai Xiaochun. Soon, the lake above him was bubbling and boiling as massive amounts of Earth String energy began to surge into motion. The sky of the fallen sword world trembled as Earth String energy flowed toward Bai Xiaochun from all directions. The disciples of the four sects who were in various locations in the fallen sword world all looked up. Some were confused, others shocked, others shaken. All sorts of mixed emotions could be seen, even disbelief. A tide flow. Heavens! That's an Earth String Foundation establishment tide flow. Who is it? It's barely been a month, and someone's already formed an Earth String captured crystal and begun foundation establishment? Is it Song K? Ghost Fong? 9 Isles? Or is it Fong Lin? Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE. Chronicles of Baby Deathblade, MDB posted a cute picture of BDB on her personal WeChat today, and the caption in Chinese was "feeding the ants." She and BDB were at the park, and he was feeding some cookie crumbs to the ants. However, I misread the character and thought it was, which completely changed the meaning of the caption to "chomping on ants." I was like, what the heck, he's eating ants at the park. In other news from BDB, at the corner market, he understands that you have to take the things you want up to the cash register to buy them. So whenever we go there, he runs around and finds all of the car-based candies and toys and then hurries over to the counter to hand them to the cashier. It often takes a little sleight of hand to get out without him noticing that we didn't buy all of treasures he found in the aisles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, Let the Tide Flow Begin. Chapter 153, Let the Tide Flow Begin. The lake above Bai Xiaochun seethed and churned as it became a huge whirlpool, tugging relentlessly at the energy in the sky and the land of the world around him. Endless quantities of Earth String energy poured into it, causing the whirlpool to grow larger and larger until it was like a massive tornado rising all the way up into the heavens. From a distance, the tornado looked so awe-inspiring that anyone who caught sight of it gasped in astonishment. In the moment that the tornado connected with the sky above, a spinning vortex formed that was the telltale sign of a tide flow. Bai Xiaochun. Not too far away from where Bai Xiaochun was in the middle of reaching foundation establishment, Xiaochun stopped in midair and looked at the surging Earth String energy. Only a tide flow could cause heaven and earth to react in such a way. Xiaochun took a deep breath, and his eyes began to glitter brightly. So, he is the first one who actually completed his Earth String capture crystal. Deep within the fallen sword world, Shangwan Tianyu stood there, 9 flying swords swirling around him in a sword formation. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and the 9 swords pierced through the air, delivering a powerful killing blow that instantly cut down a high-level Bane beast. Ignoring the finger-thick stream of Earth String energy that flew into his Tao bottle, he stared off into the distance at the churning streams of Earth String energy. Who is it? He thought. Damn it. If Fong Lin and I hadn't fought each other and both ended up injured, I definitely could have been faster. Eyes bloodshot, he looked down at his Tao bottle, which was now 80% full. Gritting his teeth, he gave up on searching for Bane beasts and instead began to hunt disciples from the other 3 sections. The provocation of someone reaching Foundation establishment before him left Shangguan Tianyu in a killing mood. At the same time, in another area, Fong Lin from the Pillstream sect noiselessly appeared in front of a Profound Stream sect disciple. The disciple's eyes went wide for only a moment before his head exploded. Fong Lin took his Dao bottle, then looked over at the conglomeration of earth string energy. His eyes shone with a bright light. I got Lei Shan's Dao bottle after he was taken by the Bane Souls, as well as the bottles of everyone I've ambushed. And yet, this guy beat me to it. He looked down at his Dao bottle, which was almost full, and his eyes glittered. With that, he sped off into the distance, preparing to select a place for his own Foundation establishment. In another area was the number 1 chosen from the Profound Stream sect, Nine Isles. His hands were dripping with blood, and he was surrounded by 7 or 8 corpses, all of whom were other disciples that he had personally slain. These should be enough. Other than those handful of chosen who everyone despaired of ever surpassing, there were a few other disciples within the fallen sword world who were also motivated enough to pick up their speed. And the only way to do that was by killing other disciples. It only took a moment for Bai Xiaochun's tide flow to transform the entire fallen sword world into a battleground. Almost instantly, fierce fighting broke out everywhere. The death toll grew, and blood-curdling screams echoed out everywhere. Originally, there had been about 400 people present, but by now that number had already been reduced by about half. Ho Yunfei was spattered in blood, his hair in complete disarray. In the fallen sword world, he was not considered to be one of the spectacular chosen, but rather, just an ordinary disciple. However, that didn't mean he was any less vicious than anyone else. During the course of the past month, he had cut down over 10 enemy disciples. Working with other Spirit Stream sect disciples, he had killed many Bane beasts as well. As a result, his Dao bottle was more than 70% full. When he saw the earth string energy surging in the distance, he took a deep breath. Is that you, Xiaochun? You're definitely going to succeed in your Foundation establishment. I have to work harder. With that, he turned and sped off into the distance. Beihan Lai was in the middle region of the fallen sword world, where he was fighting like a fiend. His battle with Lei Shan had caused his name to rise in shocking fashion, until almost everyone knew who he was. Although he hadn't been able to secure a clear victory, the battle ensured that his name was sent rocketing to new heights. He was the new black horse among the 4 sects, just like certain other rising stars from the other 3 sections. They were quickly becoming the type that ordinary disciples had no hope of ever catching up to. Of course, no one knew how bitterly Beihan Lai had toiled to acquire such glory. The truth was that without Bai Xiaochun, he wouldn't be what he was now. I'm definitely going to reach Earthstring Foundation establishment, and wipe away all the humiliation. Howling inwardly, he selected another target and began to fight fiercely. By this point in the trial by fire, there were no weaklings among the surviving disciples. All of them had various powerful techniques and tactics to use, and soon, the fighting grew even more intense. Within the depths of the fallen sword world, in an area filled with swirling mists and countless bane beasts, as well as numerous cultivators, 2 figures could be seen locked in combat. A closer look revealed that they were both young women. One was Gongsun Wanner, and the other was Zhao Rou from the Pillstream sect. Both of them were exquisite beauties, but right now, both of them were in bad shape. Murderous auras surrounded them as they fought what was already their 7th battle. During the past month, they had fought each other every time they met, almost as if they had a personal grudge with each other. Although neither could gain the upper hand, they weren't willing to see the other capture any more Earthstring energy, which had resulted in the current deadlock. Eyes flashing with killing intent, Zhao Rou said, Gongsun Wanner, both of us have half-filled Dao bottles. This time, only one of us is going to come out alive, and with a full bottle at that. With that, she launched another attack. Gongsun Wanner's face was pale white, and her phoenix was seriously injured. However, she gritted her beautiful teeth and counterattacked. Although their battle seemed ordinary in nature, both of them were unleashing powerful illusion magics against each other. The slightest misstep by either of them would result in death. The sky shook and the ground quaked. Even as everyone was driven to new heights of madness by Xiaochun's Earthstring Foundation establishment, he was under the lake, shivering in fear. Although he couldn't see what was happening to the lake up above, he was sure that the rumbling flow of Earthstring energy had surely created a massive, funnel-like vortex. What do I do if people try to interfere? Instantly, beads of sweat popped out on his forehead. In his preparations for Foundation establishment, he had arranged some defensive measures, but now he wasn't sure they would be enough. Gritting his teeth as the inner whirlpool sucked in massive amounts of Earthstring energy, he managed to reach over with his right hand and slap his bag of holding, producing a stack of over 1,000 paper talismans, which he sent flying out around him. He didn't activate them, but all it would take to do so was a thought on his part. The divine crane shield flew out, ready to be used at a moment's notice. At the same time, he activated the defensive treasure Li Qinho had given him, which spread out, covering his undying silver skin. There was little he could do aside from that. Gritting his teeth, he gave an inward shout, causing the whirlpool inside of him to spin even faster. Earthstring energy was sucked relentlessly inward, not merging with the spiritual power inside of him, but tangling together with it. As it flowed through him, the whirlpool grew stronger and stronger, leaving him trembling violently. The so-called tide flow consisted of capturing Earthstring energy and then combining it with spiritual power to explosive effect. It would temper the flesh and blood, the chi passageways, and the soul. It would temper everything. For every 1 part of spiritual power, 100 parts of Earthstring energy were required. That explosive combination created a liquid which changed the mist of the Earthstring energy into a spiritual sea. That spiritual sea had another name, the Tao Foundation, that every full tide flow would create 1 spiritual sea, and 1 Tao Foundation. 9 tide flows meant 9 spiritual seas and 9 Tao Foundations. Each additional level would be many times larger than the previous level, like an inverted pagoda. Time passed. 2 hours later, and the vortex in the lake above by Xiaochun was even larger than before. As heaven and earth shook, Xiaochun let out a powerful roar, causing the vortex to increase in size yet again. Rumbling like thunder echoed out as the whirlpool inside of him reached its capacity. Everything that he had built up over the past 2 hours was what would shape his first tide flow. As soon as the first tide flow was ready to complete, the whirlpool inside of him began to shrink down in size. As the Earthstring energy and spiritual power which formed the whirlpool flowed through his chi passageways, the whirlpool shrank, and cracking sounds echoed out from within him. The whirlpool was soon nothing more than a black dot which caused his chi passageways, his flesh and blood, and even his soul, to shake violently. Tide flow. Ru yu yu umbul. His mind filled with rumbling sounds as the combination of Earthstring energy and spiritual power spread out. As he roared, his chi passageways grew larger, and his flesh and blood stronger. His bones, his soul, everything about him grew more powerful. Also in that moment, with the aid of the tide flow, the Earthstring energy and spiritual power finally merged together to form a spiritual liquid that raced through him, entering the misty sea in his Dantian region. It was like a drop of water that, upon landing, exploded with heaven-rending, earth-crushing force. Xiaochun shuddered violently as his Dantian region exploded into countless fragments, which then reformed into a sea. His Tao Foundation had been established, and his spiritual sea had been formed. At the same time, his chi passageways, and especially his soul, were violently shaken and ripped away from that which was mortal. However, the sea was very small, seemingly only about 300 meters wide. Within it could be seen a violet cauldron, covered with countless magical symbols. As it rose up out of the sea, it unleashed a shocking energy which caused Xiaochun's cultivation base to rise rapidly. However, he had not finished his ascension to Foundation establishment. All of the preparation and hard work he had put into this moment had yet to be drawn upon. There were two main factors which determined how many tide flows a person could achieve: first, latent talent, and second, the techniques they had cultivated in the qi condensation stage. Techniques provoked the tide flow, and latent talent provided the power to actually withstand the force of it. With strong latent talent, one could endure multiple tide flows. With weaker latent talent, it would be difficult to do the same, even if one had cultivated numerous techniques. In fact, attempting to force too many tide flows could shatter the Tao foundation and result in death. At the same time, someone with ordinary techniques and high latent talent would be equally confounded. As such, it was only the combination of techniques and latent talent that could lead to success. Both were required. Bai Xiaochun's first spiritual sea contained a cauldron, which represented the first technique he had cultivated, the Violet Qi Cauldron Control Art. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, Striving for a Great Tao. Chapter 154, Striving for a Great Tao. There were few limitations when it came to the techniques which could be used to create a tide flow. In all the years which had passed since ancient times, only 3 rules had come to be identified in that regard. The first rule was that the techniques used for the tide flow had to be completely mastered down to the tiniest detail. Without that level of success, the tide flow would be a failure. It wasn't easy to master a technique to that level. It required a significant expenditure of both physical resources and mental energy. The second rule was that with every tide flow, only one technique of any given level of power could be used effectively. Adding in extra techniques would not help successfully achieve the tide flow. The third rule was that each successive tide flow was more difficult, and the requirements for success were thus more stringent. In most sects, there were few techniques that could propel a disciple past the 5th tide flow and into the 6th. Such techniques were essentially secret magics, and the foundation of the true power of the sect. Therefore, the real test was how the sect distributed its techniques, and how deep their resources went. For example, in the Spirit Stream sect, the South Bank's Violet Qi Cauldron Control Art and the North Bank's Heavenspan Elephant Control Art had to be cultivated to the point of mastering Violet Qi Cauldron Summoning or the Heavenspan Elephant Body respectively, otherwise only the first tide flow would be successful. Only Violet Qi Cauldron Summoning and the Heavenspan Elephant Body would suffice for the second tide flow. At the same time, because Violet Cauldron Peak on the South Bank and Sunset Peak on the North Bank were the home to those two techniques, as long as disciples from there had other powerful techniques to call upon, they could reach the 3rd through 5th tide flows. However, after that point, it would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a qilin horn than to find ordinary techniques which could help. At that point, only secret magics could be called upon. As for the disciples from the other mountain peaks, after reaching the 8th level of qi condensation and joining the inner sect, they would have access to a second, more powerful technique that they could use to prepare for further tide flows. Whichever technique the disciple chose to branch out into was extremely important, and was one of the key factors determining how many tide flows they could achieve. Generally speaking, the very minimum was 2 tide flows, although 3 was also possible. Depending on the circumstances, 4 wasn't out of the question. Even the weakest of disciples were usually able to reach 3 tide flows during Earth String Foundation establishment. In some extreme circumstances, some powerful disciples would reach 6. However, from ancient times until the present, only 9 disciples from the Spirit Stream sect had ever reached 6 tide flows by cultivating a second technique. Of course, those 9 disciples all went on to be unique and stunning figures during their time. Unfortunately, after cultivating that second technique, there was nothing else that could be used for further tide flows. Only secret magics could be used, which was how the 10 great secret magics of the Spirit Stream sect came to be. The 10 secret magics could be used for the 5th tide flow on. There were even some secret magics, such as ghosts haunt the night and the water swamp kingdom, which on rare occasions could actually form more than one tide flow. As a result, Spirit Stream sect disciples with outstanding latent talent all had the chance to reach 8 tide flows. Even the weakest disciples could get 4. That showed the power and resources of the Spirit Stream sect. Of course, the other 3 sects were similar. In the end, the true question was which of the disciples of the various generations would be able to reach the absolute pinnacle. As for 9 tide flows, that was the legendary peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. Among all of the 4 great sects, there had only been one person in the last 10,000 years who had done such a thing. That person was Master Limitless from the Bloodstream sect, who succeeded 800 years ago. The peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment was a realm of incredible power that was incredibly difficult to reach, but not impossible. Although Heavenstring Foundation establishment surpassed Earthstring Foundation establishment, it was something that could only be acquired by random chance and luck. No path existed which could be followed to that end. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with bright light. He had studied up on the tide flows already, and could sense that the sea of mist had collapsed and formed his first spiritual sea. If he wanted to, he could abandon further tide flows, and instantly end his Earthstring Foundation establishment as a success. He would get his 200 years of longevity, but unfortunately, would be incredibly weak among Earthstring Foundation establishment cultivators. Bai Xiaochun had no desire whatsoever to be weak. In the cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Regardless of whether or not he liked it, he knew that it was unavoidable. He didn't like fighting and killing, but sometimes, there was no other option. Because I mastered the Violet Chi Cauldron summoning of the Violet Chi Cauldron control art, I can use that for my second tide flow. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and suddenly, his spiritual sea began to rotate rapidly. The surrounding Earthstring energy instantly began to rumble in his direction once again, shaking everything around him as a second whirlpool formed inside of him. The lake up above crashed and seethed as a second vortex appeared up above. It was merely an outline at first, but it was clearly larger than the first vortex, ensuring that numerous disciples looked up to watch. The second tide flow. Presumably, all of the people here should be able to reach at least 3 or 4 tide flows. Each one will be bigger than the one before, and will require even more Earthstring energy. Damn it! This guy is reaching Foundation establishment too quickly. That means there's going to be less Earthstring energy, maybe not even enough for me to reach Foundation establishment. Even as everyone else in the Fallen Sword world grew more and more anxious, another massive rumbling sound echoed out from another direction. There, in the middle of a distant mountain range, another tornado rose up into the sky to connect with the heavens. Another vortex was forming. As the vortex expanded, the Earthstring energy in the world began to rush toward it. Now Bai Xiaochun was sharing the Earthstring energy with a second person. In that distant mountain range was an immortal's cave, where Fong Lin sat, an expression of extreme focus on his face. Everyone was shocked by this new development. None of them could ever have imagined that a second person would begin a tide flow within only 2 hours or so of the first. Bloodshot eyes could be seen as everyone began to fight even more fiercely for Earthstring energy. It wasn't that none of them had considered trying to kill the two who were in the middle of Foundation establishment. At the moment, the others hadn't reached a state of despair, and simply didn't want to waste time on such an effort. 2 hours later, powerful rumbling sounds echoed out from Fong Lin's region as his first tide flow ended, and the second began. Another 2 hours after that, the lake above Bai Xiaochun exploded as his second tide flow ended. As that happened, a second spiritual sea appeared above the first one, and his energy skyrocketed, making him like a burning fire on a dark night. He took a deep breath as he realized that he had reached the limits of the Violet Chi Cauldron control art. It would not be enough for a third tide flow. Closing his eyes, he cast his senses inward, and saw a towering violet cauldron within each of his 2 spiritual seas. Both of them emanated powerful pressure. For my third tide flow, I'll have to use the Dragon Mammoth Sea forming scripture. His eyes flickered as the roars of a dragon and a mammoth could be heard echoing out from the lake to fill the area. His third tide flow had begun. A third whirlpool appeared inside of him, which exerted even stronger force than the first two. As that force spread out into the world, massive amounts of earth-string energy were sucked toward him. Gradually, a third vortex appeared in the sky, within which a swirling dragon could be seen. When the disciples in the other parts of the world looked over, they instantly caught sight of the dragon. What technique is that? That's the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture. The first person to reach foundation establishment is from the Spirit Stream sect. Heavens! I can't believe it's the Spirit Stream sect. Who is it? Ghostfang maybe? Shangguan Tianyu? Is it Bai Xiaochun? The disciples from all four of the sects were shocked, but among the Spirit Stream sect disciples, there was a stir of excitement. Shangguan Tianyu looked up with bloodshot eyes and let out a maddened roar as he stared at the huge dragon in the vortex connecting to the heavens. That's not Ghostfang. It's Bai Xiaochun. Gnashing his teeth, he turned to find more enemy disciples to slaughter. Another 2 hours passed, and Fang Lin finished his second tide flow. Another vortex appeared above him, within which was a huge cauldron. It was bronze, and covered with carvings of suns, moons, and stars. It seemed profoundly ancient, as if it were capable of melting all of heaven and earth. It was none other than the heaven-earth furnace cauldron. As soon as the cauldron became visible, everyone knew who it was that had reached foundation establishment second. It's Fang Lin from the Pill Stream sect. It was at that very moment that a third tornado suddenly shot up into the sky to connect to the heavens. A third person was reaching foundation establishment. Almost immediately, the vortex turned the color of blood. From the look of things, it had to be Song Ke. Heavens! Song Ke from the Bloodstream sect. He can kill foundation establishment cultivators, and is the first person to provoke a strange sign with his first tide flow. I heard that Master Limitless did the same thing 800 years ago. Maybe Song Ke is going to follow the example of Master Limitless, and reach the peak of Earthstring Foundation Establishment, 9 tide flows. Now, 3 vortexes were vying for the Earthstring energy, sending it surging in 3 different directions. But then, a 4th tornado sprang up in the depths of the fallen sword world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, Breaking the First Shackle. Chapter 155, Breaking the First Shackle. The 4th tornado sprang up in a plain, where a grand spell formation had been set up. Glittering light spread out in all directions from the formation, in the middle of which sat a lone chi condensation disciple. He was a handsome young man wearing the robes of the Profound Stream sect. As he performed his breathing exercises, magical symbols flowed back and forth across his body, each one of which seemed to carry incredible destructive power. Occasionally they would converge into something that looked like an iron chain wrapped around him. The pulsing energy of destruction that seemed to radiate from the young man was none other than a sign of the exterminating obliteration technique. That young man was none other than the number 1 chosen from the Profound Stream sect, the first person in the past 3,000 years to successfully cultivate the exterminating obliteration technique, 9 Isles. He was able to unleash a force of obliteration that could exterminate all living things. It could wipe out anything and everything, and could even form obliteration threads. According to the information compiled by the other sects, such threads were as powerful as Mortal Dao Foundation establishment. In that battle with Ghostfang, neither of us came out on top. Just wait until after Foundation establishment. I'll fight with you again, and then I'll completely destroy one of the number 1 chosen in the Spirit Stream sect. Killing intent flickered in 9 Owls' eyes as he took a deep breath and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, a whirlpool formed inside of him, exploding with gravitational force as a tornado shot up into the heavens. There, an enormous vortex appeared. Rumbling sounds filled the air as enormous quantities of Earthstring energy flowed toward it. As of this moment, 4 enormous vortexes could be seen in 4 different areas, splitting the fallen sword world into 4 parts. The rest of the disciples in the fallen sword world were getting very anxious. 4 people were in the middle of Foundation establishment, and vast quantities of earth string energy was being gobbled up. Everyone knew that the earth string energy was limited, and if they didn't hurry, their own chances at Foundation establishment would be dashed, and they would be nothing but minor players compared to those who had succeeded. The fighting grew more brutal, and almost instantly, casualties mounted. Even as the disciples fell upon each other with bloodshot eyes, the lake above by Xiaochun exploded with a crashing sound as he concluded his 3rd tide flow. Up in the heavens, the dragon roared, and inside by Xiaochun, a 3rd spiritual sea appeared above his 2nd. This spiritual sea was even larger than the previous one. The power of the dragon has ended. Now it's time for the power of the mammoth. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Eyes crimson, he let out a powerful roar as an enormous mammoth appeared around him. It lifted its front feet up, and then slammed them back down into the ground. Boom! A 4th whirlpool appeared inside of him, even larger and more shocking than the 3rd. Up above in the sky, the 3rd vortex had grown still, but now a 4th, even larger vortex could be seen. Within that vortex was the image of an enormous mammoth, bellowing as the surrounding vortex spun rapidly. 2 hours later, Fong Li followed closely behind with his own 4th tide flow vortex. As for Song Ke and Nine Isles, they were approaching the conclusion of their own 3rd tide flows. After 2 more hours passed, they began their 4th, that. Song Ke was putting on a particularly stunning performance. An enormous face could be seen in the vortex of his 4th tide flow, a face with a blood moon on its forehead. Clearly, the speed with which he was absorbing the earth string energy surpassed everyone else. Song Ke is already on his 4th tide flow. I can't believe how quickly he's absorbing the earth string energy. It's terrifying. Damn it. Is he really going to try to do the same thing as Master Limitless? Is he going to reach the peak of Earth String Foundation establishment with 9 tide flows? This is bad. If someone reaches 8 tide flows, they'll absorb so much earth string energy that it will be difficult for anyone else to succeed. I have to get more earth string energy as quickly as possible. Deep anxiety filled all hearts. As of this point, 20 hours had passed since Bai Xiaochun began stepping into Foundation establishment. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, a 5th tornado shot up into the heavens. Ru Yu Yuumbul. As it grew larger, it formed a vortex, beneath which was a mass of black mist. Within that mist was none other than Ghostfong. The sight of 5 vortexes spinning in the sky caused all necks to crane as the disciples looked up at them. Time passed. It didn't take long before Ghostfang's 1st and 2nd tide flows were finished. When his 3rd tide flow vortex appeared, a huge mountain ghost appeared, revealing his identity to all. Ghostfang. It's Ghostfang from the Spirit Stream sect. He obviously cultivates the mountain ghost god dazing magic. Bai Xiaochun. Fong Lin. Song Quebec 9 Isles Ghostfang. As of this moment, 5 inhuman cultivators had risen up from the crowd of cultivators from the 4 sects. They were definitely the first wave who would reach Foundation establishment. Bai Xiaochun was in the lead. His 4th tide flow was almost half completed. Next was Fong Lin, who was only about 2 hours behind Bai Xiaochun. Song Ke and Nine Isles were next, being about 4 hours behind Bai Xiaochun. In last place was Ghostfang, who was slower by 20 hours. Currently, Bai Xiaochun's 4th whirlpool was spinning rapidly, absorbing massive amounts of earth string energy. The power of the mammoth was pushing his fleshly body inexorably toward the first of the 5 shackles of mortality. With every blast of power, he would shake visibly. He had already cultivated the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture to the point where he could make contact with the first shackle. But now, because of his undying live forever technique, he was not just at the point of making contact with it, he could break through it. He was about to break through the first shackle. By borrowing the might of the mammoth and the earth string energy, I can break through the first shackle during my fourth tide flow. Eyes crimson, he let out a shout and once again unleashed a surge of power. Thunderous crashing resounded in his mind as he battered away at the shackle over and over again. His body hovered on the brink of crumbling, but he hung on. After a few more hours passed, there were only about 8 hours left before the fourth tide flow would end. By now, massive amounts of tide flow power were exploding out inside of him. Boom! Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and cracks appeared all over his skin. His attack on the first shackle was actually proving to be much more difficult than he'd imagined. Even by borrowing the earth string energy in the form of the tide flow, he still hadn't succeeded in breaking through it, not even after thousands upon thousands of attempts. Using earth string energy to try to break through the first shackle of mortality was completely unheard of. In fact, nobody other than Xiaochun had ever attempted to do such a thing. I can definitely break through, he thought. Gritting his teeth, he took a deep breath and then drew in more earth string energy. However, he didn't use it to blast the shackle, but instead began building it up inside of him. 8 hours later, and the fourth tide flow was almost complete. Xiaochun's eyes were shining with lightning-like brightness. Break! Come on, break! Roaring, he unleashed the tide flow he had been building up for the past 8 hours. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as it turned into something like an enormous battering ram. His body was like a wall, which the battering ram then slammed into. Once. Twice. 3 times. One blast after another came in quick succession. Soon, cracks spread out in that wall, until at last, the power of the fourth tide flow crushed the wall. Cracking sounds filled the air, and at the same time, Xiaochun shook visibly. All of a sudden, he felt something like 5 enormous mountains resting on his shoulders. Those 5 mountains began inside of him, but stretched out high above him. They emitted intense pressure that made him gasp, and it was only at this moment that he could sense them clearly. All of a sudden, he had the urge to destroy those 5 mountains, to remove the pressure that was weighing down on him. Those 5 mountains are the 5 shackles of mortality. Roaring, he sent heaven-shaking, earth-shattering energy to slam into the first of the 5 mountains. Under the explosive barrage, the shackle suddenly crumbled. In that moment, blood sprayed out of Xiaochun's mouth. His chi passageways, his flesh and blood, and every other part of him crumbled, and then instantly reformed. He was left trembling as an aura began to spread out from him that surpassed anything from the mortal world. It thrived within his flesh and blood, filled his body, and made the entire world suddenly seem completely different. There seemed to be more colors, more luster, and at the same time, he felt lighter and more free. Moments before, he had been shouldering the weight of 5 enormous mountains, but now, one of them had been destroyed. He had broken through the first shackle of mortality. When it happened, his fleshly body power erupted with explosive force. He instantly surpassed the fleshly body limit of chi condensation cultivators, and entered foundation establishment. His flesh and blood, his chi passageways, his bones, all of it surpassed what was mortal. He threw his head back and let loose a long cry which echoed out in all directions. The lake churned, and the 4th vortex up above went still. Moments later, a 5th vortex appeared. Within that 5th vortex was a crumbling mountain. This 5th tide flow was not provoked by the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture. This mountain had nothing to do with that. It was a natural result of Xiaochun breaking through the first shackle of mortality. By this point, Fang Lin, Song Ke, and Nine Owls had all reached the end of their own 4th tide flows. At the same time, Ghost Fang completed his 3rd. Meanwhile, hours upon hours of intense fighting had passed for the other disciples of the 4 sections. It was then that the 2nd wave of disciples managed to form their Earthstream capture crystals. The first of that 2nd wave was Shangwan Tianyu. Virtually simultaneously, Su Xiaoshan's vortex also appeared in the sky. The next was none other than Beihan Lai, the dark horse of the fallen sword world. Last was Zhao Rou from the Pill Stream sect. She sat cross-legged in a valley, and standing protectively in front of her was Gong Sun Wanner, whose face was dripping with blood. Shockingly, Gong Sun Wanner didn't have a single scrap of life force upon her. She was dead, and yet, her corpse could still move. Although she was a bit stiff, toxic mist pulsed out from inside of her, and countless poisonous centipedes squirmed in and out of her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. If some powerful expert were to come along, they would be able to tell that Gong Sun Wanner's brain was gone, and inside of her head was a spider with a human face, controlling her corpse. Gong Sun Wanner had been transformed into a poison puppet. Gong Sun Wanner, you are the first poison puppet I've created. Don't worry, soon I'll turn your brother into the second. Eyes sparkling with vicious enmity, Zhao Rou began to meditate, and the vortex up above her rumbled into motion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Wanna kill me? Chapter 156, Wanna kill me? 9 enormous vortexes swirled in the sky of the fallen sword world, slowly eating away at any hope which remained in the hearts of the disciples down below. In any Foundation establishment Holy Land, Earth-string energy was limited, and could only be used by so many cultivators to reach Foundation establishment. Furthermore, the number of cultivators who could succeed was not fixed. If someone reached 8 tide flows, they would absorb even more Earth-string energy than usual, significantly reducing the overall amount in the world, and would force some people to end their own tide flows prematurely. Of course, someone reaching 8 tide flows wasn't the most terrifying scenario. The worst was if some prodigy came along among the chosen who managed to reach 9 tide flows. Once someone reached the peak of Earth-string Foundation establishment, they would most certainly slaughter the people from the other sects who would try to interfere, and prevent them from succeeding. In fact, even people from that person's own sect who had interfered might also be killed. Such a thing had only ever occurred once, 800 years before with Master Limitless. A scene of madness had played out at that time, in which the Pillstream sect was completely wiped out, and only a few people from the Profound Stream sect and the Spirit Stream sect escaped with their lives. Even many people from the Bloodstream sect were slaughtered by the enraged Master Limitless. For the disciples from the 4 sects who hadn't formed their Earthstring capture crystals yet, they either had to resign themselves to their fates, or go on a killing rampage, resorting to any tactics possible to succeed. Sometimes that would even mean ambushing fellow disciples. It was all for the chance to get the Earthstring capture crystal and then reach Earthstring Foundation establishment. Time passed. The second wave, which consisted of Shangwan Tianyu, Su Xiaochun, Beihan Lai and Zhao Rou, had all completed their first 3 tide flows. As for Ghostfang, he had already completed his 4th, and was moving on to his 5th. Song Ke and Nine Isles were already halfway through their 5th. Bai Xiaochun was the fastest of them all. He was almost finished with his 5th tide flow. Earth-string energy was rushing into the vortex, and a 5th spiritual sea was forming inside of him. 4 hours later, a tremor ran through him as the 5th whirlpool inside of him expanded. Tide flow power erupted, and his 5th spirit sea was completed in his Dantian region. His 5th tide flow was over. Now for the 6th. He said, his eyes glimmering with intense focus. Having reached this point in the process, he had no desire to give up. He wanted to know what his limit was. He wanted to know how far he could go. He wanted to know how many tide flows he was capable of. The Violet Chi Cauldron control art was the basis of my first tide flow. Violet Chi Cauldron summoning was the second. As for my 3rd and 4th, that came from the power of the dragon and mammoth. The 5th tide flow should have been from the magic of sea forming. However, because I broke through the first shackle of mortality, that turned into my 5th tide flow. Therefore, it's now time to continue on with sea-forming magic and start my 6th tide flow. Taking a deep breath, he again called upon the explosive power of the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture. Having already used the power of the dragon and the mammoth, it was now time to use the power of sea-forming. The so-called sea-forming was actually a method of creating a spiritual sea, of forming a Tao foundation. Almost immediately, a sixth vortex formed up in the sky, within which was a majestic, roiling sea. Although the vortex was a spectacular sight, it was somewhat unstable, and didn't absorb energy very quickly. Bai Xiaochun had the water swamp kingdom, but didn't want to use that yet. Since he could use the power of sea forming, he didn't want to waste his powerful secret magic. When the other cultivators saw what was happening, they began to sigh with relief. Bai Xiaochun's sixth tide flow is unstable. From the look of it, he's already reached his limit, and won't be able to last much longer. That crumbling mountain in the fifth tide flow must have been his only secret magic. 6 tide flows is already pretty amazing. More than that would be spectacular. It was at this point that Fong Lin and Nine Isles also breathed sighs of relief. They were completely on guard, and keeping close track of everyone else's progress. Bai Xiaochun's already reached the end, so there's no need to worry about him anymore. That was what both of them were thinking. Ghost Fong frowned. Considering that he knew Bai Xiaochun hadn't used his secret magic yet, he could tell that something strange was going on. As for Song Ke, he looked on, eyes glittering thoughtfully. Time passed. Bai Xiaochun's sixth tide flow slowly sucked in earth string energy, and although the vortex wasn't stable, it didn't collapse. Gradually, there were a few other disciples who managed to form their earth string capture crystals and begin their tide flows. One of them was Ho Yunfei. It was after the 60-hour mark passed that Bai Xiaochun's sixth tide flow finished. Most people present assumed that he was finished. In the little immortal's cave he'd carved out beneath the lake, his eyes glittered as his sixth spiritual sea formed inside of him. Then, he took a deep breath and suddenly stretched both arms out in front of him. Secret magic. Water Swamp Kingdom. Water vapor filled the immortal's cave, growing more and more dense until it began to seep out into the lake water itself. The lake began to seethe, and in the blink of an eye, expanded rapidly. Within a few breaths of time, it grew so rapidly that it became less like a lake and more like a sea. Up above in the sky, Bai Xiaochun's sixth vortex had stopped moving. However, instead of vanishing, it seemed to be building up energy. Then, a faint pressure began to weigh down in the fallen sword world, to the surprise and shock of everyone. Even Nine Isles and the other top chosen were all astonished. Bai Xiaochun raised his hands up above him, then shoved them back down. Instantly, huge waves roiled out across the surface of the lake up above, along with intense rumbling sounds. The sixth vortex began to ripple and distort, then spin like mad. Gasps rang out in the fallen sword world as a seventh vortex appeared. However, that wasn't the end of it. In the same instant that the seventh vortex appeared, the air above it began to twist and turn. Countless clouds seethed as an eighth vortex appeared. The seventh and eighth vortexes appeared at the same time, accompanied by thunderous rumbling that struck shock into the hearts of all the cultivators present. Impossible. He clearly used a secret magic for his fifth tide flow. Secret magic. That's a secret magic. Heavens! What he used before wasn't actually a secret magic. I can't believe 2 vortexes appeared at the same time. Is that the Spirit Stream sect's spectacular secret magic, the Water Swamp Kingdom? Or is it ghosts haunt the night? Soon, the cries of shock turned into bellows of rage. 8 tide flows. He's reached 8 tide flows. If he succeeds, a vast amount of earth string energy will be sucked away. Stop him. The entire sky shook as the 7th and 8th vortexes began to spin rapidly. The power of the tide flow that erupted out to absorb earth string energy was vastly stronger than anything before, greater by dozens of times over. It was like the power of an enormous black hole, reaching out into the entire world and tugging at all the earth string energy in it. The vortexes belonging to the other disciples began to twist and distort, and even slow down their own absorption. It was at this point that Fong Lin opened his eyes, then spoke in a voice that rose up into the vortex above him and spread out to fill the entire area. Pill Stream sect disciples, heed my command, kill Bai Xiaochun. Stop him from completing his 8th tide flow. All who comply will receive special compensation from me upon returning to the sect. I'll acquire foundation establishment pills for all of you, and take care of you for your whole life. At the same time, Nine Owls sat in his spell formation, his eyes flickering with killing intent. Profound Stream sect disciples, heed my command, exterminate by Xiaochun. Kill him, and his earth string energy will disperse back into the world. That will benefit me, you, and everyone, Even as Nine Owls' words echoed out, Song K opened his eyes. After a moment of thought, he said, Bloodstream sect, heed my command, kill by Xiaochun and put an end to his tide flow. Ho Yunfei was starting to get nervous, but being in the middle of his own foundation establishment, could do nothing to help. Shangwan Tianyou's eyes flickered, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He had been shaken by the fact that Bai Xiaochun started his 7th and 8th tide flows simultaneously, but now he wasn't so nervous. You're simply courting death, he murmured. You can't blame us for that. With that, he closed his eyes and proceeded with his own tide flow. Ghostfang's eyes glittered. Although he felt no ill will toward Bai Xiaochun, at the moment, he couldn't help him even if he wanted to. Beihan Lai hesitated for a moment. By this point, he wasn't sure how he felt about Bai Xiaochun. He hated him, and even wanted to kill him. But as more time passed, he had reached a point where he didn't want Bai Xiaochun to die at the hands of anyone except himself. Despicable wretches! He shouted. However, he was powerless to offer any assistance at the moment. As the number one chosen from the various sects issued their orders, the other disciples in the fallen sword world looked on with bloodshot eyes. Kill Bai Xiaochun. If he dies, then his earth string energy will disperse, and we'll have a chance to succeed. That's right. Song K, Nine Owls and even Fong Lin are people we can't risk provoking. But according to the sect's information, Bai Xiaochun isn't the strongest here. We can definitely take him down. I think each sect has different information about Bai Xiaochun. But now's not the time to worry about that. Kill him, and we'll all have a chance to reach foundation establishment. He doesn't qualify to reach 8 tide flows. Eyes crimson, disciples sped from all directions toward Bai Xiaochun's lake. The Spirit Stream sect disciples were starting to get nervous, but considering that all of the disciples from the other 3 sects were joining forces, they were completely outnumbered. They were able to stop some of them, but not all. Soon, disciples from all 3 sects were closing in on Bai Xiaochun. It was at that point that Bai Xiaochun's eyes snapped open. Wanna kill me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Fighting Back. Chapter 157, Fighting Back. Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with piercing light, and yet, inside, his heart was pounding. He had known all along that his attempt at foundation establishment couldn't be made without interference. Unless he immediately ended his 7th and 8th tide flows, people would definitely try to kill him. Song Quebec 9 Owls Fong Lin. You're all despicable, I'm not taking away your earth string energy, yet you send your fellow disciples to try to stop me? Just wait until I'm in foundation establishment, then you'll know how awesome I am. Gritting his teeth, he temporarily suppressed the hatred in his heart. He knew that he was in a moment of deep crisis, and that the slightest carelessness could result in utter catastrophe. The people coming at him weren't just trying to prevent him from proceeding with his foundation establishment, they were trying to kill him and steal the earth string energy that existed in his spiritual seas. Because of the life or death danger, a vicious, maddened look appeared on his face. All of a sudden, he felt like he was back in mountains being chased by the Luochun clan. Rumbling sounds echoed out above the lake as dozens of disciples from the 3 sects closed in. However, even as they neared his immortal's cave, Bai Xiaochun activated 200 of the more than 1,000 paper talismans he'd set up at the entrance of the cave. As they ignited, an enormous shield dozens of meters thick appeared, causing the lake water to churn violently. As for the incoming disciples, they were completely blocked by the glittering shield. Each one of those defensive paper talismans is extremely expensive. Bai Xiaochun is down to his last line of defense. Destroy these shields, and we'll be able to get into his immortal's cave. Kill Bai Xiaochun, and the earth string energy inside of him will return to the world around us. We'll finally get a chance at foundation establishment. The dozens of disciples that had arrived viciously unleashed numerous powerful attacks onto the shields. One by one, the shields began to distort and then shatter. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. The seventh and eighth vortexes spun rapidly, filling heaven and earth with rumbling sounds, causing massive amounts of earth string energy to rush toward him. When about half of the 200 paper talisman shields had been destroyed, Fang Lin of the Pillstream sect completed his tide flow, despite the pressure which had been weighing down on his vortex. Without hesitating, he began his seventh tide flow. Next was Nine Isles. After that, Song Quebec. Soon, all of them were in the middle of their seventh tide flow. Ghost Fang had begun 20 hours later than Bai Xiaochun, and was now about half finished with his sixth tide flow. Even still, it took all of them added together to match the speed with which Bai Xiaochun was absorbing earth string energy. The earth string energy in the fallen sword world was rapidly diminishing, causing the disciples of the three sects to grow even more anxious. More and more of them chose to try to kill Bai Xiaochun. After all, the overall earth string energy that remained was now almost half gone, and the only way to reverse the situation was to kill Bai Xiaochun. More and more disciples showed up to attack him. By this point, the lake was destroyed, and Bai Xiaochun's defensive shields were almost gone. The nearly 100 disciples who had gathered in the area were starting to get very excited. Come on! One big blast should destroy those shields. Hurry up! Bai Xiaochun's shields are almost gone. However, even as hope flickered in their eyes, Bai Xiaochun ignited another 400 paper talismans. Instantly, the shields were hundreds of meters thick, a dazzling display that provoked cries of shock among the attacking disciples. Damn it! He had more. How many paper talismans does Bai Xiaochun have? I refuse to believe this. This has definitely got to be his final line of defense. Booms echoed out as nearly 100 disciples attacked with bloodshot eyes and even greater killing intent. As one shield layer after another shattered, Bai Xiaochun pushed the vortexes even harder, madly absorbing as much earth string energy as he could. Faster, he growled. Must go faster. Time passed, and soon the active paper talismans had been whittled down from 400 to 100. At that point, hissing sounds could be heard as the seventh vortex transformed into a full tide flow, and a seventh spiritual sea appeared in his Dantian region. Bai Xiaochun could clearly sense how much more powerful he was with that boundless seventh spiritual sea. At the same time, his eighth vortex began to spin even faster. It was at this point that Fang Lin trembled and finished his seventh tide flow. However, he was incapable of beginning an eighth and, in fact, anyone who could have examined him closely would have been able to tell that his seventh tide flow wasn't complete. Bai Xiaochun was essentially in control of half of the earth string energy in the world, and Fang Lin simply wasn't as well prepared as everyone else. Lower-level tide flows didn't require as much earth string energy, but in the seventh, it was quite the opposite, and Fang Lin simply couldn't compete with everyone else. He was totally spent. Bai Xiaochun. Eyes raging with killing intent, he had no choice but to end his foundation establishment with a partially completed seventh spiritual sea. When the vortex above Fang Lin faded away, less of the earth string energy was being absorbed, and the overall tension in the fallen sword world eased up a bit. Not long after that, Song Ke and Nine Isles completed their seventh tide flows. Then, it was with great difficulty but no hesitation that they called upon the power of their secret magics to begin their eighth tide flows. Rumbling filled the entire world as unstable vortexes appeared above each of them. It seemed that for both of them, the eighth tide flow could fail at any moment. Apparently, the earth string energy in the world was barely enough to sustain two such vortexes. However, both of them struggled to hang on even longer. I can definitely reach 8 tide flows. 9 Isles howled. My goal isn't 8, it's 9. Song Kei's eyes were completely bloodshot as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing his chest to wither up, and yet simultaneously unleashing a bizarre power that poured into the 8th tide flow vortex, resulting in it accelerating rapidly. The acceleration of Song Kei's vortex seemed to exert incredible pressure onto Nine Isles' vortex. Nine Isles began to tremble as his vortex slowly withered. There's still hope. Nine Isles bit the tip of his tongue and then spit out a mouthful of blood, which transformed into a magical symbol that settled down onto him. As it did, the chain of magical symbols that surrounded him began to emit dazzling light, causing the whirlpool inside of him to speed up. Soon, he was catching up to Song Quebec. However, it was at this point that Ghostfang completed his 7th tide flow and began his 8th. Instantly, Nine Isles, who had already been teetering unstably, let loose a cry of despair. Moments later, Nine Isles' vortex shuddered, and then ground to a halt. No! Nine Isles howled, his eyes shining with madness. However, there was nothing he could do. His 8th tide flow was a failure. Now that both he and Fang Lin had ceased to absorb Earth String energy, the pressure in the fallen sword world had eased significantly. With 2 less tide flow vortexes in the picture, Song Kei's 8th tide flow stabilized even further. As for Ghostfang, he also had a better chance than before, and was catching up relentlessly. Although he was also teetering on the verge of failure, he was still hanging on, and the question was how long he could continue to do so. Of course, Xiaochun also benefited, and began to advance even more rapidly. It was a dazzling scene as 3 people proceeded through their 8 tide flow, Xiaochun, Song Kei, and Ghostfang. 2 people had failed so far, Fang Lin and Nine Isles. As for Shangguan Tianyu, Beihan Lai, Zhao Rou and Su Xiaoshan, they were in the 2nd wave. Because so much Earth String energy had been absorbed by the disciples in the 1st wave, their speed was significantly slower. All of them had just begun their 4th tide flows. Ho Yunfei and some of the other miscellaneous chosen were in the 3rd wave, and had just begun their 2nd tide flows. As far as Ho Yunfei was concerned, considering his latent talent and expectations, even reaching 1 tide flow in Earth String Foundation establishment was a significant accomplishment. By this point, the rest of the disciples had no hope whatsoever of finishing their Earth String capture crystals, and therefore, no chance to even achieve a single tide flow. In their despair, such disciples killing in 10 sword, and their eyes came focus on the 3 vortexes up above that represented the disciples in their 8th tide flows. Ghostfang just started his 8th tide flow, and isn't completely stabilized. He has a lot of Earth String energy, but not as much as Song Kei and Xiaochun. Song Kei is super famous, and has a shocking murderous aura. Plus, it's never a good idea to provoke people from the Bloodstream sect. Furthermore, he probably doesn't have as much Earth String energy as Xiaochun. Xiaochun is already being besieged by quite a few people. We should take advantage of the moment to kill him. If he dies, his Earth String energy will disperse back into the world. After analyzing the situation, most of the disciples chose to target Xiaochun. In that same moment, Fang Lin finalized his foundation establishment and solidified his spiritual seize. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he flew up into the air, emanating the crushing pressure of foundation establishment. His hair whipped about as a mighty wind swirled around him. At the same time, the image of the heaven-earth furnace cauldron appeared behind him. Clearly, he was far superior to any chi condensation cultivator. He was the first person to reach foundation establishment, and was now the most powerful person in the fallen sword world. Since I got 7 tide flows, the rest of you better not even dream of finishing your 8th. Eyes flickering with killing intent, he looked around at Song Kei, Ghostfang, and Xiaochun. Then, he shot toward Xiaochun like a bolt of lightning. I'll kill you first, and absorb your Earth String energy. Maybe I can still reach 8 tide flows after all. When using tide flow power to reach Earth String Foundation establishment, it was possible for someone to interrupt any one of their first 8 tide flows and prematurely reach foundation establishment. Furthermore, because the Tao Foundation wasn't complete in such a situation. It was possible to continue after the interruption, as long as too much time didn't go by. However, because of the huge amount of earth string energy required, it was usually too difficult to do such a thing. In contrast, once a ninth tide flow began, one had to choose to either complete it or die trying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Spirit Stream Sect, Defend by Xiaochun. Chapter 158, Spirit Stream Sect, Defend by Xiaochun. Almost in the same moment that Fong Lin headed toward Bai Xiaochun, rumbling sounds could be heard as Nine Isles rose up into the air like a bedeviled god. His hair whipped about him as the magical symbols which were wrapped around him loosened, creating a band of magical symbols 30 meters wide. They were black, and pulsed with the power of the exterminating obliteration technique, causing a will of extermination to fill the entire area. From the energy radiating off of him, he seemed even more powerful than Fong Lin. Since Fong Lin is taking out Bai Xiaochun, I'm going to kill Ghost Fong. Ghost Fong, if it weren't for the delay caused by your interference, I wouldn't have been the fourth in line to begin foundation establishment. Because I started so late, I wasn't able to complete my 8th tide flow. But I still have a chance if I kill you and absorb your earth string energy. Nine Isles threw his head back and roared, radiating hatred. He hated Bai Xiaochun, but he hated Ghost Fong even more. In the end, he attributed his failure to the sudden rise of Ghost Fong. Of course, he hated Song Ke just as much, and planned to get revenge on him as well. However, his plan was to first take out Ghost Fong. Radiating the might of foundation establishment, he blurred into motion as he shot through the air toward Ghost Fong. With an inward sigh of relief, Song Ke focused fully on his 8th vortex. Nine Isles and Fong Lin don't qualify to tangle with me. Only Bai Xiaochun and Ghost Fong do. However, if they get interrupted, that will be my greatest chance to succeed. There was nothing left of the lake above Bai Xiaochun. There was only a huge crater, at the bottom of which was the Immortal's cave he had created. There, glittering shields were being constantly bombarded by disciples from the 3 sections. At the moment, there were only 100 shield layers left, which was when Fong Lin appeared like a bolt of lightning. He was a blur of motion that sped toward the shields and then waved his hand, causing the Heaven-Earth Furnace Cauldron to rapidly grow larger and then smash downward. Break! He shouted in a deafening roar that caused the other disciples to back up in astonishment. Many of them even coughed up mouthfuls of blood due to Fong Lin's foundation establishment might. The stunning power of the Heaven-Earth Furnace Cauldron was such that all 100 shields shattered from a single blow. Bai Xiaochun. Fong Lin's eyes flickered with killing intent as he prepared to enter the Immortal's cave. However, it was at that moment that Bai Xiaochun looked up, his eyes completely bloodshot. Fong Lin. He growled, and then his final 600 paper talismans all ignited. Popping sounds filled the air as 600 shields appeared to block Fong Lin's path. Damn it, I can't believe he still has paper talismans left. Fong Lin frowned. He had just stepped into foundation establishment, and had not yet fully acclimated, and was thus unable to unleash the full potential of his battle prowess. The other disciples from the 3 sects all stared with wide eyes at what they were seeing. Gasps could be heard as they were shaken by the incredible display of wealth put on by Bai Xiaochun. They all knew how expensive paper talismans were, and a quick calculation revealed that he had just used over 1,000 of them. Instantly, exclamations of shock could be heard. How many paper talismans does he actually have? Damn it! Most people use spell formations or magical techniques to defend themselves during foundation establishment. I can't believe he's relying entirely on paper talismans, but even if he has more of them, it won't do him any good. He might as well forget about succeeding with his 8th tide flow. Fong Lin's eyes flickered as he let loose another attack. The booming sounds caused Bai Xiaochun to grow even more nervous, but at the same time, furious. Without Fong Lin, the situation wouldn't have been so nerve-wracking. But considering the power of Foundation establishment was now in the mix, Bai Xiaochun knew that his defenses couldn't hold out for very long. He just entered Foundation establishment, and probably isn't completely used to it yet. I still have a chance. Gritting his teeth, he ignored the booming sounds and focused fully on rotating the whirlpool inside of him. As it spun faster and faster, the shields were broken away layer by layer. Fang Lin and the other disciples continued to unleash attacks, and time ticked away. Soon, half of the shields were gone, and yet Fang Lin was starting to get very nervous. Not good. It was at that very moment that Bai Xiaochun's eighth vortex suddenly stopped moving. His eighth tide flow was a success. An eighth spiritual sea appeared within him, just above the seventh. At the same time, it seemed like a ninth vortex was about to appear up above in the sky. My ninth tide flow will be my undying live forever technique. Bai Xiaochun's expression was one of madness as he put everything on the line. As he called upon the undying live forever technique, silver light spread out, within which faint traces of gold were already visible. As he did, a ninth vortex appeared overhead. His eyes were clamped shut, as though he didn't even have the power to open them. He almost seemed like he was on the verge of exploding. As for everyone else in the fallen sword world, it didn't matter what they were doing, their hearts trembled, and their jaws dropped. A ninth tide flow. I can't believe that 9 tide flows have appeared. The last time this happened was 800 years ago. Heavens! Outside Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's cave, Fang Lin's eyes went wide, and he shivered. He couldn't even complete 7 tide flows, and yet here someone was working on their 9th. In the middle of unleashing an attack on Ghostfang's location, Nine Owls trembled and turned to look in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Panting, he said, the Spirit Stream sect has started a 9th tide flow. We can't let that 9th tide flow succeed. Abandoning his enmity with Ghostfang, he began to speed toward Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, Song Ke was panting, his eyes gleaming with the desire to do battle. Because Bai Xiaochun had begun his 9th tide flow, Song Ke's 8th tide flow now seemed to be on the verge of falling apart. Expression one of utter determination, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then slapped his hands down onto the ground, causing a boom to echo out. Moments later, cracking sounds could be heard from 9 locations within the fallen sword world, as earth string energy was apparently forcibly extracted using some special technique. Moments later, Song Ke's 8th tide flow stabilized. Ghostfang observed silently as Nine Owls sped off into the distance. His expression was one of disappointment. He didn't want to admit it, but he could sense that his 8th tide flow was rapidly destabilizing. Because of the appearance of a 9th tide flow, it would soon shatter. Shangguan Tianyu was in the middle of his 5th tide flow, and as soon as he sensed that Bai Xiaochun had started a 9th tide flow, all of his confidence and pride was shattered. Never educated by his parents, and always pulling off freakish stunts. The shameless son of a bitch. I can't believe he got to 9 tide flows. What a massive joke. All of a sudden, Shangguan Tianyu let loose a stream of shrill laughter. Beihan Lai bitterly clenched his fists. Despite the endless frustrations caused by Bai Xiaochun, he had never given up hope that he could surpass him. As of this moment, he gritted his teeth, and felt more strongly than ever that he had to do just that. Everyone in the fallen sword world experienced a short moment of reflective silence. But then, the voices of Fang Lin and Nine Owls echoed out in all directions. Our 3 sects will never tolerate the appearance of 9 tide flows. You people know what we have to do. Kill Bai Xiaochun. Stop the 9th tide flow, and return the earth string energy to the world around us. Profound Stream Sect. Blood Stream Sect. Pill Stream Sect. If we don't attack him together now, when will we? A moment later, Song Ke's voice rang out, grim and sinister. Kill Bai Xiaochun. The truth was that the 3 of them didn't even need to say anything. All of the non-Foundation establishment cultivators in the fallen sword abyss were terrified, and began to speed toward Bai Xiaochun, killing intent raging. Ho Yunfei had completed his third tide flow, and was in the middle of his fourth. Suddenly, he smiled happily and said, "Xiaochun, you defended me from the Luochen clan, and now, I'm going to defend you." His fourth tide flow began to fade as he chose to enter Foundation establishment at that very moment. He knew that Bai Xiaochun would be in a very weak state, and was about to be attacked by a whole horde of enemies. Therefore, he would defend Bai Xiaochun. Even as his tide flow ended, he cried out, "Spirit Stream Sect disciples, it's me, Ho Yunfei. I just finished my own Foundation establishment, and I'm going to defend Bai Xiaochun. Who's with me?" After a moment of silence, the voices of numerous Spirit Stream Sect disciples could be heard shouting in response. "Sect Uncle Bai had our backs when we entered this place. I'm going to stand as his Dharma protector. Bai Xiaochun might be naughty and mischievous, but he's one of us. 9 tide flows. That's a sign that the Spirit Stream Sect is going to rise to prominence. You people want to kill Sect Uncle Bai? I don't think so." Virtually all of the Spirit Stream Sect disciples gritted their teeth and began to speed in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Ghostfang couldn't hold on any longer. As his 8th tide flow faded away in failure, he thought for a moment, and then completely ignored Bai Xiaochun in favor of going to interfere with Song Quebec. Apparently, he viewed Bai Xiaochun's success or failure as having nothing to do with himself. Beihan Lai let out a powerful roar. Suppressing the rage he felt toward Bai Xiaochun, he ended his 5th tide flow and chose to enter Foundation establishment immediately. Then, he stepped out to act as Dharma protector for Bai Xiaochun. "This isn't for you, Bai Xiaochun, it's for the Spirit Stream Sect." There were a few other Spirit Stream Sect disciples who similarly gritted their teeth and then ended their tide flows to join their fellows. Soon, in the entire Spirit Stream Sect, the only person other than Bai Xiaochun who was still continuing with the tide flow was Shangguan Tianyu. Eyes bloodshot, he was completely ignoring everything else other than his own wavering 5th tide flow. Fierce fighting instantly broke out as the disciples charged in the direction of Bai Xiaochun. Soon, the area outside of Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave was the scene of a bitter battle as only a few dozen Spirit Stream sects stood against a crowd of over 100. Time passed, and the fighting only grew more intense. Under the combined attacks of Fong Lin and Nine Isles, Ho Yunfei was already seriously injured, as was Beihan Lai. The Spirit Stream Sect disciples were shoved back over and over again, and Bai Xiaochun's shields continued to be whittled away. Bai Xiaochun could sense what was happening outside, and he was left trembling. He wanted to end the tide flow, but quickly realized that he had no control over it. It was impossible to end it himself, and in fact, he wasn't even capable of opening his eyes. After all, the 9th tide flow represented the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. Unless the process were somehow interfered with, there were only 3 ways it could be ended. One was to succeed, which would naturally end the tide flow. The second way it might end was if the fallen sword world ran out of Earthstring energy, causing the tide flow to fade away. The final method was if the person undergoing their 9th tide flow was killed. Although his eyes were closed, they were completely bloodshot. He could sense that his fellow disciples were fighting for him, and he could tell that they were bleeding and injured, maybe even dying. His mind felt like it was being torn apart. He wanted to open his eyes, to end the tide flow. But he couldn't. This 9th tide flow either needs to fail, or hurry up and finish. Arg! Trembling physically, he let out a protracted inner howl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Undying Gold Skin. Chapter 159, Undying Gold Skin, Nut. To everyone else, this was a rare occasion to see the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment, something that, in the past several thousand years, had only occurred once, 800 years ago with Master Limitless of the Bloodstream sect. However, to Bai Xiaochun, it was more than that. It was also a chance to make incredible progress with his Undying Live Forever technique. It was an opportunity to advance from Undying Silver Skin to Undying Gold Skin. With the life-saving magical item given to him by Li Qinghe, his entire body was covered by a layer of blackness, and yet not even that could prevent a faint gold light from glittering around him. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun had successfully cultivated the full first level of the Undying Codex. He had successfully broken through the first shackle of mortality, something no one else had been able to accomplish for countless years. Of course, a few people had accomplished the task in the past. After all, the point of the first volume of the Undying Codex was to break through that first shackle. But Bai Xiaochun was the first person to ever make additional progress even after breaking through the shackle. Generally speaking, there wasn't much in between the different layers that were the 5 shackles of mortality. They were like circles with a fixed size and shape. However, with Bai Xiaochun, that fixed circle appeared to be expanding rapidly. It was completely and utterly shocking. Rumbling sounds filled his body as the golden color of his skin grew more and more intense. The Undying Live Forever technique was in full operation, and because he had broken through the first shackle, the 9th vortex up above began to spin even more quickly, causing his 9th tide flow to absorb earth string energy at a shocking rate. It was a harmonious cycle. The more earth string energy that came to form his 9th spiritual sea, the more golden light shone from his undying skin. That in turn caused the 9th tide flow to speed up even more. It was a seemingly unending cycle that only continued to accelerate as the moments passed. At the same time, Song Ke was calling upon everything he had at his disposal, including secret magics of the bloodstream sect and the energy nodes he had connected to earlier, to also absorb earth string energy at a shocking rate. For most people, the time it took to complete a tide flow was set, but Bai Xiaochun and Song Ke were completely breaking that trend. Both of them were sucking in as much earth string energy as other people might take a month to absorb. As for Song Ke, massive rumbling sounds filled the area surrounding him as Ghostfang did everything he could to interfere. And yet, Song Ke still managed to succeed with his 8th tide flow. As the power of the 8th tide flow surged through him, Song Ke's eyes shone with madness and excitement. 9th tide flow. He howled. Outside, Ghostfang's face flickered as he saw a 9th vortex spring into being in the sky above. According to an old saying, there can never be 2 suns in the sky at the same time. However, as of this moment, the 2 vortexes which could be seen in the fallen sword world were both that of the 9th tide flow, and everyone who could see them was shocked to the core. Even Shangwan Tianyu felt completely shaken. As for the disciples who were still trying to hang on to their own tide flows, their faces went ashen with despair. They could only watch helplessly as their tide flows faded away into nothing. There was simply no way to compete with the 2 king-like disciples who were in the middle of their 9th tide flows. No one could absorb any earth string energy with those vortexes in existence. I refuse to accept this, Shangwan Tianyu said through gritted teeth. However, his 5th tide flow was halted, and he had no other choice but to enter Foundation establishment. Killing intent surging in his eyes, he exploded into motion, not in Bai Xiaochun's direction, but to join Ghostfang in resisting Song Quebec. Inwardly, he howled, "Bai Xiaochun, I hope you die, and I hope you do too, Song Ke." Zhao Rou also had no choice but to give up in the middle of her 5th tide flow, and it was the same with Su Xiaoshan. As for everyone else, they were in their 2nd or 3rd tide flows. As of this moment, the only people still in the middle of reaching Earthstring Foundation establishment in the fallen sword world were Bai Xiaochun and Song Ke. The other disciples who had been interrupted wrathfully chose to either attack Bai Xiaochun or Song Quebec. Considering that Bai Xiaochun had been the biggest hindrance to everyone, it was no surprise that most people chose to attack him. As such, the disciples who were defending Bai Xiaochun were already in imminent danger. Just as Zhao Rou was about to go attack Bai Xiaochun, she noticed that, somehow, the poison puppet she had created to defend herself, Gongsun Wan'er, was nowhere to be found. There wasn't a single trace left behind to indicate where she might have gone. Zhao Rou's heart trembled, but there was no time to ponder the matter carefully. Without any further hesitation, she shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were closed, but they were more bloodshot than ever. "Must go faster," he murmured. Anxiety filled him. He didn't have any desire for the fellow disciples outside his Immortal's cave to die trying to defend him. It was at this moment that the entire Immortal's cave suddenly trembled violently as the final paper talisman shields outside were destroyed. Bai Xiaochun had used so many paper talismans that his defenses far exceeded those of the spell formations used by the other chosen. But now, they had been completely destroyed. As soon as that happened, the disciples of the other three sects unleashed all of their divine abilities in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Thankfully, Fong Lin and Nine Isles were being held off by Hou Yunfei, Beihan Lai, and two other Spirit Stream sect disciples who had reached Earth Stream Foundation establishment, making it temporarily impossible for them to join in. Therefore, most of the people attacking Bai Xiaochun were Qi condensation disciples. Numerous cultivators unleashed magical techniques, all of which were blocked by Bai Xiaochun's divine crane shield. In the Qi condensation stage, neither Hou Yunfei nor Beihan Lai had been on the same level as Fong Lin and Nine Isles. Now that they were in Foundation establishment, it was no different. Despite having the advantage of numbers, they were still in extreme danger, and were being injured repeatedly. Blood sprayed out of Hou Yunfei's mouth, and yet he continued to block the way, seemingly maddened. Beihan Lai hesitated for a moment. He was soaked with blood and covered with wounds, and as such, began to back up. He had come to help Bai Xiaochun, but wouldn't give his life for him. Seeing that the Immortal's cave was on the verge of being destroyed, he decided that now was the time to retreat. Fong Lin didn't chase him. Instead, he shot toward Bai Xiaochun, joining the Qi condensation disciples to try and destroy the divine crane shield. "Are you looking to die?" Nine Isles barked, eyes flickering with killing intent. Considering he had just stepped into Foundation establishment, he didn't dare to unleash too much of his cultivation base, for fear that his Dao foundation was not stable. However, Hou Yunfei didn't seem to care at all about his Dao foundation, and was fighting like a madman, making it very difficult to keep him under control. Roaring in fury, Nine Isles launched an attack with the power of obliteration, which instantly slammed into Hou Yunfei, who didn't even have a chance to dodge. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he was sent tumbling backward, bones snapping left and right inside of him. After he landed hard on the ground, he struggled to rise to his feet, but couldn't. All he could do was lay there helplessly as over 100 cultivators unleashed countless attacks onto Bai Xiaochun. "Xiaochun," he murmured, "this is my fault for being so useless." The other Spirit Stream sect disciples were all seriously injured. Thankfully, the disciples from the other three sects were focused on killing Bai Xiaochun, and weren't trying to kill them. Of course, each and every enemy disciple wanted to be the one to land the killing blow. After all, whoever was closest to Bai Xiaochun when he died would benefit the most from the resulting blast of earth string energy that would spread out. By now, none of the Spirit Stream sect disciples had any energy left to fight, and could only bitterly watch Bai Xiaochun being bombarded. Massive booms echoed out constantly. Fong Lin and Nine Isles were already top chosen, and were now 7 Tideflow's Earth String Foundation establishment cultivators. Under their leadership, the bombardment of all the Qi condensation disciples caused cracks to spread out all over Bai Xiaochun's divine crane shield. "Time to die, Bai Xiaochun. Return your earth string energy to the world around you," Fong Lin said. "Maybe I can't continue with my tide flow, but at least some of my fellow Pillstream sect disciples will reach Earth String Foundation establishment. Bai Xiaochun, there's no way we'll let you succeed." As the crowd roared, the divine crane shield finally exploded. The magical item which Bai Xiaochun's elder brother sect leader had given him shattered. As it did, the soul of the divine crane flew out and settled down around Bai Xiaochun, providing one last measure of defense. However, it only took moments for it to begin to fade away. In that instant, the entire group of disciples from the other three sects stormed in. It was also at that point that the final wave of disciples who had reached Foundation establishment joined the crowd. The most powerful among them had reached 5 tideflows, and the weakest, 1. However, they were still Earth String Foundation establishment cultivators, and their attacks caused the divine crane to let out a piercing cry as it disappeared. Zhao Ro from the Pillstream sect attacked with particular viciousness, and as soon as the crane vanished, she reached out to touch Bai Xiaochun's forehead. It doesn't matter that you're an 8 Tide Flows Foundation establishment expert, you won't be able to escape death this time. All Spirit Stream sect disciples must die. Zhao Rou's beauty was twisted by venomous rage as her finger made contact with Bai Xiaochun's forehead. Just as she was expecting his head to explode, a powerful force slammed back into her, shoving her backwards several meters. At the same time, the attacks from the other disciples also rebounded. Booms rang out, but a black glow emanated from Bai Xiaochun, defending against everything. Damn it! He still has more defenses. This Bai Xiaochun has profound defensive preparations. He must have known that reaching 9 tide flows would provoke widespread rage. That was why he prepared so well ahead of time. It doesn't matter how many defensive layers he has. However much earth string energy he's absorbed, that's how much he's going to spit back out. The glow of magical techniques rose high into the air as 7 or 8 foundation establishment cultivators and more than 100 chi condensation disciples unleashed attacks. The life-saving magical item from Li Qinghe began to distort, and after a few moments, a popping sound could be heard as it reverted into a bracelet, which was now covered with cracks. If it weren't for the fact that the new foundation establishment cultivators didn't dare to fully call upon all their power, it would have already been destroyed. When the black glow vanished, Bai Xiaochun was revealed, shining with boundless golden light. Die! Zhao Rou said excitedly. She once again reached out with her index finger, and yet, before she could get close, Bai Xiaochun's eyes snapped open. They looked like the eyes of a wild beast, filled with boundless madness and infinitely burning rage. The entire world seemed to suddenly freeze in place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, Slaughtering Chosen. Chapter 160, Slaughtering Chosen. When Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, he saw Nine Owl's vicious expression, Fong Lin's cruel smile, and other foundation establishment cultivators, including Zhao Rou, whose beautiful face was twisted with venomous rage as she reached out toward his forehead. Everything around him was moving incredibly slowly, as if time had suddenly been locked in place. He could sense that his 9th tide flow had ended, and that a 9th spiritual sea existed in his Dantian region. He now had a total of 9 spiritual seas, each one larger and more magnificent than the one beneath it. Boundless spiritual power surged inside of him, pouring through his body. As his spiritual seas grew more and more stable, his Tao foundation was formed. He also realized something that none of the other disciples would be aware of: the peak of Earthstream Foundation establishment, 9 tide flows, didn't require a long period of stabilization like the other levels did. It stabilized almost instantly, filling him with a sensation of unprecedented power. He had never experienced this level of spiritual power, this much vital energy. He could clearly sense the terrifying life force that radiated out from him, as well as the signs that his longevity was increasing. In addition to all that, his undying skin had already broken through to the next level. Instead of undying silver skin, he now had undying gold skin. He had advanced by leaps and bounds, had become more powerful in all aspects. He had reached a new level of life that was completely different from before. As of this moment, he was no longer a part of the mortal world, but was a true cultivator who had shed his mortality. However, the price he had to pay was immense, and he was well aware of that. He understood that only the fit survived, and he understood the law of the jungle. He knew that on the path to living forever, it didn't matter if he hated fighting and killing. The path was narrow and cramped, and although he was willing to walk it along with others, there were many who didn't share such sentiments. He knew now more than ever that sometimes, even if he didn't feel like killing someone, that person might want to kill him. In that case, he could either close his eyes and die, or unleash his rage and fight. He saw the shattered battleground that was the area outside his immortal's cave. He saw the injured Spirit Stream sect disciples, and he saw the bloodied and unconscious Ho Yunfei. He was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. These were his own fellow disciples, like his family. Each and every Spirit Stream sect disciple was a person he would never be able to forget. He saw some of the Spirit Stream sect disciples who were now nothing more than corpses, and it filled his heart with pain. Their end came much like Zhou Yudeo's, and that idea filled by Xiaochun with so much rage that his eyes turned red. How his fury burned. He was furious that he had been besieged, and furious that Spirit Stream sect disciples had died defending him. He was furious that, despite not having provoked any of these other sects, they had come to take his life. I practice cultivation because I want to live forever. I don't like fighting and killing. But I can if I have to. To Bai Xiaochun, the world had turned as crimson as blood. Everything had slowed down to the point where it wasn't moving. My fellow Spirit Stream sect disciples died protecting me. So now, I'll make sure the survivors reach Foundation establishment. Each and every Spirit Stream sect disciple here is going to get to Earth Stream Foundation establishment. Rage burning in his heart, he spoke the words like an oath, and then, everything seemed to return to normal. Zhao Rou looked just as ferocious as she had moments ago. As her index finger closed in on his forehead, it suddenly lurched to a stop. At some unknown point, Bai Xiaochun had raised his own right hand, and before Zhao Rou even realized what had happened, he clamped his hand down onto her wrist. No! She screamed. She was about to attempt to sever her own arm to get away, but Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered with killing intent, and he squeezed his hand down. A popping sound could be heard, along with a bitter scream as Zhao Rou's entire arm exploded. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun rose to his feet and took a step forward, slamming bodily into her. Her chest caved in and blood sprayed out of her mouth, along with a choked shriek. Even as she attempted to turn and flee, her entire body exploded. At the same time, her Dao Foundation was destroyed. She had just stepped into Foundation establishment, and the earth string energy inside of her hadn't completely solidified. As she died, massive quantities of earth string energy erupted out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun quickly waved his sleeve, sending it in the direction of the Spirit Stream sect disciples. Everything happened in the briefest of moments. Bai Xiaochun's hair flew around him as he took another step forward, appearing in front of a disciple from the Profound Stream sect who had experienced 2 tide flows. Before the disciple even realized what was happening, Bai Xiaochun grabbed his neck and squeezed his hand down. Crack! Bai Xiaochun threw the body toward the Spirit Stream sect disciples, and as it exploded, large quantities of earth string energy surged out. He took another step forward, ending up in front of a disciple from the Bloodstream sect who had experienced 3 tide flows. A single fist strike, and the disciple exploded. One more step put him in front of a disciple from the Pillstream sect with a single tide flow cultivation base. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, and the aura of the Water Swamp Kingdom appeared. It was merely the aura, nothing more, and yet the Pillstream sect disciple's eyes went bloodshot and exploded into bits, but just like before, earth string energy flowed out toward the Spirit Stream sect disciples. At that point, Bai Xiaochun stopped in place. Only a brief moment had elapsed since he had stepped forward to kill Zhao Rou. As he stood there, surrounded by rumbling sounds, the crowds of attacking disciples from the other sects were shocked to find that the person who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation had vanished, and now stood right in front of them. Zhao Rou had been killed, and Foundation establishment cultivators from the Pillstream sect, Profound Stream sect, and Bloodstream sect had all been cut down. At the same time, a huge amount of earth string energy was swirling toward the Spirit Stream sect disciples, who were just as shocked as everyone else. Voice booming like thunder, Bai Xiaochun roared, "Friends from the Spirit Stream sect, the time has come to reach Earth String Foundation establishment, and I will be your Dharma protector." Trembling, the Spirit Stream sect disciples quickly sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the earth string energy. Because this earth string energy came directly from slaughtered Foundation establishment cultivators, there was no need for an earth string capture crystal to be able to absorb it. Everything happened so quickly that the minds of the onlookers were left reeling, and their scalps went numb. Gasps could be heard as all of them were filled with intense sensations of deadly crisis. Nine Owl's eyes were wide with disbelief. Fong Lin was shaking visibly, and felt as if every drop of blood inside of him were screaming at him that Bai Xiaochun was more terrifying than he could possibly imagine. Impossible. Even as everyone reeled in shock, killing intent flickered in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and he took another step forward, placing him in front of Nine Isles. A single punch caused blood to spray out of Nine Isles' mouth. Screaming, he called upon all of the power of the exterminating obliteration technique to defend himself. Then, face ashen, he fled without the slightest hesitation. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. He had sensed a strange power in Nine Isles just now, something that protected his life force. Even though it wasn't a full match for Bai Xiaochun, it was still powerful, but... Bai Xiaochun let Nine Isles flee, and flickered into motion, appearing in front of Fong Lin. Instantly, 2 fingers shot out toward Fong Lin's throat. It didn't matter how Fong Lin tried to defend himself. It didn't matter what magical techniques or magical items he called up. Everything was crushed by Bai Xiaochun's fingers. They destroyed everything like a hammer crushing an ice cube, speeding forward to latch onto Fong Lin's throat. Throat-crushing grasp. A cracking sound rang out, and Fong Lin's eyes went wide. Blood oozed out of his mouth as his 7-layered Dao foundation collapsed. He wasn't even able to scream. Bai Xiaochun tossed his body off to the side, releasing earth string energy 10 times stronger than anything before. The spirit stream sect disciples trembled as they madly absorbed it. "I never thought you'd be so much weaker than Nine Isles," Bai Xiaochun said, eyes flashing. It was at that very moment that a black soul fire flew out from Fong Lin's body, but before it could get very far, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward and grabbed it. A face was visible inside of the soul fire, but it wasn't Fong Lin's. It was a sinister face which was half covered by a black birthmark. It stared at Bai Xiaochun, and then began to chuckle. "Being able to find someone interesting like you among all these people makes dying worth it. Maybe we'll have a chance to meet again someday." With that, the soul fire faded away. Although no one else was able to observe what had happened, Bai Xiaochun could hear the voice clearly in his head. "Parlor tricks," Bai Xiaochun said, snorting coldly. It was only at around this time that the other disciples in the area began to react. Miserable screams rang out as the terrified disciples attempted to flee in all directions. As far as they were concerned, Bai Xiaochun had turned into a devil. Zhao Rou's dead. Fong Lin's dead. Nine Isles has fled. Heavens! Is this the peak of Earth String Foundation establishment? 800 years ago, Master Limitless of the Bloodstream sect reached the peak, and almost all of the disciples from the other 3 sects were wiped out. Screaming, the more than 100 disciples in the area began to flee as if they had gone mad. Their minds were trembling, and they were completely and utterly shaken by the terror that was Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, the Spirit Stream sect disciples were shivering in excitement. Beihan Lai was panting as he looked at Bai Xiaochun, his feelings even more complicated than before. However, his determination to surpass him only continued to grow stronger. Bai Xiaochun didn't chase any of the fleeing disciples. He quickly went over to Hou Yunfei and placed his palm onto his chest. Earthstring energy poured into him, restoring his Dao foundation. A moment later, the signs of a tide flow once again appeared. Hou Yunfei slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Bai Xiaochun, he smiled. Bai Xiaochun looked around at the other Spirit Stream sect disciples as they reached Earthstring Foundation establishment. None of them would be able to achieve 3 tide flows, only 2 at the most. After all, even with Bai Xiaochun helping them, there still wasn't much Earthstring energy left to split between everyone. Despite that, everyone was profoundly shaken. Not enough Earthstring energy. Bai Xiaochun thought as he watched Hou Yunfei absorbing the energy. Then he looked up toward the lone remaining vortex up in the sky. It was none other than Song Ke, in the middle of his 9th tide flow. "You sent people to kill me and stop my 9 tide flows." Well, Bai Xiaochun isn't the type of person who gets hit and doesn't hit back. If I stop your tide flow, Big Bro Ho will have more Earthstring energy for himself. His eyes flashed with cold light, but then he hesitated, as he remembered that there were many disciples here who needed someone to stand for them as Dharma protector. Beihan Lai took a deep breath as he sensed that his own fated tide flow was on the verge of resuming. By Xiaochun, you go. We might have a beef with each other, but I have no desire for a second Master Limitless to arise in the Bloodstream sect. Hugo stop Song Quebec. I'll defend everyone here. Bai Xiaochun gave him a deep look, his heart filled with regret. After clasping hands and bowing deeply, he transformed into a beam of light that shot up toward Song Ke. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, Wreck Your Tide Flow. Chapter 161, Wreck Your Tide Flow. Ghostfang and Shangguan Tianyu were already in the process of bombarding Song Ke's spell formation. Although the spell formation was cracked and crumbling, it still held. Song Ke's ninth vortex spun rapidly overhead, sucking in earth-string energy from all over the fallen sword world. His eyes were closed, but they were still completely bloodshot. As he sat there cross-legged, he went all out with every resource at his disposal, which included absorbing earth-string energy via the energy nodes throughout the fallen sword world, which he had linked together as a spell formation. Although no one could see those nodes, cracks were now starting to form on them, especially the node in the location where Bai Xiaochun had first met Song Ke outside the body of the sword. As the cracks spread out, the surface of the enormous, otherworldly sword began to destabilize to the point where it was starting to crumble. However, the signs of the potential destruction of the sword were impossible to detect, even by Ouyang Jia outside on Mount Flame Crane. Must go faster. Song Ke howled inwardly. His hands were splayed on the ground in front of him, and his hair whipped about his head as he absorbed huge quantities of earth-string energy. As the vortex spun, he got closer and closer to completing his ninth tide flow, and the world around him trembled. Even the sky seemed to be weakening. In fact, there was another trend that could not be detected except by someone sitting exactly where Song Ke was sitting. In the very middle of the vortex up above in the weakening sky, there was a strand of energy that was so faint nobody would ever notice it. It was completely different than earth-string energy, something that existed on a higher level, a completely shocking type of energy, but only someone sitting exactly where Song Ke was sitting would be able to detect it, the reason being that he was sitting on last energy node in the fallen sword world. Song Ke had selected this location to reach Foundation establishment for a very specific reason. As soon as Song Ke sensed the energy, his heart began to beat with excitement. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. The peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment doesn't count for anything. That's just the first step. What I'm really here for is Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. Only then will I have the power to crush anyone in my path after I get back to the sect. Then I can finally compete with Ansong Junwan and that damn Shueme to be the Blood Master of Middle Peak. As one of the 4 great Blood Masters, I would rank even higher than the Grand Elders in the Bloodstream sect. Song Ke was already starting to get excited. In terms of seniority, the Blood Masters of the Bloodstream sect were on equal footing with the sect leader. From that peak level of power, all they had to do was take one more step to reach Ancestor Peak, which was an incredibly high position. However, just as Song Ke was about to complete his ninth tide flow, a beam of light shot up toward him, which was none other than Bai Xiaochun. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and he radiated a murderous aura. A pair of wings could be seen behind him, every flap of which propelled him forward with incredible speed. Combined with the power of 9 tide flows, he could move infinitely faster than anyone in the Qi condensation stage, and it only took him a moment to reach Song Ke's spell formation. Almost instantly, incredible pressure exploded out from Bai Xiaochun, becoming a crushing force that caused Ghostfang's pupils to constrict. Worried that his own Dao Foundation might be destabilized, he gave a cold harumph and then backed up. Shangguan Tianyu didn't even measure up to Ghostfang, and with the power of only 5 tide flows, had no choice but to back up begrudgingly, chuckling bitterly. As Bai Xiaochun approached like a blazing sun, Shangguan Tianyu felt himself trembling from the pressure that naturally weighed down from the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. Song K. Bai Xiaochun roared. Inside the spell formation, a tremor ran through Song K, but he wasn't capable of opening his eyes. He felt a sensation of imminent danger, and his heart began to pound. Filled with a sensation of madness, he tried to get his tide flow to end as quickly as possible. But Bai Xiaochun's voice was like thunder from the heavens. As it stepped into the perimeter of the spell formation, everything trembled. Then, he lifted his foot and stepped down onto the spell formation itself. The ground quaked, and more than half of the spell formation shattered. Off to the side, Shangguan Tianyu's heart was pounding, and Ghostfang had to work hard to suppress his desire to fight. Considering you tried to interrupt my ninth tide flow, did you really think I would let you succeed in yours? He lifted his right hand, and golden light glittered as his fleshly body power erupted. Calling upon all the force of his undying gold skin, he unleashed a fist strike. The spell formation trembled, clearly on the verge of shattering. Bai Xiaochun took another step forward, and unleashed another fist strike. Then another, and another. All 4 fist strikes were backed by the full power of his undying gold skin. Each punch was filled with force which came from breaking through the first shackle of mortality, and burned with Bai Xiaochun's rage and fury. After 4 such fist strikes, the spell formation protecting Song K collapsed. Finally, Song K was revealed, sitting there cross-legged in meditation, completely unable to move even a muscle. Bai Xiaochun didn't stop. He strode forward and then swished his sleeve, causing violet chi to stream out and form the shape of a huge violet cauldron. It seemed almost completely corporeal, its surface covered with magical symbols and designs of birds and beasts. Under Bai Xiaochun's control, the magical symbols began to swirl around the cauldron, and the birds and beasts began to move as if they were alive. At the same time, the violet cauldron smashed downward towards Song Quebec. Since you can't end the ninth tide flow on your own, I'll help you. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as the violet cauldron descended with tens of thousands of kilograms of force. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Song K's personal defenses attempted to protect him. When the cauldron hit the light of his defenses, they shattered. Then, streams of magical items flew out, but they were just as easily crushed. Finally, the cauldron actually slammed into Song Quebec. A blood-curdling scream echoed out of his mouth, and his eyes opened. He had just been on the verge of finishing his ninth tide flow, but had been ripped away from it by Bai Xiaochun's interference. The partially complete ninth Dao foundation in his Dantian region shattered into pieces. At the same time, the earth string energy that had been brought together by the ninth tide flow began to flow away from Song K, rapidly spreading out and merging back into the world around it. However, for some unknown reason, Song K managed to force the escaping earth string energy into a column of light that shot up into the clouds, making it merge back into the world even more quickly than before. At the same time, the ninth vortex up above him not only ceased moving, it actually shattered into pieces. All of the rest of the disciples throughout the fallen sword world were completely shocked and began to cry out in surprise. Song K failed. Bai Xiaochun interrupted his ninth tide flow. Heavens! Bai Xiaochun couldn't get Song K to hate him more even if he killed him. He's destroyed his Dao. Everyone was so shocked that they were going mad. Su Xiaoshan had been rushing over from off in the distance, but as soon as he saw what was happening, he stopped in place and didn't dare to get any closer. Further off in the distance, Nine Owls was wiping the blood off of his mouth and rotating his cultivation base. When he sensed what was happening, his eyes shone with terror. Bai Xiaochun is invincible. Ghostfang clenched his fists tightly. He wasn't a person who was easily affected by emotions, but as of the moment, he was filled with countless indecipherable feelings. Shangguan Tianyu was left gasping. He felt like his heart had been bitten by a poisonous viper, and madness and envy filled him completely. Bai Xiaochun. If it weren't for you, all of that would be mine. As everyone was shaken, Song K fell back at top speed, blood spraying out of his mouth. His eyes were crimson, and his hair was in disarray. Looking like he wanted to eat Bai Xiaochun alive, he let out a miserable howl. Bai Xiaochun. His 9th tide flow was a failure, leaving him with only 8 tide flows. As his Dao foundation stabilized, his cultivation base became that of the foundation establishment stage. Even as he retreated, his power increased far beyond what it had been before. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, and he blurred into motion, appearing a moment later directly in front of Song Quebec. Then, his 2 fingers shot out like lightning. Throat-crushing grasp. Just before they landed on Song Ke performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Then he opened his mouth and spit out a fingernail-sized blood sphere. Despite being at the peak of Earth String Foundation establishment, Bai Xiaochun instantly sensed that he was in incredible danger. The spiritual power within that blood sphere was terrifying. For some reason, there was something familiar about this crisis, although Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure exactly what it was. When his 2 fingers made contact with the blood sphere, a shockwave blasted out in all directions, along with a deafening boom. As the force of the shockwave spread out in all directions, Ghostfang and Shangguan Tianyu were forced backward, and the lands down below were crushed. Blood oozed out of the corners of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he staggered backward several steps, reeling in shock. Despite the fact that he had his undying gold skin, the blast from the blood sphere had actually injured him. Although the injuries weren't serious, they were shocking nonetheless. The sense of familiarity he had experienced moments ago had grown even more intense when he made contact with the blood sphere. And yet, he still couldn't figure out why that was. Why does this seem so familiar? Just what exactly is that blood sphere, but? Bai Xiaochun looked up to see Song Ke flying backward like a kite with its string cut, blood spraying out of his mouth, his chest caved in. Clearly, his injuries were much more serious than Bai Xiaochun's. Because he had been interrupted in the middle of his 9th tide flow, his cultivation base was still in the process of stabilizing. He was definitely less powerful than Bai Xiaochun, and furthermore, he had suffered a backlash injury because of the blood sphere. Even still, he looked up with maddened viciousness at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was just about to launch another attack when Song Ke turned and fled. Even as he sped away, he produced a priceless teleportation jade amulet, which he crushed. A moment later, teleportation power snatched him up, and he vanished. When he reappeared, he was hundreds of kilometers away, fleeing at top speed. "I hope he didn't notice," Song Ke murmured through gritted teeth. Damn it, he showed up just a moment too soon. One step away, just one step. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Even if I didn't reach the peak of Earth String Foundation establishment, I can still surpass Bai Xiaochun. And once I do, he's dead. With that, he produced a feng shui compass which featured 9 glowing dots of light. Those were none other than the energy nodes he had activated throughout the Fallen Sword world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, Heaven String Energy. Chapter 162, Heaven String Energy. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered at the sight of Song Ke's precious jade amulet of teleportation. Just when he was about to give chase, he suddenly paused and looked down. The ground down below had been completely flattened by the exploding blood sphere. "Hold on a second," Bai Xiaochun said, looking more than a little suspicious. If Song Ke had a jade amulet of teleportation, then it would have made more sense for him to use it the moment I interrupted his 9th tide flow. After the collapse of the vortex, he was in the worst position possible. But instead of using the jade amulet, he used that blood sphere to fight me. He even got injured in the process. Although it seemed like he was really pissed off, now that I think about it, it seems more like he was trying to erase evidence down below. After analyzing the matter a bit more, his eyes glittered. After I interrupted him, 2 things happened. The first was that his 9th tide flow was destroyed, and the earth string energy scattered. That was normal. But what was abnormal was how his earth string energy formed a column of light that shot up into the sky and dispersed even more rapidly than before. Although it might seem innocuous at first, those two things together are very suspicious. He's hiding something. He's hiding something that has to do with the sky, and with his spell formation on the ground. To figure out what it is he's hiding, I should compare things now with how they were before. Maybe then I can deduce the answer. Looking up into the sky, he confirmed that the tideflow vortex had indeed dissipated. Because of how Song Ke had directly returned the earth string energy, some smaller, residual vortexes remained, but they were nothing like the larger vortex from before. Because of the ninth tideflow vortex, and the waning earth string energy, the sky grew weak. After confirming this by observing a few different locations up above, he looked back down at the ground. Ghostfang and Shangguan Tianyu were still there off to the side. Ghostfang looked suspiciously at what Bai Xiaochun was doing, whereas Shangguan Tianyu laughed coldly in his heart, then turned and left. Bai Xiaochun ignored Shangguan Tianyu as he studied the ground below. This normally wouldn't be a good place for foundation establishment. But Song Ke selected this location for a reason. Then he wiped out the evidence when he left. Frowning, Bai Xiaochun began to walk along, taking time to look up into the sky with every step. Soon, he was standing in the exact spot where Song Ke had been sitting cross-legged. There, he looked up into the sky again, and was just about to take another step, when suddenly his expression flickered. He stopped and stood there, staring up into the sky. At first, everything seemed normal, even calm compared to before. But then, he sensed something. He couldn't be sure if it was real or not, but based on his 9 tideflows cultivation base, the peak of Earth String Foundation establishment, he suddenly got the feeling that there was something up there so powerful that it was terrifying even to himself. It was a pressure that filled him with intense desire, something that seemed connected to his 9 spiritual Cs. At first he couldn't believe it, but then he began to tremble and even pant. Without another thought, he leaped up into the air and flew off into the distance. Ghostfang frowned as he watched Bai Xiaochun leaving. Then he headed over to the same spot where Bai Xiaochun had just been standing, and looked up into the sky. However, he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Only someone like Song Ke, with a special magical item, and who had activated numerous energy nodes, would be able to do so. Or, someone at the peak of Earth String Foundation establishment, with the power of 9 tideflows. In fact, the latter would find it even easier to sense what was above, and with more clarity. Eventually, Ghostfang shook his head and left. Not too much time passed before Bai Xiaochun returned, looking very excited, Ho Yunfei in tow. Ho Yunfei was just beginning to resume his tideflow. Big bro Ho, start your tideflow here. I'll help you speed things along. I suspect that the sky above this point has a unique aura. Ho Yunfei smiled. Considering the utter faith he had in Bai Xiaochun, he didn't feel the need to ask any further questions, and quickly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Standing behind him, Bai Xiaochun reached out and placed his palm onto his back. His 9 spiritual Cs began to rotate as he poured power into Ho Yunfei to help speed up his tideflow. Before long, his 4th tideflow appeared, creating a vortex that connected with the sky above. Soon, earth string energy was surging toward him from all directions. Bai Xiaochun wasn't happy with the speed, though, so he continued to rotate his cultivation base and used the tideflow power of the peak of Earth String Foundation establishment to push Ho Yunfei faster and faster. Soon a 5th and 6th tideflow also appeared. Bai Xiaochun was the only person who could do something like this, using the special power of 9 tideflows. He also had to pay a steep price for it. Considering he was only helping one person, it was a price he could pay. If he were helping 2 people, he would slip from his spot at the peak of Earth String Foundation establishment. In any case, he had planned to help Ho Yunfei all along. Ho Yunfei's heart trembled. He knew that what he was experiencing now was unimaginable good fortune, as 3 tideflows simultaneously sucked in earth string energy from everywhere. Xiaochun, Ho Yunfei said, his heart filled with warmth. Bai Xiaochun smiled. Worried that Hou Yunfei would read too much into the situation, he quickly said, "Brothers like us always help each other. Besides, I need this earth string energy cleared away so I can see things clearly." However, Hou Yunfei knew that even if that were true, Bai Xiaochun still could have chosen to take advantage of the situation for himself in some way. It was definitely not in vain that Hou Yunfei had chosen to defend Bai Xiaochun earlier. Bai Xiaochun wanted to help Hou Yunfei form a seventh tide flow, but Hou Yunfei had reached his limit. Furthermore, his three combined tide flows had caused the sky to once again grow weak. As it did, Bai Xiaochun could clearly sense a very faint aura which was quickly becoming more clear. It was an aura that seemed holy, as if a great Tao were opening its eyes, causing all of the world, all of this heaven and earth, to prostrate in worship. But after double and then triple checking, Bai Xiaochun began to tremble, and his eyes shone with madness. Heaven string energy. The sect leader was right. The fallen sword world really does have a strand of heaven string energy. That means that Heaven Dao Foundation establishment is possible. Heaven Dao Foundation establishment can add 500 years of longevity. Bai Xiaochun almost looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his flesh and blood were trembling with excitement. At the same time, a few hundred kilometers away, Song Ke had sat down cross-legged in a mountainous valley, where he was fiddling with his feng shui compass. After a moment, his expression flickered, and he looked over in Bai Xiaochun's direction, and the rapidly weakening sky. His eyes went wide, and his mind began to spin. "Not good," he said, suddenly feeling racked with anxiety. The Bloodstream sect had spent years investigating that strand of heaven string energy. Generation after generation of disciples had provided information, all the way down until Master Limitless reached the peak of Earth String Foundation establishment. Only then was the information completed. Overall, the sect had spent several thousand years performing auguries and other calculations to ascertain the method to reveal the heaven string energy. Because of that, Song Ke's generation was one of the most important in recent history, and he was one of the most important disciples of that generation. He had paid an unimaginable price to win this chance from Master Limitless. He had made countless preparations, including activating all of the energy nodes, which had taken a huge amount of time. All of that was to ensure that he could collect that strand of heaven string energy. The previous plan had been to reach Foundation establishment on the energy node where he had begun his tide flows. After the ninth tide flow ended, he would use its power along with the support of the feng shui compass to capture the heaven string energy, absorb it, and then reach Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. But then Bai Xiaochun interrupted him, and he'd been forced to wipe away the evidence and head to a slightly inferior energy node. The new plan was to rely completely on the feng shui compass to slowly capture the heaven string energy. How could he ever have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would piece together the clues and provoke the descent of the strand of heaven string energy? Although Bai Xiaochun was the only one who could sense it at the moment, as the energy continued to descend, all of the cultivators in the fallen sword world would be able to detect it. Damn it, damn it, damn it! He raged, his hair flying around in disarray. I can't mess with any more advanced preparations, and I can't wait any longer. By the time that strand of heaven string energy fixes onto a landing spot down below, it will be too late. But I don't care if everybody notices, I need to capture that heaven string energy before it descends completely. Seemingly teetering on the edge of insanity, Song Ke bit the tip of his tongue and spat some blood onto the feng shui compass. Then his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture as he pushed down onto the compass and howled. Heaven string energy, descend here! As soon as the blood splashed onto the feng shui compass, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power erupted out, piercing through the air as it shot up into the sky. There, it connected with the heaven string energy, and began to pull it down. Moments ago, the heaven string energy had been slowly descending, but now, it appeared in the open and began to drop down. But the entire sky immediately turned golden, and shafts of dazzling light shot down from the location of the energy strand. It almost looked like a sun descending. That strand of energy existed above all other things, it radiated the might of a heavenly Tao, and instantly caught the attention of everyone present. It was completely and utterly unique within the fallen sword world. It was something uncharacteristically rare in the world of cultivation, something stunning and breathtaking that few people would ever have a chance to lay eyes on. It was 500 years of longevity, something above earth string energy, and the ultimate peak of all foundation establishment. As it took corporeal form, it became something like a wisp of golden smoke that radiated the will of a heavenly Tao, which spread out to fill all of the fallen sword world. All cultivators began to tremble violently as they were filled with an instinctive hunger, something which vastly surpassed that which was mortal. It was something that came from deep within their blood. It was a hope that surpassed reason. It was insanity. Heaven string energy. That's heaven string energy. It's mine. In the blink of an eye, virtually all of the cultivators began to howl with unprecedented excitement and madness. The wounded Nine Isles began to tremble as he threw his head back and roared. Heaven string energy. Ghost Fong, Shangguan Tianyu, and all of the other foundation establishment cultivators were going completely mad, and the Qi condensation cultivators were the same. All of them sprang into action, converging from all directions. As of this moment, sex didn't matter, everyone devolved into chaotic fighting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, No Quarter Asked, None Given. Chapter 163, No Quarter Asked, None Given. For most cultivators, when it came to heaven string energy, there was no such thing as cooperation with fellow disciples. There was only competition. Regardless of whether someone had already reached foundation establishment or not, as long as you got heaven string energy, you could use it to reach Heaven Dao foundation establishment. Even the weakest level of Heaven Dao foundation establishment was above the peak of Earth string foundation establishment. To cultivators, reaching that stage was like entering the heavens with a single bound. If Song Ke acquired it, then considering he already had an 8 tide flows earth string cultivation base, then when he reached Heaven Dao, then he would be nearly at the peak of power. On the other hand, if by Xiaochun acquired it, then he would become something that hadn't appeared in the eastern lower reaches of the Heavenspan River in thousands of years. A 9 tide flows earth string Heaven Dao foundation establishment expert. He would be the most powerful type of Heaven Dao foundation establishment cultivator there could be. However, what mattered most to Bai Xiaochun was not how powerful he would become, it was the 500 years of longevity. Mortal Dao foundation establishment came with 100 years. Earth string foundation establishment came with 200 years. Heaven Dao foundation establishment came with 500 years. In the cultivation world, which had a history that stretched back tens of thousands of years into the past, 500 years didn't seem like very much. But to mortals, that was equivalent to 10 generations. Furthermore, it was exactly what Bai Xiaochun constantly dreamed about. How could he not go crazy about it? He wasn't the only one. Most people present were driven mad. There were only a few cultivators who were in the middle of tide flows, or who perhaps had other reasons, suppressed their excitement. Ho Yunfei was one of them, as well as the other spirit stream sect disciples whom Bai Xiaochun had helped to acquire earth string energy. They chose to stand aside. But everyone else didn't harbor even a single thought of giving up. Instantly, the 100 or so remaining survivors in the fallen sword world all sprang into actions. Hoarse shouts rose up as they flew into the sky toward the descending strand of golden heaven string energy. Bai Xiaochun was the fastest to react. Just before taking to flight, he slapped his chest, causing a black light to flash off of his wrist and gather near his chest. It transformed into a black pearl, which was the life-saving magical item Li Qinho had given him. After pushing the pearl down onto Ho Yunfei's back, it melted and spread out to cover him, which would protect him as he completed his foundation establishment. With that, Bai Xiaochun flew up into the air. That heaven string energy is mine. He howled. He seemed to have gone just as mad as everyone else, and he only had one thought in his mind. He had to get that heaven string energy, no matter who he had to fight to do so. That heaven string energy was essentially his own life. If you steal that heaven string energy, you're stealing my longevity, he growled. He flew at top speed up into the sky, moving so quickly that he was the first to close in on the heaven string energy and reach out to grab it. However, just when he was about to grab it, Song Ke emerged from the immortal's cave he had carved out. Blinding light shot out from his feng shui compass, which altered the course of the heaven string energy. Just as Bai Xiaochun's hand was about close down onto it, it split apart into two pieces and slipped through his fingers. One part, the smaller half, changed directions and headed toward Song Ke, while the larger part sped off into the distance. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bright red as he ignored the smaller strand of energy and focused on the larger one. Rushing after it, he was just about to reach out and grab it when Ghost Fang threw his head back and roared, causing ghost chi to surge around him. Disregarding any potential negative ramifications to his cultivation base, he caused a powerful mist to rise up around him, within which echoed ghostly weeping and howling. At the same time, a ghostly hand stretched out from the mist, radiating an intense, murderous aura. Back when he had been opposing Song Ke and trying to destroy his spell formation, he had been worried about the instability of his Dao foundation, and hadn't resorted to going all out. But now he didn't seem to care about that. He drew upon all the power he was capable of, causing his battle prowess to rise dramatically. "Beat it!" he howled, shooting up into the air to fight with Bai Xiaochun over the heaven string energy. In the blink of an eye, they slammed into each other. Ghost Fang attacked with deadly force, causing rumbling sounds to fill heaven and earth. Shockingly, 10 enormous ghost hands could be seen within the mist, each one of which radiated the power of foundation establishment as they bore down on Bai Xiaochun. "You think I'll just back down like that?" Bai Xiaochun retorted. Waving his sleeve, he caused violet chi to swirl out and form a huge cauldron that shot toward the 10 ghost hands. Bolstered by the power of 9 tide flows, the enormous violet cauldron was more powerful than ever, to a terrifying level. Rumbling sounds rose up as Ghost Fang's 10 ghost hands collapsed into pieces. Blood sprayed out of Ghost Fang's mouth as he was shoved backward by a powerful force. Bai Xiaochun's undying gold skin glittered with radiant light, making him look like a celestial warrior. Although he seemed unfazed by the encounter just now, the truth was that his chi and blood were in chaos. Ghost Fang had reached 7 tide flows, only 2 less than him. Plus, they had been relatively evenly matched in chi condensation. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun had broken through the first shackle of mortality, and was thus able to crush him. After forcing Ghost Fang away, Bai Xiaochun sped forward and reached out toward the strand of heaven string energy. However, it was at that moment that a howl of fury tore through the air. "Bai Xiaochun!" A beam of shocking sword light shot through the air heading directly toward Bai Xiaochun. Within the light was Shangguan Tianyu, who was ignoring any potential danger to his Dao foundation, and was even calling upon a secret magic to loosen a reincarnation seal inside of him. A murderous sword appeared which seemed capable of slicing apart the heavens, and it was stabbing directly toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's face flickered from the sense of danger he felt because of Shangguan Tianyu's sword. As the sword chi closed in, his eyes began to shine, and he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Waving both hands out to either side, he summoned the image of an enormous dragon, which howled as it charged toward the sword chi. At the same time, a gigantic mammoth appeared behind him, which reared up on its hind legs before smashing its feet down toward Shangguan Tianyu. It was none other than the manifestation of the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture, which had become a divine ability after he had fully mastered it. When the divine ability slammed into Shangguan Tianyu, ear-splitting rumbling sounds spread out. Bai Xiaochun stopped in place as the dragon and the mammoth collapsed, and a powerful force slammed into him. However, golden light flickered, and the power was suppressed. As for Shangguan Tianyu, he coughed up mouthful after mouthful of blood as he staggered backward. At the same time, his body withered visibly. Obviously, the sword attack he had just unleashed had come at a hefty price. Because of the delays, the heaven string energy was now far off in the distance, or a dozen or so disciples from the other three sects were already starting to fight over it. Ghostfang gritted his teeth and abandoned any attempts to attack by Xiaochun, opting instead to pursue the heaven string energy. Shangguan Tianyu did the same. Eyes bloodshot, Bai Xiaochun flapped his wings and pierced through the air, easily passing them up. As he blasted into the group of fighting cultivators, he waved his sleeve, sending power bursting out, which transformed into an attack that sent everyone in the area tumbling backward. Finally, Bai Xiaochun's hand closed around the strand of heaven string energy. This time, he was ready, and as soon as he grabbed the heaven string energy, he began absorbing it into his right index finger. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun had taken the heaven string energy caused killing intent to surge among everyone present. He can't absorb it immediately. Cut off his finger and take the energy away. Kill him. There were a dozen or so cultivators from the other three sects, and all of them attacked like mad. Quite a few were in the foundation establishment stage, which ensured that their attacks shook everything in the area. The Bloodstream sect disciples unleashed particularly bizarre magical techniques. One of them even summoned a gargoyle, which lunged toward Bai Xiaochun as if it wanted to consume him. Another of the Bloodstream sect disciples who seemed particularly strong attacked by summoning the illusory image of a huge hand. It seemed very familiar to Bai Xiaochun, but he had no time to think about it at the moment. Being besieged by a dozen or so people, all of them attacking from different directions, caused his eyes to erupt with killing intent. Although he feared death, the events with the Luochen clan had long since impressed upon Bai Xiaochun the fact that sometimes the only way to make sure he didn't die was to kill the people who were a threat. On this day, if these people didn't die, then he would. When it came to heaven string energy, there were no reasonable discussions, only the seizing of opportunities. All of you are seeking your own deaths. He growled. Other than the people he'd killed upon first stepping into Foundation establishment, he hadn't harbored any desire to kill anyone else in the fallen sword abyss, not even the disciples of the other three sections. But now, it was time to unleash a slaughter. Even as his voice echoed out, he pushed his undying gold skin to its limit. A boom echoed out as he sloughed off the divine abilities they had launched against him. His chi and blood were roiling, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. However, he moved so quickly that he only left after images behind as he unleashed a fist strike against each of the people besieging him. Boom! Each fist strike was backed with killing intent. He had already broken through the first shackle of mortality, and was at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. His blows were like a deadly wind that slammed into the surrounding disciples of the three sections. All of them trembled, and then dissolved into mists of blood. Ghostfang and Shangguan Tianyu had no other option than to retreat in the face of such ferocity. One of the Bloodstream sect disciples, in the moment before he exploded, unleashed some unknown divine ability that allowed his soul to flee his body, leaving behind nothing but a husk. As his body died, his face rippled, and a mask was revealed. The soul entered the mask, and instantly attempted to flee, but Bai Xiaochun noticed and grabbed it. After squeezing the mask hard, he realized he couldn't destroy it, so he poured some cultivation base power into it to seal it, then threw it into his bag of holding. By this point, all of the dozen or so disciples who had attacked him were dead. And yet, more disciples were closing in from off in the distance. One among their number shot out in front of the pack. "Leave that heaven string energy and get out of here, Bai Xiaochun." It was none other than Su Xiaoshan. Mixed emotions could be seen on his face as he waved his hand, causing 9 huge coffins to appear. Based on the sealing marks on the coffins, they could only be opened by someone in the Foundation establishment stage. Moments later, Su Xiaoshan's Foundation establishment cultivation base erupted with power, and the stone coffins began to open. An aura of death spread out, and 9 zombies appeared, all of them sporting long, black hair. Each and every one had the aura of Foundation establishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, So What? Chapter 164, So What? Bai Xiaochun had tangled with the bloodstream sect before, and even back then, he could tell that their magical techniques were like the name of their sect, something akin to a devilish Tao. Assuming that the spirit stream sect's information about the bloodstream sect was correct and not an exaggeration, then their magical techniques really were bizarre to the extreme. Whether it was the huge hand that appeared behind the body refinement cultivator, which Bai Xiaochun found so strangely familiar, or the gargoyles, or the corpse refining magic of Xiaochun, all of them seemed to abound with intensely murderous auras. As Xiaochun closed in, he waved his finger at Bai Xiaochun, and the 9 black-haired zombies shot toward Bai Xiaochun like 9 meteors. The aura of death they exuded rose high into the air, and they let out piercing cries that locked down the entire area around Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered as he sprang into motion, golden light shining around him. His 2 fingers flickered like lightning as they shot out and crushed down onto the neck of one of the black-haired zombies. A cracking sound could be heard, and the zombie's head tilted to the side, but it wasn't dead. It punched out at Bai Xiaochun, who leapt to the side, hair flying around him as he shoved out with his palm. That motion was backed by the explosive power of 9 tide flows, creating a gale-force wind that swept out in all directions. The power of the dragon and mammoth also appeared, becoming a powerful attack which shoved all of the black-haired zombies away. Then, Bai Xiaochun launched himself toward Xiaochun. Xiaochun's pupils constricted as Bai Xiaochun unleashed a fist strike. A boom rang out, and Xiaochun coughed up a mouthful of blood, simultaneously unleashing a host of defensive magical items. Despite all of his defenses, he was still seriously injured and thrown back several hundred meters by the power of the fist. At the same time, Ghost Fang and Shangguan Tianyu unleashed a combined attack. Bai Xiaochun didn't pause for even a moment. Turning, he unleashed all possible speed to escape. He knew he couldn't easily defeat Ghost Fang, Xiaochun, and Shangguan Tianyu at the same time, and also didn't want to let them fire off any truly deadly attacks. Even as he fled, the disciples from the other 3 sects closed in. Although they all coveted the heaven string energy, considering that Bai Xiaochun had it, they didn't dare to try to attack him on their own. However, as a group, they were confident enough to try to slow him down and give Ghost Fang, Xiaochun, and Shangguan Tianyu a chance go at him. If that happened, it wouldn't necessarily be impossible for them to get the heaven string energy in the end. Many of the Profound Stream sect disciples also possessed shadow projections. They could unleash illusory images, some weak, some strong, that allowed them to attack Bai Xiaochun from a distance. The Pill Stream sect disciples also had their own unique methods of attack, including poisons, exploding pills, and the like. The glow of magical techniques surrounded Bai Xiaochun constantly, and booms filled the air. A grave expression could be seen on his face. Even with his undying gold skin, the bombardment was a big headache. You people really are looking to die. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he suddenly transformed into a long streak of light that shot toward the surrounding disciples. In the blink of an eye, he slammed into one of the Profound Stream sect disciples, who spun off to the side and then exploded. With that, Bai Xiaochun emerged from the blockade, but even as he did, a voice could be heard coming from up ahead. Bai Xiaochun, we might be from the same sect, but that doesn't mean we can't fight over heaven string energy. It was Beihan Lai, striding forward with a burning sun held in his outstretched hand, a sun which was rapidly turning black. Apparently, this was his sunset incantation. Beihan Lai, Bai Xiaochun said, frowning. Almost at the same moment that Beihan Lai attacked, a beam of light appeared off in the distance, sending a screaming wind blasting out in all directions, which was filled with the power of the exterminating obliteration technique. It was none other than Nine Isles. He didn't care that he was injured, or that Bai Xiaochun was unnaturally powerful. He still was ready to fight. He unleashed his attack in almost perfect unison with Beihan Lai. Magical symbols of obliteration exploded out, joining the pitch-black sun to race toward Bai Xiaochun. The massive explosion made it impossible for Bai Xiaochun to proceed forward. Moments later, Ghost Fang, Xiaochun, and Shangguan Tianyu arrived, and soon he was dealing with 5 besiegers. Each and every one of those 5 people was a spectacular chosen among chosen, and when they joined forces, their power was beyond description. The other disciples in the area now felt a bit of hope. More than 100 people closed in from all sides, joining forces to try to kill Bai Xiaochun and snatch the heaven string energy. Bai Xiaochun, you might be strong, but you can't beat all of us together. Hand over that heaven string energy. Bai Xiaochun, Heaven Dao Foundation establishment is too important. We'd fight anybody who had that energy. There is no such thing as a fellow disciple in this situation. It's survival of the fittest. Give up that heaven string energy. Even as people shouted out, Ghost Fang blurred into motion, exploding with energy as he unleashed the power of his cultivation base. Shockingly, he transformed into a ghost finger. Although it was only a finger, it was huge compared to the ghost hand from before. It filled half the sky, and caused everything to shake violently as it crushed down toward Bai Xiaochun. Shangwan Tianyou's eyes flickered with intense killing intent. After taking a deep breath, he sensed sword qi streaming out of all of the pores on his body. It was almost as if his own qi, blood, soul, and cultivation base were manifesting externally, transforming into an enormous heavenly sword that slashed down toward Bai Xiaochun. Su Xiaoshan let out a powerful roar as his forehead split open. Unexpectedly, a beam of blood-colored light shot out, which transformed into a black-haired zombie. It seemed ancient, and as soon as it appeared, an aura of death spread out that distorted the entire area. Brandishing its long, claw-like fingernails and razor-sharp fangs, it leaped toward Bai Xiaochun. Things weren't over yet, though. Beihan Lai gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, causing black flames to erupt off of him. They covered his body, spreading wider and wider as he transformed into a black sun which soared up into the air and then dropped down toward Bai Xiaochun. Then there was Nine Isles. A piercing whistling sound could be heard as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Magical symbols streamed out, each one of which burst with the power of the exterminating obliteration technique. The magical symbols then rapidly formed together into a single thread that seemed capable of slicing through anything and everything. Nine Isles was left ashen-faced and coughing up blood. He even seemed to age visibly. 5 top chosen were all attacking simultaneously. In addition to them were a host of Qi condensation disciples, all of whom launched their most powerful magical techniques. The entire area lit up with colorful lights as countless divine abilities bore down on Bai Xiaochun. The intense danger of the situation caused Bai Xiaochun to gasp. By this point, he had already assimilated about half of the heaven string energy, and it was coursing through his qi passageways into his 9 spiritual seas. If he tried to stop the process at this point, it could have serious negative ramifications. Besides, he wasn't willing to give up the heaven string energy after just having acquired it. Furthermore, when it came to 5 top chosen attacking him at the same time, he had one reaction. So what? Eyes glittering, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Even as the countless divine abilities and magical techniques rumbled toward him, he lifted both hands into the air and then murmured 2 words. Water Swamp. Kingdom. This would be his first time unleashing the complete Water Swamp Kingdom with a foundation establishment cultivation base. As soon as the words left his mouth, everything in the area turned hazy. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth vanished, and the area became a huge watery swamp. Water vapor filled the area, to the point where hair and clothes alike dripped with moisture. An indescribably powerful aura roiled out, something that far exceeded early foundation establishment. This was more like mid-foundation establishment. A magical technique like this, which seemingly broke past the level of one's cultivation base, was a secret magic. Of course, there were weak secret magics and strong ones. And although the Water Swamp Kingdom and Ghosts Haunt the Night were equally famous, Bai Xiaochun was at the peak of Earth String Foundation establishment. He had already gained enlightenment of his life essence spirit, and had even broken through the first shackle of mortality. Because of all those reasons, his Water Swamp Kingdom vastly exceeded Ghostfang's Ghosts Haunt the Night. When he unleashed it, it could destroy the heavens and crush the earth. The faces of the 5 great chosen all fell, and the reaction of the other cultivators was exactly the same. In that very instant, all of their magics were locked down and began to tremble on the verge of destruction. "We can't let him keep this up. Attack!" Everyone was crying out in alarm. At the same time, the magical techniques of the 5 great chosen sped up. Rumbling sounds could be heard as they descended upon Bai Xiaochun. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly snapped open. Instantly, an enormous mountain peak appeared that could shake heaven and earth. It rose up from the 30,000-meter wide water swamp, superseding the world, rising high up into the sky. The mountain peak was vastly enormous, and erupted with a shocking aura that could topple mountains and drain seas. Indescribable pressure pushed down onto everything, crushing everything in its path. It was as if it wished to flatten everything in existence. The magical techniques of the 5 great chosen were destroyed like dried weeds. Blood sprayed out of the mouths of the 5 chosen, and expressions of astonishment could be seen on their faces. They were sent flying away, their bodies completely beyond their own control. As for the chi condensation cultivators, they let out blood-curdling screams as the pressure crushed down onto them. One by one, they began to explode, blood spraying out like blooming flowers. They were being crushed out of existence, destroyed in body and soul. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, Seizing Heaven String Energy. Chapter 165, Seizing Heaven String Energy. That mountain was actually an indescribably gigantic beast. In fact, it was so large that no one could even see what it looked like. All they could make out in the 30,000-meter water swamp was a gigantic bone spur. Even more terrifying was that the base of the spur wasn't even visible. 30,000 meters wasn't big enough for the entirety of the spur to be revealed. It was difficult to imagine exactly how large that beast was. This is the Water Swamp Kingdom? Impossible. The Water Swamp Kingdom is a secret magic of the Spirit Stream sect, but Bai Xiaochun's version is completely shocking. The 5 chosen were completely shaken. Ghost Fang and Beihan Lai had it a bit better off than the others. They had been prepared for something like this. Even still, they were astonished by what was happening. As for 9 Isles and Xiaochun, they had never seen anything like the Water Swamp Kingdom before, and were so terrified that their scalps were numb. Most shocked of all was Shangwan Tianyu. His hair was completely disheveled, and blood was oozing out of his mouth. He was so scared he looked like a wooden chicken. Never in 10,000 years would he be willing to admit that Bai Xiaochun was stronger than him. And yet, he had no choice. Bai Xiaochun was far, far more powerful than he was. Back in the chosen battles, we weren't that far apart from each other. But now, things are so different. As of this moment, the sky was going dark, and the lands were quaking. Within the 30,000-meter water swamp, there was only the enormous bone spur. Compared to that spur, the cultivators were like bugs, whereas Bai Xiaochun was like an immortal being with the world in his hands. Massive rumbling stretched from the highest heavens to the deepest depths of the earth. Not too far away, Song Ke was in the middle of absorbing the bit of heaven string energy that he'd snatched. But now, his mind was trembling. Earlier, he had intentionally split the heaven string energy, hoping that while Bai Xiaochun and the others fought over the larger strand, he would be free to make away with the bit he had. But now, the fluctuations speeding out from Bai Xiaochun's location left him gasping. Damn it! Those fluctuations, shocked, he tried to speed up the absorption process. Bai Xiaochun was slaughtering everyone near him. He had never slaughtered people like this before. His eyes shone with a fierce light, and he was trembling a bit, both visibly and mentally. His reaction had been instinctive. Despite being at the peak of Earth String Foundation establishment with 9 tide flows, he still feared death. Therefore, he had no choice but to resort to fighting and killing in this situation. That was especially true considering that so many people had been trying to rob him of his heaven string energy. To him, that was the same as robbing him of his life, leaving him no choice other than to go all out. The shocking water swamp kingdom caused the 5 great chosen to fall back, blood spraying out of their mouths, their expressions those of shock and astonishment. Virtually all of the chi condensation disciples exploded, creating haunting flowers of blood that filled the area. There were a dozen or so people off in the distance who were outside of the range of Bai Xiaochun's water swamp kingdom. Their faces were ashen as they observed the devilish spectacle playing out in front of them. As of this moment, they were left gasping, and the frenzy they had felt because of the heaven string energy faded away. Cold sweat popped out all over their bodies as they backed up. He's so brutal. Is he really from the Spirit Stream sect? He's even more violent than the Bloodstream sect people. How vicious. That attack wounded the 5 great chosen, and killed dozens and dozens of chi condensation disciples. Finally, Bai Xiaochun took to motion, speeding off into the distance. Ghost Fang and the other chosen had faces as pale as death as they watched him leave. None of them dared to chase him. As they thought back to what had just occurred, they were sure that they had just had a brush with the aura of Heavendao Foundation establishment, leaving them no choice but to quash any desire they had to try to steal the heaven string energy. The lingering fear they felt in their hearts forced them to admit that even if they tried to defeat him, they would fail. Bai Xiaochun sped along for a bit, trembling and coughing up blood. His face was also pale, despite being at the peak of Earth String Foundation establishment. Crushing 5 chosen and a host of chi condensation disciples couldn't be accomplished without being injured himself. Without his undying gold skin, those injuries would have been even more serious. Thankfully, the Undying Live Forever technique gave him regenerative capabilities that far exceeded any ordinary disciple, and his body was already repairing itself. Last but not least, Song Ke. He grabbed the smaller strand of heaven string energy, and went in this direction. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were completely bloodshot. By this point, he had already absorbed quite a bit of the heaven string energy into his spiritual seas, and his aura was already beginning to change. However, he could tell that the amount he had wasn't enough to fuel a full Heavendao Foundation establishment. Furthermore, he could clearly sense the smaller strand of heaven string energy up ahead. It was like a bright fire burning on a moonless night. Song Ke was prepared for the heaven string energy to split apart. Maybe he even made it happen. Without pausing for even a moment, Bai Xiaochun sped along. In the beginning, about 400 people had entered the Fallen Sword Abyss. Now, there weren't even 60 people left, and the majority of them were Spirit Stream sect disciples. The Pill Stream sect forces had virtually been wiped out, having only 5 disciples remaining. The Profound Stream sect only had about 10 disciples left, and the Bloodstream sect, a bit more than that. Although the Spirit Stream sect disciples had sustained severe casualties, after Bai Xiaochun completed his tide flows, few died. Even those who had besieged him earlier because of the heaven string energy only ended up getting injured, not killed. At the moment, there were more than 30 Spirit Stream sect disciples left. By this point, the brutality in the Fallen Sword world could only be exceeded by the events 800 years ago with Master Limitless of the Bloodstream sect. Now, Bai Xiaochun was getting close to matching that event. Rumbling filled the sky as he sped towards Song Quebec. As for Song Ke, he was in his temporary immortal's cave, hair disheveled, hands pushed down onto his feng shui compass. Strands of heaven string energy were rising up from the compass and entering his ears, nose, and mouth, to stream toward his 8 spiritual seas. Song Ke knew that the heaven string energy was not stabilized inside of him. If he were to be seriously injured, it would spill back out. The only way to stabilize it was through the passage of time, or by adding more heaven string energy. Furthermore, he had to absorb another portion to reach Heavendao Foundation establishment. Bai Xiaochun. When the last bit of heaven string energy entered into him, he looked up, eyes radiating with madness. Some distance away, a beam of light approached, getting closer and closer until suddenly, an enormous violet cauldron appeared up above, which then shot down towards Song Quebec. A deafening boom echoed out as the Immortal's cave was destroyed. Howling at the top of his lungs, Song Ke burst out into the air, slamming into Bai Xiaochun. Neither of them could run from this battle. Each of them needed the portion of heaven string energy that was contained within the other's body. As of this point, they had to call on their trump cards. This guy's definitely fully prepared, Bai Xiaochun thought. I have to find an opportunity to get that heaven string energy out of him. If the fight drags on for too long, too many things could go wrong. Without any hesitation, he attacked with even greater speed than before. Song Ke's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he stabbed his finger toward Bai Xiaochun. Instantly, a blood seal appeared beneath Bai Xiaochun, which then exploded upward in an attack. Simultaneously, strands of blood chi swirled out of Song Ke, forming together in front of him into a blood-colored sword tip. Bai Xiaochun performed another incantation gesture, summoning a violet cauldron, as well as projections of a dragon and a mammoth. Closing in on Song Ke, he unleashed the power of his fleshly body in the form of punches and kicks that contained mountain-toppling, sea-draining power. Both the golden crow sword and his little wooden sword appeared, whistling through the air with incredible power. He also unleashed two swords with threefold spirit enhancement designs. Sword chi raged. Black mist roiled out of the little wooden sword, and as for the golden crow sword, because Bai Xiaochun was now in foundation establishment, the golden crow that materialized raged with flames far exceeding the previous version. Within a few short moments, the two of them exchanged hundreds of volleys, and the fight only grew more and more brutal. Song Ke had the power of 8 tide flows, so when he attacked, it resulted in terrifying, thunderous booms. Bai Xiaochun was equally extraordinary. He had his undying gold skin, and had broken through the first shackle of mortality. He had the power of 9 tide flows, which placed him on a higher level than Song Quebec. But he was injured, which put him in a worse position. Of course, Song Ke had also been injured. Each blow struck by one would result in some heaven string energy leaking out of the other, which would then be quickly absorbed by their opponent. Overall, Song Ke seemed to be losing more heaven string energy. He had already lost about 50% of his original amount, while Bai Xiaochun had only lost 30%. As they fought back and forth, Bai Xiaochun only continued to absorb more and more. Divine ability after divine ability was unleashed. Although Song Ke was at a disadvantage, he had a huge reserve of blood chi. Soon, he was summoning an enormous blood sword that filled Bai Xiaochun with a sensation of deadly crisis. Furthermore, his undying gold skin was starting to grow dim, as if he couldn't sustain its use for much longer. Bai Xiaochun could already tell what Song Ke was doing. He knew that he wasn't a match for Bai Xiaochun, and yet took him on anyway. That meant that, in addition to the maddened way he was fighting, he definitely had another trump card up his sleeve. After all, Song Ke was one of the most powerful chosen from the Bloodstream sect, a sect which shook all 3 other sections. Although there might be other more powerful chosen from his sect, none of them were here now, and now that he was forced into fighting, he would definitely surpass any ordinary cultivator. Song Ke didn't seem to be in a good position. However, it was at this point that he opened his mouth and spat out a blood sphere. Bai Xiaochun had been waiting for this to happen, and immediately fell back. As he did, the blood sphere exploded, unleashing devastating force in all directions. The sky shook, and a gale-force wind ripped over the lands below. A huge, 300-meter area was completely flattened down below, and at the same time, blood oozed out of the corners of Bai Xiaochun's mouth. Song Ke also coughed up some blood, but then he took a deep breath, and his body withered visibly. That in turn restored his power levels. Expression vicious, he began to advance toward Bai Xiaochun. Die! He cried, reaching back and grabbing the blood chi sword, which he slashed viciously toward Bai Xiaochun. The sword arced through the air, making it look like a blood-colored crescent moon. This was his trump card. The secret magic from Middle Peak in the Bloodstream sect, the Blood Annihilation World. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Heavendao Foundation Establishment. Chapter 166, Heavendao Foundation Establishment. The Blood Annihilation World was a legacy magic from the Bloodstream Sect's middle peak, and could only be fully unleashed by a Foundation Establishment cultivator. However, even when Song Ke was only a Qi condensation disciple, he had still been able to use some of its might. Now that he had reached Earthstring Foundation Establishment, he was able to fully unleash it. Even the first form was terrifying. The sword slashed down, and the beam of blood-colored sword light seemed to surpass everything around it, becoming the only thing in heaven and earth as it slashed down toward Xiaochun. Close examination would reveal that the blood sword was a stream of sword qi, bright and scintillating, seemingly capable of slicing through anything and everything. When Xiaochun's little wooden sword blocked its path, it shattered into pieces. It didn't matter that the little wooden sword had a threefold spirit enhancement, completely transforming its base material, it was destroyed in an instant. The Golden Crow sword was of higher quality, and had also benefited from the fundamental transformation of a threefold spirit enhancement. When the blood sword hit it, it was flung off to the side. Song Ke howled, madness filling his eyes, as well as supreme self-confidence. Back in his first fight with Xiaochun, he hadn't resorted to using this inverse blood sword form, mostly because his cultivation base was insufficient. But now he could use it. This was his most powerful trump card, and in order to ensure that it was successful, he had even used his final precious blood sphere to injure Xiaochun. Only then did he resort to the inverse blood sword form. Only then was he absolutely certain he would succeed. Give me that heaven string energy or die. When cultivators fought, it was often important to resort to scheming and tricks. But sometimes, it wasn't necessary to put too much thought into such things. Sometimes, you just needed to find the right moment to weaken your opponent, and then unleash your most powerful attack. Song Ke was also supremely confident that his secret magic of restoration would heal his wounds in a very short time. Once he returned to his full battle prowess, he was sure that he would have no trouble seizing victory. However, even as his sword descended, a strange look flickered through Xiaochun's eyes. There was something very strange about this blood sword, and yet, there was no time to ponder the matter at the moment. Suddenly, the fading golden light that emanated from him increased in intensity as he reached his two fingers out toward Song Ke's throat. Apparently, he was willing to end the battle in mutual defeat. Song Ke's face flickered, but then twisted with vicious ferocity. Instead of evading, he sped up. The blood sword slashed down onto Xiaochun's shoulder, and at the same time, Xiaochun's two fingers closed in on Song Ke's throat. A cracking sound rang out. Song Ke's neck suddenly turned blurry, and an afterimage appeared. As a result, Xiaochun's attack hit nothing but thin air. At the same time, as Song Ke's sword lashed into Xiaochun's shoulder, golden light exploded up. All of the power of his undying gold skin focused on fighting back against the sword. Apparently, the sword was completely neutralized. Apparently, the power of the sword couldn't match Xiaochun's defensive power. Both Song Ke and Xiaochun were stunned. However, neither hesitated. Both of them were aware that the other was certainly fully prepared, and as such, unleashed their follow-up techniques. Inverse blood seal. Song Ke howled. His blood qi sword collapsed, transforming into countless blood-colored sealing marks, which then flew out toward Xiaochun and then exploded. At the same time, Xiaochun's throat-crushing grasp transformed into an incantation gesture. Waving his finger at Song Ke, he unleashed the might of the Violet Qi Cauldron control art. He didn't utilize Violet Qi Cauldron summoning, nor lightness and heaviness. Instead, he used something that he had failed at over and over again, but had never abandoned, the human controlling grand magic. Back on the North Bank, he had never been able to perfect his human controlling grand magic. He had never been able to exert full control even over the small animals. At best, he had produced some random effects on their limbs. However, at this moment, he didn't need full control, he wanted a random effect. As the control magic was unleashed, Song Kei's arms and legs suddenly didn't seem to be coordinating with each other. He felt like someone had pushed him hard from behind, and he staggered and almost fell over. His expression flickered as he realized that his body was under the influence of something else. Furthermore, the next attack was heading, not toward his throat, but his dantian region. All of this takes some time to describe, but actually occurred in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Rumbling sounds filled the air as the blood seals exploded around by Xiaochun, causing him to cough up several mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, he unleashed the throat-crushing grasp in the direction of Song Kei's abdomen, where his dantian region was. Song Kei was scared out of his mind. The dantian region was extremely important. Although a blow there wouldn't necessarily be fatal, it was the location of his spiritual seas, as well as the heaven string energy. He tried to spin to the side, but Bai Xiaochun's throat-crushing grasp suddenly erupted with a powerful gravitational force. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun's right hand, backed by the power of the throat-crushing grasp, stabbed into Song Kei's abdomen, piercing deep into the flesh and blood, all the way into the spiritual seas in his dantian. Song Kei let out an agonized shriek. If Bai Xiaochun squeezed his fingers down with the power of the throat-crushing grasp, then the Song Kei's spiritual seas could be destroyed. Any ordinary person in such circumstances wouldn't have the clarity of mind to defend themselves. They would be unable to escape the fate of having their spiritual seas destroyed. But Song Kei was widely regarded as the number one chosen of the Bloodstream sect. He was anything but ordinary. It was a moment of profound crisis, and yet he was profoundly decisive. Therefore, he immediately flushed all of the heaven string energy in his body directly toward his dantian region and Bai Xiaochun's right hand. He was using the heaven string energy as an attack. Intense power battered his dantian region, causing cracking sounds to emanate out as fractures spread out through all of his 8 spiritual seas. However, at the same time, massive force exploded onto Bai Xiaochun's right hand. Song Kei was abandoning the heaven string energy and even damaging his spiritual seas, all to shove Bai Xiaochun's hand away. Thankfully for him, his spiritual seas weren't destroyed. Face ashen, coughing up blood, he didn't hesitate to flee at top speed. Despite his pain and how weak he was, he produced a jade slip which he then viciously crushed. Instantly, all of the energy nodes he had linked together through the fallen sword world began to crack apart. Those cracks rapidly began to spread across the surface of the entire sword. Originally, Song Kei would never have been able to do such a thing. However, the reason why the enormous sword had remained intact for so long was because of the heaven string energy. Now that the heaven string energy was gone, its powers were fading. The sword had already been tilted on its side, but now that the strange spell formation created by the Bloodstream sect had been activated, the entire sword was collapsing. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered as he examined the complete strand of heaven string energy in his hand. Without any further hesitation, he began to absorb it through his palm. As it coursed into his dantian region and combined with the previous portion of heaven string energy, a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling energy surged out inside of him. A heaven Dao aura erupted out, something profoundly holy, something that could destroy mountains and dry up seas. It filled the world, causing the scattered remnants of the disciples of the 4 sects to be completely and utterly shaken. Shockingly, an enormous face had appeared up in midair, in the same direction the aura was coming from. That face belonged to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun reached Heavendao Foundation establishment. Off in the distance, Song Kei spit more blood out of his mouth as he sped along. When he saw what was happening, he looked up hatefully at the enormous version of Bai Xiaochun's face. Eyes bloodshot, he clenched his hands into fists so hard that his fingernails dug into his own skin. Blood started dripping down, and yet, he didn't notice. Bai Xiaochun. Even as everyone watched, shaken, filled with mixed emotions, the aura of Heaven Dao in Bai Xiaochun's dantian region grew stronger and stronger. His 9 spiritual seas were rapidly turning golden, although the process would clearly take a few days to complete. Once that happened, and they were completely gold, that would mean that Bai Xiaochun had truly reached Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. As of this moment, his cultivation base, his latent power, his longevity, were all rising rapidly. At the same time, he could sense that something momentous was occurring within the fallen sword world. Even more astonishing was that, for some reason, he had the feeling that further up beyond the current sky, there was an even more ancient heaven and earth, something profoundly primordial. The feeling vanished only a moment later. At first, Bai Xiaochun had been on the verge of chasing after Song Ke, to take advantage of his moment of weakness to kill him. But once Song Ke smashed the jade slip, destroying the energy nodes, everything in the entire fallen sword world changed. Intense cracking sounds rang out, as loud as claps of thunder. Huge crevices appeared, spreading out across sky and land alike. Mountains began to crumble, and plains split apart. Everything started crumbling. The disciples present were completely shaken. The whole world was falling apart. This is bad. What's happening? Heavens! Don't tell me the fallen sword world is going to collapse. Meanwhile, outside of the fallen sword abyss, Master Snakescale, Ouyang Jia, and the elders from the Proun Stream sect and Pill Stream sect were all sitting there cross-legged in meditation. There was still one more month left before the Holy Land was to be opened up. Suddenly, all of their faces flickered as they looked over toward the huge sword. Already, massive cracks could be seen spreading out over its surface. What happened? The fallen sword is breaking apart. Damn it, not even we can get inside. All of them were shocked, and almost couldn't believe that the enormous sword would really collapse. They even tried to enter, but it was impossible. All four of them were thinking the same thing. Back when the sword was discovered, the patriarchs of the four sects set up teleportation formations. If the world collapses, they'll be activated. However, we have no way of knowing if the disciples will be sent back to the sect, or somewhere else in the vicinity. Back in the fallen sword world, the ground continued to crumble. At the same time, four enormous spell formations appeared, and the power of teleportation exploded out, spreading to touch all of the disciples. Because the disciples of the different sects cultivated different techniques, their auras were different, and as such, they were teleported out by different formations. One by one, the disciples were enveloped by teleportation power and whisked away. Bai Xiaochun was among them. As he looked around at the shocking catastrophe, he thought back to what Ouyang Jia had said, and did nothing to resist the power. In the blink of an eye, his vision went dark, and the power of teleportation was pulling him away. However, at that very moment, a little hand reached out, as if to prevent him from leaving. "Big bro, why don't you stay and play with me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 167, 9 Serenity's Ghost Domain. Chapter 167, 9 Serenity's Ghost Domain. Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled in fear, and his eyes went wide. A pale hand reached out, belonging to a young girl in a white dress. She wore a ferocious, enigmatic smile on her face. Her face was half covered by her long black hair, making her look even more terrifying than she might have normally. An aura of death pulsed off of her, transforming into something that looked like vipers seeking to bore into Bai Xiaochun's eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and even his pores. However, just when the hand was about to touch him, his 9 spiritual seas erupted with a Heaven Dao aura, and the aura of death collapsed. The hissing snakes were wiped away, and the girl's hand withered, revealing dead skin and sticky, dripping blood. It was terrifying to the extreme. The girl let out a begrudging howl that echoed out into the air. At the same time, the teleportation power surrounding Bai Xiaochun exploded out with full force, and he vanished from the fallen sword world. After all of the disciples from the four sects were gone, the fallen sword world continued to collapse. But then, something else happened. Massive amounts of hazy gray mist billowed out and began to fill the world. It was rife with an aura of death, and smelled like rot. Even the 4 powerful teleportation formations crumbled into ruins because of the rotting aura. In the blink of an eye, the entire world became a domain of ghosts. Howls rose up from within the mists. Apparently, all of the Bane souls which had existed in the world were now beginning to awaken. Strangely, the huge sword stopped crumbling. In the outside world, Ouyang Jia and the others saw the sword cease crumbling, and watched as black mist begin to pulse out of it. They exchanged dismayed glances. However, a moment later, they tried once again to enter the sword, and this time had no problem doing so. As they entered, they could still sense a fading holy aura. That aura. Heaven string energy. That's heaven string energy. Even as their faces flickered with shock, the sinister voice of a young girl rose up from the mists below. It sounded bizarre and cruel, and filled the entire world. The heaven string energy hath been harvested by your disciples. Henceforth, this place shall be called the 9 Serenities Ghost Domain. In the future, do not set foot in this place. Any who violate this prescript will have their entire sect exterminated. As soon as the voice rang out, Ouyang Jia and the others coughed up mouthfuls of blood. The voice crashed in their ears like thunder as they were forcefully ejected from the world. Bane spirit! They cried in alarm. The pressure they felt was something that exceeded the nascent soul stage. Trembling, hearts battered by waves of shock, they retreated at full speed, simultaneously sending word back to their sections. The fallen sword world has been transformed into the 9 Serenities Ghost Domain. Furthermore, one of the Bane souls awakened and became a Bane spirit. The heaven string energy was taken away? Who? Which disciple of which sect got it? Does that mean someone reached Heavendao Foundation establishment? Even as they fled, the former fallen sword world, which was now the 9 Serenities Ghost Domain, filled up with mist. Standing in the mist was a girl in a white dress, holding a skinless, shrunken version of Xiaochun. At first she was looking up into the sky, but then she lowered her eyes to gaze at the tens of thousands of Bane souls in the area. All of them were prostrating themselves to her. Not a single sound could be heard. As for Xiaochun, his eyes were filled with incredible terror and pain. Standing next to the girl in the white dress was a pretty young woman with expressionless eyes, a puppet. She was none other than Gong Sunwaner. There was no poison upon her anymore, nor any centipedes. The human-faced spider had transformed into mist and vanished. She was now completely clean and empty, inside and out. Ah, you don't want to stay and play with me, big bro? The girl said, her voice sinister and bizarre. Well, that's fine. I'll be able to leave this place soon, then I can come find you. I'll show you how pretty this new dress of mine is. The girl chuckled and looked over at Gong Sunwaner. The fact that the fallen sword world had been transformed into the 9 Serenities Ghost Domain was a major event in the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world. What had once been a Foundation establishment Holy Land was now a domain of terror. Furthermore, one of the Bane souls had awakened and turned into a terrifying, sentient Bane spirit. Even the elders of the 4 sects were left jumpy at the thought of it. However, there was nothing that could be done about the matter. Although the matter would influence the 4 sects to some degree, it wasn't a huge loss. Furthermore, it was a joint loss to all 4 sections. What was most astonishing of all was the information confirmed by the voice of the girl: the heaven string energy had been taken. That meant someone must have reached Heavendao Foundation establishment. Who was it? Which sect and which disciple got the heaven string energy? Damn it! If it was one of the other 3 sects, that means they'll have a Heavendao Foundation establishment disciple. We need to kill that person when they're weak. If they reach core formation, they'll be a force not easily stopped. It was definitely our bloodstream sect. Ha ha ha. Now we have both Patriarch Limitless and another top-level cultivator. The 4 elders immediately used transmission jade slips to get the information back to their sects as quickly as possible. At the same time, they tried to make contact with the disciples who had been teleported out of the fallen sword world. Unfortunately, they soon found that the fluctuations caused by the teleportation made communication impossible. Soon, the Bloodstream sect, Profound Stream sect, Spirit Stream sect and Pill Stream sect were sent a huge commotion. Even the patriarchs of the sect were shaken. Large numbers of Foundation establishment Dharma protectors and elders were dispatched. Even prime elders were sent out. No effort was spared to track down the disciples who had been teleported out to random locations. All they had to do was find one disciple, and they should be able to get information about what had occurred in the fallen sword world. Most importantly, everyone wanted to know who got the heaven string energy. In the Spirit Stream sect, the founding patriarch personally passed down orders which sent countless inner sect disciples and Foundation establishment elders into action. Even outer sect disciples were called upon. They flew out from both the South Bank and the North Bank, spreading out with one mission: find the disciples who had been teleported out of the fallen sword abyss. As soon as a single one was located, they were to report back to the sect immediately. The first person to be located was not one of the numerous disciples from the Spirit Stream sect, but rather, one of the 5 remaining Pill Stream sect disciples. The Pill Stream sect had sent 80 disciples into the fallen sword world, and more than 90% of them had been killed. Luckily for the Pill Stream sect, one of the 5 disciples who made it out alive happened to be teleported to a location just outside of the Pill Stream sect itself. When the Pill Stream sect elders and sect leader arrived, they found an extremely weak disciple, his energy almost completely drained. Fellow disciples immediately supported him, pouring their own spiritual power into him so that he could speak. Trembling, eyes flickering with fear, he weakly explained, "Dead. They're all dead. Eldest brother Fong Lin was killed. Zhao Ro is also dead. All of them were exterminated by Xiaochun from the Spirit Stream sect." Xiaochun completed 9 tide flows. He and Song Ke fought over the heaven string energy, and he reached Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. The disciples' words left the Pill Stream sect cultivators, and even the elders and the sect leader, completely shaken. Gasps could be heard, and eyes went wide with disbelief. Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. Xiaochun? Spirit Stream sect? The sect leader's eyes flickered, and he grimly said, "Immediately send word to all of our spies in the Spirit Stream sect. Tell them to find Xiaochun and kill him. Spare no effort whatsoever. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 168, Incognito. Chapter 168, Incognito. The Pill Stream sect ordered all of their spies into action, hoping to be the first to find Xiaochun. If they did, they would spare no cost whatsoever to kill him. As for the other 3 sects, they mobilized large forces to search for the disciples who were currently missing. As all that was happening, something else occurred on the Eastwood continent, in a jungle-covered mountain range not too far from Eastwood City. Next to one particularly large tree, the air rippled with teleportation fluctuations, and then Xiaochun appeared, staggering out at a near run. As soon as he was out in the open, he leaned over and vomited noisily. What kind of teleportation was that supposed to be? Nearly lost my poor little life in the process. Xiaochun's face was ashen, and he was panting. What he didn't know was that past teleportations he had experienced had been performed with weakened teleportation power in order to make them as comfortable as possible. In contrast, the teleportation which had pulled him out of the fallen sword abyss was fully powered. All of the portals set up by the 4 sects were like that. In a moment of grave crisis, the most important thing was to teleport the targets out as quickly as possible. A forcible teleportation like that would actually knock most people unconscious. After emptying his stomach, Xiaochun felt a bit better, although he was still so dizzy that he was seeing stars. Leaning up against the tree, he looked around and realized he had no idea where he was. From what Elder Ouyang Jie had explained, he knew that he could be just about anywhere. I should be back on the Eastwood continent though, he thought, massaging his temples. Then he recalled the little hand and the strange voice he had heard just before being teleported away, and his heart filled with fear. Trembling, he resolved to never, ever go back to the fallen sword abyss. Still trying to catch his breath, he sat down on a nearby log and looked down at his tattered garments. By this point, they were so damaged and bloodstained it wasn't even possible to identify them as the robes of the Spirit Stream sect. He wanted to change them, but unfortunately, didn't have a spare set in his bag of holding. The fallen sword abyss was so brutal. As he thought back to everything that had occurred, his scalp began to tingle. What was especially frightening was how everyone had almost gone insane in their desire to kill him. And then there was the vicious, savage battle with Song Quebec. In the end, he sighed. Why do cultivators always end up fighting and killing? Sighing, he probed his cultivation base, and found that his roiling spiritual seas were gradually turning golden. By this point, the process was about 30% complete. Ha ha ha. Heaven Dao Foundation Establishment. In his excitement, he forgot about the brutality of the fallen sword world. The idea of 500 years of longevity caused his eyes to shine. Flicking his sleeve and sticking his chin up, he proudly said, I, by Xiaochun, am truly a consummate chosen. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. After laughing loudly for a while, he cleared his throat. I guess I should probably go figure out where I am, but... Something else he found interesting was that although his cultivation base was getting stronger and stronger, the aura it emitted was getting weaker and weaker. It was almost as if, because his spiritual seas were climbing to the Heaven Dao Foundation establishment level, all of the pressure and energy they would normally radiate was now focusing inward. At the moment, anyone who sensed his aura would place him at the 9th level of Qi condensation. As the process continued, he had the feeling that his cultivation base aura would eventually disappear altogether, and he would seem like a mortal. Only when the process was complete would he experience a heaven-rending, earth-crushing explosion of power. It should be finished in 2 days or so, he thought excitedly. With that, he put the matters of his cultivation base aside. Next, he produced a jade slip to try to transmit a message to the sect. Unfortunately, the jade slip had been damaged during the teleportation process. Although the teleportation energy had already faded away, it seemed that he would temporarily be unable to make contact with the sect. Feeling a bit annoyed, he put the jade slip away and then transformed into a beam of light that shot up into the sky and then off into the distance. It didn't take long for him to realize that with his current cultivation base power, he could fly much more quickly than before. He was soon out of the mountain range, whereupon he caught sight of an enormous city off in the distance. The city walls were very imposing, and were constructed from greenish-colored bricks. Furthermore, each and every brick seemed to be inscribed with magical symbols that formed a spell formation. The spell formation sent light streaming up high into the sky, seemingly connecting the city to the heavens themselves. A huge green vortex could be seen up above, with lightning occasionally dancing back and forth within it. There was also pressure weighing down which restricted the cultivation bases of any cultivators that entered the city, making it impossible for them to fly. The city was huge, enough to house at least 10 million people, and had 4 main gates which were constantly packed with floods of people going in and out. In front of each of the city gates were enormous stone steels, inscribed with calligraphy as flamboyant as dancing dragons and swirling phoenixes. Eastwood City. Bai Xiaochun gaped in shock for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. This was the biggest city in the territory controlled by the Spirit Stream sect. It was actually considered part of the Spirit Stream sect, and was operated by the 10 most powerful cultivator clans on the Eastwood continent. It had a history stretching back 10,000 years, and was home to not only hosts of cultivators, but mortals as well. In addition to the 10 great cultivator clans, there was also a disciple of the Spirit Stream sect stationed there as an official emissary, responsible for keeping the peace among the clans. That was the exact position Du Lingfei had been sent here years ago to fill. Although she only had a Qi condensation cultivation base, she represented the foundation establishment elder who was also stationed there. The elder rarely made public appearances, leaving most of the duties to Du Lingfei to handle. Her primary task was to keep the 10 great clans in check. Elder sister Du was sent here a while back as an emissary. I haven't seen her in such a long time. Bai Xiaochun's heart warmed at the thought of Du Lingfei, and he couldn't help but picture her looking shy and angry at the same time. I can't just walk straight in. I'll sneak in incognito and check things out first. After all these years, I wonder if my boo stepped out on me and found another man. Eyebrow cocked craftily, he shot through the air toward Eastwood City. 1. As he neared, he could sense that flying was restricted. How annoying. I'm a prestige disciple. I'm the junior brother of the sect leader. Eastwood City belongs to the Spirit Stream sect, so therefore, it's mine by right. I can't believe I'm not allowed to fly. Grumbling all the way, he landed on the ground and headed toward the city gate. There was quite a line, and he didn't feel right cutting in front, so he went to the back. Before long, he worked his way up to the gate itself, where he paid a small spirit stone tax to enter. No one paid much attention to him. All they cared about was the spirit stones. Apparently, they were confident that no one would cause any trouble. Eastwood City is so big. I can't believe they still charge a spirit stone tax to get in. Bai Xiaochun was not very pleased about what was happening. Considering his status, it was really a loss of face. Coughing dryly, he clasped his hands behind his back and strutted through the gate. Once inside, the sight of the countless towering buildings caused him to gasp. Everything was huge. The roads were paved with limestone, every slab of which emanated spiritual energy. The buildings were decorated with gold and jade, carved with dragons and phoenixes, and were completely extraordinary to behold. Everything was festooned with beautiful pearls and spirit stones. The glow of magic rose up everywhere, creating an air of luxury that almost physically buffeted Bai Xiaochun in the face. This place. He swallowed as he took in the beauty and luxury. Vehicles trundled back and forth in the streets, and people could be seen everywhere. He almost felt like he was in a different world. As for the residents of the city, they dressed in silks and satins, and looked very impressive as they walked to and fro. Regardless of the level of their cultivation base, they seemed very proud and lofty. Unlike the mortals in smaller cities and villages, the mortals here didn't seem scared or impressed at all by the cultivators around them. As he walked along, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp in shock at all the things he was seeing. After all, he had been raised in a village, and after that, spent all his time in the sect. He had never been to a big city like this before. Of course, considering how he was looking around, he stuck out from the crowd, and the passing cultivators looked over with disdainful expressions, taking him to be a country bumpkin. Some of them noticed how his clothing was ripped and torn, and even stained with blood. Realizing that he was probably someone that shouldn't be provoked, they quickly got out of his way. I never could have imagined how incredible this place is. The more he saw, the more excited he got. The sheer luxury of the place caused him to sigh, and he was already trying to figure out how to get the sect to transfer him here. Continuing to sigh, he passed one certain shop, and was suddenly riveted in place. It was a clothing shop, filled with garments of every color and style possible, all of them beautifully tailored and embroidered. Even the lowest quality garments were amazingly crafted. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but muse that the clothing here was far better looking than anything from back in the sect. Eyes shining, he walked into the shop. There were a few people inside, browsing through the selection of clothing. As soon as Bai Xiaochun entered, a couple of them looked over, and when they saw his dilapidated robes, looks of derision appeared on their faces. However, they could sense the aura of the 7th level of qi condensation on him, so they quickly looked away. There was one young man, dressed in luxurious garments, whose eyes went wide as soon as he saw Bai Xiaochun. For a brief moment, a strange gleam could be seen in his eyes before he averted his gaze. Meanwhile, a smiling salesperson approached by Xiaochun and began to show him around. This heavenly dragon robe is made from heavenwater anaconda skin. After being cured with 81 types of medicinal plants, it was decorated by a grandmaster of embroidery. There's a spell formation hidden inside that provides resistance against all water-type magical techniques. Oh, that 1,000 leaves coat is crafted from 1,000 different types of spirit leaves. A secret magic was used to tailor it, and when you wear it, you'll be surrounded by the fragrance of plants and vegetation. After wearing it for some time, you'll naturally exude the fragrance of spirit medicine. Oh, this piece, Bai Xiaochun nodded, feeling a garment here and there, falling in love with everything he looked at. At the same time, the young man in the luxurious garments finally looked up. Smiling, he walked over to Bai Xiaochun, clasped hands, and bowed. Salutations, brother. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. 1. In Chinese, Bai Xiaochun gives Du Lingfei a nickname that is a play on words based on her surname. It actually sounds very cute in Chinese, the type of nickname that you would give to your lover/wife. I'm using Bu since it rhymes with Du and is also a cutesy nickname, right arrow curving left dot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169, Ho Yunqing Never Lies. Chapter 169, Ho Yunqing Never Lies. Surprised, Bai Xiaochun turned to look at the young man. I am your humble servant, Ho Yunqing, the young man said politely, a broad smile covering his face. I happen to be the owner of this little shop. Brother, I can see that you're an extraordinary person, a dragon amongst men. If you see something you like, brother, just take it, on the house. Think of it as a gift between friends. 1. Are you serious? Bai Xiaochun looked at Ho Yunqing, blinking. Of course I'm serious. Ho Yunqing never lies. Bai Xiaochun responded with a sarcastic chuckle. Having no reason to refuse a free gift, he casually pointed at the heavenly dragon robe. The salesperson looked at Ho Yunqing, who smiled and nodded. The salesperson shrugged in disbelief as he handed the heavenly dragon robe over to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun threw it on, and immediately looked completely different than before. Ho Yunqing laughed heartily and said, Brother, the heavenly dragon robe definitely suits you perfectly. It almost looks as if it was custom tailored just for you. You really know how to pick clothes for yourself. You think so too? Bai Xiaochun replied, smoothing out the robe. He was very pleased, and couldn't help but think that the clothes they wore back at the sect were far too shabby. He had already fallen in love with this new world of luxury and sensual pleasure. Ho Yunqing was so taken aback by Bai Xiaochun's response that he didn't know what to say next. Finally, he cleared his throat and changed the subject. Brother, there's a banquet tonight here in Eastwood City. Emissary Du Lingfei from the Spirit Stream sect has reached the end of her commission and will be returning to her sect, so a big banquet is being held in her honor. If you don't have anything else to do, brother, why don't you come along? It'll be a lot of fun. Bai Xiaochun looked at Ho Yunqing with an enigmatic smile for a moment and then voiced his agreement. Ho Yunqing knew that he was being a bit presumptuous, but also wanted to take advantage of the golden opportunity which had presented itself, and didn't have time to come up with any better tactics. Smiling, he led Bai Xiaochun out of the shop and onto the street. As soon as they stepped out, Bai Xiaochun noticed that they were being followed by 8 bodyguards, all of whom were in the 5th level of qi condensation. They were rogue cultivators, but they clearly were adept killers, as they radiated powerful murderous auras. Ho Yunqing looked at Bai Xiaochun out of the corner of his eye and said, You know, Emissary Du Lingfei from the Spirit Stream sect is as beautiful as an immortal. Not only is her cultivation base very high, she's spectacularly good-looking. In fact, she's one of the top 10 goddesses in the Eastwood continent. With her as emissary here, the 10 clans maintained completely harmonious relations. Not a single problem ever cropped up. She handled her duties with great finesse. This was Bai Xiaochun's first time hearing about Du Lingfei's affairs in Eastwood City, and he was immediately intrigued. She sounds incredible. Oh, she's incredible, all right. Very incredible. Famous young men from cultivator clans all over the Eastwood continent have tried to earn her favor. In my opinion, though, there isn't a single clan that's worthy of her. Only few people in the Spirit Stream sect itself could be counted deserving. To be honest, there's really only one person good enough for her. Hou Yunqing sighed. Who's that? Bai Xiaochun asked, blinking. Oh, he's a rare chosen in the Spirit Stream sect, the type that only comes along once every 10,000 years. He's a prestige disciple, and the junior brother of the sect leader. His name has rocked both the north and south banks of the Spirit Stream sect, and he's popular among countless disciples. His name is Bai Xiaochun. Hou Yunqing's expression was one of reverence, although he seemed to be working hard to suppress his zeal. As for the bodyguards, they all had strange expressions on their faces. They had worked for Hou Yunqing for many years, but this was their first time hearing him speak like this. They couldn't help but look over at Bai Xiaochun, curiosity gnawing at their hearts. Bai Xiaochun coughed dryly. Looking very thoughtful, he said, "You're right, Bai Xiaochun truly is extraordinary." Then he gave Hou Yunqing another enigmatic smile. Either Hou Yunqing didn't notice Bai Xiaochun's thoughtful look, or he did notice and pretended not to. Extraordinary? He continued excitedly. He's more than that. He's a true chosen, a superstar, the type of person all the female disciples in the Spirit Stream sect want as a Taoist partner. As for the male disciples, they all want to be his friend. He's the jewel of the Spirit Stream sect. I've even heard some people say that after coming back from the Foundation Establishment Holy Lands, he's reached Earthstream Foundation Establishment. A person like that is like a full moon on a dark night. All people can do is look up at him in amazement. What a pity that my own latent talent is just average. Otherwise, I'd go looking for him myself and offer to be his follower for life, to be at his beck and call at all hours of the day. Bai Xiaochun was almost blushing by this point. However, Hou Yunqing seemed really caught up in his excitement, and Bai Xiaochun didn't want to interrupt him. Therefore, he allowed him to keep speaking in this vein for quite some time, even giving him an encouraging look now and then. Hou Yunqing kept it up all the way to the banquet, coming up with new and flowery ways to praise Bai Xiaochun the entire time. At one point, he ran out of things to say, but Bai Xiaochun gave him an encouraging look, and he gritted his teeth and racked his brains to come up with more. The non-stop talking was rather exhausting. As Bai Xiaochun and Hou Yunqing were heading toward the banquet, large numbers of disciples and elders from the Spirit Stream sect were out scouring the Eastwood continent. Their main goal was to track down the disciples who had been teleported out of the fallen sword abyss, and find out what exactly had occurred. A group of inner sect disciples was making their way along the edge of a jungle when they happened to find a disciple who had been knocked unconscious during the teleportation process. They quickly revived him. The first words that came out of his mouth were enough to shock all of the rescuers. Sect Uncle Bai Xiaochun reached Heavendao Foundation Establishment. The words struck the hearts of the listeners like bolts of lightning. All of them gasped. It was earth-shattering news, so without the slightest hesitation, they sent messages back to the sect. Soon, more and more disciples who had been teleported out of the fallen sword abyss turned up. Furthermore, the news that was getting sent back to the sect was all the same. Bai Xiaochun had reached Heavendao Foundation Establishment. He had struck despair into the hearts of the disciples of the other three sections. He had slaughtered Zhao Rou and Fong Lin of the Pillstream sect, had seriously injured Nine Isles, had successfully wrested all the Heaven String energy from Song Ke, and had risen to Heavendao Foundation Establishment, but some people were even saying that he had killed Lei Shan from the Profound Stream sect. As the information trickled back, the Spirit Stream sect was thrown into a huge commotion. The elders, the 7 peak lords, the sect leader, all of them were both stunned and, at the same time, wildly elated. Earlier, they had been nervous, unsure of which disciple from which sect had reached Heavendale Foundation establishment. In fact, many had been convinced that it would be someone from the Bloodstream sect. Word had even been sent to the spies in the Bloodstream sect to try to kill certain disciples there. But now, everyone was shaken to find that the person who had reached Heavendale Foundation establishment actually came from the Spirit Stream sect. And it was by Xiaochun. Li Qingho and the sect leader were beside themselves with joy. The prime elders were completely shaken. Next, the entire sect was mobilized, with one mission. Find by Xiaochun. Immediately send word back to the sect if you do. Protect him and escort him home. At the same time, the Spirit Stream sect locked down all disciples who were suspected of being spies. They were well aware that once the other 3 sects got word of what had occurred, they would do anything to try to kill Bai Xiaochun. The cultivator clans in the area were closely connected to the Spirit Stream sect, and as such, it was essentially impossible to keep word from spreading. Soon, everyone had caught wind of what was going on. The patriarchs of the various clans were completely shaken. Eyes bloodshot, they sent the members of their clans out in all directions to try to find Bai Xiaochun. After all, they knew that he could have been teleported anywhere on the Eastwood continent. If they got lucky and he was teleported into their territory, and they found him first, they would be able to invite him to visit their clan personally. That would be a huge honor in and of itself, considering he was a Heavendale Foundation establishment cultivator now. There would also be the possibility of some of their clan members striking up friendships with him, which would also be of enormous benefit to the clan. Even more enticing than that, though, was the possibility that Bai Xiaochun might take a liking to one of the female clan members, and take her as a Taoist partner. If that happened, not even the sect leader would be able to do anything about it. Dispatch everyone. Find him. Bai Xiaochun might have been teleported into our territory. As the cultivator clans were dispatching people to search, Bai Xiaochun and Hou Yunqing finally arrived at the banquet. It was being hosted in a sprawling mansion that covered over 10 acres of land. The walls were magnificently decorated, and the grounds were filled with pine trees and decorative rock formations. In one area near the center, pavilions had been set up, as well as a 3-story pagoda that looked almost like a palace. Decorated with dragons and phoenixes, it was tasteful and elegant, yet clearly wildly expensive. A din of voices could be heard, and servants bustled back and forth carrying all sorts of fine liquor and fresh fruit to the elegantly attired guests. There were well over 100 guests present, men and women, young and old. Some sat alone, others in groups of 3 to 5. Guards were posted at the main entrance, where a valet cheerfully greeted the new arrivals. For those he didn't recognize, he would accept their invitation cards, make a record of their arrival, and then show them inside. As soon as Hou Yunqing appeared, the valet greeted him respectfully and escorted him inside. Bai Xiaochun walked along by his side, looking around curiously at the banquet. This was his first time attending such an affair. One of the first things he saw was a muscular man off in the distance, chatting and laughing with a pretty young woman as they all walked along toward Hou Yunqing. The man wore a long violet robe that was clearly very expensive. His face had a healthy glow to it, and he wore rings of holding on all of his fingers. 7 or 8 jade pendants could be seen on his person, and he looked every bit like a rich playboy. Back in chapter 144, Hou Yunfei mentioned Hou Yunqing, a close relative in his clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, Goddess Lingfei. Chapter 170, Goddess Lingfei. The young woman wore makeup that made her seem young and pure. However, there was something about her that made it obvious she was a paid courtesan, which lessened her appeal. Overall, though, she was quite beautiful. Smiling, the burly man hurried over to lead Ho Yunqing to a nearby table. "Brother Yunqing, I've been waiting for you. Come, come. Have a seat with me." Only when Ho Yunqing gave an apologetic look to Bai Xiaochun did the burly man finally notice him. "You must be new around here," he said with a smile. "But you're a guest nonetheless. Any friend of Yunqing's is a friend of mine. I'm Li Yudao. This banquet is being held by my Li clan in honor of emissary Lingfei. It was a bit rushed, so things aren't as well planned out as they should have been. Please, forgive me for any inadequacies." Looking very pleased with himself, he pulled Ho Yunqing and Bai Xiaochun over to the tables, where they all sat down. The young woman sat down quietly next to Li Yudao, looking very lovely and demure. "Things really were far too rushed," Li Yudao said. "The only beverage I could get my hands on was the spirit alcohol brewed from Tier 1 high-grade spirit medicine. If I'd had more time, I could definitely have procured some product made from Tier 2 high-grade spirit medicine." He sighed, and yet, it was impossible for him to cover up the look of pride on his face. He and Ho Yunqing had been secretly competing with each other for years, and at long last he had this chance to put him in his place. It was at this point that the young woman sitting next to Li Yudao spoke up. "Yudao," she said flirtatiously, "don't be so modest. It would be hard to find another clan in the Eastwood continent that would entertain so many people with spirit alcohol brewed from Tier 1 high-grade spirit medicine. Even a small glass could be sold for several hundred spirit stones." Her flattery was like music to Li Yudao's ears. "Ah, what are a few hundred spirit stones?" he said. "It's just spirit alcohol. Come, come, Yunqing. You and your friend have to try this stuff. It's really hard to find it anywhere in Eastwood City." With that, he waved a servant over to fill glasses for Ho Yunqing and Bai Xiaochun. Ho Yunqing looked a bit embarrassed. Despite the fact that his clan was quite well off, he had only ever once tried spirit alcohol brewed from Tier 1 high-grade spirit medicine. After hesitating for a moment, he smiled wryly and took a sip. Bai Xiaochun looked at the alcohol curiously. After sniffing it, he couldn't help but be disappointed. Clearly, the impurity levels were quite high. Li Yudao seemed very satisfied to see Ho Yunqing's reaction, but when he saw the expression on Bai Xiaochun's face, he was less than pleased. After looking him up and down, he decided that, not only would he put Ho Yunqing in his place, he would crush his friend at the same time. "Brother, are you not satisfied? Ah, don't worry. This banquet we're throwing for Goddess Lingfei is a bit rushed, but we still managed to get some rare foods to serve. I've heard that Goddess Lingfei always talks about how much she misses the Spirit Stream sect. Therefore, the Li clan has spent a lot of money to get some spirit tail chickens to remind her of her home. Men, serve the spirit tail chicken." Laughing heartily, he waved his hand, and a servant rushed over carrying a golden platter. There on the platter was a fully roasted spirit tail chicken. The platter itself looked quite expensive, and as for the 3-colored spirit tails, they were arranged very artistically. The chicken had been roasted to a deep amber color, and looked extraordinary. Apparently, it had just come out of the oven, causing a wonderful aroma to fill the area. Quite a few other guests looked over in shock. A spirit tail chicken. Wow, the Li clan is so rich. Every table gets a spirit tail chicken? Look, those clearly weren't raised around here. Where did they come from? Hearing the reactions of those sitting in the area, Bai Xiaochun blinked in surprise. Isn't that just a spirit tail chicken? As soon as the words left his mouth, the beautiful young woman sitting next to Li Yudao scornfully said, "Prince Yunqing, your friend here really knows how to run his mouth. Isn't that just a spirit tail chicken? It makes it seem like he's eaten a lot of them." Li Yudao looked gravely at the young woman, as if he didn't approve of her tone. However, the truth was that he also felt that Bai Xiaochun was trying to be a big show-off. Inwardly, he was starting to get irritated, but outwardly, he made a polite explanation. "Friend, I'm afraid you don't understand. These spirit-tail chickens aren't ordinary in any way. They weren't raised by my Li clan, they're from the Spirit Stream sect. More specifically, they're from the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect. Even though his words were spoken softly, many people in the area heard them, and soon, gasps rang out. Even Hou Yunqing couldn't hold back from gasping at Li Yudao's display of wealth. Li Yudao was very pleased at the reaction he was getting from Hou Yunqing in the crowd. Looking very proud of himself, he continued to offer further explanation. The spirit-tail chickens from the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect were rare enough to begin with. However, a few years ago, a bandit known as the chicken-thieving fiend caused a sharp decline in production. Nowadays, spirit-tail chickens from the south bank can only be acquired at auction, and for an extraordinary price at that. They're very easy to identify. They have green bones and beautiful tail feathers. They look completely different from other types of chickens. However, he lamented, thanks to that despicable chicken-thieving fiend and his demented crime spree, the South Bank spirit-tail chickens nearly went extinct. With that, he proceeded to curse and revile the chicken-thieving fiend. His female companion joined in, until all of the surrounding guests were echoing their sentiments. In response to everyone rebuking the chicken-thieving fiend, Xiaochun cleared his throat awkwardly. It was at this point that a new group of people arrived, a group of handsome elite clan members from the cultivator clans, who were clustered around a young woman. She wore a long white gown that resembled a blooming lotus, had the fairest of skin, and had her long hair coiled up and bound with a silver hairpin. She wore pearls and jewelry, and walked with a gentle grace. The starlight which reflected in her eyes made her look even more beautiful. Unfortunately, her exquisite beauty was somewhat marred because of her furrowed brow. Apparently she was concerned with some important matter. And yet, she did her best to put a smile on her face as she conversed in a low tone with one of the young men escorting her. Although the young man did his best to conceal it, it was possible to see the passion in his eyes as he listened to her. That young woman was none other than Du Lingfei. She immediately became the focus of all attention. Furthermore, there was something about her, some energy or power that made everyone in her presence feel the urge to bow their heads. Despite how many people were clustered around her, Xiaochun instantly caught sight of her. At first, he almost looked like he was in a daze. They hadn't seen each other for years, but she somehow seemed more familiar to him than ever. And yet, she was more beautiful than before. There was also something a bit more noble about her, perhaps something that had come from holding a position of power for so long. She definitely seemed different from the rude and unreasonable beauty she had been when they'd first met. And yet, as the moments ticked by, that old version of Du Lingfei and this newer, more beautiful one slowly merged together. Xiaochun had grown in their time apart, and so had she. Thanks to her subtle control of affairs in Eastwood City, the cultivator clans were in harmony, something that most outsiders found unbelievable. Goddess Lingfei. Li Yudao said, his eyes flickering with infatuation. Back when he'd first laid eyes on her, he had been somewhat attracted to her. However, it was only thanks to her deft manipulation of the cultivator clans that he came to be fully infatuated. The courtesan sitting next to him paled in comparison, and she clearly knew that. In the face of the powerful Du Lingfei, she had no choice other than to lower her head. At this point, Hou Yunqing leaned over to Xiaochun and quietly said, Goddess Lingfei came to Eastwood City with nothing. I remember her often gazing back in the direction of the Spirit Stream sect, thinking about something. Who would have ever thought that she would do so well for herself? None of the past emissaries ever accomplished what she has. She kept the peace between the clans, bringing about a harmony the likes of which has never been seen before. Supposedly, some of the clan patriarchs were so impressed that they convinced the Spirit Stream sect to renew her emissary commission several times over. Even as Li Yudao stared at her with glittering eyes, and Hou Yunqing was murmuring to Xiaochun, Du Lingfei finished speaking to the young man next to her. Just as she was about to take a step forward, her gaze pierced through the crowd to land on Li Yudao's table. Her eyes went wide, and a tremor of disbelief ran through her. All of a sudden, it seemed as if everyone around her had vanished, leaving only one person behind in her world. Breathing heavily, she started walking in the direction of the table. Everyone was shocked to see her acting this way, especially Li Yudao, who shot to his feet, trembling. She's actually coming over to see me. His mind began to spin, and his heart began to pump wildly. Unable to prevent the joy from filling his face, he immediately began to walk toward her. "Goddess Lingfei," he said. Even as he prepared more words to say, Du Lingfei walked right by without even sparing him a passing glance. His jaw dropped, and he looked stiffly over his shoulder to see Du Lingfei stop in front of the table and look at one person in particular. "By Xiaochun, you're here." Even the way she stood there was enticing. Her eyes were beautiful, like shining moons, and everyone who looked at her couldn't prevent their hearts from surging with passion. The instant she spoke by Xiaochun's name, the clamor of the banquet transformed into utter silence. Trembling, people began to turn to look at Bai Xiaochun. Everyone knew that Bai Xiaochun was a prestige disciple of the Spirit Stream sect and the junior brother of the sect leader. The latest news was that he had recently gone to one of the Foundation establishment Holy Lands. "Yeah, I'm here," he said, smiling. All of a sudden, he recalled that moment in the cave when they were fleeing from the Luochen, how she had sat next to the fire, her face ashen and yet oh so beautiful. Ho Yunqing plastered a look of surprise on his face. Taking several dramatic steps backward, and stumbling down to his knees in the process, he pointed his finger and raised his voice as loud as possible. Why you're Bai Xiaochun." It was at that exact same moment that people from the various cultivator clans began to pull jade slips out of their holding items, as news came in from their clans. Within moments, the surprise which had just gripped their heart turned into massive waves of shock. People began to gasp and look over at Bai Xiaochun, their minds reeling. All of the various jade slips contained similar information. Bai Xiaochun reached Heavendao Foundation establishment. Any clan member who meets him should treat him with utter respect. Immediately notify the clan for a hefty reward. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, Assassinate Bai Xiaochun. Chapter 171, Assassinate Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun looked around at the flabbergasted crowd of cultivator clan members, and mused about how glorious the situation was. From the expression of utter shock on Ho Yunqing's face, it seemed as if he had only just now realized the shocking identity of the person he had befriended. Although Bai Xiaochun found his behavior a bit servile, it still felt good to receive such treatment. Coughing dryly, he patted Ho Yunqing on the shoulder and said, "All right, enough with the act. Your big bro Ho Yunfei told me about you a while ago." Ho Yunqing rose to his feet, looking a bit embarrassed. The truth was that because of his place in the Ho clan, he had recognized Bai Xiaochun the instant he set foot in his shop. The Ho clan had long since passed out information throughout the clan about Bai Xiaochun. Ho Yunqing knew that his clan brother and sister were both on good terms with Bai Xiaochun, and he himself had hoped to somehow make friends with him, but had never been able to. When the chance suddenly arose to get close to an important person like Bai Xiaochun, he had to strike while the iron was hot. Of course, when flattering someone, the best thing was not to be too direct. That way, the target of the flattery would feel more comfortable, as would the flatterer. And that was why things had played out the way they did on the way to the banquet. Actually, Ho Yunqing had been prepared for the possibility that Bai Xiaochun would see through his ruse. In fact, Bai Xiaochun's enigmatic smiles along the way caused Ho Yunqing to come to that very conclusion. However, that didn't prevent him from continuing to lay on the flattery as thick as possible. Bai Xiaochun looked at Du Lingfei, and she looked back at him. However, there was no time to sit around and reminisce. People from the cultivator clans immediately began to flock around Bai Xiaochun, offering formal greetings in extremely respectful tones, each one more enthusiastic than the one before. When Du Lingfei saw so many people jumping at the chance to meet Bai Xiaochun, and how he stood there proudly with his hands clasped behind his back, she couldn't help but smile and think back to everything that had happened when they were being chased by the Luochen clan. Mixed emotions soon swirled within her eyes, and she sighed. However, even in the middle of her sigh, her expression suddenly flickered, and she walked over to stand next to Bai Xiaochun. The moment she stepped forward, Bai Xiaochun sensed something, and looked up. There in the air not too far away, 3 beams of light were approaching at breakneck speed. 3 cultivators came into view, 2 men and a woman. All of them were bursting with killing intent, and shockingly, all of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators. Prepare to die, Bai Xiaochun. As they closed in on the area, they fell into a triangular formation, and then unleashed a powerful attack that not only erupted with extermination power, but also contained a noxious black mist. A black cloud formed, within which could be seen a flying sword, a drum, and a battle axe. All 3 of them were powerful magical items that were aimed directly at Bai Xiaochun. The surrounding cultivators from the various clans were shocked, and began to tremble in fear. When they sensed 3 Foundation Establishment cultivation bases, they cried out in alarm. Foundation Establishment! Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered. His hair stood up on end as a sensation of deadly crisis swept over him. His eyes went wide, and his pupils constricted as he mentally recalled the fallen sword world, and his flight from the Luochen clan. The feeling of proud complacency from moments before had been replaced by veins of steel. You people, want to kill me? His eyes began to shine brightly. It would have been possible to simply dodge the attack unleashed by these 3 assassins, but there were countless innocent bystanders present, as well as Du Lingfei. Furthermore, everyone around him was in chi condensation, whereas the 3 assassins were Foundation Establishment experts. They were only in the Mortal Dao Foundation establishment stage, but their cultivation bases appeared to be near the great circle of early Foundation establishment. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were already bloodshot as he stood there in front of Du Lingfei, and he looked just like he had when facing the Luochen clan. He didn't dodge, nor did he flee. He raised his right hand, and blinding golden light emanated from his entire body. The power of 9 spiritual seas in Heaven Dao Foundation establishment erupted out, causing Bai Xiaochun to seem much larger than he actually was. All of a sudden, a huge illusory palm materialized in front of him, golden in color, which shot forward to block the incoming attack. Shockingly, he was single-handedly blocking the combined attack of 3 Mortal Dao Foundation establishment cultivators. Du Lingfei stood there in a daze, looking at Bai Xiaochun's back. It was almost like the world around her had vanished, and she was once again being chased by the Luochen clan. She seemed conflicted, and it was in that moment that her right hand, which was inside of her sleeve, suddenly turned a bit blurry. A moment later, it was back to normal, looking fair and fine like usual. All of this takes some time to describe, but actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. As soon as Bai Xiaochun let loose his counterattack, massive rumbling sounds echoed out, and black cloud unleashed by the 3 assassins was crushed as if by an enormous mountain. As the boom echoed out, the ground beneath Bai Xiaochun's feet cracked and crumbled. Everyone within about 30 meters of him staggered, and some of them coughed up blood. However, none were killed. Being directly protected by Bai Xiaochun, Du Lingfei wasn't hurt at all. However, all of the tables, the decorative rocks, and the pine trees in the area were completely destroyed. The black cloud collapsed, and the flying sword, the drum and the battle axe were sent spinning off to the side. The 3 assassins were clearly shocked that Bai Xiaochun had blocked their attack with a single palm strike. Just as they were about to unleash another attack, Bai Xiaochun's voice echoed out, filled with rage, "You people are courting death." Without a moment's hesitation, he shot through the air toward the group of 3. One of the men tried to fall back, but was too slow. With the help of his wings, Bai Xiaochun appeared in front of him at almost the same moment that he took off, 2 fingers lashing out with the power of the throat-crushing grasp. Instantly, his fingers were on the man's neck. A cracking sound rang out, and the man's eyes went wide. Blood sprayed out of his torn throat as Bai Xiaochun tossed him off to the side to block the other two from retrieving the flying sword and the battle axe. A boom echoed out as the man's corpse exploded into bits, sending blood and gore flying out in all directions. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun turned, piercing through the cloud of gore, his expression matchlessly vicious. The murderous aura which was now exploding out from him had appeared before thanks to the Luochen clan, and had also been seen when he slaughtered countless enemies in the fallen sword abyss. He was out to kill. The surviving man and woman were both Foundation establishment cultivators, but at the moment, their scalps were tingling in fear. The power on display by Bai Xiaochun completely exceeded their expectations. So this is Hebendao Foundation establishment. Exchanging a bitter glance, they turned to flee. Since they couldn't kill Bai Xiaochun, then the only thing they had a mind left to do was get away. However, there was no way Bai Xiaochun would let that happen. Almost at the exact moment that they took to flight, Bai Xiaochun, his eyes even more bloodshot than before, sped into motion. The full power of his Foundation establishment cultivation base erupted, along with the water swamp kingdom. The sky went dark, and a shocking pressure descended, causing the two fleeing assassins to cry out in alarm. Then, Bai Xiaochun's wings flapped, and he left after images behind as he sped toward the man. The man's face fell as he tried to defend himself, but there was no way he could move faster than a fist strike unleashed by someone who had broken through the first shackle of mortality. That fist exploded like thunder, slamming into the man's chest and unleashing unspeakable force. His eyes exploded, and then his organs, his bones, his flesh, and his blood all burst out in chunks in all directions. The last assassin was the woman. Screaming in terror, she tried to flee, and even managed to get about 300 meters away. But then, Bai Xiaochun turned and waved his right index finger through the air. Violet Qi. Cauldron summoning. Boundless violet qi swirled in the air above the woman, rapidly transforming into an enormous violet cauldron. Then, Bai Xiaochun clenched his hand into a fist. The violet cauldron shattered, creating a huge explosion that instantly overwhelmed the woman. In the blink of an eye, she was killed in body and soul. Silence reigned. Everyone in the area was staring in shock and awe at Bai Xiaochun. Although they all had heard that Hebendao Foundation establishment was powerful, none of them could ever have imagined that not only would the Foundation establishment assassins be unable to defeat him, but that he would kill them as easily as turning over his hand. Even as everyone stood there gasping, Du Lingfei's expression turned very grim, and she said, "How did those three get in here? I can't believe the Eastwood City's grand spell formation isn't active. Immediately investigate the records to see which clan is responsible. As the official emissary to this city, I demand an explanation for this matter." The cultivator clans will conduct a thorough search of the entire city, interrogate anyone who seems suspicious. It's likely that those three aren't the only assassins here. Around the same time, numerous beams of light appeared up above. Now that the cultivator clans knew that Bai Xiaochun was in the city, the patriarchs and other leaders were all showing up. When the patriarchs saw the bloody scene down below, their expressions flickered. Then they heard Du Lingfei's words, and their own killing intent began to roil. One of the patriarchs suddenly looked sick as he realized that his clan had been responsible for maintaining the spell formation for the past few months. Fellow Daoist Bai, Goddess Du, the Li clan will definitely investigate this matter to the bitter end. Let the sun and moon bear witness to the fact that we are faithful and true to the Spirit Stream sect. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, I'm sorry, Bai Xiaochun. Chapter 172, I'm sorry, Bai Xiaochun. That night, martial law was imposed on Eastwood City. All of the cultivator clans sprang into action, carrying out a thorough investigation in the entire city. As for Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei, they disappeared into the night. Du Lingfei explained to Bai Xiaochun that her commission was almost over, and there would be no harm in returning to the sect early. As such, she would accompany him on his way back. It was late at night. Stars twinkled in the sky, and the moon hung high and bright. Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei sat on a mountaintop looking out at the stars. Du Lingfei looked even more beautiful than usual under the starlight. Smiling, she looked over at Bai Xiaochun as he recounted the events which had occurred during their years apart. "You wouldn't believe it, Boo. On the south bank, they actually pelted me with stones. Man, that hurt so much. I didn't mean for things in 10,000 Snakes Valley to turn out that way. I just wanted the snakes to look a little cuter. After you get back to the sect, Boo, you definitely have to tell me if you see that damned rabbit. Those guys on the north bank are complete bullies." I got sent to the north bank, alone and impoverished. I scuttled around with my tail between my legs, scared of offending anyone, but they still didn't let me off the hook. As he told his stories of the Spirit Stream sect, Du Lingfei occasionally comforted him and occasionally chuckled. The looks of praise and surprise she gave him got Bai Xiaochun even more worked up. She protested his use of the nickname Boo, and did so more than once, but it didn't do any good. In fact, the more she protested, the more he used it. Boo, boo, boo. Finally, she simply shook her head inside in resignation. Eventually, they found a mountain cave where they settled down for the night. Bai Xiaochun sat down cross-legged to meditate, and after a bit of time passed, a gentle breeze picked up. Strangely, Bai Xiaochun didn't notice the breeze at all. Du Lingfei opened her eyes and looked over at Bai Xiaochun, mixed emotions swirling in her eyes. After a moment, she stood and walked out of the cave to look up at the bright moon up overhead. A gust of wind blew a strand of her hair out of place, and she reached up to tuck it behind her ear. However, when her finger reached the hair, it passed directly through it. Du Lingfei looked at her shimmering index finger, and the complexity in her eyes deepened. Clenching her hand into a fist caused the finger to become solid again, after which she tucked the stray hair into place. Not much time left. Some more time passed. Looking very melancholy, Du Lingfei walked back into the cave and looked at Bai Xiaochun sitting there quietly. Being careful not to jostle him, she sat down by his side and rested her head on his shoulder. After she closed her eyes, a smile appeared on her face. Time passed as they traveled along. 3 days went by, which didn't seem like a very long time for Bai Xiaochun. He fantasized a bit about what it would be like to return to the sect as a Heavendao Foundation establishment expert, and how he would be the center of all attention. Every time he thought about it, he got more excited. Du Lingfei wanted to slow the trip down, but when she saw how excited he was, she simply smiled and held her tongue. On the third day, Bai Xiaochun's foundation establishment cultivation base stabilized, and they were getting very close to the Spirit Stream sect. Deep in the night of the third day, when they were only about a day's journey from the Spirit Stream sect, Du Lingfei suggested that they rest for a bit. They found a mountain cave, where Bai Xiaochun began to recount his terrifying experiences in the fallen sword world. As he spoke, he began to feel tired, and before he realized what was happening, was asleep. Everything was very quiet, with the only sound being the popping and hissing of the little fire they'd built. Inside the cave, the flames cast dancing shadows, and outside, it was pitch black. Everything was very peaceful. Du Lingfei gazed into the fire for a while, then looked over at the sleeping Bai Xiaochun, a soft look in her eyes as she thought back to the past. By this point, she wasn't paying any attention to her physical body, which was starting to shimmer and turn translucent. After a long moment passed, she sighed. Giving Bai Xiaochun a deep look, she rose to her feet, trembling a bit. At this point, she noticed his mouth curve up into a smile as he slept. Apparently he was having a wonderful dream of some sort. Leaning down, she kissed him softly on the lips, then turned and walked out of the cave, a look of determination spreading across her face. As she emerged, the air rippled and distorted as 9 shadowy figures appeared. They were all mysterious and enigmatic, even bizarre, and as they stood there, the air around them shimmered and flickered. Unexpectedly, all 9 of the figures clasped hands and bowed deeply to Du Lingfei. From the respect they showed, they almost seemed like servants. One of the shadowy figures stepped forward and spoke in a raspy voice that almost seemed to emanate from the ancient past. "Junior Matriarch, the task you assigned us has been accomplished. All 11 individuals are right here." With that, he waved his hand, causing 11 severed heads to tumble out. The faces of each and every head were twisted into expressions of terror and disbelief. Shockingly, these were all the spies that had infiltrated Eastwood City with the intention of killing Bai Xiaochun. Du Lingfei ignored the severed heads and the 9 shadowy figures. Turning around, she looked at the slumbering Bai Xiaochun. "Everything about me in the Spirit Stream sect was a sham," she murmured, her eyes glistening as if tears were welling up. "The only real thing was that time when the Luochen clan was chasing us. My mission is accomplished, but for some reason, I'm not happy. I hope you can forgive me. I'm sorry, Bai Xiaochun." As the tears spilled out onto her cheeks, they rolled down her face and transformed into ash which drifted away into the wind. One of the shadowy figures clasped hands and respectfully said, "Junior Matriarch, this mortal body the Patriarch crafted for you won't last for much longer. He sent us here to escort you back. Will you be coming, ma'am?" Du Lingfei continued to look at Bai Xiaochun for a long moment, then nodded lightly. She looked exhausted. Finally, she turned to leave. As she did, her body slowly vanished, transforming into nothing more than smoke. The 9 shadowy figures also vanished. As for the 11 severed heads, they dissolved into ash. The following morning at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight reached into the cave, Bai Xiaochun squinted as he slowly opened his eyes. "I'm thirsty, Boo," he said, yawning. He was a bit surprised. After beginning to practice cultivation, he'd found that he didn't need to sleep as often, but just now, he'd slept for quite a long time. Rubbing his eyes, he stood up and looked around for Du Lingfei. When he didn't see her, he didn't think too much of it. Walking out of the cave, he looked over at the rising sun and then stretched lazily. "I must have tired myself out too much recently. Man, what a good night's sleep." At the moment, he felt more energetic than ever, as though a boundless life force were pulsing inside of him. His 9 spiritual seas were golden through and through, and he was completely and fully in the Heavendao Foundation establishment stage. His aura had ceased to focus inward, and with every breath he took, he could almost hear waves crashing in his spiritual seas. He felt better now than he ever had before, and decided to meditate for a bit, both to familiarize himself with his Heavendao Foundation establishment and its Heavendao aura, and also to wait for Du Lingfei. After 2 hours passed, and Du Lingfei hadn't returned, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, feeling somewhat nervous. Still not back yet? He thought. He pulled out a transmission jade slip and sent a message to her, but it did as much good as throwing a rock into the sea. There wasn't any response at all. What's going on? He shot to his feet and immediately began to search the area. By the time evening fell, he'd looked everywhere, but hadn't found a single trace. Du Lingfei had disappeared. By this point, he was racked with anxiety, and had the feeling that something bad had happened. Face ashen, eyes bloodshot, he expanded his search. "Where are you, Boo? Du Lingfei, where are you? Du Lingfei." He searched for 4 days in a row, looking everywhere he could think of. Soon his hair was disheveled, and he looked like he was losing weight. However, Du Lingfei was nowhere to be found. "Did I say something wrong, Boo? Why are you hiding from me? Tell me. Du Lingfei, come out, wherever you are. What happened?" He was going mad with anxiety by this point. Eventually, he went back to the cave where he had last seen her, and searched the entire place with a fine-toothed comb. Unfortunately, the result was the same as before. He wasn't sure why, but his heart hurt. It felt like someone was ripping it into pieces, and was a feeling the likes of which he had never experienced before. Clutching his hands tightly at the pit of his stomach, he thought back to how he had fallen asleep for no apparent reason, and then his heart sank. Eventually, a blank look appeared in his eyes. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had been away for so long without returning caused the sect to send out even more people to find him. Ho Yunfei led a team, as did other key disciples from the south and north banks. Even Li Qingho helped. When they finally found him, he was sitting outside of that cave, his eyes bloodshot, his face gaunt. He looked bedeviled. When Li Qingho saw him, he felt a twinge of pain at the sight, and asked, "Xiaochun, what's wrong?" Bai Xiaochun shivered. Eyes blank, he turned to look at Li Qingho and murmured, "Uncle Li, Du Lingfei is gone." Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, The World. Chapter 173, The World. As he was escorted back to the Spirit Stream sect, Bai Xiaochun maintained his silence. Occasionally he would look over his shoulder in the direction of the cave where Du Lingfei had gone missing. Li Qingho issued orders for the Spirit Stream sect and the Cultivator clans to search for Du Lingfei. However, not a single clue turned up. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. This strange turn of events was taken seriously even by the higher echelons of the Spirit Stream sect's leadership. Because of the disappearance of Du Lingfei, Bai Xiaochun lost all excitement at having reached Heavendao Foundation establishment. The sect held a grand ceremony, and Bai Xiaochun's name gradually came to be known throughout the entire cultivation world of the eastern lower reaches. News spread about the fierce fighting over Heaven String energy in the Fallen Sword world, and soon, people were saying that Bai Xiaochun had surpassed Master Limitless. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't really care much about all of that. He received a hefty reward from the sect, and when the other disciples looked at him, their eyes shone with respect. Even the prime elders and the patriarchs gazed upon him with admiration. And yet, his heart was filled with disappointment. During the grand ceremony thrown by the sect, Bai Xiaochun revealed the corpses of the disciples who had lost their lives in the Fallen Sword world. Everything went quiet. The peak lords and the sect leader looked on sadly, as did the prime elders from Mount Daoseed. After the ceremony was over, many people realized that Bai Xiaochun seemed a lot quieter than before. It was as if he had forgotten about things such as glory and the pride. People would often see him alone on Fragrant Cloud Peak, looking lost. He was like a different person, and many of the disciples who were close to him felt horrible. Bruiser ran over from the north bank. Apparently he could sense Bai Xiaochun's dark mood, and simply sat next to him to keep him company. Big Fatty Zhang came a few times, but was never sure what to say, and simply sat there sighing. Ho Yunfei also visited to keep him silent company. Ho Xiaomei came to comfort him, as if to remind him that even though Du Lingfei was gone, she was still there. Big Bro Xiaochun, I won't go missing. Su Baokai came with lots of rumors. For instance, Gongsun Wan'er had gone missing, but her soul lamp hadn't burned out. Her brother Gongsun Yun had gone crazy looking for her, but hadn't been able to find her. Su Baokai had talked to all of the disciples who came back from the 3 Foundation Establishment Holy Lands, and had compiled all of the information into a comprehensive report. He also had information about all of the chosen from the other sections. Sect Uncle Bai, you probably didn't hear that while you were in the Fallen Sword world, a chosen unexpectedly rose up in the primordial spirit hollow. He's an amazing disciple from the Pillstream sect. His name is Lin Mu, and he turned out to be a real dark horse in the competition. That Mu character in his name is the same character from the word tomb. He actually mastered the Pillstream sect's most powerful grand magic, the primeval medicinal Dao seed incantation. It was only later that a lot of the Pillstream sect disciples realized that he had secretly planted Dao seeds in them. Eventually, he reached Earthstring Foundation establishment with 8 tide flows. In the Lone Hell Pocket realm, another shocking chosen rose up. Her name is second only to yours, Sect Uncle Bai. She's from the Bloodstream sect, and wears a mask with a plum blossom on it. She completely stomped on everyone else in the Holy Land, and became the second person from the Bloodstream sect after Master Limitless to reach the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment, 9 tide flows. She slaughtered countless other disciples. It was completely brutal. They call her Devil Witch Shu Ma. 1. Now that I think about it, it seems like there was something really strange going on in the Foundation establishment Holy Lands. Dark horses popped up everywhere. Although, you were obviously the most shocking dark horse, Sect Uncle Bai, and the strongest of them all. You reached Heavendal Foundation establishment. This time around, the Spirit Stream sect really took the glory, but... Oh, by the way, before Ghostfong went into secluded meditation, he picked his legacy at the ancestral dark tunnel, and 20 legacy shafts lit up. The entire sect was thrown into an uproar. Thanks to Su Baotsai's detailed information, Bai Xiaochun gradually came to learn about everything that had happened in the Lone Hell Pocket realm and the Arcane Spirit Hollow. Although none of the events in the other 2 Holy Lands were as brutal as the Fallen Sword World, there were still many deaths and casualties. In addition to the information about the other sects, Su Baokai also told him about the other Spirit Stream sect disciples from the other 2 Holy Lands. Zhou Xinqi, Lu Tianlei, Gongsun Yun, Su Song, and several other disciples had all reached Earthstring Foundation establishment. However, none of them had gotten more than 6 tide flows. After returning, all of them were assigned to various positions in the sect, then went into secluded meditation to strive toward the legacy echelon. According to Su Baokai, Ghostfong and Shangguan Tianyu had also chosen to go into secluded meditation. Furthermore, Beihan Lai had become even more famous and important in the sect. As for Ho Yunfei, he had been taken in as an apprentice by one of the prime elders. Everyone had acquired their own good fortune. As for the disciples from the north and south banks who had received help from Bai Xiaochun to reach Earthstring Foundation establishment, none of them were taken as apprentices by prime elders. However, all of them were promoted, becoming elders who took the lead in administering sect affairs. The number of disciples who reached Earthstring Foundation establishment from the Spirit Stream sect vastly outnumbered those from the other sects, giving them much more power and influence within that stage of cultivation. As for Bai Xiaochun, because he had reached Heavendal Foundation establishment, he was named Legacy Echelon Designate. However, he didn't get much feeling from that. He was really having a hard time pulling himself out of his depression. Time passed. Half a month later, sect leader Zhang Yuandong walked over to the forlorn Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave and sat down in front of him. Xiaochun, when you were in the Fallen Sword Abyss, the founding patriarch issued a Dermic decree. Fragrant Cloud Peak has been infiltrated by a spy. Zhang Yuandong's words caused a tremor to run through Bai Xiaochun. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun was no fool, his mind was quick and sharp. During the half-month that had passed, he had put a lot of thought into what had occurred during his time with Du Lingfei recently. Although nothing seemed out of the ordinary about her on the surface, how could Bai Xiaochun not have noticed the mixed emotions in her eyes? He also remembered that on the night she went missing, she had been the one to suggest resting, after which he had slept the whole night through. All of that told him that, most likely, Du Lingfei had left of her own volition. As for why she had left, he had the feeling there was some secret reason for it. In the end, he didn't want to think about the matter too much, he already had some guesses as to what was going on. Zhang Yuandong didn't go into any further detail about the spy. There were some things that simply needed to be mentioned to Bai Xiaochun. Talking about them too much might not be a good thing. He was fairly certain Bai Xiaochun understood the implication behind his words. After a long moment of silence, Zhang Yuandong changed the subject, and in doing so, unwittingly touched on something that had come to be a sensitive subject for Bai Xiaochun because of the events of recent weeks. Bai Xiaochun, do you know why the Luochun clan turned traitor? Because of what had occurred with Du Lingfei, and Bai Xiaochun's reluctance to ponder the matter, the events concerning the Luochun clan had become a bit hazy. However, after hearing Zhang Yuandong's words, he looked up. Although he didn't want to think about Du Lingfei right now, the deadly events with the Luochun clan were something that he would never be able to forget. Subconsciously, he reached down and rubbed the place on his arm where the jagged edge of his broken arm bone had poked out of the flesh. The wound had long since healed, but every time he touched that spot, he thought about how he'd stabbed Crown Prince Chen Hung in the neck with his own shattered bone. Originally, it had seemed that the Luochun clan turned traitor because they wanted to break free from the control of the Spirit Stream sect. They had even gone to the lengths of killing mortals to reverse the flow of their own blood for that very purpose. However, there were multiple layers to the events that had occurred. Without something deeper motivating them, they would never have done such a thing. After all, while the eastern lower reaches was a vast place, in some ways, it was a very small world. After betraying the Spirit Stream sect, the Luochun clan would have had a very difficult time surviving, even if they had successfully reversed their bloodlines. Bai Xiaochun had pondered the matter some in the past, but the sect had actively suppressed information about the incident, essentially sweeping the news under the rug. However, Bai Xiaochun was an observant person, and had taken note of the frequency with which the sect dispatched Foundation establishment cultivators to the outside. Clearly, something bigger was going on. Considering his previous speculations, the fact that Zhang Yuandong was bringing up the subject now was a bit of a shock. 2. You're a Heavendao Foundation establishment cultivator now, and also the Legacy Echelon designate. You are the pride and joy of the sect, and as such, you qualify to be privy to certain secrets that ordinary disciples are unaware of. I have 4 important questions to pose to you. Zhang Yuandong's solemn expression caused the atmosphere in the Immortal's cave to instantly turn serious. First of all, are you aware of the nature of the world in which we live? As he spoke the words, Zhang Yuandong's eyes seemed to focus on something far in the distance, and even his voice quavered a bit. Bai Xiaochun shivered. He understood a bit about the world thanks to his own research into the sect's ancient records. However, even those explanations weren't very clear. The world in which we live is huge, Zhang Yuandong continued. In the very middle of it, there exists a vast sea, which is golden in color, and is filled with enormous rolling waves. According to the legends, there is an island in the middle of that sea, which is the location of the passage that spans the gap between heaven and earth. That is why the sea is called the Heavenspan Sea. Furthermore, the world we live in is called the Heavenspan Realm, or sometimes, the lands of Heavenspan. For years and years on end, countless almighty beings have sought to cross the sea and set foot onto that island. Unfortunately, no one has ever succeeded. There are 4 mighty rivers which connect to the Heavenspan Sea. They stretch out to the east, west, south, and north. It's hard to say whether the rivers exist because of the sea, or vice versa. In any case, those 4 rivers are known as the Eastern, Northern, Southern, and Western Heavenspan rivers. The 4 great rivers that connect to the sea are known as the upper reaches. Each and every one of them eventually splits into 4 smaller branches which are known as the middle reaches. Further down the line, those branches also split into 4 smaller branches, which are known as the lower reaches. Beyond that, the branches split up into even smaller branches, which are the delta regions. The Heavenspan Sea and the various rivers are sort of like a tree. That is the nature of the world we live in. Zhang Yuandong looked over at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes shining with sharp light. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Zhang Yuandong's words crashed in his mind like thunder. Slowly, his old understanding of the world shattered and dispersed, to be replaced by the new version which had just been described by Zhang Yuandong. Second. Do you know why the 4 most powerful sects of the eastern lower reaches have the word stream in their name? Spirit Stream Sect, Blood Stream Sect, Profound Stream Sect, Pill Stream Sect. Zheng Yuandong smiled faintly as he thought back to the first time he had been told about the world. He had been just as shaken as Bai Xiaochun was right now. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. Chronicles of Baby Deathblade, BDB has recently mastered the use of the words wow, whoa, and the more Chinese version, wah. He uses them all the time to express amazement at virtually everything that happens. I guess that's what I get for expressing amazement at everything he's been doing for the past 2 years. It's super cute. I'll try to capture it on video to share. 1. You may recall that Song K from the Bloodstream sect mentioned Shuame in chapter 161. The name literally means blood plumb right arrow curving left. 2. It was hinted in chapter 64 that the sect was suppressing information about the Luochun clan incident. The activity of the Foundation establishment cultivators was also touched on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, Starry Sky Polarity Sect. Chapter 174, Starry Sky Polarity Sect. The location where the 4 rivers flow into the sea from the east, west, south, and north is known as the Upper Reaches. In that same location, there are 4 ancient and powerful sects that have existed there for tens upon tens of thousands of years. Perhaps they are as old as the world itself. They are the 4 most powerful entities in the world. Those 4 powerful ancient sects control the 4 major rivers, as well as all of the subsequent branches of those rivers, all the way down to the delta regions. The ancient sect that controls the eastern reaches of the cultivation world is called the Starry Sky Polarity Sect. The headquarters of the sect is far, far away. A Foundation establishment cultivator could spend an entire lifetime flying toward it without reaching it. Subsidiary to the Starry Sky Polarity Sect are 4 powerful courts that control each of the 4 branches of the river. They are the Starry River Court, the Sky River Court, the Tao River Court, and the Polarity River Court. Those 4 powerful courts each control 4 branches that break off from the larger rivers. The Spirit Stream sect is on the 2nd stream controlled by the Sky River Court. The Bloodstream sect is on the 1st stream, the Pill Stream sect is on the 3rd stream, and the Profound Stream sect is on the 4th. The Sky River Court is the parent sect to all of our 4 sects, and above it is the ancient Starry Sky Polarity Sect. Zheng Yuandong's words struck Bai Xiaochun like lightning. This revelation regarding the world around him left him shocked and panting. The Starry Sky Polarity Sect, he murmured, feeling a bit dizzy. 3rd. Do you know why all of the sects in the world are built on the Heavenspan River? Even down in the delta, they try to get as close to the river as possible. This 3rd question made Bai Xiaochun feel like a 3rd lightning bolt was about to slam down into him. The Heavenspan realm is enormous. Gargantuan in size. Although it wouldn't be correct to say that it has no end, the truth is that few people have ever reached the farthest borders of our world. One strange thing about our world is that she has no spiritual energy. No spiritual energy? That's impossible. Bai Xiaochun again felt himself being completely and utterly shaken. There isn't a bit of spiritual energy in the entire world. Well, perhaps it's more accurate to say that heaven and earth have no inherent spiritual energy. All it produces is a chaotic power that is toxic to cultivators, but provides nourishments to beasts. For as long as there has been a written history in our world, it's always been this way. The only reason cultivators are able to practice cultivation is due to the Heavenspan Sea, but the Heavenspan Sea is the location of a shocking amount of spiritual energy. Apparently, every drop of seawater there contains boundless spiritual energy, and as the water flows down the 4 great rivers, into the branches and streams and even the delta regions, it brings spiritual energy with it. The spiritual energy is strongest near the Heavenspan Sea itself. And of course, the closer you get to the rivers, the stronger the local spiritual energy. The upper reaches have the strongest spiritual energy, with the middle reaches being a bit weaker, and the lower reaches even weaker than that. The delta regions are the weakest. The further you get away from the Heavenspan River, the weaker the spiritual energy gets. Eventually, you would reach a point where there is no spiritual energy at all. Almost half of the entire world we live in is made up of such areas. In fact, the areas between the rivers are all like that, devoid of spiritual energy. This actually serves as somewhat of a safeguard. After all, if any two of the ancient sects wished to go to war, it would be a very difficult thing to do. Because of that, most wars are fought along the branches of the rivers, not between the larger sections. Zheng Yuandong looked at the reeling by Xiaochun and continued on. Fourth. Why did the Luochen clan turn traitor? The Bloodstream sect, Spirit Stream sect, Profound Stream sect, and Pill Stream sect are all subsidiaries of the Sky River Court. Of course, each and every one of our sects hopes to elevate their status and become the main sect controlling this branch of the river. That is our Patriarch's dream, and what the Spirit Stream sect has been working toward for the past 10,000 years. That is also the entire purpose of the Legacy Echelon. A few years ago, an extremely rare opportunity presented itself. The Sky River Court did something to arouse the wrath of the ancient Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Punishment was doled out, and the court was nearly completely wiped out. The Patriarch was killed, and their power structures destroyed. They are unprecedentedly weak, which means that it is now possible to supplant them. A spot is open to become the sect controlling the other streams of the river, and the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect doesn't care who it is. The Blood, Spirit, Profound, and Pill Stream sects all have a chance. Naturally, all four sects have begun fighting over that spot. Whichever of us manages to defeat the other three sects will eventually rise up to command everything downstream. At this point, it's not important who was backing the Luochen clan. Maybe it was the Bloodstream sect, maybe it was the Profound Stream sect, or maybe even the Pill Stream sect. Again, it doesn't matter. They are all our opponents, and at the same time, potential allies. Other sects have been casting their fishing lines into our territory, so to speak, hoping to snag some advantage. We've done the same thing as well. Zheng Yuandong smiled, and there was something cold and sinister about it that almost seemed out of character. The truth was that to members of his own sect, Zheng Yuandong was a wise old man who seemed as gentle as a spring breeze. But when it came to fighting people outside the sect, he was even more cold and vicious than Taoist jackal Oyangjie. Bai Xiaochun's heart was being crushed by waves of shock because of the 4 questions that had just been asked and answered. Eyeing Bai Xiaochun, he slowly continued, Bai Xiaochun, do you want to know why that island in the Heavenspan Sea, which leads to the path that spans the heavens, has been the goal of so many almighty beings? This was the first time that Zhang Yuandong had seen Bai Xiaochun look somewhat alive after the incident with Du Lingfei. Thankfully, he had saved his most powerful words for last. The legends say that if you walk the passage that spans the heavens, you can acquire that which is eternal. In other words, you can live forever. When Bai Xiaochun heard that last part, his scalp started tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. He began to tremble visibly, and pant. He had never felt so shaken in his entire life. His entire mind was suddenly filled with the idea of being able to live forever. If you want to live forever, you have to be powerful enough to walk out into the heavens. That's a very long road, and you can't let yourself get distracted by the scenery along the way. You have to walk the path and live life without any regrets. Here are 4 jade slips. The first will serve as your command medallion, identifying you as a sect elder. The second will open your new Immortal's Cave on Mount Daoseed. The third will allow you to enter the ancestral dark tunnel to select the legacy that is your right now that you've reached Foundation Establishment. The last is the key to the arcane pocket realm that you won entry to after taking first place in the chosen battles. Zheng Yuandong placed 4 jade slips down onto the ground. Seeing how excited Bai Xiaochun looked, he was finally able to relax a bit. After emerging from Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave moments later, he saw Li Qingho off in the distance, waiting for news. As he walked over, he gave him a slight nod. A smile broke out on Li Qingho's face, and he sighed. "Many thanks, sect leader. Now I can finally rest at ease when I go into secluded meditation." "You shouldn't worry so much, Qingho. He's my junior brother, so of course I'll take care of him. I hope that after you emerge from your secluded meditation, the Spirit Stream sect will have another legacy echelon cultivator." Zhang Yuandong was actually a bit envious. However, there was no way he could ever reach the legacy echelon. At most, he might end his life as a prime elder in the future. Li Qingho clasped hands and bowed. Giving Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave a final look, he departed along with Zhang Yuandong. Inside the Immortal's Cave, Bai Xiaochun was panting in excitement. In fact, he didn't even notice that Zhang Yuandong had left. He remained in a bit of a daze deep into the night. Finally, he looked up, and his eyes were shining brightly. "I'm going to live forever." He buried the matter of Du Lingfei deep in his heart and walked out of his Immortal's Cave, thinking about the wider world he lived in, and also about his desire to live forever. After looking over the 4 jade slips he held in his hand, his eyes shone with anticipation. Thinking back to the second volume of the Undying Codex that the Gravekeeper had given him, he murmured, "Now I can start to cultivate the second volume of the Undying Codex, the Undying Heavenly King." He had looked over the second volume before, and already knew that it was divided into 4 levels that were much more powerful than the Undying Skin. Furthermore, even just cultivating the first level would allow him access to a secret magic that was even more formidable than the throat-crushing grasp. The mountain-shaking bash. The night passed quickly. At dawn, he stepped outside again and looked at the rising sun. As of this point, he had put the matter of Du Lingfei's disappearance clearly out of mind. Bai Xiaochun is back. Flicking his sleeve, he stuck his chin up and transformed into a beam of light that shot toward Mount Daoseed. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme Archives, Toxin. Transcendent Patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. Thank you for your comments, everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Please Behave Yourself, Elder Brother by. Chapter 175, Please Behave Yourself, Elder Brother by. Finally in high spirits again, Bai Xiaochun shot away from Fragrant Cloud Peak toward Mount Daoseed. In accordance with the sect rules of the Spirit Stream sect, now that he had reached foundation establishment, he was no longer a disciple, but rather, an elder. Elders were people with exceptional latent talent who were given special duties by the sect. Oftentimes, the 7 peak lords would assign them certain important tasks or matters. Back when Bai Xiaochun had been in the inner sect, Elder Zhou had been one of the foundation establishment elders on Fragrant Cloud Peak. Such people were fundamentally chosen, and all of them strove to reach the legacy echelon. They were not people who could be taken lightly. Generally speaking, they did not live on the various mountain peaks, but rather, on Mount Daoseed. Occasionally, some of them would reach the legacy echelon, but for the most part, after 100 or more years passed and it became clear that they couldn't reach the gold core stage, they would settle for being peak lords. For those who did manage to reach gold core, but took longer than 2 60-year cycles to do so, they would become prime elders. There were some outstanding individuals such as Li Qingho who would be promoted to peak lord early. They would simultaneously focus on both cultivation and the administration of the mountain peak. Then, at some point before 2 60-year cycles had passed, they would go into secluded meditation to try to break through to the gold core stage. Although it looked on the surface as if the Spirit Stream sect only had a bit over 100 foundation establishment cultivators, the truth was that there were more than that on Mount Daoseed. Only by reaching foundation establishment would one qualify to have an Immortal's Cave on Mount Daoseed, which also served as a symbol of power for such people. Most of the immortals' caves were on the lower half of the mountain, but even they had stronger spiritual energy than could be found on the 7 mountain peaks. The immortals' caves on the top half of the mountain were reserved for the prime elders and the sect leader. Having reached Hebendao Foundation establishment, Bai Xiaochun had a very high position within the Spirit Stream sect, almost like that of a patriarch. His immortals' cave was located halfway up the mountain, in the same location as many of the higher-ranking Foundation establishment cultivators. Although some people weren't too happy about that, there was nothing they could do. Now that he had reached Hebendao Foundation establishment, Bai Xiaochun was definitely a rising star in the sect, someone who was the center of all attention. Mount Dao Seed was huge. Back when he became the junior brother of the sect leader, and an inner sect disciple, he had been able to visit the place, but most locations had been restricted, and impossible for him to enter. As such, it had seemed like a vast and majestic place. Now, he was back as a Foundation establishment expert. To him, the sight of Mount Dao Seed rising up among the 7 other mountain peaks looked like an adult standing amidst a group of children. As he made his way along, any Spirit Stream sect disciple who saw him would look at him with reverence, and would call out to him in greeting. At first, he had planned to rocket through the air, but when he realized what was happening, he slowed down. Clasping his hands behind his back, he looked around like a member of the senior generation, nodding here and there with a look of praise in his eyes. Strange expressions appeared on the faces of the disciples, and many began to think back to events of the past. On Green Crest Peak, an elder was leading a group of a few dozen outer sect disciples as they trained in sword techniques. When he looked up and saw Bai Xiaochun, he sighed and said, "All of you, look up there. See that cultivator strolling along surrounded by golden light? That's who I was telling you about earlier, the greatest chosen in the Spirit Stream sect, Bai Xiaochun." The surrounding outer sect disciples looked up in awe, their eyes shining with enthusiasm. "That's Sect Uncle Bai?" Sect Uncle Bai is a mighty warrior, and a Hebendao Foundation establishment expert. I heard that he outshone all of the other disciples in his generation. Everyone in Sect Uncle Bai's generation is extraordinary. I heard that Sect Uncle Ghost Fong, Sect In Zhou Xinqi, Sect Uncle Shangwan Tianyu, and Sect Uncle Beihan Lai were all monstrously talented chosen. It's too bad for them that they were born in the same generation as Sect Uncle Bai. These outer sect disciples had just recently joined the sect, and had cultivation bases scattered between the 3rd and 5th levels of Qi condensation. They had heard a lot of stories about Bai Xiaochun, for example, the acid rain incident, the story of lightning striking the sect, and the disaster of 10,000 Snakes Valley. Of course, they took such stories to be mere exaggerations. As for him reaching Hebendao Foundation establishment, that was recent news that seemed much more believable. As Bai Xiaochun flew along, he could see the reactions of the disciples down on Green Crest Peak, and felt all the burning gazes fixed upon him. Moved, he decided that he definitely couldn't treat these young disciples coldly, nor could he allow them to think that he was some distant cloud floating high above their heads. Coughing lightly, he changed directions and flew down toward the group of outer sect disciples. The Green Crest Peak elder quickly rose to his feet and clasped hands in greeting. The surrounding outer sect disciple followed suit, looking very excited. "Greetings, Sect Uncle Bai. Sect Uncle Bai, you're my biggest role model. I love you, Sect Uncle Bai." The female disciples looked particularly smitten, and stared at him with flushed cheeks and eyes burning with excitement. Bai Xiaochun was very moved, and couldn't help but think that everything he had done for the sect really had been worth it. The adoring gazes of these youngsters was already a huge motivating force to him, and as such, he smiled warmly, and proceeded to give them a bit of encouragement. "Focus well on your cultivation. Keep up the good work, you guys are great. You love your sect, Uncle Bai? Ahem. Work hard at your cultivation, and remember, anything is possible." Bai Xiaochun patiently stood there and exchanged a few words with all of the disciples present. Considering how excited they all were, he gave them a bit of advice about matters, and then, feeling increasingly moved, gave them some more advice. After giving 10 rounds of advice, and repeating himself on more than one occasion, the outer sect disciples' eyes began to go blank. They had all addressed him as sect uncle by at least a few dozen times, to the point where they were starting to wonder what exactly was going on. The elder wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry, and couldn't help but think about what it had been like back when Xiaochun was promoted to the inner sect, and went around forcing people to address him as sect uncle. Sometime in the afternoon, Xiaochun finally felt satisfied, but instead of going to Mount Daoseed, he headed to Violet Cauldron Peak and Fragrant Cloud Peak, where he was received with great enthusiasm. More excited than ever, he proceeded along to the 4 mountain peaks of the north bank. Eventually, it was late in the night, and the outer sect disciples of the Spirit Stream sect were really starting to form a strange opinion of Xiaochun. It was at this point that he recalled something important. Clearing his throat, he headed toward Mount Daoseed. His Immortal's Cave on Mount Daoseed was very large. In terms of the spell formation and the decor, it vastly exceeded the Immortal's Cave from his chi condensation days. As for the spiritual energy within it, it was shockingly strong to say the least. There was no hot spring. However, it had a lake inside, upon which swirled mist and fog that made the entire place seem like a celestial paradise. The area outside the Immortal's Cave was alive with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. If he wanted to, he could ask for outer sect disciples to wait on him and take care of the cave itself. Both outside and inside, the place belonged to him, and was his own personal domain. At the moment, he was sitting at the edge of the lake, looking around in satisfaction. I've finally reached Foundation Establishment. He was also thinking about a bit of information he'd gleaned from a jade slip. Considering his current status, he now qualified to accept an apprentice, and was thinking of doing just that. It would probably be a lot of fun. Soon, word spread that he had arrived on Mount Daoseed, and his Immortal's Cave was virtually trampled by the crowd of Foundation Establishment cultivators who came to offer greetings and see exactly what Heavendao Foundation Establishment looked like. Of course, people would never come to offer formal greetings without bearing gifts. Xiaochun was shocked over and over again, and eventually, his hands started to twinge with pain from accepting so many gifts. However, the smile never left his face, and he always took time to chat with his visitors. As for the cultivators who had reached Foundation Establishment in the Fallen Sword Abyss with his help, they were especially grateful. Half a month later, things finally calmed down. After the visit stopped, Xiaochun decided that it was time to stop fooling around. He couldn't stop thinking about what his elder brother, sect leader Zhang Yuandong, had told him about the island in the middle of the Heavenspan Sea. From there, it was possible to step out into the heavens and live forever. If I want to get to the Heavenspan Sea, I'll definitely have to have a powerful cultivation base. That means I need to work hard at cultivation. He got up early the next morning. Taking a deep breath, and eyes shining with determination, he headed in the direction of the ancestral dark tunnel, where he would be able to select the technique he would cultivate in the Foundation Establishment stage. The ancestral dark tunnel was a long tunnel in the middle of Mount Daoseed. Upon entering the tunnel, one would find over 100 shafts leading off in different directions, each one of which represented a different legacy. Generally speaking, one would bring an authentication device into the tunnel, then activate it, whereupon some of the legacy shafts would light up. It was a very miraculous thing, and word had it that although the cultivators came to select legacies, sometimes a legacy would select a cultivator. Of course, things like that were rare. Xiaochun remembered Su Baokai telling him that when Ghostfang came to select his technique, more than 20 of the legacy shafts had lit up to select him. Xiaochun wasn't very impressed by that. What's so amazing about that? So what if 20 legacies selected him? I've reached Heavendao Foundation Establishment. According to the sect rules, only someone with an authentication device could enter the ancestral dark tunnel. Anyone who didn't have such a device, but tried to enter anyway, would be instantly killed by the spell formation inside. Because of that, there wasn't anyone assigned to guard the location. When Xiaochun arrived, nobody was there. After looking around hesitantly for a moment, he walked into the cave-like entrance. A moment later, he was in the beautiful tunnel entrance, facing over 100 tunnel-like shafts. Although the shafts didn't look like anything special, Xiaochun knew that once he activated the authentication device, then at least one of the shafts would emit a bright light, which would indicate that he could enter. He looked around for a moment, and was just about to activate the device when suddenly, a young woman emerged from one of the shafts up ahead. It was none other than Zhou Xinqi, who had come to acquire her foundation establishment technique. Almost as soon as she emerged, she saw Xiaochun. Sect ni Xinqi, he said, blinking. Zhou Xinqi frowned and took a deep breath. Then she gave Xiaochun a level look. Greetings, elder brother Bai. Please behave yourself here. Ha? Xiaochun said, looking at her in shock. Then he realized that since they were both in the foundation establishment stage, they had equal seniority. He suddenly felt as though he had lost out on something very important. After all, despite how many years had passed, he had almost never gotten her to call him sect uncle. Feeling very disappointed, he pushed his finger down onto the authentication device, and the shafts up ahead began to flicker with light. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. Bit of an early release for me, having some friends over for dinner, including Beerblade. Have plenty of beers waiting for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, The Only Hidden Legacy. Chapter 176, The Only Hidden Legacy. The instant that Xiaochun sent some spiritual power into the authentication device, each and every one of the 100 shafts lit up with scintillating light. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the blinding beams shot out, completely illuminating the paradisiacal scene inside the cave. Xiaochun's jaw dropped, and Zhou Xinqi's eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. How is this possible? Zhou Xinqi exclaimed. Each one of those more than 100 shafts represented a legacy, and apparently, all of them were making themselves available to Xiaochun. Essentially, Xiaochun could pick any legacy he wanted. The shocking scene left Zhou Xinqi dumbstruck. Earlier, only one of the shafts lit up for her, and when Ghostfang caused more than 20 to light up, the entire sect had been shaken. But then Xiaochun came along and caused more than 100 to light up. Even as Zhou Xinqi reeled in shock, she suddenly realized that in addition to lighting up, each shaft began to pulse with gravitational force, as if they were vying for Xiaochun's attention. Zhou Xinqi's mind reeled at the astonishing sight of more than 100 legacy shafts all struggling to impress Xiaochun. Xiaochun was equally stunned. At the same time, all of the prime elders on Mount Daoseed could sense what was happening, and were shocked. Even the handful of patriarchs in the Spirit Stream sect looked over with wide eyes. Not even the last Heavendao Foundation establishment cultivator that came along did anything like this. This indicates one thing: Xiaochun reached unfathomable heights in the Qi condensation stage. Outside on Mount Daoseed, more than 100 pillars of light shot up into the clouds above, causing a big stir among the disciples. After all, they had seen something similar occur a month before, when 20 pillars of light shot up for Ghostfang. Of course, the fact that there were now 100 pillars of light left the Spirit Stream sect disciples completely tongue-tied. Ghostfang was currently sitting in meditation. A tremor ran through him, and he looked up into the sky. He didn't even need to ponder the matter for a single moment. Xiaochun. Shangguan Tianyu, Beihan Lai, Lu Tianlei, and all of the other chosen were equally shaken. Back in the ancestral dark tunnel, Xiaochun swallowed hard and then blinked, his heart thumping. Zhou Xinqi stood next to him, as mute as a wooden chicken. Finally, Xiaochun stuck his chin up and swished his sleeve. "AI," he muttered. With the snap of a finger, Xiaochun, caused more than 100 legacies to accept me. Truly outstanding. And a real headache too. How am I supposed to pick? Of course, he spoke loud enough for Zhou Xinqi to hear. Her face darkened, and her heart filled with numerous conflicting emotions. All of a sudden, in one location that had initially appeared to be just a blank part of the wall, a fissure opened up, causing blinding, sun-like light to spill out into the cave. Incredible pressure accompanied it, completely surpassing the other 100 legacies. Clearly, the legacy in this shaft was far more powerful and domineering than any of the others. An intense gravitational force wrapped around by Xiaochun, and in the blink of an eye, he was being dragged toward the shaft opening. To his shock, he was almost instantly pulled inside. The other legacies didn't seem willing to give up, and sent out their own pulses of blinding light. However, there was nothing they could do to change the situation, so they soon calmed down. The only eyewitness was Zhou Xinqi, who was so stunned she didn't even remember leaving. All she remembered was how the more than 100 legacies had seemed so anxious and eager, and how the final shaft which had opened didn't seem to be one of the original group. The instant that Bai Xiaochun was sucked into the shaft with the powerful and domineering legacy, there were 5 patriarchs on the 9th mountain peak of the Spirit Stream sect who were all shaken. Originally, they had been paying close attention to Bai Xiaochun, even before the shocking developments from moments before. In fact, they had even been prepared to prod him with divine will to help him select the best technique. After all, he was a Heavendao Foundation establishment cultivator, someone highly valued by the sect. But then, a shaft appeared that was not part of the original group, and whisked him away before they could even unleash their divine will. That was... Just what kind of destiny does this Bai Xiaochun have? That legacy hasn't appeared for countless years. It's the only hidden legacy there. Even as they reeled in shock, Bai Xiaochun was sucked in by the gravitational force, and eventually found himself inside a stone chamber. Moments before, it had been pitch black, darker than the darkest night, but as soon as he arrived, it filled with brilliant light. He hesitated for a moment, unsure of what the sudden turn of events indicated. After all, he hadn't selected any legacy, this legacy had selected him. However, it only took a moment for him to recover and look around. The stone chamber wasn't very large, and in the very middle of it was a stone book. "What's that?" he muttered, walking forward. Almost immediately, he noticed 5 characters written on the book, characters which were completely eye-catching. Violet Qi Heavenspan Incantation. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. The name itself sounded very impressive, and he could only imagine how extraordinary it was. The South Bank has the Violet Qi Cauldron control art, and the North Bank has its Heavenspan Shamanic control incantation. Could this Violet Qi Heavenspan incantation possibly be a combination of those two? Bai Xiaochun continued to examine the stone book, and soon was left gasping by the technique's introduction. Although it was only a general overview, it was still shocking. Is it really cultivated using water from the Heavenspan River? According to the description, the Violet Qi Heavenspan incantation involved absorbing water from the Heavenspan River into one's body, using it to nourish oneself and grow stronger. It was divided into 4 levels, one for the early, mid, and late foundation establishment stages, and one for the quasi-core stage. Furthermore, cultivating the Violet Qi Heavenspan incantation gave access to a Taoist magic called the Heavenspan Dharma Eye. This technique could also unleash control power, but was on a completely different level than anything from the Qi condensation stage. In the Qi condensation stage, control could be exerted through the use of Qi, but in the foundation establishment, a mere glance with an eye could exert control of all things. Bai Xiaochun continued to examine the information, and eventually, the stone book blurred, and 4 magical symbols appeared, each one of which contained volumes of information. As Bai Xiaochun looked them over, he was left more and more shaken. Cultivate with the water of the Heavenspan River. In the first level, condense a drop of water. In the second level, a goblet. In the third level, a stone, and in the fourth, a cauldron. Bai Xiaochun was so shocked that his tongue stuck to the top of his mouth. He couldn't help but think about how Zhang Yuandong had told him that the Heavenspan Sea was the source of all the spiritual energy in the world. The Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation was so domineering that you actually had to absorb water from the Heavenspan River. It was probably a good thing it was only usable in the foundation establishment stage. If it went beyond that, Bai Xiaochun could only imagine how powerful it could be. He could suddenly see himself waving his hand and sucking dry all four of the great branches of the Heavenspan River. Then, he saw himself hovering in the air, with the Heavenspan Sea transforming into his spiritual sea. So powerful! He gasped, trembling. He was even more shaken by the Taoist magic of the Heavenspan Dharma Eye. With one glance, one could exercise control over anything and everything. That's just like the human controlling grand magic I've been working on. Even though the technique wasn't useful past foundation establishment, he immediately decided that the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation was for him. Time passed. Bai Xiaochun didn't eat or sleep. He remained in the stone chamber, seeking enlightenment of the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation. After a month, he hadn't succeeded, but had the technique imprinted on his mind. Reluctantly, he decided to leave. If I want to cultivate it properly, I'll need to get a drop of water from the Heavenspan River. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his authentication device and vanished from the stone chamber. When he appeared, he was in the cave that was the entrance of the ancestral dark tunnel. Without a moment's hesitation, he left. Although he didn't notice it, in the moment of his departure, several streams of divine will were there, trembling in shock and anticipation. During the following days, Bai Xiaochun remained on the bank of the Heavenspan River below Mount Daoseed. He sat there cross-legged, watching the golden water rush past. He could sense the spiritual power in that water, which emanated terrifying fluctuations as it rumbled past. Occasionally, his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture as he attempted to extract a drop of the water for himself. Never once did he succeed, though. No matter what he did, he couldn't affect the water at all. The water was clearly so terrifyingly powerful that if any of it touched him, his fleshly body would melt instantly. A few more days passed, but he never met with success. After a while, he decided to go consult his elder brother, the sect leader. He left with a jade bottle that contained a drop of water from the Heavenspan River. Every so often, the patriarchs of the sect would collect some of the water through various means, which would be used as a reward for foundation establishment cultivators, who could use the water for various purposes. It was only after speaking with his elder brother that Bai Xiaochun came to realize that Heavenspan River water was a critical ingredient to cultivation in the foundation establishment stage. He wasn't the only person who needed such water. All of the legacies required water from the Heavenspan River. The Spirit Stream sect's legacies were rather mixed. There were legacies regarding beasts, swords, and spirit enhancement. Actually, the Bloodstream sect, Profound Stream sect, and Pill Stream sect were all different in various ways, but also used Heavenspan River water. For example, the Bloodstream sect could use it to make spirit blood. The cultivators of the Profound Stream sect used it to make second spirit bodies for themselves, or to forge weapons. The Pill Stream sect, of course, focused on pill concocting. In the final analysis, however, all of the legacies just used a bit of the water temporarily. As for Bai Xiaochun's technique, the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, it was far more domineering. It didn't just use it temporarily, it plundered it permanently. The difference between borrowing and taking was like the difference between heaven and earth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Heavenspan Dharma Eye. Chapter 177, Heavenspan Dharma Eye. Instead of taking the jade bottle back to his immortal's cave, he spent a moment of thought before deciding to take advantage of his access to the arcane pocket realm, which he had earned during the chosen battles. In the arcane pocket realm, he could seek enlightenment of secret magics, as well as his own personal techniques. There was something profound and mysterious about the arcane pocket realm that made enlightenment much easier, although Bai Xiaochun didn't quite understand the mechanics of it all. In the qi condensation stage, techniques were somewhat limited, so it was best to wait until foundation establishment to go into the arcane pocket realm. Furthermore, no one would dare to state with utmost certainty that they would be able to reach the gold core stage. Even Bai Xiaochun with his Heavendao foundation establishment had, at best, a high likelihood of succeeding. Therefore, it wasn't very practical to wait until the gold core stage. The entrance to the arcane pocket realm was in a secret location on Mount Dao Seed. When Bai Xiaochun handed the jade slip to the prime elder in charge of the entrance, the white-haired old man looked at him with a profound gaze. Bai Xiaochun felt incredible pressure accompanying that gaze, almost the same type of pressure he remembered feeling as a qi condensation cultivator when a foundation establishment expert looked at him. He immediately put on his most charming front. "You took first place in the chosen battles," the old man said. "That gets you 1 day of enlightenment. Heavendao Foundation establishment gets you 3 days. Peak Lord Li Qingho from Fragrant Cloud Peak previously accumulated 2 days of time, which he has passed on to you. The sect leader has also gifted you with 2 days." Upon hearing these things, Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. He had never been told that Li Qingho and Zhang Yuandong had gifted him time in the arcane pocket realm. However, he hadn't even been aware that there was a time limitation to begin with. A few days certainly didn't seem like enough time to gain enlightenment. A total of 8 days. The old man's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and then he waved his finger at a nearby boulder. The boulder began to blur, and then rumbling sounds echoed out that caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to tremble. Shockingly, the boulder transformed into a huge stone golem more than 30 meters tall. It threw his head back and howled, then reached out with both hands and began to rip the air apart. An instant later, a huge fissure could be seen. "What are you waiting for?" the Prime Elder said. Although he spoke in a cool voice, it still echoed like thunder. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, then clasped hands and bowed before flying toward the fissure and disappearing inside. A moment later, the fissure closed up, and the stone golem transformed back into a boulder. Then the Prime Elder closed his eyes to meditate. When Bai Xiaochun reappeared, he was in a strange world of complete grayness. As he looked around, he realized that he was standing in the exact spot he had been standing in moments before. He could see the boulder, although the Primer Elder was gone. The entire spirit stream sect was visible around him, but he couldn't sense even a trace of life within it. After a moment, he flew up into the air to get a better look around. The spirit stream sect looked exactly the same as he remembered. However, not a single person could be seen in any of the buildings. The desolate feeling he got caused Bai Xiaochun to grow very nervous. Then he looked over and realized that the Heavenspan River was completely dried up, and his scalp began to tingle. What kind of arcane pocket realm is this? He felt extremely uneasy, although he wasn't exactly sure why. With that, he headed to the very peak of Mount Dao Seed, a place where he would normally never be able to go. From that vantage point, he could look out on the entire world around him. However, everything was filled with gray mist, making it difficult to see very far. "I don't even want to think about what this means. I guess I'll just see if it's really easier to gain enlightenment of techniques here." Suppressing his uneasy feeling, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and visualized the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation. A moment later, his eyes snapped open, and they shone with delight. For some reason, there were many aspects to cultivation that he found confusing in the outside world, but suddenly made sense here. For some reason, it was as if his mind had expanded, and any thought that passed through his head was instantly made a reality. It was very strange. It was almost as if all he had to do was imagine some new world, and that world would appear right in front of him. He almost couldn't believe it. Excitedly closing his eyes again, he immersed himself in seeing enlightenment of the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation. Time passed. Soon, night fell. Before Bai Xiaochun knew it, a second day had come and gone. Then a third. Deep in the night of the third day, Bai Xiaochun's eyes opened, and they shone with the glow of enlightenment. In fact, if you looked closely, you would be able to see a magical symbol flickering deep in each pupil. The most difficult part of the Violet Qi Heavenspan incantation is the first step, he murmured. Water from the spirit river descends like a meteor falling into the mortal world. Flesh and blood become threads that hold up the stars. The body becomes the heavens, and the stars exist inside of it, never to descend. He waved his right hand, causing a jade bottle to fly out of his bag of holding. The bottle opened, and a drop of golden water from the Heavenspan river floated out, the only bit of color to exist in the world of gray that surrounded him. He looked hesitantly at the drop of water for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Anything to be able to live forever. Anything to be able to go to the Heavenspan sea. He took a deep breath, and the drop of golden river water shot toward his forehead. As soon as it made contact with his skin, intense pain exploded out. His flesh and blood felt like they were melting, and he shivered violently. Gritting his teeth, he rotated his cultivation base and drew upon all 9 of his spiritual seas, using the Violet Qi Heavenspan incantation to attempt to absorb the power of the water. Rumbling sounds filled his ears, and the golden liquid slowly merged into his forehead. After an indeterminable period of time, he let out a powerful roar. Inside of him, the golden liquid completely ignored his qi passageways, flesh, and blood as it sank down inside of him. That was water from the spirit river descends like a meteor falling into the mortal world. As it passed through him, all of his qi passageways, flesh and blood melted, and even his internal organs were injured. His bones screamed in pain, causing his face to turn ashen, and blood to ooze out of his mouth. And yet, he simply gritted his teeth, ignoring his melting and destroyed qi passageways, flesh and blood. Instead, he sent internal spiritual energy coursing through them, spreading out into his body to wrap like threads around the golden river water. This was none other than flesh and blood become threads that hold up the stars. Most of the threads were destroyed, but as they continued to spread out, many of them managed to wrap madly around the golden river water. As the golden river water reached Bai Xiaochun's Dantian region, his eyes suddenly glittered. The body becomes the heavens, and the stars exist inside of it, never to descend. Rumbling sounds could be heard as his 9 spiritual seas erupted with the power of 9 tide flows, which battered against the golden liquid as if to destroy it. However, the liquid quickly pierced into the 9th spiritual sea, then the 8th, and the 7th. As that happened, the spiritual seas rapidly transformed into innumerable spirit threads which wrapped around the golden river water. After piercing through 8 of the spiritual seas, the golden liquid was completely bound by the spirit threads, whereupon it slowly ground to a halt, to hang above the first spiritual sea. In that moment, it began to emanate boundless golden light which exploded out to fill Bai Xiaochun's entire body. Everywhere it went, it healed what it passed over, including his spiritual seas, qi passageways, flesh and blood, bones, and everything else. At the same time, everything began to transform. Bai Xiaochun's aura erupted out, and although it was still in the early foundation establishment stage, it was completely different than before. Before, he had seemed impressive from the outside, but the truth was that his foundation establishment power was in a state of disorder, like an army without a general. But now, after having gained enlightenment of the Violet Qi Heavenspan incantation, that general had appeared, and all of his spiritual power was now in unison. As such, his battle prowess was now completely different than before. His eyes opened, and the magical symbols in his pupils were even clearer than before. Gradually, they faded away, and at the same time, the golden liquid inside of him began to merge into his first spiritual sea. At some point in the future, when the golden liquid was fully and completely absorbed, he would have successfully completed cultivating the first level of the Violet Qi Heavenspan incantation. It was at this point that splitting pain suddenly radiated from Bai Xiaochun's forehead. There was also an itching sensation, as an eye gradually formed in that very position, an eye that seemed to be on the verge of opening. It was none other than his Heavenspan Dharma eye. It worked! He exclaimed jubilantly. He reached up to rub his forehead, and the itchiness grew more pronounced. However, he wasn't alarmed, but rather overjoyed. Ha ha ha! He laughed, nearly jumping up and down. From now on I'm going to have 3 eyes. Even just saying it sounds awesome. Then he looked off into the distance and took a deep breath. It's still growing, but I could probably test it out a bit. After a moment of hesitation, he closed his eyes. His first spiritual sea then began to churn, and the drop of golden river water emanated flickering golden light, which streamed through his chi passageways to converge on his forehead. In that moment, the rapidly stabilizing crack which had just appeared suddenly opened, and a violet eye appeared. Instantly, his gaze pierced through mists to see what was beyond. A tremor ran through him as he realized that beyond the mists were not lands, but rather, an almost completely dried-up sea. The Spirit Stream sect was a floating island in the air, and further off in the distance were countless other islands. Bolts of lightning crackled within the sea and between the various islands. He wanted to examine the scene further, but the pain in his forehead was too great. Blood began to ooze down, and the fissure on his forehead closed. With that, his 2 eyes snapped open, and a tremor ran through him. His spiritual power had been drained by more than half. What kind of arcane pocket realm is this? He thought, panting in astonishment. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. Today Ergen announced another project he's been working on. I translated the announcement here. Don't worry, it won't interfere with AWE in any way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, So Little Mask, you wanna play hide and seek with Lord Bai? Chapter 178, So Little Mask, you wanna play hide and seek with Lord Bai? Xiaochun found it completely bizarre, and simply couldn't imagine what type of place he was in. After a while, he decided to stop thinking about the mists and what lay beyond. Taking a deep breath, he slowly calmed down. I guess it doesn't matter. One thing's for sure, my speed of enlightenment here is incredible. I can really benefit a lot. Shaking his head, he completely stilled the shock within him. No wonder they allocate time in here by the day. Even allocating it by the hour would make sense. Every day here counts as an opportunity for major gains by any cultivator. All of a sudden, he felt overtaken by a sense of urgency. He had spent 3 days on the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, which meant he had 5 days left. I can't waste any time. He quickly pulled a jade slip out of his bag of holding and poured some spiritual power into it. Soon, a mnemonic appeared in his mind. Undying Heavenly King. He said, eyes shining with excitement. That jade slip had been given to him years ago by the man known as the Gravekeeper. It was the 2nd volume of the Undying Codex. The Undying Heavenly King. In the 1st volume of the Undying Codex, one cultivated the power of the skin, which was called the Undying Skin. The 2nd volume focused on fleshly body power, and was called the Undying Heavenly King. Similar to the Undying Skin, the Undying Heavenly King was divided into 4 levels. However, they were not divided into iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Instead, they were 4 fleshly body types. The first level was the 10 Mammoths Berserk Ghost Body. The second was the 10 Ghosts Heavenly Demon Body. The third level was the 10 Demons Azura Body. The final level was the Undying Heavenly King Body. Each of those 4 fleshly body types was more powerful than the one before it, with the most powerful being the Undying Heavenly King Body. It was actually thousands of times more powerful than the first level, the Berserk Ghost Body. Xiaochun had actually known about this some time ago, but because he had never mastered the Undying Skin, he had been unable to proceed with the higher levels of cultivation. Now that he was examining it again, the undying Heavenly King was completely shocking. The so-called mammoths referenced in the 10 Mammoths Berserk Ghost Body were not ordinary creatures. They were gargantuan mammoths from primeval times, who emanated incredible pressure all around them. Even their fleshly body strength alone was comparable to an early Foundation establishment cultivator. The mammoth power from the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture is similar. After reaching Foundation establishment, my fleshly body power is actually similar to one of those gigantic mammoths. As for the Berserk Ghost, the undying Heavenly King information says that in the legends, there was a terrifying entity that could rip mammoths to shreds. It was actually a ghost-like beast with a terrifying fleshly body. Considering the current level of his cultivation base, he found the information about the undying Heavenly King even more shocking than before. Basically, if I cultivate the first level of the undying Heavenly King, then in the end, my fleshly body power will be 10 times what it is now, which will be the power of a single ghost of the second level. The power of 10 such berserk ghosts will put me at the level of the Heavenly Demon. According to the information, heavenly demons were also legendary creatures with terrifying fleshly body power, who hunted and consumed berserk ghosts. Asuras have 10 times the power of heavenly demons, and according to the legends, would easily crush heavenly demons. I guess that means that the undying Heavenly King has 10 times the power of an Asura? Bai Xiaochun's eyes were shining brightly. He was already deeply familiar with the benefits of his undying skin, and as such, was even more excited about the undying Heavenly King. He could already imagine what it would be like one day to combine the power of the undying Heavenly King with the undying gold skin. Although he wouldn't literally be undying, he would definitely be very difficult to kill. This volume of the undying Heavenly King can lead to explosive fleshly body growth. If I cultivate it successfully, it would be hard to find a Foundation establishment cultivator under heaven who could kill me. With that, he quickly closed his eyes and began to work on the first level of the undying Heavenly King. It was not an easy task, and the difficulty lay in the vast amount of vital energy that was required. The requirements of the first volume of the Undying Codex were like nothing compared to this. After cultivating it for a bit, Bai Xiaochun was already looking withered, and he quickly stopped. What a terrifying waste of vital energy. If you're not careful, you'll turn yourself into human jerky. When he thought of what he would look like as a slab of human jerky, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. However, he wasn't willing to give up. That was especially true because of the divine ability he would have access to if he successfully cultivated the first level. The mountain-shaking bash, he thought, taking a deep breath. He immediately decided that after leaving the arcane pocket realm, he would concoct pills and even stock up on precious materials that could replenish vital energy. Regardless of how difficult it was, he had to cultivate the undying Heavenly King. After some brief calculations, he realized he had 3 days left. Without any further hesitation, he took the proto-magnetic wings off of his back and examined them closely. In the very middle of the wings was a pearl, which he'd acquired from the North Bank in trade for the pill formula for the aphrodisiac pill. It was known as the proto-magnetic pearl. According to the Peak Lord from Iris Petal Peak, if it was his destiny, he might be able to gain enlightenment of a divine ability that had to do with gravitational repulsion. Although he had looked into the matter before, he had never made much headway. With 3 days left in this place, he decided that maybe it was a good time to take another look. Time flew by, and before he knew it, there were only about 8 hours of time left in the arcane pocket realm. However, he didn't give up. Even though he hadn't gained complete enlightenment of the powers of gravity and repulsion, he did have a much deeper understanding of the magnetic powers of the pearl. Now he was able to unleash a strange power that contained both pulling and pushing forces, which, when combined, caused the air to distort into the form of a pearl. The pearl seemed illusory, but affected the air around it, causing it to twist and distort. When Bai Xiaochun poured spiritual power into it, the power vanished like a rock thrown into the deep sea. However, as soon as he ceased the flow, the power which he had poured into the crystal rumbled back out. Shocked, he realized that the pearl apparently maintained balance in the form of a cycle, making it a vessel of sorts. Even still, he was unable to unleash the powers of gravity and repulsion. If he managed to succeed in the future, he would finally be able to make contact with true protomagnetic power. What a pity! If I could only spend some more time in here, I would definitely be able to unravel the mystery. Sighing, he put the wings back, and then used the remaining 8 hours working on his water swamp kingdom. When the 8 hours were up, the air around him began to ripple, and before he could do anything further, everything around him collapsed. Rumbling sounds echoed out as a vortex formed, which sucked by Xiaochun inside. After vanishing, he reappeared back on Mount Dao Seed, outside the entrance of the arcane pocket realm. He immediately felt disoriented. Inside the arcane pocket realm, his mind had been unprecedentedly clear. His thoughts seemed to roam free without restraint. But now he was back to normal, and it felt almost like he had been submerged in water. He felt very muddle-headed. The Prime Elder opened his eyes and looked at him, and was immediately shaken. Bai Xiaochun seemed completely different than he had 8 days ago. All aspects of his energy seemed far stronger than before. The old man nodded in admiration, then said, "People usually have a hard time adjusting after their first time in the arcane pocket realm. Go meditate for a few days and you'll be fine." With that, he closed his eyes. It took Bai Xiaochun a moment to even recover to the point where he could move. Ashen-faced, he clasped hands and bowed to the Prime Elder, then left. After returning to his immortal's cave, he sat down next to the lake, working at readjusting himself, and simultaneously recalling his experiences in the pocket realm. Finally, he sighed. If only I could have sought enlightenment in there for a few more days. Cultivating in there is pure joy. Just what kind of place is it? It's so weird. He shook his head. It was actually possible to pay merit points to enter the arcane pocket realm, but with Bai Xiaochun's current savings, he could only afford a few hours. Considering how uncomfortable he felt, it was impossible to clear his mind enough to practice cultivation. After some thought, he unstrapped his bag of holding. It was filled with all sorts of miscellaneous items, including many things that he'd acquired in the fallen sword world. Up to this point, he hadn't taken the time to organize them all. Upon opening it up, he saw countless objects, including spirit stones and even some magical items. After organizing everything, he found he had a dozen or so bottles and cases, some of which contained medicinal pills, and some of which held items he wasn't familiar with. The other sects all had different areas of specialty, so it made sense that his understanding of the items gained from them would be limited. Is this a spirit medicine from the Pill Stream sect? The Pill Stream sect's pill concocting methods seem really interesting. This is from the Profound Stream sect, right? It looks like a fingernail. What's this thing? It's so sticky. Shaking his head, he moved on to a blood-colored jade box. As soon as he opened the box, a burst of fiery power exploded out. At first, he wasn't very impressed, but then he looked a bit closer, and his eyes went wide. Panting, he looked even closer at the small tongue of fire inside the jade box. That fire was no ordinary fire, but rather, was coming out of an object located at the bottom of the box, a type of immortal grass with 4 different colors on its leaves. Because of the 4 colors on its leaves, the fire coming off of the plant itself had 4 different colors, making it look very strange. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and his heart began to pound. After some closer examination, he confirmed his original assumption. 4-leaved immortal grass. A rare item that creates 4-colored flame. This is a variation that only appears once in 100,000 stalks of 3-leaved immortal grass. 4-leaved immortal grass can create 4-colored flame. Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to shine. How could he ever have imagined that his bag of holding would contain an item like this? To the disciples of the other 3 sects, it might just be an object useful for concocting medicine or practicing cultivation. But to Bai Xiaochun, it was like a precious treasure. He hadn't used his turtle walk for quite a while, not because he didn't want to, but because fuel for 4-colored flames was very rare in the sect, and he hadn't been able to acquire any. Even as he looked at the four-leaved immortal grass, he suddenly remembered something that he had acquired from one of the disciples from the Bloodstream sect. Back in the fallen sword world, so many disciples had besieged him because of the heaven string energy that he couldn't remember them all clearly. However, there was one disciple who had made somewhat of an impression. After being killed, he had seemingly transformed into a mask and then tried to flee. Yeah, I remember him. Bai Xiaochun thought, eyes flashing. He clearly remembered grabbing the mask and trying to crush it, but being unable to do so. In his hurry, he'd simply sealed it and tossed it into his bag of holding. 1. However, after searching for quite some time, he was shocked to realize that the mask was nowhere to be found. Impossible. Ignoring the discomfort he felt from having just returned from the pocket realm, he drew upon the power of his cultivation base to once again search, this time even more thoroughly. There's no way I'm misremembering this. I definitely threw it into my bag of holding. That mask must be some sort of magical treasure that's actually trying to hide from me. His eyes began to shine with intrigue. Sticking his chin up, he said, "How dare you try to play hide-and-seek with Lord Bai, you little mask? Lord Bai can reduce you to ash with the snap of a finger." 1. The incident with the mask happened in Chapter 163. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, I'll tell you a secret. Chapter 179, I'll tell you a secret. The interior of his bag of holding was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. There wasn't a single reply from inside. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he let out a threatening roar. And yet, nothing moved inside the bag. Furious, he sealed it. Then, he chuckled coldly and closed his eyes to meditate. A few days later, after he'd fully recovered, he rotated his cultivation base and sent golden light streaming toward the heaven-span Dharma eye on his forehead. "Alright, little mask, let's see if you can hide from me this time." With a cold snort, he confirmed that he could force open his heaven-span Dharma eye again. With that, he unsealed his bag of holding, and then opened his third eye just a crack. A violet eye could just barely be seen as he looked into the bag of holding. In that instant, his mind trembled, and everything vanished. His bag of holding and everything else in it turned transparent, revealing a crumpled-up mask off in the corner. It had concealed itself in the lining of the bag of holding, slowly merging into the side. Clearly, if it had been given enough time, it would have been able to fully merge into the material of the bag of holding, then secretly escape out the other side. As soon as Bai Xiaochun caught sight of it with his third eye, the mask trembled and unleashed a blinding light as it attempted to break out of the bag of holding. Before it could though, Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, and sent spiritual power streaming into the bag of holding to grab onto the mask. After dragging it out from within the lining of the bag, he pulled it out and held it in his hand to examine it with his third eye. Strangely, only his third eye could see it. His other senses, including his normal eyes, couldn't detect its existence at all. Weird, he thought. How come I could see it back in the fallen sword world? He couldn't sustain the use of his third eye for too long, so after closing it, he drew upon his 9 spiritual Cs, unleashing some Heaven Dao aura. Immediately, the air above his palm began to distort, and soon, the mask became visible in front of him. It was now a flesh-colored mask. This was the mask he had tried to crush back in the fallen sword world. It seemed as delicate as the wings of a cicada, and also contained some strange aura that Bai Xiaochun couldn't clearly analyze. Could it be cultivated using the waters of the Heavenspan River? It was an aura that came from whatever material the mask had been constructed from, and Bai Xiaochun found it quite shocking. Then he thought back to how the soul of that Bloodstream sect disciple entered the mask and then tried to flee. "I know you're in there," he growled. "Show your face to Lord Bai." However, there was no reaction from the mask. Eyes shining with viciousness, he tried to crush the mask, and yet no matter how much power he exerted, nothing happened. "Not gonna come out?" You really think I have no way of dealing with you? With that, he shot down the mountain to the bank of the Heavenspan River, where he cocked his hand back, as if to throw the mask in the water. That river water was the only thing Xiaochun could think of that could melt just about anything. However, before he could actually throw the mask, it trembled and suddenly cried out, "Senior, let me say something." "Ah, so you can talk now, huh?" Xiaochun said, eyes gleaming ferociously. "Get out of that mask and tell me who you are." A mist suddenly flowed out from the crumpled-up mask, which rapidly took shape into a tiny person. Although he didn't look exactly like the person he had killed in the Fallen Sword world, he looked similar. Looking completely terrified, and trembling physically, he clasped hands and bowed to Xiaochun. "Please grace me with your favor, Senior," he blubbered. "Your humble servant made a mistake, I know it. I'm an inner sect disciple from the Bloodstream sect. My name is Nightcrypt." After the catastrophe of the Fallen Sword world, he had remained in Xiaochun's bag of holding. His plan had been to slowly make his escape, but before he could, Xiaochun had found him. Originally, he hadn't been too worried, assuming that Xiaochun wouldn't be able to hurt him. He had never imagined that he would threaten to melt him in the Heavenspan River. The spiritual power of the waters of the Heavenspan River was difficult to put into words, and even some of the most powerful defensive treasures could be destroyed by it. When Xiaochun heard the name Nightcrypt, he was a bit taken aback, and even felt a bit nervous. The name really was very intimidating. Whether the meaning of the name meant burying people at night, or entombing the night itself, it definitely felt profoundly murderous. 1. Looking askance at the trembling soul, Xiaochun cleared his throat. "Well, your name could use some work. Doesn't sound very good, you know. Definitely not as good as mine." Nightcrypt gaped for a moment, then subserviently voiced his agreement. However, he didn't dare to say anything else. The truth was he was feeling very sorry for himself. The Bloodstream sect had never paid much attention to him, and he had worked very hard to reach the great circle of chi condensation. Originally, he hadn't qualified to enter the Fallen Sword Abyss. The truth was that he had studied a strange mix of things in the Bloodstream sect. In addition to a bit of knowledge of medicine concocting, he had also studied the sect's divination magic. He would often divine his own future, and although the results weren't always accurate, they had provided some benefits to his cultivation. Before the Fallen Sword Abyss was opened, his divination had revealed that he would come across some incredible good fortune if he went alone. Although he didn't quite believe it at first, he got the same results after numerous divinations. Finally, he gritted his teeth and paid a huge price, even undergoing significant humiliation, to get himself a spot. Who would ever have thought that, not only did he not get any good fortune, he would end up the captive of the brutal Xiaochun. "Lord Bai," he said, bowing continuously, "considering your incredible might, sir, why don't you just let me go? I can be a spy for you. I'll go back to the Bloodstream sect and report back to you here at the Spiritstream sect. I can even swear an oath." Xiaochun looked over at him, then snorted coldly. "Spy? Presumably this is your true appearance, right? The Nightcrypt I killed is a different person than you. I can't believe you're trying to trick me." Xiaochun hates it when people try to trick him. Prepare to die. Glaring as fiercely as possible, he knelt down and prepared to drop the mask into the river. A wave rolled by that seemed just about to hit Nightcrypt, who screamed and trembled in fear. The sensation of imminent death he was experiencing surpassed anything he had felt in his life. Then he thought about all the humiliation he had endured in the sect, and he felt like crying. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you a huge secret." Xiaochun sneered, even more distrustful than before. With that, he loosened his grip, and the mask began to fall. Nightcrypt was scared out of his mind as the waters of the river rushed up toward him. "No. I'm serious about this secret. It has to do with eternal indestructibility." A tremor ran through Xiaochun. As far as he was concerned, the terms eternal and indestructible were essentially synonymous of undying and live forever. Without a moment of hesitation, his hand shot out with lightning-like speed to grab the mask. "You'd better not try to trick me," he said gravely. "You already know how much I hate it when people try to trick me." "I'm telling the truth," Nightcrypt gushed. "There's a big secret about the Bloodstream sect. They have a relic of eternity. Nobody else knows about it except me. Not even the patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect are aware that such a heaven-defying object is hidden inside of their sect. According to the legends, whoever gets that relic and unlocks it will be able to grasp the secrets of being eternally indestructible. I'm not tricking you. I'm completely and utterly serious about this." From what Nightcrypt could tell, Xiaochun was a very moody person, which was the most terrifying type of person there was. Glaring angrily, Xiaochun prepared to throw the mask back into the river. "What a load of crap. The patriarchs of the sect don't know about that thing, but you do?" On the verge of tears, Nightcrypt finally blurted out everything. I am not really a disciple from the Bloodstream sect. I'm an imposter." As imposter Nightcrypt continued to explain the details, Xiaochun's eyes went wide. It turned out that this imposter was someone who the real Nightcrypt hadn't even been aware of. He had started out as rogue cultivator in the 3rd level of Qi condensation, with relatively good latent talent. After being chased down by an enemy, he was on the verge of being killed when an enigmatic savior from a mysterious sect appeared. His savior had been in a bit of a rush, so after a moment of thought, gave him a mask and told him to find an outer sect disciple in the Bloodstream sect named Nightcrypt. His mission was to take his place and carry out a certain task. The savior had even hexed the imposter's soul. The real Nightcrypt was actually dead by now. However, he had occupied a relatively stable position in the Bloodstream sect. One of his ancestors had performed a great service for the Bloodstream sect, and because of that, Nightcrypt had been guaranteed a place in the inner sect. The imposter's mysterious savior had visited him a second time to explain further details of his mission, which was to secretly acquire the relic of eternal indestructibility. His savior had described its appearance, and even told him where it was located. Apparently, there was a huge door guarding the way, the key to which was a unique medicinal pill. The pill wasn't difficult to concoct, even an ordinary apothecary could do it. Unfortunately, no matter who concocted it, the success rate would be 50-50. Furthermore, the ingredients were very rare. Collecting them all would be a very difficult task. Thankfully, his mysterious savior's sect was very rich, and had already collected most of the ingredients. The only thing lacking was some beastbirth blood. After replacing Nightcrypt and becoming a Bloodstream sect disciple, everything went smoothly at first. He soon became an inner sect disciple, but quickly came to find that he had difficulty cultivating the techniques of the Bloodstream sect. Although he had good latent talent, he wasn't suited for blood cultivation. This problem grew worse and worse until he got stuck in the 8th level of Qi condensation. Gradually, the sect lost interest in him, and even his mysterious savior didn't provide any help. For several miserable years, he had continued to cultivate alone in painstaking fashion. His mysterious savior's sect was a very, very long way away from the Bloodstream sect, and there were other things that made it difficult to go back and forth between the two. Furthermore, he wasn't able to directly plunder the relic of eternal indestructibility himself. Because of that, he only appeared 3 times, and those 3 times had all been by means of a projection, and apparently came at great cost. The first time was when he arranged for Nightcrypt's soul replacement. The second time was when imposter Nightcrypt became an inner sect disciple. The fanfare surrounding that event didn't seem to please his mysterious savior, but didn't stop him from explaining the details of the relic of eternal indestructibility. That was also when he gave imposter Nightcrypt the ingredients to concoct the medicinal pill, and explained that his mysterious sect would continue to search for the final ingredient. The third time he appeared was right before imposter Nightcrypt entered the Fallen Sword world. He'd explained that if he couldn't reach Foundation establishment, that he would have to give up the mask and abandon his spy work. Imposter Nightcrypt had been left with no choice but to rely on his divination skills to illuminate the correct path ahead. Everything after that was history. Is that sect full of idiots? By Xiaochun blurted. Why would they possibly pick you to be their spy? Furthermore, how could the Bloodstream sect never have suspected you? In his opinion, either Nightcrypt was lying, or the mysterious sect was full of fools. Of course, perhaps there was some other factor that Bai Xiaochun was unaware of, something that gave the mysterious sect no other choice than to rely on the Nightcrypt soul replacement plan. 1. Generally speaking, I transliterate the names of characters, and translate Daoist names or nicknames. For Nightcrypt, I'm making a bit of an exception. This is supposed to be his actual name, not a Daoist name. So if I transliterated it, it would be Yi Zhang. However, it's a completely ridiculous name in Chinese, the kind of name nobody would have in real life. It's supposed to sound cool/creepy/badass, except, sort of made up aka not a real name. To keep the outrageous flavor of the name, I'm going to translate it out instead of transliterating it. P.S. My apologies if anyone in the audience is actually named Nightcrypt, and is offended by me calling it a ridiculous name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Could it be the will of the heavens? Chapter 180, Could it be the will of the heavens? There was another possibility, which was that, as Nightcrypt had said, the mysterious sect was too far away from the Bloodstream sect, so far that even a projection was difficult to accomplish. That would explain their lack of both confidence and options, which led to their less than perfect decision. Suspicious, Bai Xiaochun continued to pry Nightcrypt with questions, until even Nightcrypt seemed to be getting confused. Finally, Bai Xiaochun frowned, and then once again resorted to threatening to dunk him in the Heavenspan River. He then asked more questions, even down to the details of the formula to the pill that was needed to open the door. Slowly, he was coming to be convinced that Nightcrypt was telling the truth. Although his answers sometimes conflicted with each other, the overall bigger picture was consistent. There even seemed to be certain things that Nightcrypt himself didn't understand. All he knew was that he was a spy, and that his soul had been bound with a restrictive spell. If he didn't follow his orders, he would die. He wasn't even sure what to do with the relic of eternal indestructibility if he managed to get his hands on it. To Bai Xiaochun, it didn't make much sense that the mysterious sect would just hand the medicinal pill ingredients over to a stranger. The most likely explanation was that Nightcrypt's mysterious savior truly approved of his soul, although another possibility was that the sect really was too far away, and they had no other option than to hand over the ingredients when they could. Either way, it didn't seem logical. It almost seemed like the mysterious sect hadn't considered what to do after Nightcrypt acquired the relic of eternal indestructibility. Perhaps they didn't really care about the relic at all, and simply wanted him to open the door. Or was it that they didn't believe Nightcrypt to be capable of actually acquiring the relic after opening the door? But if the latter were the case, why wouldn't they just select another spy? What a weird sect. Why do I get the feeling that they're only going through the motions? It's almost like they want certain people to think that they're working hard at reaching some goal, but in reality, they don't care. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more strange he found the whole scenario. Another odd thing was that the Bloodstream sect never got suspicious of Nightcrypt. Although, based on Nightcrypt's explanation, that was a question which could be answered. It's all thanks to this mask, he thought. He looked over the mask in more detail, and was shocked to find that he had no idea what it was made of. However, its aura was shocking, and no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like a precious treasure. According to Nightcrypt, putting on the mask didn't just change your physical appearance. It actually transformed your flesh and blood. That transformation would reverse upon removing the mask, but as long as you wore it, no one would ever be able to detect any clues that you were a different person. your cultivation base fluctuations would be concealed, and according to the representative of the mysterious sect, no one under the Mahayana realm would be able to see them. Unfortunately, Night Crypt didn't know what the Mahayana realm was. Of course, Bai Xiaochun didn't know what the Mahayana realm was either, although it sounded pretty incredible. Looking down at the imposter Night Crypt there in the mask, he suddenly said, Spirit Winter Grass, Water Ink Lily, Cloud Dragon Leaf, Heaven Sieve Root. What are the medicinal properties of those 4 medicinal plants? Imposter Night Crypt gaped for a moment, then without even thinking about it started to rattle off the medicinal properties. As Bai Xiaochun listened, his frown deepened. His answer wasn't complete, but it wasn't incorrect. Generally speaking, his description was accurate. The 4 medicinal plants Bai Xiaochun had asked about weren't selected randomly. Based on the answers imposter Night Crypt gave, Bai Xiaochun was able to determine that he really could concoct medicine. So, he actually is capable of concocting the pill. He only has a rough foundation in the Tao of medicine, but it's enough to produce the door-opening pill. Bai Xiaochun was really torn about what to think. However, his desire to acquire that relic of eternal indestructibility only continued to grow. If it was called anything else, I could have ignored it. Why did it have to be called eternally indestructible? He glared down at imposter Night Crypt's soul in the mask, who immediately began to tremble and plead for his life. I'm telling the truth. I swear it. I've told you everything. I didn't leave anything out. And he really was telling the truth. Fine, Bai Xiaochun said. Hurry up and get out of that mask. I want to study it a bit. Imposter Night Crypt hesitated, clearly not pleased with the idea of leaving the mask. However, as soon as he thought of how ferocious Bai Xiaochun had been in the Fallen Sword world, and how he had just about thrown the mask into the Heavenspan River, he shivered, gritted his teeth, and floated out into the open. After all, if Bai Xiaochun wanted to exterminate him, he could do so without the trouble of asking him to come out of the mask. As soon as he was out in the open, Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve. Imposter Night Crypt let out a shriek as he was thrown into a jade box, which then went into Bai Xiaochun's bag of holding. With that, Bai Xiaochun returned to his immortal's cave to study the mask more. The process took an entire month. Bai Xiaochun barely ate or slept during that time. He was completely focused on studying the mask. He even performed a few different tests. No matter what he did, he was unable to damage the mask in any way. At one point, he carefully dipped the mask into the waters of the Heavenspan River. Although he could tell that any soul inside of the mask would have been destroyed, the mask itself wasn't hurt at all. At one point, Bai Xiaochun suddenly wondered why the discarnate soul of imposter Night Crypt, with a Mirchi condensation cultivation base, would be able to survive after being killed in the Fallen Sword world. Presumably the answer had to do with the mask itself, which prevented his soul from dispersing. He even bought some animals at the market and then put the mask on them. As soon as he did, the mask vanished, and the animals' faces turned into Night Crypts. The result was terrifying to look at, but upon closer examination, Bai Xiaochun confirmed that the little animals weren't hurt at all. In fact, they didn't even seem to notice that anything had changed. It was almost as if they had always looked that way. After removing the mask, they would return to normal. Bai Xiaochun kept the animals around a while, and performed even more tests. In the end, he confirmed that the mask didn't have any side effects or harmful secrets. Still not completely convinced, he kept the animals under close observation. The mask was truly a precious treasure, and Bai Xiaochun couldn't imagine why that mysterious sect would possibly have just given it to a random spy. Eventually, he used his Heavenspan Dharma eye to observe the mask. Combined with his Heaven Dao aura, he came to the conclusion that there was something eternal about the mask's aura. It was as if this mask would exist for all eternity. Bai Xiaochun was left in a state of near madness, with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair. At the same time, an audacious speculation rose up in his mind. What if the true purpose of the mask isn't just to change one's appearance and cultivation base? What if an authentication device, the medicinal pill, and the mask itself are all needed to open that door? Perhaps the mysterious sect merely wanted to put on a show of trying to open the door and release the relic of eternal indestructibility. Perhaps the truth is that they don't want to do that. Therefore, they recruited a spy and gave him the mask, but intentionally withheld one of the medicine concocting ingredients. It would seem like they were doing their best, but the truth was that they didn't care. Because they were only putting on a show, they weren't too happy that imposter Nightcrypt made a bit of a splash in the beginning. Perhaps that even had something to do with why imposter Nightcrypt didn't do well at his blood cultivation, and had problems improving his cultivation base. Another reason why Xiaochun was so torn about what to do was that the missing ingredient to the medicinal pill was beastbirth blood. Beastbirth blood was blood that came from a creature born out of a beastbirth flower. Although most people would view beastbirth blood as something that didn't even exist and was virtually impossible to acquire, Xiaochun's own battle beast bruiser had been born in just such a fashion. As such, he already had everything he needed to concoct that pill, and thus, also had everything he needed to open the door. After much thought, he finally sighed and put the mask away. Forget about it. All that other stuff doesn't really matter now. First I should see if I can actually concoct the door-opening pill. If I can, then the will of the heavens will be revealed. If I can't, then that will be the end of the matter. Gritting his teeth, he went over to the north bank to find Bruiser. After playing with him for a bit, he got a drop of blood, then gave him a huge pile of delicious medicinal pills to eat. After returning to his immortal's cave, he began to concoct. Considering that he could already concoct Tier 3 spirit medicines, producing the simplistic door-opening pill was a simple task. However, he still spent plenty of time studying the pill formula, and came to be convinced that the success rate would only be 50%, no matter who concocted it. The strange pill formula was another reason why Xiaochun was interested in the relic of eternal indestructibility. He settled his qi and cleared his mind, then pulled out the ingredients from imposter Nightcrypt's bag of holding. Most bloodstream sect disciples kept all of their belongings with them at all times, for safety purposes. Then he followed the pill formula exactly, taking 3 days in his concocting. When he was finished, the pill furnace began to rumble, and white smoke billowed out of it. Unexpectedly, 9 magical symbols could be seen within the white smoke. After the smoke dissipated, the same aura he had sensed on the mask emanated out from the pill furnace. Xiaochun took a deep breath and opened the pill furnace, whereupon a medicinal pill emerged that could only be fully examined with a Heaven Dao aura and 9 spiritual Cs. It's very similar to the mask. Xiaochun thought, frowning as he looked at it. Is this really the will of the heavens? He thought some more. No. No way. The bloodstream sect is too dangerous. The cultivators there are all devils. They kill people without batting an eye. Way too ferocious. Song K is from the bloodstream sect, and that guy hates me with all his guts. It's a place where the law of the jungle prevails. Xiaochun couldn't stop thinking about the terrors of the bloodstream sect, and it sent chills down his back. And yet, his thirst for the relic of eternal indestructibility wouldn't go away. It was almost like he had a person on each shoulder arguing back and forth about what to do. One of them was telling him to go the bloodstream sect, the other was telling him to stay away. All he had to do was put on the mask, and he could become Nightcrypt. Considering the power of the mask, not even the bloodstream sect patriarchs would notice that anything was amiss. As Nightcrypt, he would be perfectly safe. Furthermore, he already had the door-opening pill. All he had to do was get to the location of the relic of eternal indestructibility, and it would be his. Then he would be one step closer to accomplishing his dreams. However, all of that had to be done in the bloodstream sect, which was a savage place that completely differed from the spirit stream sect. What should I do? He thought, scowling as he stared at the medicinal pill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Uncrushable. Chapter 181, Uncrushable. After thinking the matter over for some time, he finally sighed and said, "Nah, it's not worth even thinking about it. Things are great here in the Spirit Stream sect." Suppressing the pain he felt in his heart, he put the medicinal pill away in his bag of holding. If he left, he would miss the Spirit Stream sect too much. Now that he was in Heavendao Foundation establishment, everyone from the patriarchs to the servants treated him with the warmth of family. Most importantly, there were plenty of new outer sect disciples who didn't know him very well. Nor had he spent sufficient time in public on the North Bank. He would really be missing out on a lot if he left the sect now. In the days to follow, Xiaochun spent time every day practicing cultivation. However, when he wasn't cultivating, he would clasp his hands behind his back and stroll through both the north and south banks, smiling like someone from the senior generation. He would often mysteriously appear in areas where the outer sect disciples gathered. At first, cries of excitement would fill the air, but soon, strange expressions would begin to appear on the faces of the outer sect disciples. Eventually, they realized that they were seeing Xiaochun more than a dozen times every day. It didn't matter what they were doing, they would often look up to find Xiaochun standing there, a faint smile of praise on his face. Eventually, they grew numb to what was happening, and the strange expressions grew even more common. The outer sect disciples weren't the only ones to experience such a thing. Inner sect disciples and even the elders were all annoyed to find that Xiaochun, instead of tending to important affairs, would often stroll around and wait to be called sect uncle by. It was just like what had happened years ago. Thankfully, Xiaochun was much more restrained than he had been before. After once again experiencing the sensation of being the center of attention, he decided to stay in his immortal's cave on Mount Daoseed and concoct medicine. To cultivate the undying heavenly king, I need vital energy. Therefore, I need to concoct a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Xiaochun's grand aspiration of becoming a master apothecary was what kept him so focused on medicine concocting. Furthermore, he had never forgotten what Li Qingho had told him, that after he reached Foundation establishment, he should once again try to perfect his lightning detox grand magic. In the following days, lightning and thunder became common on Mount Daoseed, much to the astonishment of the Foundation establishment elders there. Disciples from the other mountain peaks saw the countless bolts of lightning descending upon the mountain, and were also shocked. People began to ask around, and before long, stories about Xiaochun's previous antics began to spread again. Soon, everyone was talking about it, leading to gasps and expressions of shock. Sect Uncle Bai did something like that? I don't believe it. Heavens, did that really happen? Many of the disciples who weren't familiar with Xiaochun had a hard time believing the stories. However, the frequency of the lightning didn't reduce by even a little bit. In fact, it increased. At the same time, black smoke began to rise from Xiaochun's immortal's cave, and before long, the legendary acid rain began to fall. Acid rain ran in rivulets down almost half of Mount Daoseed. Of course, Xiaochun was concocting Tier 4 medicinal pills, to which Tier 3 pills couldn't even compare. Soon, the area affected by the acid rain grew, reaching both the south and north banks. Eventually, all 7 of the mountain peaks were affected. A nightmare had descended once again. Countless disciples looked around in shock as their garments slowly dissolved. Xiaochun is concocting pills again. Can't he just let people live in peace? The South Bank had already gone through something like this before, so as soon as they realized the acid rain was coming, there was a bit of an uproar, but nothing too dramatic. However, the people from the North Bank had never experienced anything quite like it. Soon, howls of rage rose up, and the North Bank mountain peaks began to go mad. What's going on? What's happening? Heavens! I can't believe acid rain is falling. Wait a second, didn't I hear a story recently about acid rain? Screams and howls filled the North Bank as the disciples there descended into madness. The 4 peak lords and the elders were also furious, and soon found that the culprit was none other than Bai Xiaochun. Before Bai Xiaochun reached foundation establishment, the disciples of both banks would most surely have formed a mob to go pelt him with stones. But now, all they could do was exchange dismayed glances. Despite their rage, Bai Xiaochun was not the same Bai Xiaochun that he had been before. He was now a Havendao Foundation Establishment expert, Legacy Echelon Designate, and a Foundation Establishment Elder. A person like that was not someone who ordinary disciples could casually provoke. Even the elders could only stew in their frustration. As for the peak lords, they knew how much the prime elders valued Bai Xiaochun, and thus, could do nothing other than go to the sect leader and hope that he would see reason. When sect leader Zhang Yuandong heard their complaints, he smiled wryly. After all, the legacy echelon designate was someone very important. Sadly, Li Qingho had already gone into secluded meditation, otherwise he might have been able to set Bai Xiaochun straight. Zhang Yuandong tried to persuade Bai Xiaochun that there was more to life than cultivation, and that he should go out of the sect to get some experience in life. After all, without tempering, not even immortal steel could be forged into an immortal sword. He even explained that as long as he stayed in the Eastwood continent, he would never be in much danger, but would still be able to gain experience. However, Bai Xiaochun merely shook his head and said that he really enjoyed life in the sect. With that, he immersed himself in his research, and the same madness that had once gripped the South Bank soon began to spread through the entire sect. However, just when it reached a boiling point, Bai Xiaochun suddenly stopped concocting pills. There he sat in his immortal's cave, sighing. His efforts at Tier 4 medicinal pills were all failures. No matter how he persisted, problems always cropped up. Maybe my skill in the Tao of medicine is too low. Trying to force the matter now won't do any good. If I want to concoct Tier 4 medicinal pills, I have to improve my skill in the Tao of medicine. Feeling enlightened, he went to visit Li Qingho, but unfortunately, Li Qingho was still trying to reach the gold core stage, and couldn't emerge from secluded meditation. Bai Xiaochun took out the frigid school medicine manual, but no matter how he examined it, it didn't make sense. It was as if he could understand the characters themselves, but the words and sentences they formed were completely unintelligible. If my skill in the Tao of medicine could be considered low-level, then the frigid school medicine manual must be high-level. I'm missing some fundamental understanding regarding the Tao of medicine. Although Bai Xiaochun was left scowling, the disciples of both the South and North Banks, the elders and peak lords and the foundation establishment elders on Mount Daoseed were all sighing in relief. As usual, they had underestimated Bai Xiaochun. For the moment, he couldn't work on Tier 4 spirit medicine, but he could cultivate the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation. Furthermore, at a certain point, the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, in combination with the proto-magnetic powers of gravity and repulsion, delivered a burst of inspiration regarding his dream technique, the human controlling grand magic. I'm such an idiot. The human controlling grand magic doesn't actually need to directly control the opponent. If I figured out a way to control their clothing, I could control the movements of their body. Furthermore, I could rely on the proto-magnetic powers of gravity and repulsion to do that instead of pure control power. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. Eyes shining brightly, he rushed out of his immortal's cave. As he walked along, he ran into a lot of people, but none of them were appropriate to help confirm whether his theory was correct or not. Eventually, he left Mount Daoseed and headed toward Green Crest Peak. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face. Chen Fei? He said, eyes shining. Chen Fei was walking proudly down a path on Green Crest Peak, followed by two burly men who were fawning over him and showering him with flattery. Congratulations on completing the trial by fire to enter the inner sect, Elder Brother Chen. You're finally going to be an inner sect disciple. Ha ha ha. From now on, Elder Brother Chen, you're in Green Crest Peak's inner sect. The whole world is at your fingertips. Next step, the heavens. Chen Fei stuck his chin up as he walked along, reveling in his pride. After all the years that had gone by, he had finally advanced from the outer sect to the inner sect. As he strutted along smugly, he was about to respond to the two men when he suddenly heard someone calling out his name. A twinge of displeasure ran through his heart. Snorting coldly, he looked around and said, "Everybody on Green Crest Peak calls me Elder Brother Chen. What blind fool dares to disrespect me by using my full name?" Seeing no one in the immediate vicinity, he subconsciously looked up into the air, and saw Bai Xiaochun flying toward him. "It's Bai Xiaochun. Sect Uncle Bai." Chen Fei's scalp began tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. A piercing shriek escaped his lips, and all of his smugness and pride collapsed. The two burly men on either side of him also began to shake in anxiety and fear. Those two men were the same men who had ambushed Bai Xiaochun with Chen Fei all those years ago, only to be taught a harsh lesson in return. Of course, as Bai Xiaochun's status in the sect grew, their fear of him also increased. That had been compounded by the fact that Xian Dajin ended up being suddenly sent out on a dangerous mission. He had never returned, and rumor had it that he had died outside the sect. The presumption, of course, was that Bai Xiaochun was behind it all, which left them even more terrified than before. Eventually, though, they came to believe that Bai Xiaochun had forgotten about them. Gradually, they relaxed, convinced that there would be no further negative ramifications. But now, Bai Xiaochun had come seeking them out, and the result was that their hearts were pounding in terror. Trembling, Chen Fei quickly clasped hand and bowed deeply. "Disciple Chen Fei offers greetings, Sect Uncle Bai." "Sect Uncle Bai, you are the most powerful person in the sect, a cultivator whose legend will be passed down through the ages, someone who will live as long as the heavens, invincible in the whole world." The two burly men also shouted similar words until their voices grew hoarse. Bai Xiaochun was shocked to find that Chen Fei really was so gifted at speaking. Looking very serious, he said, "Cut the crap. Do you really think Bai Xiaochun is the type of person who likes to be brown-nosed?" However, despite the words coming out of his mouth, a gleam of approval could be seen in his eyes, and even a bit of encouragement. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme Archives, Toxin. Transcendent Patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, My Precious Pearl. Chapter 182, My Precious Pearl. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Bai Xiaochun seemed to be encouraging him to keep going, he proceeded, "Sect Uncle Bai, I'm not flattering you, I'm just telling you how I really feel. Sect Uncle Bai, you're a Heaven Dao Foundation establishment expert, and the legacy echelon designate. You're a future patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect. You'll naturally live as long as the heavens, and in the future will surely prove to be invincible in the world. Quick, you're jabbering," Bai Xiaochun said, waving his hand and looking very displeased. Chen Fei felt a bit sick to his stomach, but continued on with the flattery. "Sect Uncle Bai, it's not just me who thinks this. All of the disciples are talking about it. Everyone is saying that Sect Uncle Bai is as righteous as the heavens. He's a genius among chosen, someone who crushes all others in his generation. He's a Qilin incarnate, and one of the most handsome people in existence." Bai Xiaochun listened on and felt wonderful. After a while, he felt bad about trying to test out the human controlling grand magic on Chen Fei, so he simply stuck his chin up in the air, flicked his sleeve, and flew away. Chen Fei and his two friends breathed sighs of relief. As for the burly men, they looked at Chen Fei with more admiration than ever. "Elder Brother Chen, you definitely deserve to be regarded as brilliantly divine. If it weren't for you, we would have faced calamity this day." Wiping away the cold sweat on his brow, Chen Fei had to admit that he really had been thinking on his feet. "Humph. You'd have a hard time finding anyone in the sect that understands Sect Uncle Bai better than me." Proud of himself, he led his two friends off into the distance. Bai Xiaochun scoured the south bank, but couldn't find anyone else to practice the human controlling grand magic on. Next, he went to the north bank. By that time, it was late into the night. Unfortunately, he still hadn't found a suitable subject. Sighing to himself about how good-natured he was, he returned to Mount Dao Seed. Then, as he was walking along a mountain path, he looked up and saw Shangguan Tianyu flying through the air, wearing the Taoist robe of an elder. As he flew along, he noticed Bai Xiaochun, but simply snorted inwardly and pretended not to see him. The bad feelings between the two caused a cold, arrogant glint to appear in his eyes as he prepared to fly on his way. When Bai Xiaochun saw the arrogant Shangguan Tianyu, old grievances rose up in his heart. Chuckling, he extended his right hand and mumbled something under his breath as he pointed his finger at Shangguan Tianyu. A tremor ran through Shangguan Tianyu as his Taoist elder's robe suddenly constricted around him. His face fell, and his cultivation base exploded with power as he attempted to stop the clothing from affecting his movements. As for Bai Xiaochun, he poured more power into his efforts. In the blink of an eye, Shangguan Tianyu's clothing became a battlefield. Then a boom echoed out, and Shangguan Tianyu staggered backward a few steps. As he did, his robe was shredded into pieces, drifting away in the wind to reveal his naked body. His jaw dropped. Bai Xiaochun's jaw also dropped. The jaws of nearby Foundation establishment elders also dropped. Shangguan Tianyu let out a piercing howl as he threw another robe on. Eyes bloodshot, hair in disarray, he raved, "Bai Xiaochun, but..." With that, he shot toward Bai Xiaochun, mind filled with only one thought: no matter what happened, he would take Bai Xiaochun down. He didn't even think about whether or not he was strong enough to do such a thing. In his mind, Bai Xiaochun was a walking disaster, and if he were left alive, the Spirit Stream sect would definitely be brought to ruin. Bai Xiaochun immediately fled. What's going on? How come it didn't work? When he saw how enraged Shangguan Tianyu was, he actually felt a bit bad, but before he could even explain, Shangguan Tianyu was bearing down on him with murderous intent. Sect nephew Shangguan, this was a misunderstanding. He shrieked as he sped along. A misunderstanding, I tell you. By that point, he was already back in his immortal's cave. However, when Shangguan Tianyu heard the term sect nephew, his rage burned even hotter. He stood outside the immortal's cave, completely livid, howling in rage. Eventually, though, he could do nothing but grit his teeth and leave. Bai Xiaochun sat in his immortal's cave racking his brains. A few days later, he slapped his thigh. I was thinking about it the wrong way. Controlling the clothing is definitely not a good idea. Clothing is weak, and can't withstand the force. Not unless it was made from jewels or something. The true human controlling grand magic is about controlling the smaller components of a person's body. For example, their skin, flesh, blood, and bones. When all of that is accomplished, then I'll truly have control power over my opponent. Unfortunately, my cultivation base isn't high enough yet. I need a much stronger foundation in control power. For now, I need to make some sort of device that has inherent control power built into it. His eyes began to shine brightly. The more he thought about the idea, the more it made sense. The next day, he scoured the sect for just such a device, but unfortunately, found nothing that worked. Just when he was starting to despair, he suddenly pulled out his proto-magnetic wings. After studying them for a moment, his eyes began to shine brightly. In the arcane pocket realm, I gained some enlightenment of proto-magnetic power. Now I can use a bit of repulsion power, as well as a slight gravitational force, to produce that illusory pearl. After some more thought, his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he pointed out. Instantly, a stream of qi emerged from within the wings, which flowed out onto Bai Xiaochun's palm and transformed into an illusory pearl. Upon closer examination, it was possible to see two types of auras inside the pearl, one of them pushing away, and the other pulling in. Their balance formed a cycle that acted as a vessel. After a moment of thought, Bai Xiaochun's expression filled with determination. Spiritual power is the foundation for all cultivators. Control power comes when the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation takes spiritual power and fuses it into one's will. Bai Xiaochun attempted to do just that. Pouring his spiritual power into the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation caused its fluctuations to change. When those fluctuations entered his own will, it became control power, which he infused into the pearl. Time passed. A day later, Bai Xiaochun's face was pale, but his expression was one of excitement. Retracting his hand, he sat down to perform some breathing exercises. A month later, the result of Bai Xiaochun's madness was that a terrifying amount of control power had built up in the pearl. Only then did he finally stop. Looking at the pearl excitedly, he said, "This is definitely going to work. There's a shocking amount of control power built up in the pearl. Once it erupts out, that power will definitely be enough to drive my human controlling grand magic." Just when he was about to go test it out, he stopped in his tracks, thought for a moment, and suddenly didn't feel as confident. "No, it's not ready yet. I need to add some more control power." Gritting his teeth, he sat down cross-legged. After spending 3 more months pouring power into it, the amount of control power contained in the pearl was hair-raisingly terrifying. There was so much that it spilled out of the pearl, distorting the air in shocking fashion. All of the objects within 30 meters of Bai Xiaochun were floating up into the air and emanating cracking sounds. Even the pebbles in the walls of the Immortal's Cave were affected. Eyes crimson, Bai Xiaochun cackled madly as he emerged from his Immortal's Cave. Bai Xiaochun's human controlling grand magic will finally make its debut in the world. Laughing uproariously, he searched the area around his Immortal's Cave, only to find that nobody was around. Even as he was looking around in confusion, he noticed several beams of light shooting through the air toward the summit of Mount Daoseed. Apparently, the sect leader had called a meeting of the Foundation establishment elders, for reasons unknown. Puzzled, Bai Xiaochun flew up into the air. Soon he caught sight of the square outside of the sect leader's personal hall. A large number of Foundation establishment elders were gathered there, and all of them were conversing with each other in hushed tones. Somber expressions could be seen on their faces. Apparently, something big had occurred. What happened? Bai Xiaochun thought. He had been so focused on his human controlling grand magic that he hadn't paid much attention to his jade slips. Flying over to the group, he was just about to start asking questions, when 3 of the Foundation establishment cultivators about 30 meters away from him, one of whom was Lu Tianlei, suddenly looked over at him in shock. They had noticed Bai Xiaochun earlier, as well as his disheveled hair and strange appearance. As soon as he got close enough to them, tremors ran through their bodies, and they completely lost control of their cultivation base power. Energy surged out explosively, causing crushing pressure to weigh down, and simultaneously shredding their robes into pieces. Shivering, eyes bloodshot, they quickly put on new garments and simultaneously fell back. Enraged, they looked over at Bai Xiaochun, convinced that he was up to more shenanigans. "What are you doing, Bai Xiaochun?" However, even as the words left their mouths, Bai Xiaochun continued forward obliviously. At the same time, all of the Foundation establishment cultivators within 30 meters of him looked on with wide eyes as their clothing was also shredded. Before Bai Xiaochun could even react, dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators were robeless, including Shengguan Tianyu. Bai Xiaochun. Damn it, what's he doing? The Foundation establishment cultivators burned with rage. Throwing new clothes on, they were about to storm over to Bai Xiaochun to teach him a lesson, when they realized that anyone who got within 30 meters of him would have their clothing destroyed. Terrified, they all backed up. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun retreated to the main gate of the hall, scalp tingling and heart thumping. He already knew that he had caused a major catastrophe again. "Don't blame me," he said. "It's this pearl." He nervously held the pearl up into the air, which caused rippling distortions to spread out for 30 meters in all directions. Bai Xiaochun appeared to be the only one unaffected. It was at this point that sect leader Zhang Yuandong heard the commotion outside, and stormed out through the gate with some of the prime elders. As soon as they appeared out in the open, they stepped into the danger zone surrounding Bai Xiaochun. No! Bai Xiaochun shrieked. Elder brother sect leader, prime elders. Get back! Eyes wide, he tried to throw the pearl in the opposite direction, but it was too late. Zheng Yuandong's clothing was instantly shredded to pieces and blown away by the breeze, leaving him standing there as shocked as a wooden chicken. The prime elders' once solemn faces completely changed when their clothing was destroyed. They tried to unleash power to stop it, but it did no good, and soon they were all standing there naked. Of course, it had nothing to do with the power of Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base, only the strange properties of the pearl. The clothing was not destroyed directly by Bai Xiaochun, but by the pearl. It wasn't his fault. As soon as the naked bodies of the sect leader and the prime elders were revealed, everything went deathly quiet. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme Archives, Toxin. Transcendent Patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. I have to say, this chapter really had me LOLing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, I'll be back soon. Chapter 183, I'll be back soon. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Yuandong waved his hand, and a new robe appeared. However, the moment it settled down onto him, it was also shredded to pieces. Shrieking, Bai Xiaochun flew into the air to flee. He was already soaked with cold sweat at the thought of the calamity he had wrought. If he had only destroyed the clothing of his elder brother sect leader, it might not have been such a huge deal. After all, he was his junior brother. But the prime elders had also been affected. The blank looks in the eyes of those prime elders caused Bai Xiaochun's scalp to tingle on the verge of exploding. Bai Xiaochun. Zheng Yuandong howled, throwing on another set of clothing. As his voice boomed like thunder, rage burned in the eyes of the prime elders, and their cultivation bases erupted like volcanoes. All of them immediately flew toward Bai Xiaochun. Screaming, Bai Xiaochun prepared to flee at top speed. It wasn't on purpose. Shut up! Raged the prime elders, their voices deafeningly loud. They're trying to kill me. They're trying to kill me. This time, Bai Xiaochun really was afraid. He immediately pulled out the proto-magnetic wings and his golden crow sword, then unleashed all the power of his Heavendao Foundation establishment cultivation base to flee. All of the Foundation establishment cultivators were furious. Their anger had been building for some time thanks to Bai Xiaochun's torments, and to see the prime elders going after him left them laughing out loud. Shangguan Tianyu seemed especially worked up. Now the sect finally realizes what Bai Xiaochun is like. If this walking disaster stays in the sect, we'll all be driven to destruction. Ho Yunfei was in the crowd, sighing and smiling bitterly. Bai Xiaochun was scared out of his mind, and tears were welling up in his eyes. This time, he didn't feel wronged. He knew that he had been responsible for a major disaster, and now had no choice but to flee for his life. In the blink of an eye, he was off in the distance, heading toward the north bank, with the prime elders hot on his tail. Almost as soon as he arrived, the north bank disciples heard his miserable shriek. Gloating smiles appeared on their faces as they flew up into the air to see what was happening. However, as soon as they did, Bai Xiaochun whizzed by, and their clothing was shredded away. Their first reaction was shock, but then the screams rose up. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of weeping. Prime elders, I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I'm a prestige disciple, I have a Heavendao Foundation establishment cultivation base, I'm the legacy echelon designate. As for the prime elders, they were so mad they were a bit numb, and at the same time, astonished by Bai Xiaochun's speed. The north bank instantly devolved into chaos. Wherever Bai Xiaochun went, anyone within 30 meters of him had their clothes completely destroyed in shocking fashion. Around this time, Bruiser was frolicking around when he looked up and suddenly got very anxious. He even threw his head back and howled, and from the sound of it, it was backed by power equivalent to the 9th or 10th level of chi condensation. Countless battle beasts on the north bank responded by also throwing their heads back and howling. Their masters tried to stop them, but all of the affected battle beasts seemed to have been influenced by Bruiser. The entire group apparently wanted to fly up into the air and defend by Xiaochun from the Prime Elders. Before Bruiser could actually rally the battle beasts, a violet rope shot out from thin air and wrapped around the screaming by Xiaochun. Instantly, he was bound up, caught by one of the Prime Elders. Another of the Prime Elders carefully managed to take the pearl away, somehow keeping his clothes intact in the process. Then he kicked by Xiaochun hard on the rear end. "I've shed my own blood for the sect," Bai Xiaochun screamed. "I've performed meritorious service. How dare you fight back, you little brat?" Although the Prime Elder's expression was one of pure rage, Bai Xiaochun's terrified appearance had him almost laughing. Bai Xiaochun looked like he was about to cry. However, even as he shrieked miserably, he glanced down at the enraged Bruiser and gave him a look that indicated he shouldn't interfere. Bruiser seemed surprised, but he understood the look in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and lowered his head. The Prime Elders noticed this, and were surprised. Then they recalled how even the patriarchs had taken a liking to this particular battle beast, and their eyes began to gleam with admiration at how it had attempted to protect its master. Now that's how Spirit Stream sect battle beasts are supposed to act. The Prime Elders kicked Bai Xiaochun a few more times, then hauled him wailing back to Mount Daoseed. Upon their departure, silence reigned on the north bank, followed by a resounding cheer. However, the cheering faded away quickly as people recalled Bai Xiaochun's status in the sect. They knew that even though he would probably be punished, it wouldn't be too severely. Then they wondered what would happen in the future. As Bai Xiaochun grew more and more important, it was impossible to imagine what terrifying events might occur. When is Bai Xiaochun gonna grow up? AI. What a fiendish devil! Soon, word spread that Bai Xiaochun's punishment was to sweep the pathways on Mount Daoseed every day for 3 months. During that time, he could often be seen with a broom, keeping Mount Daoseed completely free from dust. To him, it was pure torture. Hey, this is a mountain. It's supposed to have dirt on it. How am I supposed to keep it clean? Scowling on the verge of tears, he endured through the 3 months, then returned to his immortal's cave, where he sat next to his lake, staring up into the sky, looking completely miserable. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm a prestige disciple. I'm the legacy echelon designate. I'm a Heavendao Foundation establishment expert. I'm the junior brother of the sect leader. I've performed meritorious service for the sect. I've shed my own blood. This is ridiculous. They even took my pearl away and won't give it back. Sighing, he patted his bag of holding and gritted his teeth. Whatever. I can't stay in the Spirit Stream sect for the time being. I might as well go to the Bloodstream sect and try to get that relic of eternal indestructibility. The Bloodstream sect is the enemy of the Spirit Stream sect anyway, so I can spend some time there concocting pills for my human-controlling grand magic. Having made his mind up, he went to talk to Zhang Yuandong the next morning. When Zhang Yuandong saw Bai Xiaochun approaching, his expression was grim. However, after hearing what he had to say, that he wanted to leave the sect to get some experience, his eyes went wide with disbelief. Did you just say you want to leave the sect to get some experience? Yeah. You were right all along, elder brother sect leader. Maybe I am a piece of immortal steel. Without tempering, I'll never become an immortal sword. After some thought, I've decided to go out and get some experience. Bai Xiaochun even smacked his chest proudly to emphasize his words. Elder brother, I know you don't want me to leave, but don't even try to persuade me to stay. I, Bai Xiaochun, have already decided. Before he could even finish speaking, Zhang Yuandong stepped forward and gripped him by the shoulders. Excellent idea. he said excitedly. I'm very proud of you, junior brother. If you want to go out and get some experience, you have my blessing. Are you leaving now? Ha! Bai Xiaochun responded, a bit taken aback. Well, I'm not really ready yet, I still need some. What do you need, Xiaochun? Zhang Yuandong interrupted, sounding very serious. Just say the word. Spirit stones? Medicinal pills? Life-saving magical items? You're a Heavendao Foundation establishment expert, and also the Legacy Echelon designate. I can make a special exception to open the treasure storehouses and give you whatever you want. However, you have to remember that you can't leave the Eastwood continent. Of course, the Eastwood continent is a very big place, so there are plenty of places you can go. Having made his decision, he took Bai Xiaochun to the treasure storehouses to let him select some life-saving magical items. He also gave him plenty of spirit stones and medicinal pills. At the same time, he enthusiastically announced the matter to the rest of the sect. Later that afternoon, Bai Xiaochun stood outside the main gate, looking a bit dazed. It was only that morning that he had gone to talk to Zhang Yuandong about leaving to get experience. All of the preparations and formalities that needed to be handled had been quickly taken care of by Zhang Yuandong and the other elders. Currently, he was standing there with the sect leader and the Six Peak Lords, as well as a large group of elders and inner sect disciples. It was quite a big affair. It almost seemed as if everyone from both the south and north banks were there, anxiously awaiting the moment when Bai Xiaochun actually left. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times. For some reason, the situation seemed familiar. Without even thinking about it, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, junior brothers and sisters, sect nephews and nieces, I shall miss all of you." The people in the crowd exchanged glances, and moments later, looks of sorrow appeared in their eyes. Clearly, they didn't want to part with Bai Xiaochun. Zhang Yuandong stepped forward, a kind look on his face as he said, "Xiaochun, you're the most outstanding disciple in the Spirit Stream sect. Your path lies ahead of you. Keep going forward. Step out into your future. Don't tell me you've forgotten what I told you about the Heavenspan Sea? You haven't forgotten about your path to living forever, have you? We cultivators can't be wishy-washy. Since you've decided to go out and get experience, you can't change your mind. Xiaochun, your elder brother, will always support you." With that, he clasped Bai Xiaochun encouragingly on the shoulder. Soon, more voices rang out. "Yeah, that's right. Junior brother Bai, getting experience is a part of life. Just keep on going, and don't look back. Elder brother Bai, the reason cultivators can rebuke the heavens is because our hearts are large enough to hold all the lands within them. As soon as you go out, you'll be able to see the world for yourself. How could you not develop a heart big enough to contain all the lands? I'm certain that your heart will be able to hold the whole world. I really am gonna live forever." Bai Xiaochun thought, trembling. Eyes filling with determination, he looked around at everyone he knew and nodded. Then he turned and walked off into the distance. As soon as he disappeared over the horizon, the sorrow in the eyes of the crowd was replaced by joy. Zhang Yuandong was so excited he was trembling. This time, he's really gone. He's not just moved from the south bank to the north bank, he's actually left the sect. The heavens do have eyes. He's actually left to get experience. Is the devil really gone? I almost can't believe it. Is this real? Ha ha ha. I've been praying every day for this miracle, and now it's happened. The North Bank will finally have peace and quiet. The South Bank will no longer live a life of fear. A new age has begun. As their expressions of joy rose up, some people from the South Bank produced gongs and drums, and began to bang them loudly. Not willing to be outdone, the people from the North Bank did the same. That day was a day of happiness and rejoicing for the entire Spirit Stream sect. Off in the distance, Bai Xiaochun coughed dryly at the sound of the banging gongs and drums. A wistful look appeared in his eyes as he stuck his chin in the air and swished his sleeve. Looking more melancholy than ever, he said, "You still miss me, huh? Don't feel too bad, fellow Taoists, I'll be back soon." He took a deep breath, and the determination in his eyes grew stronger. "Bloodstream sect, I'm sorry to say that Bai Xiaochun is coming, and he's infiltrating you as a spy." With that, he sped off into the distance. End of Book 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, How is this possible? Chapter 184, How is this possible? The Bloodstream sect occupied the first branch among the 4 branches controlled by the Sky River Court. It was next to the Spirit Stream sect, with the actual border between the two being the mountains that had been occupied by the Luochun clan, which was colloquially known as the Luochun Mountains. After passing through the Luochun Mountains, one would be within the territory controlled by the Bloodstream sect. Bai Xiaochun hurried along, sighing the whole way. It was with mixed feelings that he passed through the area. On the one hand, he couldn't stop thinking about the dangers he had faced all those years ago, but on the other hand, he also kept thinking about Du Lingfei. If it weren't for the incident with the Luochun clan, he and Du Lingfei would never have gotten close. Du Lingfei would have continued to dislike him, much the way Zhou Xingqi still did. Likewise, Bai Xiaochun himself wouldn't have expressed himself to her the way he had. The betrayal of the Luochun clan had changed everything. Sighing, he passed the exact spot in the mountains where the Luochun clan had actually been located. By now, the place had mostly been swallowed up by the jungle, and there were almost no signs that the clan had even existed there to begin with. Some distance away was another clan that the Spirit Stream sect had raised up to replace the Luochun clan to guard the mountains. They had no idea that Bai Xiaochun was passing through the area. Of course, despite being a Foundation establishment cultivator, there were still some beasts in the area that even Bai Xiaochun didn't dare to provoke. As he traveled along, he once again was able to witness the wonders of the larger world around him, including some chaotic, primeval beasts. He also encountered some of the local cultivator clans, and came to understand why his elder brother, the sect leader, had called a meeting of the Foundation establishment cultivators some months before. The Profound Stream sect and the Pill Stream sect have gone to war. As he looked off toward the distant location where the Profound and Pill Stream sects were fighting, he recalled what Zhang Yuandong had told him about the war that had begun because of the Sky River Court. The war was certainly causing heaven and earth to shake violently. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but wonder if hostilities would soon break out between the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. Half a month later, he left the Luochun Mountains and arrived at the border of the Blood Continent. Taking a deep breath, he produced the mask from his bag of holding and slowly put it onto his face. The instant it made contact with his skin, it melted into him, and his face twisted and distorted as it transformed into the face of a stranger. He looked quite handsome, albeit cold and arrogant. With the mask on, he didn't look warm and friendly like he usually did, but rather fierce and sinister. Prodding his face here and there, he confirmed that he truly had transformed, then took off his Spirit Stream sect robes and produced some of Nightcrypt's clothes from his bag of holding. After donning them, he truly became Nightcrypt. Even the techniques he cultivated were hidden by the mask, as well as his cultivation base. He was really an early Foundation establishment, but anyone who assessed him would place him at the Great Circle of the 10th level of Qi condensation. He had completely and utterly assumed the identity of the original Nightcrypt. Taking a deep breath, he strode forward into Bloodstream sect territory. Being in no hurry, he made his way slowly and cautiously through the Blood Continent. As he did, he chatted some more with the soul of imposter Nightcrypt, and learned a lot more about the Bloodstream sect. For one thing, the law of the jungle truly prevailed. Disciples were actually encouraged to fight amongst each other. It was the same outside of the sect, too. The entire Blood Continent was a violent and deadly place. For Bai Xiaochun to return to the Bloodstream sect as Nightcrypt would be very simple. According to what imposter Nightcrypt told him, of the disciples of the sect who were teleported out of the fallen sword world to random locations on the Blood Continent, some would have returned directly to the sect, but others would have holed up to recover from their injuries before going back. After all, returning to the sect in an injured state would likely be more dangerous than just staying outside. When Bai Xiaochun heard that, even more fear rose up in his heart. The Bloodstream sect seemed like a truly terrifying place. However, the enticement of the relic of eternal indestructibility, as well as the safety provided by the mask, ensured that he simply gritted his teeth and continued on with his plan. As he traveled, he took in the sights on the Blood Continent. Everything was a reddish-brown color, as though it had been stained with blood. Not even imposter Nightcrypt was sure why that was. Apparently, it had always looked like that. Even the plants were very aggressive in nature. Bai Xiaochun encountered quite a few such aggressive plants along the way. Some of them he simply destroyed, others he fled from. It took 2 months before he actually reached the Bloodstream sect itself. Much like the Spirit Stream sect, the Bloodstream sect was located right on the Heavenspan River. Although imposter Nightcrypt had explained what the sect looked like, now that Bai Xiaochun could actually see it with his own eyes, his jaw dropped, and he even began to tremble. He was completely and utterly shaken. The Spirit Stream sect's Mount Daoseed stretched across the entire river like a bridge, connecting the 7 mountain peaks of the south and north banks. The Bloodstream sect was very different. Shockingly, it took the shape of an enormous, blood-colored hand. The gargantuan blood hand stretched right up out of the Heavenspan River, palm down, as if it were clawing up toward the heavens. The size of it was difficult to describe with words. The 5 fingers of the hand were like enormous mountain peaks, each one of them roughly the same size as Mount Daoseed. As for the rugged thumb, it was surrounded by a blood mist that made it impossible to see clearly. It was impossible to say how long the hand had existed, its dusty, rubble-strewn surface battered by the winds. Close up, it was only possible to see the 5 enormous mountain peaks stretching up. However, from a distance, it was also possible to see that beneath the hand was a shocking, blood-colored arm. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were as wide as saucers. Anyone who saw a sight like this would likely come to the conclusion that some shocking giant existed within the Heavenspan River, a giant who, in the moments before its death, reached up begrudgingly to try to rip apart the heavens. And yet, even as it had done so, its arm solidified, and never moved again. As long as the hand remained, a towering mountain peak, then the will of that giant would remain. The mountain peaks were covered with blood-colored vegetation, as well as numerous buildings. Beams of light could be seen flying back and forth. Clearly, the mountain peaks were home to countless individuals, whose murderous auras caused the sky above to darken. This was the home of the Bloodstream sect. The Bloodstream sect. Bai Xiaochun said, taking a deep breath. So powerful. Seeing it all with his own eyes only further impressed upon him the power and resources at the disposal of the Bloodstream sect. No wonder the Bloodstream sect people are so brutal. Their sect is actually built on the arm of a corpse. In fact, imposter Nightcrypt even said that the Bloodstream sect techniques are almost all derived from the arm itself. Bai Xiaochun's mind reeled as he got closer to the enormous arm. As he neared, he could see that the mountain peaks even had waterfalls of blood streaming down from various locations. Closer examination revealed that the hand apparently absorbed water from the Heavenspan River, which then seeped out of various cracks and crevices within the arm. As it did, the golden water was transformed into a bright red color. That red liquid was also a fundamental element of the cultivation of the Bloodstream sect. Spirit blood. Bai Xiaochun thought, his heart thumping. He immediately thought back to the first introduction imposter Nightcrypt had given him regarding the Bloodstream sect. The Bloodstream sect was structured in a way similar to the Spirit Stream sect. However, there were also some fundamental differences. They had servants, outer sect disciples, and inner sect disciples. However, instead of legacy echelon cultivators, the Bloodstream sect had blood masters. Generally speaking, the sect rankings were very strictly enforced. Servants weren't allowed onto the upper forearm, they lived on lower forearm, which was considered to be outside of the bloodstream sect itself. That was where the population was greatest, and the area was packed tightly with buildings that were organized in concentric rings. Only outer sect disciples could leave that area and step onto the upper forearm, and only inner sect disciples qualified to live on the back of the hand itself. With the exception of the thumb, the mountain peaks that were the fingers of the hand were divided into the lower finger and the upper finger. The lower finger was occupied by foundation establishment cultivators. Those in the Mortal Tao Foundation establishment stage were called Dharma protectors, and those in the Earth String Foundation establishment stage were the elders. Only one person qualified to live on the upper finger, and that was the Grand Elder of that peak. Grand Elders were the equivalent of the Spirit Stream sect's peak lords. Of course, considering that there were fewer mountain peaks than in the Spirit Stream sect, it was a position reserved for only the most extraordinary of individuals. After the upper finger was the fingertip. From the moment the Bloodstream sect had been founded in ancient times, each mountain peak had a blood master. That was the only person who qualified to occupy the fingertip. The blood masters were the focus of the entire sect, and were among the most powerful people in the entire sect, excluding certain people who resided on the thumb. They were as powerful as the sect leader, and qualified to give orders to the elders of the mountain peaks. All Bloodstream sect disciples dreamed of becoming the blood master of a mountain peak. Each successive generation only had one blood master per mountain peak at any given time. The thumb was the only place with no blood master. The blood mist which surrounded it ensured that it was a restricted area. That was where the Bloodstream sect's patriarchs and prime elders resided. Only people in the gold core stage could go there. When a blood master advanced to the gold core stage, he or she would become a blood ripper and move to the enormous thumb. The blood rippers occupied a position higher than prime elders, with power second only to the patriarchs. The lowest position on the thumb was occupied by the sect leader, who was responsible for the general administration of the sect. As he got closer and closer to the Bloodstream sect, Xiaochun once again reviewed the information he knew. 5 mountain peaks. The thumb is called Ancestor Peak. The first finger is called Corpse Peak, the middle finger is Middle Peak, the ring finger was called Nameless Peak, and the smallest finger, the pinky finger, is called Lesser Marsh Peak. 1. Corpse Peak is known for refining corpses, Middle Peak focuses on blood swords, Nameless Peak is famous for gargoyles, and Lesser Marsh Peak is devoted to devil blood body refinement. Xiaochun couldn't help but recall the Bloodstream sect disciples he'd encountered in the Fallen Sword world. He had seen them control the vicious gargoyles. Su Xiaoshan had worked with various corpses, and Song Ke had fought him with a blood sword. He had even seen some of the devil blood body refinement of disciples who were obviously from Lesser Marsh Peak. As of this moment, the Bloodstream sect had already left a deep impression on Xiaochun's mind. However, what happened next left him completely and utterly shaken. As he neared the enormous hand, he stepped past a certain point, and his face flickered as his undying live forever technique suddenly stirred with intense desire. At the same time, Xiaochun could sense that the enormous hand was somehow calling out to him. That summoning seemed unprecedentedly intimate. How is this possible? He thought, his mind reeling. As of this moment, all of his hesitation and anxiety vanished, and an extremely familiar sensation filled his mind and heart. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme Archives, Toxin. Transcendent Patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. 1. A quick note about the names, because there is some minor wordplay involved. The word for corpse sounds similar to the word describing the index finger. Both are pronounced sure. In Chinese, the ring finger is called the nameless finger, so I chose to keep the Chinese version of that name for the mountain. The lesser marsh is an acupuncture point on the tip of the pinky finger. As far as the thumb and ancestor goes, I don't think there is any wordplay, although the word ancestor does sort of rhyme with the character for thumb. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Secrets of the Bloodstream Sect. Chapter 185, Secrets of the Bloodstream Sect. It took some time for Bai Xiaochun to calm himself down. After he did, he continued on toward the sect itself. Soon, beams of light could be seen flying around near him, all of them bloodstream sect disciples, as well as Foundation establishment elders and Dharma protectors. The Foundation establishment cultivators all radiated powerful murderous auras, and flew with incredible speed. They seemed domineering, rude, and completely headstrong. Everywhere they went, the inner sect disciples bowed their heads and clasped hands respectfully, not daring to show the least bit of disrespect. One Foundation establishment cultivator apparently thought Bai Xiaochun was in his way, so he waved his sleeve, sending a powerful gust of wind against him. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun was very quick on the uptake, and immediately pretended to be blasted off to the side. He even managed to cause some blood to ooze out of the corners of his mouth. The Foundation establishment cultivator completely ignored him as he passed on by. Other inner sect disciples in the area barely seemed to notice. Further down on the arm, where the servants lived, the servants would occasionally look up into the air at the inner sect disciples and Foundation establishment cultivators, their expressions those of complete awe. So overbearing, Bai Xiaochun thought. At first, it didn't seem possible that the entire sect could be this way, but he quickly reminded himself that he was in the bloodstream sect, and flew along toward the hand itself. As he neared, he saw a shimmering, blood-colored light that was clearly a spell formation. When he passed through it, it flickered, but did nothing to block his way. A moment later, he was inside the spell formation and on the hand. Passed the first test, he thought, taking a deep breath. The light he had just passed through was the bloodstream sect's defensive spell formation, which would immediately detect anyone who wasn't a disciple of the sect. The back of the hand was huge. Bai Xiaochun quickly realized that it was actually about as large as the south and north banks of the spirit stream sect put together. That only served to further his understanding of how powerful the bloodstream sect was. Only inner sect disciples were allowed onto the back of the hand. Outer sect disciples could not enter without an authentication device. If they tried to, they would be severely punished. The lightest punishment for such an offense was a flogging, with more serious violators having a limb severed. The punishments were brutal, but that was how the twisted bloodstream sect operated. The differences between the levels were strictly enforced. Bai Xiaochun had been nervous at first, but after reaching the hand itself, and feeling the intimate connection between it and his undying live forever technique, he felt increasingly shaken. How could this be possible? He still almost couldn't believe what he was feeling. However, he soon had to acknowledge a shocking truth. This hand cultivated the undying live forever technique. More precisely, beneath the surface of the Heavenspan River was a giant who had indeed cultivated the undying live forever technique. Clearly, that giant had reached an extremely high level, which meant that the skin on the hand and arm was actually undying skin. From the cracks and crevices that now existed in that undying skin, it was possible to see what appeared to be soil, which was the giant's undying flesh. Even further down, in a location it was not possible to see, were the bones, which were undying bones. However, what was most shocking to Bai Xiaochun was that the blood waterfalls which poured down from the 5 mountain peaks represented the highest realm of the undying codex, undying blood. Heavens! The bloodstream sect is built on the arm of a giant who cultivated the undying live forever technique. Furthermore, the techniques they cultivate were obviously passed down by the earliest members of the bloodstream sect, and were based on the arm itself. That means that their techniques all stem from the same undying live forever technique that I cultivate. Based on what he knew, the first volume of the undying live forever technique was not very rare. Many sects had it. However, because it was so difficult to cultivate, few people ever succeeded with the undying gold skin. Fewer people, if any, could have gone beyond that to accomplish what Bai Xiaochun had in breaking the first shackle of mortality. In fact, it was highly likely that nobody in the entire Bloodstream sect actually knew about the relationship between the Blood Hand and the Undying Live Forever technique. Bai Xiaochun felt completely confident that only someone who had undying gold skin and had also broken through the first shackle of mortality would be able to sense the call of the hand. He knew that his conjectures might not be completely accurate, but he was confident that as he came to understand more about the Bloodstream sect, he would be able to get answers to his questions, perhaps even first-hand verification. No wonder the blood sphere that Song Ke used in the Fallen Sword world felt so familiar. The reason why the exploding blood sphere Song Ke had used against him felt so familiar was because it was actually made from undying blood. It was only after reaching Foundation establishment that Song Ke had been able to forcibly unleash that special magic of the Bloodstream sect. That's also why all of the Bloodstream sect disciples in general seemed so familiar. Now it all makes sense. Mind reeling with shock, he followed Imposter Nightcrypt's instructions, going to the Internal Affairs Bureau to get an identity jade pendant, and record his return to the Bloodstream sect. As he approached, a beam of light shot toward him, which transformed into an old man. He had a Foundation establishment cultivation base, and when he looked Bai Xiaochun up and down with cold eyes, Bai Xiaochun immediately got nervous. Clasping hands respectfully, he quickly inquired of Imposter Nightcrypt, and learned that this old man was the elder in charge of the Internal Affairs Bureau. Disciple Nightcrypt offers greetings, Elder Han. What took you so long to get back? Elder Han asked coolly. Disciple was seriously injured, he replied cautiously. I found a place to hole up and recuperate, and only just recently felt up to returning. After a moment of thought, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a rather large collection of spirit stones, which he placed in front of Elder Han. Elder Han, I got these in the Fallen Sword world. Please, take them. I hope you can be a bit flexible with me for returning late. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times. Elder Han's eyes went wide, but a moment later he waved his sleeve, and the spirit stones disappeared. Looking at Bai Xiaochun again for a moment, he nodded. A few of you took your time coming back. Well, now that you're here, focus on your cultivation. You'll get another chance to reach Mortal Dao Foundation establishment, eventually. Very well, be off now. Bai Xiaochun immediately took his leave. Elder Han watched him leave, musing to himself that this Nightcrypt seemed to have learned a thing or two in the Fallen Sword Abyss. Alright, since he's gotten a bit smarter, I won't make things harder for him. He really should receive 10 lashes for coming back late. Turning, Elder Han vanished. Imposter Nightcrypt was also taken aback. The way Bai Xiaochun so casually bribed Elder Han caused him to gasp. All of a sudden, he realized that Bai Xiaochun seemed very well suited to life in the Bloodstream sect. Bai Xiaochun walked along in the sect, marveling at everything he saw around him. Unfortunately, everyone was very cold and indifferent, and stuck to themselves as they hurried along. Many had vigilant looks on their faces, as if they were always on guard. On 4 or 5 occasions along the way, he saw 2 disciples engaged in fierce fighting, apparently struggling over medicinal pills. Murderous auras raged as they seemed intent on taking each other's lives. Audiences often gathered to watch such conflicts, but everyone also kept an eye out in case someone attacked them. He saw one person coughing up blood so badly it seemed shattered internal organs might come out. The Spirit Stream sect really is way better than this, Bai Xiaochun thought. Everyone gets along there. It's so wonderful. The Bloodstream sect is so dangerous. One slip of the tongue and you might get attacked. He walked along feeling very nervous. Thankfully, Nightcrypt wasn't very well known in the sect, and his cultivation base was only in the great circle of the 10th level of Qi condensation. Nobody took the initiative to attack him, a trend he encouraged by looking as fierce as possible. Just as he was almost at Nightcrypt's Immortal's Cave, he passed a group of 5 female disciples. One of them, a tough-looking big-boned girl, caught sight of him and then hurried over, accompanied by the giggling of her companions. Nightcrypt! the girl said in a loud, hoarse voice. Bai Xiaochun turned in shock to look at the unfamiliar young woman. She was stocky, with a pockmarked face, and was walking toward him with swaying hips, and eyes that gleamed with what appeared to be deep desire. Do I know you? Bai Xiaochun asked. You naughty devil. She said, glaring. Don't pretend you don't know who I am. Come here and give me a smile. Chuckling, she reached out and stroked Bai Xiaochun's cheek. Her action and her chuckle caused Bai Xiaochun to gasp and take a step back. Well, the girl continued, a little trip to the fallen sword abyss and you already forgot about me? Hurry up and get back to my immortal's cave. I have plenty of medicinal pills for you. The stocky girl licked her lips and took a step forward as if she planned to drag him to her immortal's cave. Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. Flicking his sleeve, he blocked her path. Don't you touch me! He cried. I see how it is, Night Crypt. How dare you! HPMH. Just wait and see what happens when you come crawling back to me. Giving him an angry glare, she turned and stalked off. Bai Xiaochun finally breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously asking Imposter Night Crypt who the girl was. Senior, please don't be angry, was the hasty reply. She's just a girlfriend of mine in the sect. Bai Xiaochun almost couldn't believe it. Girlfriend? You have really strange taste. Night Crypt was actually very good looking, albeit somewhat cold. Bai Xiaochun almost couldn't believe that he would be in a relationship with the husky girl. Senior, there's something I never mentioned, Imposter Night Crypt said, sounding like he was about to cry. After I became an inner sect disciple, my cultivation went really slowly, and I needed a lot of medicinal pills. I really had no other choice. Elder sister's son is from one of the cultivator clans, and has access to lots of pills. I didn't have any other option than to get on her good side. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Cultivation Paradise. Chapter 186, Cultivation Paradise. Bai Xiaochun sighed, both sympathizing with Night Crypt and admiring his readiness to give and take. No wonder he became a spy. He's really quite extraordinary. Even just thinking about that girl's face left him sighing. Before long, he was in Night Crypt's Immortal's Cave, which was located alongside several other inner sect disciples' Immortal's Caves. It was a simple cave, which led Bai Xiaochun to understand even more clearly how rough a life Night Crypt had in the sect. It was only about 10% as large as Bai Xiaochun's cave in the Spirit Stream sect, and didn't even have an antechamber, let alone a lake or a pill-concocting workstation. It was nothing more than a stone chamber with a bed and a meditation mat. How did he survive such misery? He thought. Shaking his head, he sat down cross-legged to meditate. Outside, the sun was setting. Back in the Spirit Stream sect, the sect would begin to quiet down at around this time, as disciples settled down to rest for the night. But the Bloodstream sect was different. As evening fell, Bai Xiaochun could hear screams echoing out in the air. Apparently, disciples took advantage of the darkness to fight each other with renewed vigor. According to sect rules, disciples weren't supposed to kill each other, but other than that, anything was permitted. As such, the darkness of night was when the true brutality of the sect shone through. Bai Xiaochun was having a hard time adjusting to an environment that was so different from the Spirit Stream sect. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from stepping outside, and even carefully set up some traps at the entrance of the Immortal's Cave. Only then did he settle down cross-legged again to ponder his next step. On the way to the Bloodstream sect, he'd made more inquiries of Imposter Night Crypt, and came to learn that the relic of eternal indestructibility was located on the middle finger of the huge hand, which was called Middle Peak. The upper finger of Middle Peak was where the Grand Elder resided, and was a place forbidden to inner sect disciples. After all four of the mountain peaks were set aside for Foundation establishment experts only. Inner sect disciples like Nightcrypt were restricted to the area on the back of the hand. As for the upper finger area, it couldn't even be accessed by the ordinary elders and Dharma protectors. That was one reason why imposter Nightcrypt had never been able to even get close to the relic, and also why he wanted to reach Foundation establishment. Only then would he be able to pick one of the four mountain peaks to reside upon. Foundation establishment is the first step, Xiaochun thought. I'll pick Middle Peak and then proceed to step 2, which is becoming a Dharma protector. It's too bad I can only pretend to be at Mortal Dao Foundation establishment. Reaching Earthstring Foundation establishment would be too much of a stretch. Otherwise I could become an elder. After becoming a Dharma protector, I need to become the Grand Elder. That's step 3, and also the final step. At that point I'll be able to get access to the relic of eternal indestructibility, which is beneath the Immortal's Cave of Middle Peak's Grand Elder. Xiaochun took a deep breath. He knew that reaching his goals was going to take some time. To rise up from being an ordinary inner sect disciple all the way to the position of Middle Peak Grand Elder would be a long path to walk. However, there was nothing impossible about it. Having set his goals firmly in mind, Xiaochun closed his eyes and began to practice cultivation. Ignoring the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation for the time being, he focused on the Undying Live Forever Technique's volume of the Undying Heavenly King. He was very curious to see if cultivating the technique here would be any different than doing so in the Spirit Stream sect. The instant he unleashed the Undying Heavenly King, his body shivered. Back in the Spirit Stream sect, practicing the Undying Heavenly King led to a terrifying wastage of vital energy. Without precious materials and a vast supply of medicinal pills on hand, it was almost impossible. But when he cultivated it here, blood chi rose up from the ground and poured into his body, rapidly replenishing his vital energy and enabling him to cultivate the technique even more quickly. The next day, a tremor ran through him, along with a pulsing sensation. He could already tell that he was stronger than before. His eyes snapped open, and they shone with delight. This place is like a paradise. He ran his hand along the ground, which was like running it along the undying skin of the giant. His heart swelled with excitement. The Undying Live Forever technique really is extraordinary. This giant didn't cultivate it to the absolute peak, which was why he died. Even after dying, though, his fleshly body has remained behind for countless years after his death. It didn't rot or anything, and actually ended up becoming the foundation of a sect. That just goes to show you how incredible the Undying Live Forever technique is. With that, he continued his cultivation. Time passed. For days went by, in which Xiaochun would go out when it was light to familiarize himself with the Bloodstream sect. As he did, he would get more information from imposter Nightcrypt, and began to commit the faces of the inner sect disciples to memory. He also worked on his own facial expression, getting it to look more and more ferocious. Soon he realized that emanating a murderous aura required a bit of talent, which he immediately began to work on. He also rehearsed his laugh until it sounded far more sinister and terrifying than before. However, Nightcrypt had already progressed as high as an inner sect disciple could go, and was only a step away from Foundation establishment. As far as most people were concerned, he was almost as powerful as a Mortal Dao Foundation establishment cultivator, and was someone none of the other inner sect disciples would dare to provoke. Days passed, and no incidents occurred. One day, Xiaochun was cultivating the Undying Heavenly King in his Immortal's Cave, when his expression suddenly flickered. Looking up, he put on the most ferocious and sinister look he was capable of. Eyes shining with piercing light, he looked out of the entrance of the Immortal's Cave. Before long, a voice could be heard outside. "Junior brother Nightcrypt, it's me, Xiaochun. Please come out for a moment." Bai Xiaochun immediately asked Imposter Night Crypt about Zhao Wuchang, and learned that he was one of the other disciples who had gone to the fallen sword world. Continuing to look as cold and sinister as possible, he emerged from the immortal's cave radiating a murderous aura. A few meters away from the entrance was a middle-aged man. "What do you want?" Bai Xiaochun said coolly. He vaguely remembered Zhao Wuchang as being one of a group of Bloodstream sect disciples who had ambushed him, then had been scared off after he started killing them. Zhao Wuchang's face was deathly pale, and at the same time, fierce and sinister. He very much resembled a wolf that was ready to pounce at any moment. He looked Bai Xiaochun up and down, then gave a perfunctory smile and said, "Junior brother Nightcrypt, I trust you've been well since the last time we saw each other. I'm not here for anything particularly important. Those of us who failed in the fallen sword world are getting together to exchange information and discuss how to reach Mortal Dao Foundation establishment. Since you're back too, junior brother Nightcrypt, I figured I might as well invite you to come as well." Zhao Wuchang, as well as everyone else who had failed in the fallen sword world, were all in a very awkward position. They were stuck between the inner sect and Foundation establishment, and had no hope of reaching Earthstring Foundation establishment. As such, they were left with no other option than to pursue Mortal Dao Foundation establishment. Unfortunately, Mortal Dao Foundation establishment required a Foundation establishment pill, and to get a pill like that in the Bloodstream sect required a disciple to pay a bitter price. Therefore, the survivors of the fallen sword world had formed an alliance, and Zhao Wuchang had come here with the express purpose of asking Nightcrypt to join them. "Oh really?" Bai Xiaochun replied. After a moment of thought, he nodded. Getting into this group would get him access to more information, which would surely be of help in the days to come. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun had agreed, Zhao Wuchang laughed, and then led him through the sect to the location of the gathering. As they walked along, he looked over occasionally at Bai Xiaochun, and mused that this Nightcrypt seemed quite different from the Nightcrypt he remembered. His murderous aura was more powerful, and the sinister look in his eyes even more profound. Nightcrypt might not have succeeded with Earthstring Foundation establishment, Zhao Wuchang thought, but escaping Bai Xiaochun alive was no easy task. Although they kept a healthy distance between them as they walked along, they chatted a bit about some random matters. When they were about halfway to the gathering, all of a sudden, the sky began to rumble as if with thunder. A blood-colored mist pulsed out into the area, surging like waves on the ocean. Up above, several Foundation establishment cultivators who had been flying past stopped in place and cleared a path, expressions of respect on their faces. Bai Xiaochun looked up in shock. Not too far off in the distance, within the blood mist, a blood-colored palanquin appeared. It was fully 30 meters tall, and was surrounded by a host of vengeful spirits who emitted soundless screams. Carrying the palanquin on their shoulders were 8 3-meter-tall gargoyle-like ghosts who emanated black mist. Their skin was green, and they radiated fluctuations similar to a Foundation establishment cultivator, along with sinister coldness. On either side of the blood palanquin were rows of palace maids wearing blood-colored gowns. They were beautiful, but completely expressionless, and carried burning lanterns in their beautiful hands. They almost seemed to be clearing a path for the blood palanquin as it made its way through the mists. It was really an astonishing sight. Even Bai Xiaochun was completely shaken, and his immediate reaction was to assume that a patriarch was coming. However, he quickly realized that seated inside of the blood palanquin was a young woman. She wore a crimson gown, and her long hair rustled in the breeze. It was impossible to see her face because she wore a blood-colored mask, which was decorated with a plum blossom. Her chin rested on her hand as she gazed off into the distance. As for her cultivation base, it was in the Foundation establishment stage, and the pressure from the spiritual power that emanated off of her contained traces of multiple tide flows, which caused the blood mist to seethe and churn. That meant that this young woman had reached Earthstring Foundation establishment. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide with envy. He hadn't been able to go around in such style in the Spirit Stream sect. The fact that Bloodstream Sect Foundation establishment cultivators got such treatment left him gasping. When Zhao Wuchang saw Bai Xiaochun staring at the blood palanquin, his heart flip-flopped. "Hey! Do you have a death wish?" he whispered. "Bow your head. If you're not careful, young lady Xuemei will dig your eyes out." She reached 9 tideflows in the lone hell pocket realm. If he wasn't interested in Bai Xiaochun joining his alliance, he would never have said anything. "Young lady Xuemei?" Bai Xiaochun suddenly recalled Su Baokai mentioning a chosen from the bloodstream sect with that very name. Bowing his head, he looked around to see all the other inner sect disciples in the area doing the same. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, Song K has an aunt. Chapter 187, Song K has an aunt. A trifling Earthstring Foundation establishment cultivator gets to be called young lady? I'm a Heavenstring Foundation establishment cultivator, and I don't get to be called young lord in the Spirit Stream sect. Irritated and envious, Bai Xiaochun took advantage of the moment to ask Imposter Nightcrypt what he knew about Xuemei. Imposter Nightcrypt was trembling in fear because of Xuemei, but once he heard Bai Xiaochun's question, he immediately launched into an explanation. Young lady Xuemei has a very impressive background. She's the only daughter of the most recently promoted of the Bloodstream sect's 8 patriarchs, Patriarch Limitless. She has shocking latent talent, and is even more famous than Song K. When she was in Qi condensation, she spent most of her time cultivating on Ancestor Peak, and rarely came outside. She must be out and about in the sect now because she's reached Foundation establishment. Patriarch Limitless originally came from Middle Peak, so word has it that young lady Xuemei was always supposed to be an elder there. Presumably, she's going to try to fight for the position of Middle Peak Bloodmaster. Bai Xiaochun was already struck somewhat speechless by what he was being told. In every generation, Imposter Nightcrypt continued, the Bloodstream sect has 4 Bloodmasters, 1 for each mountain peak. The fighting over the position on the other 3 peaks has already ended, but the position on Middle Peak is still open. Now that young lady Xuemei has reached Foundation establishment, her next step will be to vie with the Middle Peak Grand Elder to take the status of Bloodmaster. If Song K had reached Heavendao Foundation establishment, he would have qualified for the position, but since he's only at the Earthstring level, the Song clan won't let him go up against his aunt. His aunt? Bai Xiaochun asked, shocked. Yeah, replied Imposter Nightcrypt. Middle Peak Grand Elder Song Junwan is Song K's aunt. Suddenly, his tone turned even more enigmatic than before. Senior Bai, since we're talking about Blood Masters, there's a secret I need to tell you. Did you know that there's a position even higher than Blood Master? Well, of course there's the Blood Ripper level, but there's something even higher than that. I'm pretty sure it's even above the Patriarch level. Have you heard of it? Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but be intrigued by the Imposter Nightcrypt's mysterious tone of voice. What is it? He asked. Imposter Nightcrypt cleared his throat and then proudly went on to say, according to the legends, above the Patriarch level is the Blood Devil. Blood Devil? Bai Xiaochun's heart began to pound. It was a title that seemed completely domineering. Even just hearing it mentioned caused his skin to crawl, almost as if he had seen a real devil. Oof. See how powerful the Bloodstream sect is? Let me tell you, anyone who can get a blood crystal from one of the mountain peaks of the Bloodstream sect can become a Blood Master. The exception is Ancestor Peak, of course. As for the blood crystals, they come from the body of the Blood Ancestor, in the Heavenspan River, whose holy hand serves as the foundation of the entire sect. According to the legend, the body of the Blood Ancestor doesn't just contain blood crystals, it also contains a secret legacy. Whoever takes that legacy will become the Blood Devil, and will lead the bloodstream sect into founding a new legend. Of course, it's just a legend. Don't take it too seriously. A lot of people in the sect think it's just a story. Imposter Nightcrypt sighed. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and his heart thumped with excitement. Most other people might think that the legend was nothing more than a story, but he didn't believe that. As far as he was concerned, it was entirely likely that the giant blood ancestor beneath the Heavenspan River might have an extraordinary legacy waiting to be taken. By this point, the blood palanquin had made its way off into the distance in the direction of Ancestor Peak. The Foundation establishment cultivators gradually dispersed, and everyone down on the ground breathed sighs of relief. Zhao Wuchang's eyes glittered with envy. "You've really got guts," he said. "It's a good thing young lady Shuemei didn't see you looking at her. She definitely would have dug your eyes out if she had, and maybe even beaten you to death." "So overbearing," Bai Xiaochun said with a nod. Inwardly, he couldn't help but feel a bit of disdain, but he didn't let it show on his face. With that, Zhao Wuchang led the way to the meeting. Near the border of the back of the hand was an immortal's cave belonging to a disciple who had gone to the Lone Hell Pocket realm but failed to gather enough earth-string energy to form even a single tide flow. Although he had failed, his cultivation base had improved some, and he ended up being known as one of the top disciples among those who had failed. As soon as Bai Xiaochun entered the immortal's cave, he saw a dozen or so other disciples in the great circle of qi condensation, all of them angrily complaining to each other. "If ever get a chance, I'm definitely going to kill that Lin Mu from the Pillstream sect. The only reason I failed was because he took so much earth-string energy. Lin Mu really is vicious. I heard that, to advance his cultivation, he actually planted Dao seeds in other Pillstream sect disciples. He brought a whole generation of disciples to ruin for his own benefit. Lin Mu might be bad, and Shui Fang from the Profound Stream sect is pretty vicious, but they're basically ants compared to the most infuriating person of all. Bai Xiaochun from the Fallen Sword Abyss. That Bai Xiaochun is a true devil. He's fiercer than anyone in the Bloodstream sect. Only a few people came back alive from the Fallen Sword Abyss. Can the other two Holy Lands compare to that? I heard that Bai Xiaochun cuts people down as casually as scything wheat. He's so overbearing he even drinks their blood after he kills them. All he has to do is bump you, and you explode." When Bai Xiaochun walked in to hear people talking about him, his heart thumped, but after reminding himself that he was there as Nightcrypt, he calmed himself and joined the group. The other disciples nodded in greeting, and continued to tell stories about Bai Xiaochun. "Bai Xiaochun is my mortal enemy for life," Zhao Wuchang said, clenching his hands into fists so hard that veins popped out on them. Even as he gritted his teeth in anger, lingering fear could be seen in his eyes. "Don't worry, elder brother Zhao," one of the disciples said comfortingly. "I heard the sect leader has already put an official bounty out on Bai Xiaochun. Whoever brings in his head will be rewarded with a precious treasure, and will also get a gold core fruit." The other disciples seemed excited at the prospect, but Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and his heart began to pound even harder. Gold core fruit? He thought. That can significantly increase the chances of reaching core formation. This bloodstream sect is too vicious. Even as he gasped inwardly, another of the bloodstream sect disciples chuckled coldly and said, "That's nothing. A few days ago I heard that the 3 great blood masters were dispatched to hunt down Bai Xiaochun. If he dares to step out of the spirit stream sect, he'll be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt." Even as everyone in the Immortal's cave was grinding their teeth and cursing, people realized that Bai Xiaochun hadn't said anything. Zhao Wuchang looked over in surprise. "Junior brother Nightcrypt, why haven't you chimed in? You almost got killed by Bai Xiaochun. What do you think about him?" Everyone turned to look at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had been trembling inwardly with fear, but as soon as he heard Zhao Wuchang address him, he stuck his chest out and smacked it with his palm. Expression fierce to the extreme, and eyes completely bloodshot, he said, "I'll tell you how things stand between me and Bai Xiaochun. In the end, either he'll be dead, or I will. Don't even talk about Bai Xiaochun in front of me. My entire purpose in life is to put him to an untimely end. He then continued to express his determination to kill Bai Xiaochun, his wording growing more and more vicious. The other disciples started to nod, and some of them, including Zhao Wuchang, felt like he was expressing their sentiments perfectly. The conversation continued, and soon the topic changed, whereupon Bai Xiaochun breathed an inward sigh of relief. The bloodstream sect really was proving to be a dangerous place, and he had already begun to miss the spirit stream sect. At one point, there was a lull in the conversation, whereupon the owner of the Immortal's Cave, the most powerful of the disciples present, looked around and then said, "There's something important I need to tell you all. I've made some inquiries, and learned that the sect has already decided what to do with those of us who failed in the Foundation Establishment Holy Lands. Apparently, they're going to give us another chance." Instantly, the other disciples looked at him with serious expressions. "Assuming it's a chance to reach Mortal Dao Foundation Establishment," he continued, "then that means we would need a Foundation Establishment pill. Most likely, this opportunity will come in the form of a trial by fire in which we compete for that pill, but I was also told that not everyone will get a chance to participate in the trial by fire. Before it starts, we will be given missions by the sect, and only those who complete their mission will be qualified to join the competition." Bai Xiaochun blinked, and then pretended to look both thoughtful and sinister at the same time. The owner of the Immortal's Cave looked around at everyone, eyes flashing, then continued, "Friends, don't forget that we aren't the only ones who failed in the Holy Lands. There are some loners out there who refused to join our team. We need to join forces to eliminate them, and make sure that one of us gets the Foundation Establishment pill." It was impossible to say what people were actually thinking, but on the surface, everyone seemed to support the idea. After voicing their assent, they chatted some more about sect news before dispersing. Bai Xiaochun walked along through the sect, the sky above him slowly growing dark. As he thought about the matter of the trial by fire, he realized that he should try to figure out a way to prevent the others from successfully reaching Foundation Establishment. For all intents and purposes, the Bloodstream sect was the enemy of the Spirit Stream sect. As he strolled along thinking, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he spun around, right hand shooting out to grab a person who had been walking behind him. That person hadn't anticipated that he would be so quick, and failed to evade his hand. However, what Bai Xiaochun ended up grabbing was that person's chest. "You naughty devil! What, you want to do it right here?" It was a middle-aged woman, her face crisscrossed with scars. One of the scars even ran from the top of her forehead all the way through both of her lips. Standing there with the moonlight spilling down onto her, she almost looked like a poltergeist. Her cultivation base was in the 10th level of qi condensation, and a flirtatious look could be seen in her eyes. Bai Xiaochun stared in shock, and then quickly pulled his hand back. "Well, that's fine," the woman said. "If you want things like that, I'll follow your lead." She cocked her eyebrow coquettishly, and was just about to remove her garments when Bai Xiaochun fled in the opposite direction. "Damn it, Nightcrypt," he said, "how many girlfriends do you have in this sect?" The woman called out for him to come back, but Bai Xiaochun didn't even stop running. "I'm not really sure," Imposter Nightcrypt replied in a fearful tone. "Surviving in the Bloodstream sect isn't an easy thing. Over the years, I hooked up with anyone who could give me medicinal pills." Bai Xiaochun's eyes went blank. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. This chapter is coming a bit earlier than usual. Beerblade and I have a mutual friend in town that we've both known for years, who is finally leaving China and moving back to the United States. We're having one of a couple of going away dinners tonight, so I wanted to get the chapter out early. We're still trying to decide whether to drink beer or baijiu tonight. Enjoy the chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, Corpse Refinery. Chapter 188, Corpse Refinery. Back in his immortal's cave, Xiaochun sat there scowling and sighing. He wasn't sure exactly what to think about imposter Nightcrypt. On the one hand, he felt a bit sorry for him. However, having taken over his identity, he had to deal with the possibility that he might have some sort of relationship with any female disciples he ran into. If they were pretty, he might even think about acknowledging their affections. Unfortunately, none of the female disciples who would willingly hand medicinal pills over to Nightcrypt were very good looking at all. It's a good thing nobody knows who I really am. Otherwise my true reputation might be irreparably stained. Sighing, he decided that in the future, he would do his best to stay indoors. With that, he began to practice cultivation. Normally speaking, he wouldn't work so hard at cultivation, but the benefits of working with the undying Heavenly King in this place were too good to not take advantage of. He knew that he had an unprecedented opportunity here, and it couldn't be abandoned. After some thought, he even tried to use the undying live forever technique to produce a drop of true undying blood. Unfortunately, undying blood came from the final volume, and at this point, all he could do was absorb blood chi from the area. It was impossible to form it into undying blood at this point. Even still, he was very excited at the prospects laid out in front of him. He also surreptitiously cultivated the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, continuing to melt the Heavenspan river water that was in his spiritual sea. His true cultivation base was making constant progress. Furthermore, his Heavenspan Dharma Eye, which was hidden by the powers of the mask, was also becoming more powerful. What he anticipated most, though, was the mountain-shaking bash. After reaching the power of 10 mammoths, I can form the Berserk Ghost Body. Then I'll have completed the first level of the Undying Heavenly King. As he continued to work with the Undying Heavenly King volume and absorb blood chi, he felt his power growing, and it filled his heart with anticipation. In a few days, I should have the power of 2 of those primeval mammoths. I'm already getting close to the power of 10. And I'm only on the back of the hand. Once I get onto one of the fingers, I should progress even more quickly. In his excitement, he thought about how the 5 mountain peaks of the Bloodstream sect all had blood waterfalls. Presumably, if he practiced cultivation near a blood waterfall, his progress would be incredible. Sighing, he couldn't stop thinking about how the Bloodstream sect really was his own personal holy land. He hadn't abandoned his work with proto-magnetic power and the human controlling grand magic. Although he hadn't performed any experiments recently, he had spent a lot of time thinking about and analyzing the subject. A month flew by. During that time, he never left his immortal's cave. However, he was able to observe the area outside, and frequently saw Bloodstream sect disciples fighting each other. At one point, he even saw a disciple get killed not too far away from his immortal's cave. If that had happened in the Spirit Stream sect, it would have been a huge deal. But in the Bloodstream sect, it didn't cause much of a commotion. However, he did hear from someone passing by that the person who had killed the other disciple had been summarily executed. After all, the Bloodstream sect allowed fighting, but not killing, and they strictly enforced their rules. Anyone who crossed the line would meet a brutal end. It's like they're raising scorpions. Xiaochun thought. Although the Bloodstream sect seemed chaotic and without rules, the truth was that there was an order to it. A few more days passed, and word was passed down that an arrangement had been made for those who failed in the Foundation Establishment Holy Lands. Just as the disciple had said in the meeting, they would have a chance to join a trial by fire to reach Foundation establishment. To qualify for the trial by fire, they had to accomplish a mission set forth by the sect. Each person received a different mission, and Xiaochun's was to go to Corpse Peak and refine a corpse. Xiaochun found the nature of the mission somewhat revolting. However, despite the fact that the mere idea of working with corpses was disgusting, he couldn't change the task. If he wanted to eventually get to that relic of eternal indestructibility, he would have to grit his teeth and accept the mission. That was the only way he could get into the trial by fire, get the Foundation Establishment pill, and reach Foundation Establishment. Then he could choose to become a Dharma protector on Middle Peak. On his way to the Bloodstream sect, he had often thought about showing up as an Earthstream Foundation Establishment expert. Although some of the disciples who escaped from the fallen sword world might have seen Nightcrypt be killed, there were ways to explain how he was now alive. After all, everyone had life-saving magics. However, if he showed up with an Earthstream Foundation Establishment cultivation base, that would be a different matter. Despite the chaos in the fallen sword world toward the end, everyone had been paying very close attention to the Earthstream energy and who was absorbing it. Returning to the sect as an Earthstream Foundation Establishment cultivator would have been too suspicious, so in the end, he abandoned the idea. The next day at sunrise, Bai Xiaochun left his Immortal's Cave in high spirits. Carrying the mission jade slip with him, he headed toward Corpse Peak. It was only with that jade slip that he could actually enter Corpse Peak. There were lots of corpse refineries on Corpse Peak, even some at the base of the mountain. That was exactly where Bai Xiaochun needed to go to accept his assigned mission. Even from a distance, he could see the corpse refinery that was his destination. It was a huge building, cylindrical and pitch black. Noxious black smoke belched out of the top of the building to rise up into the sky. There were numerous entrances and exits to the building, with inner sect disciples going in and out of them constantly. Grave expressions could be seen on the faces of the disciples who left the building, and their skin was pale, as if they hadn't seen the light of day in years. They were people who, unlike Bai Xiaochun, had taken the initiative to accept corpse refining missions from the sect for the purposes of cultivation and study. As he walked up to the corpse refinery, he suddenly caught sight of someone familiar. It was Xiaochun, who stood there at the main gate leading to the refinery, his hands clasped behind his back. His cultivation base emanated the fluctuations of Earthstream Foundation Establishment, and he had 3 grim-looking bodyguards standing behind him as he reprimanded several of the inner sect disciples. 1. Do you know how much I paid to buy this corpse refinery from the sect, fools? This place is mine. I had to sell all of my other properties to afford it. If I don't make enough profit to buy paper talismans, you people are going to be sorry. I can't believe you destroyed one of my corpses. It might have been nothing more than an ordinary corpse, but it was still worth something. I'm warning you, the lot of you had better pay me back, otherwise I'll turn you into corpses to be refined. The inner sect disciples were trembling, their faces pale as they immediately admitted their failures. Finally, Xiaochun waved his hand in irritation to dismiss them. A dark expression on his face, he glanced around the area and caught sight of Bai Xiaochun. What are you doing here? You can't just come and go as you please around here. Bai Xiaochun took a moment to compose himself. If Xiaochun had dared to talk to him in such a way in the fallen sword abyss, he would have made short work of him. But now, all he did was wave his right hand, sending the mission jade slip flying toward him. Xiaochun frowned as he examined the jade slip. Then he looked back at Bai Xiaochun. I remember you. You were there when we were all fighting Bai Xiaochun. So, you made it out alive after all. His expression softened a bit. He had mixed feelings about everything that had happened in the fallen sword abyss. He still admired Bai Xiaochun from the Spirit Stream sect, and when he thought about how they had fought and conned each other, he couldn't help but sigh. That guy is definitely the jewel of the Spirit Stream sect now, he thought, shaking his head. Alright, come on inside. Considering we're both veterans of the fallen sword abyss, I'll give you a few tips about corpse refining. As Xiaochun led the way, Bai Xiaochun put a sinister expression onto his face and followed. Before long, they were in one of the private rooms inside the corpse refinery, which was usually referred to as a corpse cave. The cylindrical chamber wasn't very large. 9 oil lamps emanated a mysterious light that nevertheless failed to dispel the grim darkness. In the middle of the room was a deep cistern. The water was the color of blood, and looked bizarre and fantastic. Floating there in the water was a dead person. The corpse belonged to a burly man with a vicious expression on his face. He didn't look like a kind person in any way, and there was a fatal wound on his forehead. The skin around the wound had withered significantly, transforming into a pattern that resembled a plum blossom. Xiaochun wasn't familiar with all of the corpses in all of the corpse caves, but as soon as he saw this one, he whispered, "This guy got killed by that shrew Shuai." The fact that he died fighting her indicates that he must have had an extraordinary cultivation base when he was alive. Bai Xiaochun peered over at the corpse, and the mark on its forehead. Immediately, his heart went cold. Obviously, on Corpse Peak, we focus on corpses, Xiaochun continued. Generally speaking, the corpses start out ordinary and slowly advance through the levels until they reach the pinnacle. The levels are as follows: Pallid Zombie, Shadow Zombie, Flying Ghoul, Grand Lich. Your mission is to get this corpse to grow white hair. Then it will turn from an ordinary corpse into a pallid zombie. The method to do so is explained in this jade slip. Considering you're in the 10th level of Qi condensation, and have been around for a while, you've probably heard a bit about how it works. Use your cultivation base to catalyze the blood cistern, and then sink the corpse down inside. Of course, there are a lot of other details you have to master. If you work quickly, you can accomplish the task in half a year. With that, he handed Bai Xiaochun 2 jade slips. One of them contained information about the corpse refining methods, and the other could be used to control the corpse itself. Then, he turned to leave. Bai Xiaochun didn't want to waste that much time, though. Looking over at the corpse, he asked, "Is there any way to get it to go faster?" Xiaochun chuckled coldly. Faster? Of course. If you give the corpse enough spirit medicine, then naturally the process will go faster. In fact, if you're good enough, maybe you could make a 9 Serenities blood pill. With one of those, you could finish within 10 days. Plus, the corpse would be a Grand Lich, about as powerful as a Patriarch, but I forgot that you can actually do a bit of medicine concocting. Maybe you should give it a shot. He chuckled again. Bloodstream sect disciples usually spent their time fighting, and most viewed medicine concocting as a waste of time. Xiaochun flicked his sleeve and left Bai Xiaochun alone in the corpse cave. Bai Xiaochun looked down thoughtfully at the corpse floating in the cistern, and soon, his eyes lit up. They didn't like me concocting pills in the spirit stream sect, but now I'm in the bloodstream sect. I can finally do some pill concocting again. Becoming a grand apothecary really was proving to be a big headache. He sighed. 1. Bai Xiaochun befriended Xiaochun in Chapter 152. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Hair Transformation. Chapter 189, Hair Transformation. Years from now, I can proudly tell my descendants that Bai Xiaochun walked a long, winding path. He raised beasts in the spirit stream sect, and concocted medicine in the bloodstream sect. Bai Xiaochun really felt proud of himself. Considering how hard he was working, if he didn't become a grandmaster apothecary and concoct a live forever never die pill, it would be really unfair. However, I need to be careful. This isn't the spirit stream sect. These people are brutal. If I provoke them because of my medicine concocting, they probably won't just throw rocks, they'll attack with magical items. That thought got him so nervous that he began to hesitate. After more thought, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes shone with determination. If I want to become the greatest apothecary in the world, if I want to live forever and exist for all eternity, then how could I let this trifling bloodstream sect stop me? I'm definitely gonna concoct some pills. Bring it on. When the Tao of medicine is involved, Bai Xiaochun isn't afraid of anyone. Although his expression seemed cold and sinister, he was really gritting his teeth and throwing caution to the wind. He didn't want to be stuck in the corpse cave staring at a corpse for any longer than he had to. He had no interest in such things. Therefore, he would use his abilities with spirit medicine to reduce the time it took to accomplish the mission. Then he could leave Corpse Peak once and for all. After studying the mission jade slip for a while, he began to chuckle darkly. All I have to do is get the corpse to grow white hair, right? Simple. I just need to concoct a medicinal incense that grows hair. In the Bloodstream sect, any corpse that grew white hair was a pallid zombie. That was common knowledge. Never before had there been an ordinary zombie with white hair. Xiaochun rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he looked at the blood-colored water in the cistern and the corpse. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to mentally review all of the medicine formulas he knew. It was essentially impossible to use medicinal pills to solve the problem with the corpse. He had to concoct medicinal incense. Upon burning it, a smoke would appear which would merge into the corpse and transform it. A few days later, his eyes were already completely bloodshot. He was pacing back and forth in the corpse cave, coming up with one idea after another. Some ideas he immediately discarded, others he spent time analyzing in detail. He even asked Night Crypt about the types of medicinal ingredients they had in the Bloodstream sect, and was surprised to find that many of them weren't known in the Spirit Stream sect. Using some of Night Crypt's few merit points, he went and purchased some ingredients, especially the ones that were unique to the Bloodstream sect. He was pleasantly surprised to find that prices for ingredients were much lower here. Apparently, the Bloodstream sect did that to encourage disciples to work on medicine concocting, although it did little good. To Bloodstream sect disciples, medicine concocting would only take away time from all the fighting they did, and would waste a lot of resources. Why do so much work when they could simply go out and rob other people? 7 days passed. After doing plenty of research to understand how to use Bloodstream sect medicinal plants together with Spirit Stream sect medicinal plants, he finally came up with his unique medicinal formula. It had only one function: grow white hair. His idea was simple. It didn't matter whether the corpse was fundamentally strong or weak, his mission was simply to get it to grow white hair. Although he wasn't sure how strong the corpse would be afterward, that didn't really matter to him. He did 2 more days of mental work to ensure that the medicine formula was perfect. Then, just after evening fell, he opened his eyes and excitedly produced a pill furnace. Taking out 2 earth flame crystals, he started working on a batch of Tier 3 medicinal incense. 2 months went by. Other people who were working on corpses were already seeing transformations begin. However, Xiaochun's corpse hadn't made any progress at all. Of course, he didn't care about that, he was completely engrossed in his medicine concocting. In the Bloodstream sect, people didn't generally spend a lot of time interacting with each other. During the more than 2 months that he'd been in the corpse cave, not a single person had come in to speak with him, which was fine as far as he was concerned. He had failed numerous times to produce a single batch of Tier 3 medicinal incense, and every time he did, he would analyze everything carefully and then start over. Occasionally, rumbling sounds would echo out, but considering Xiaochun's current skill in the Tao of medicine, he was very comfortable with Tier 3 spirit medicines. Although he failed, there were no catastrophic side effects that would cause chaos in the area. 3 more days passed. Xiaochun excitedly slapped the pill furnace, and rumbling sounds echoed out as it opened to reveal a palm-sized chunk of black incense. After pulling it out, he held it in his hand and looked at it suspiciously. The black incense didn't emit any medicinal aroma, and seemed ordinary in nature. Xiaochun scratched his head. After all the adjustments he'd made to the formula, this was the final result, but he wasn't sure exactly what kind of medicinal incense it was. It should work. I put plenty of corpse friend flower in, as well as some rotten root grass. I used all kinds of medicinal plants that are good for upgrading corpses. He looked at the incense, then glanced at the corpse in the blood cistern. If he were in the Spirit Stream sect, he wouldn't dare to test it out, but considering he was just working with a corpse, he wasn't too worried about anything happening. It will definitely work. Taking a deep breath, he pushed his hands together and then unleashed some spiritual power, creating an invisible fire which lit the incense. As the smoke rose up, he waved his hand, sending the incense over to the corpse. It immediately fused into it, causing smoke to roil out and fill the entire cistern. When he saw all the smoke, Xiaochun sprinted out of the corpse cave, and out of the entire corpse refinery in general. He didn't dare to remain behind and accidentally breathe in some of the incense, which could have led to a bigger disaster. He spent the rest of the day strolling through the sect, until he was sure enough time had passed. Under the cover of night, he snuck back to the corpse cave. Only after confirming that there was no more smoke present did he edge forward toward the cistern. The first thing he saw was that the smoke was indeed all gone. The red color of the water had faded a bit, and red hair could be seen on the corpse's head. It was really a frightening sight, and made the corpse look even more murderous than before. Red hair? Eyes wide, he stepped a bit closer to the corpse. Suddenly, he felt like he wasn't alone in the room. At the same time, the corpse's eyes snapped open, and they were as red as blood. There was no life in those eyes, they were ice-cold, almost as if death itself were looking at him. Radiating an intensely cold aura, the corpse began to rise to its feet. Scalp tingling in shock, Xiaochun backed up and pulled out the jade slip that could be used to control the corpse. After pushing his finger down onto it, the zombie slowly went still. After making sure that it really wasn't moving, he edged closer again to look at the red hair. Scowling, he said, Xiaochun talked about zombies with white hair and black hair. He didn't say anything about red hair. Does red hair count? Feeling a bit of a headache coming on, he gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter. There's obviously a problem with my medicine formula. A few changes will definitely get this zombie's hair to turn white. Sitting down cross-legged, he began to think about the problem in detail. A few days later, he looked tired, but slapped his thigh in excitement. It must be a problem with the water in the cistern. The water changed color because the zombie absorbed the redness. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Without any further hesitation, he began concocting. He changed the formula this time, adding in quite a few different medicinal plants. This time, he didn't just create medicinal incense, but a medicinal pill as well. A few days later, it was with great excitement and anticipation that he threw a medicinal pill into the blood cistern. As soon as the medicinal pill entered the cistern, it sank down into the water. Moments later, the water began to bubble and churn, and huge bubbles popped up everywhere. As it did, Xiaochun tossed out the piece of incense, which landed onto the red-haired zombie. This time, he didn't leave, although he did back up a bit. Smoke filled the cistern, and gurgling sounds began to emanate from within. Then an inhuman howl echoed out, something that sounded almost like it came out of the mouth of an evil ghost or vile fiend. A few hours later, the smoke began to clear, and Xiaochun peered over to try to see into the cistern. Change to white hair. Come on, change. Change. Even as he murmured, the smoke cleared, and he hurried over to the edge of the cistern. As soon as he laid eyes on the zombie, a blank look appeared in his eyes. Violet hair? The zombie in the cistern no longer had red hair, but violet. Its murderous aura was even stronger, and much of the water in the cistern had been drained. Moments later, more blood-colored water rushed in to fill the cistern back up. Most shocking of all was that the violet hair was fully 3 inches long, much longer than the red hair had been. Furthermore, the zombie's fingers now sported long, sharp claws. What is this thing? Xiaochun murmured, eyes wide. The zombie certainly looked a lot more impressive, so he asked Imposter Nightcrypt about it. However, Imposter Nightcrypt had never heard of any zombie like this either. He hesitated for a bit, and even though about going to ask Xiaochun to come take a look. But then he thought about the strange pills that had often emerged when he concocted medicine, and his expression flickered. Could it be something to do with the incense? He thought for a moment about all of the bizarre animals he'd let loose in the Spirit Stream sect, and shivered. I can definitely turn its hair white. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and began concocting. Bai Xiaochun continued to produce one type of incense after another. The zombie's hair went from violet to pink, then from pink to orange. At one point it even turned blue. But never white. Furthermore, the hair grew longer and longer with each transformation. By the time it turned blue, it was a third of a meter long. Simultaneously, the zombie's murderous aura grew stronger and stronger, and its claws became even sharper. Two dangerous-looking fangs appeared in its mouth, and its skin changed color along with its hair. The water in the cistern was drained over and over again, whereupon it would naturally refill. Half a year went by, and Bai Xiaochun stood at the edge of the cistern. He had stared at the zombie so many times that he was starting to go crazy. I refuse to believe that I'll fail. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, Green Zombies. Chapter 190, Green Zombies. Bai Xiaochun was getting really mad. He stood there facing off with the zombie, filled with frustration that it just wouldn't turn white. Spinning around, he began to throw medicinal plants into the pill furnace, including special bloodstream sect plants. Changing the pill formula once more, he began to madly devote himself to concocting. His hair was in complete disarray, and he had already forgotten that he wasn't in the spirit stream sect. He was completely immersed in concocting medicine to the point of bedeviled madness. His eyes burned red, and even imposter Nightcrypt's soul was trembling. He almost felt like he was back in the fallen sword world, and didn't dare to interrupt Bai Xiaochun in even the smallest way. This Bai Xiaochun is crazy, he thought. As Bai Xiaochun worked on his new spirit medicine, Xiaochun was in another location in the corpse refinery, dejectedly pondering a certain issue that had cropped up over the past half year or so. For some reason, the corpse refining blood serum in his corpse refinery was draining away much more quickly than usual. What's going on? He thought. It was quite a headache to investigate the matter, considering that there were over 1,000 corpses being refined at any given time. In any case, the blood serum drainage rate was still within acceptable limits. Whatever. I guess it just means that I'll be able to upgrade my corpse refinery sooner than expected. With that, he put the matter aside. A month later, Bai Xiaochun was there in the corpse cave, looking at the pill furnace and cackling. He had even poured his own blood into the mixture to make this batch of medicinal incense. Hopefully, his blood would incite the blood chi of the enormous hand to produce shocking transformations. He slapped the side of the pill furnace, and a pungent smoke poured out, which he waved to the side. When he saw the fingernail-sized chunk of white incense inside, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. This time it will definitely turn white. He carefully picked the incense up to examine it closely. Although it was very small, it was actually more powerful than any of the other types of incense he had produced up to this point. In fact, not even the strength of all the previous chunks of incense added together could equal this one. At long last, I will produce my pallid zombie, he roared. Waving his hand, he sent the fingernail-sized chunk of incense flying toward the corpse. It instantly shot through all the hair to land on the zombie's forehead, where it began to burn, releasing a dense white smoke. The smoke spread out rapidly, and in response, Bai Xiaochun shot backward. At a certain point, it stopped expanding, but was so thick that nothing was visible inside of it. However, indescribably terrifying howls could be heard echoing out. Somehow, there even seemed to be a bit of joy within the howls. Bai Xiaochun was starting to get even more excited than before. Meanwhile, Xiaochun was in his room in the corpse refinery, looking very anxious as he stood in front of an old man, who was sitting there on one of the chairs in the room, staring at him coldly. The old man wore a voluminous gray robe that was embroidered with the image of a mountain peak. If you looked closely, it was none other than Corpse Peak. A vicious zombie face could be seen on the sleeve of the old man's robe, which looked extremely realistic as he flicked his sleeve. The old man had disheveled hair, and his face was covered with scars, but he radiated an intense life force. Apparently, his true age was different than his appearance made him out to be. His cultivation base wasn't in the gold core stage, but he was at the very peak of foundation establishment, and in fact, was already in the quasi-core stage. He was only a sliver away from reaching core formation. Xiaochun cleared his throat and hurriedly explained, "Grand Elder, don't I still have some time left?" "Don't worry. Xiaochun, have been taking care of this corpse refinery for almost a year now. How could I not pay the spirit stones I owe? In 3 months, the first batch of zombies will be ready, and I'll pay you back, both principal and interest." He had never imagined that the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak would personally come to ask him about the expenses related to the corpse refinery. "Elder Su," the Grand Elder said, "I truly hope that you will do as you say. If the time comes and you don't pay what you owe, it won't matter that you have a patriarch backing you. I'll still hold you accountable for the losses." With that, Corpse Peak's Grand Elder turned to leave. But then, the door suddenly slammed open, and a flustered young man burst in. "What gall?" Xiaochun barked, looking over with a grim face. Just when he'd managed to get the Grand Elder off his back, this flunky barged in to cause problems. However, even as his killing intent raged, he noticed how terrified the young man looked. "Young lord, something really bad is happening. Almost 30% of the corpse refining blood serum has vanished, all at once." The ashen-faced young man seemed on the verge of tears. He was responsible for keeping the records regarding the corpse refining blood serum, and when he saw such a massive reduction, he wasn't sure what to do. It was only when he finished speaking that he noticed that young Lord Xiaochun wasn't alone. The old man in the room seemed a bit familiar, and when he looked at him more closely, his mind suddenly began to reel. GG Grand Elder. When Xiaochun heard what was happening, his scalp began to tingle so hard it felt like it might explode. 30%? He asked, eyes turning bloodshot. He immediately raced out to check the blood serum altar. As for the Grand Elder, he looked completely taken aback. Even at a critical point in the corpse refining process, there would never be such a drastic loss in blood serum, not unless an incredibly powerful zombie were being produced. A 30% loss? He thought. Without hesitation, he burst into motion. Soon, Xiaochun was at the blood serum altar. There, a huge blood cistern could be seen with over 1,000 channels leading out into different corpse caves. As soon as Xiaochun appeared, the disciples in charge of the altar looked over. Ashen-faced, they clasped hands in greeting. Xiaochun didn't even hear them talking. He stared down into the huge cistern, thinking back to the day before, when it had been mostly full. But now, half of that amount was gone. How is this possible? He thought, beginning to tremble. The blood serum had to be purchased at significant cost, and what he was seeing in front of his own eyes caused his vision to begin to fade. But then, he watched as almost all of the remaining serum drained away, revealing the bottom of the cistern and leaving it completely empty. All of the blood serum could be seen flowing into one particular channel. That leads to Nightcrypt's corpse cave. Bursting with a murderous aura, he let out a howl of rage and sped away from the blood serum altar and toward Xiaochun's corpse cave. In that very corpse cave, Xiaochun was watching as the white smoke began to clear. Heart bursting with joy, he was just about to take a step forward when suddenly, his face fell, and his eyes went wide with disbelief. "What's going on?" he said. He rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe what he was seeing. There within the white smoke were numerous green hairs, twisting and turning as they floated in the air. Some of them were actually boring into the walls of the cave. Xiaochun felt his scalp tingling. He quickly opened his third eye and looked into the smoke. As of this moment, the cistern wasn't even visible anymore, nor was the corpse. All he saw was a huge, green hairball. The hair wasn't just spreading out to fill the corpse cave, some of it had pierced into the walls, and was spreading out to who knew where. Is that hair? Xiaochun thought, backing up as fast as possible, his mind spinning. In that very moment, cries of shock and alarm began to ring out from the more than 1,000 other corpse caves. What's going on? Heavens! What happened? What are these green strands? Damn it! What are these green strands doing in my corpse cave? It was then that a massive rumbling sound rose up that could shake heaven and earth, filling the entire corpse refinery. The corpse caves began to collapse as green strands of hair raced in. Next, the green hair pierced into the bodies of the zombies that were still in the middle of being produced. Then, the hair on those zombies' heads began to turn green, even the ones that already had white hair. But that was nothing. Some of the hair stabbed into the ground. It couldn't go very deep though, so it would pop out of the ground some distance away before stabbing back in. Xiaochun watched in shock as the corpse refinery began to fall to pieces. Furthermore, the trees in the area were all starting to grow green hair as well, as were the rocks, plants, flowers, and other buildings. Everything was turning green. As the corpse refinery collapsed, more green hair appeared and spread out in all directions. Countless disciples appeared, fleeing with looks of shock and terror on their faces. What is this stuff? My refined corpse. I worked for 2 years on that thing. Now those green strands showed up and turned it green. Who did this? As people began to cry out in madness, a look of terror appeared on Xiaochun's face. He flew out of the corpse cave, leaving behind an exploding mass of green hair. Night Crypt, what did you do? Xiaochun bellowed, shaking in anger. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone in the area turned to look at Xiaochun. Xiaochun knew that, yet again, he had provoked a catastrophe. Heart pounding with fear, he let out a miserable shriek and then said, "What is that stuff? Damn it! Who did this? My refined corpse. I've been working hard on it for half a year." Everyone around him stared at him in shock. How dare you try to trick an elder like me? You're dead. Xiaochun's eyes flickered with killing intent as he cackled in rage. Waving his hand, he sent the power of his earth-string spiritual seas into motion. Tide flow power erupted out, along with a raging murderous aura. In the blink of an eye, deadly fluctuations were racing toward Xiaochun. Not a single person did anything to prevent what was happening. As for the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak, he merely frowned. Xiaochun's face fell. He couldn't simply reveal his true cultivation base, but if he didn't, then based on Night Crypt's current level of power, this attack should kill him beyond the shadow of a doubt. However, even in Xiaochun's moment of terror, countless howls began to rise up from the corpse caves. Something very strange was happening. Chapter 190, Green Zombies 1. Important note, hey everyone, I made a mistake in a past chapter, by missing a single Chinese character that significantly changed the meaning of certain passage. You might remember back in chapter 116 that the master of sect leader Zhang Yuandong was described as being the founding patriarch. Long story short, that was incorrect. His master was a patriarch from the previous generation. I apologize for any confusion the mistake caused. 1. Quick note that this is not the original chapter title. The original chapter title is actually a spoiler of something that doesn't even happen until the following chapter. I slightly modified the chapter title to make more sense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, Rewards from Corpse Peak. Chapter 191, Rewards from Corpse Peak. Green hair burst out from the corpse caves, from the ground, from the plants and trees, even from the rocks, swirling through the air to form a huge barrier in front of Xiaochun, which blocked Xiaochun's attack. A huge boom echoed out, and countless green hairs were destroyed. However, Xiaochun's attack was weakened significantly. Everyone in the area gasped, but then, before any cries of shock could ring out, numerous figures shot out from the rubble of the corpse caves, howling as they flew to stand in front of Bai Xiaochun. One zombie after another appeared. They all looked different, and had different levels of power and different types of auras. However, there was one similarity between all of them, and that was that they had green hair, but... Damn it! That's my refined corpse! Nightcrypt, I'm gonna kill you. Impossible. Why is my zombie protecting Nightcrypt? What's going on here? Nightcrypt, are you looking to die? The crowd was in a complete rage. Many of them even pulled out their corpse-controlling jade slips, but they quickly found that they couldn't exert any control over their corpses whatsoever. Su Xiaochun's face was a massive shock. His attack had been powerful, but there were now over 100 refined corpses standing in front of Bai Xiaochun. Even if he had attacked with more power than he did, it still wouldn't have done any good. Rumbling sounds echoed out as a few dozen corpses exploded. Then, the deadly fluctuations faded away. Bai Xiaochun stood there stock still, as he had been the entire time, looking around blankly. More refined corpses were crawling out of the rubble of the corpse refinery. Soon, more than 1,000 had gathered, clustered around Bai Xiaochun, all of them looking at Su Xiaochun and howling at the tops of their lungs. Earlier, everyone in the area had been crying out in shock, but now, they weren't uttering even a single peep. As the disciples stared at the strange scene, they began to slowly back up, their scalps tingling with fear. The raging, murderous aura that erupted from the ranks of zombies left them completely and utterly shocked. Su Xiaochun almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. As for the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak, he looked on with glaring eyes. After reaching Foundation Establishment, he had fought and struggled for years before finally becoming the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak, which he had presided over for more than 100 years now. Considering how many refined corpses he had seen over the years, he believed himself to understand more about them than even some core formation cultivators. However, what he was seeing now, more than 1,000 zombies all protecting Bai Xiaochun, caused his eyes to shine with intense light. How is he doing this? He thought. As for Bai Xiaochun, he stood there on the verge of tears. I'm finished, he thought. Kaput. I destroyed the corpse refinery, and then for some reason all these corpses decided to ignore their own masters and protect me. It only took a moment for me to offend more than 1,000 disciples. Is this gonna force me to abandon the sect? What do I do? What do I do? Bai Xiaochun was well aware that this was not the Spirit Stream sect. This was the Bloodstream sect, and he could only imagine what his punishment for this catastrophe would be. Maybe they would beat him to death. He could also sense the killing intent in the eyes of the surrounding disciples. However, it was at this point that, all of a sudden, the corpses behind him all howled, and then cleared a path. A tall, green figure appeared in the depths of the destroyed corpse refinery. As it strode forward, sharp claws could be seen, which glinted like razor-sharp blades. The bizarre-looking figure had green skin and protruding fangs which were terrifying to behold. It had a massive green hair that was so long it was impossible to judge its length. Many of the hairs actually connected to other corpses, whereas some of it simply floated around in the area. Bai Xiaochun stared in shock as the green zombie walked forward to stand behind him, where it remained motionless, radiating a powerful, murderous aura. The surrounding disciples gasped yet again. That green zombie is controlling the other zombies. I can't believe it. Heavens! How come I never knew about green zombies before? This is completely unprecedented. That green zombie is incredible. It's only as strong as the 7th or 8th level of chi condensation, but look at how it can control all the other zombies. Simply terrifying. Su Xiaochun was left gasping at the sight, and soon, his eyes were shining brightly. However, before he could say anything, laughter filled the air, and its source was none other than Corpse Peak's Grand Elder. Wonderful, he said, sounding very excited. Simply wonderful. He blurred into motion, and a moment later, was standing right in front of the green zombie. Instantly, incredible pressure spilled out from him, causing all the surrounding zombies to tremble. However, they didn't stop their howling. The Grand Elder didn't seem to mind. He couldn't stop looking at the green zombie, almost as if it were a gem. He seemed to be getting more and more excited. "You're called Nightcrypt?" he asked, turning to look at Bai Xiaochun, the same look in his eye as when he had been looking at the zombie. Bai Xiaochun didn't know who this person was, but he quickly put on a very serious expression. Clasping hands and bowing, he said, "Disciple Nightcrypt at your service." "Greetings, Senior. Let's call this an emerald zombie. Did you refine it? And how?" Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times. The truth was that he really didn't know exactly why the zombie refining process led to the zombie looking or acting this way. But he quickly recorded the formula he had used onto a jade slip, which he then handed over. After a moment of consideration, he performed a quick, secret test to see if he could connect mentally with the emerald zombie. Presumably, because the medicine contained some of his own blood, he could. In the hopes of reducing whatever his punishment might be, he also handed over the jade slip that could control the emerald zombie. Of course, he had already noticed the reactions of the other disciples upon seeing this old man, and how respectful their expressions became. Obviously, he was someone very important. The Grand Elder took the jade slips and looked them over. Eyes burning with passion, he laughed heartily, and then gazed at Bai Xiaochun with admiration. "Nightcrypt, I am the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak. You did a great job here. Splendid, really. You created a brand new type of zombie. I need to go back to study the method for some time to determine how to reproduce it. You have performed a great service for Corpse Peak. So what if you destroyed a measly corpse refinery? They're easily replaceable. Besides, you didn't do it on purpose, and in the end, nobody was killed. Actually, even if you had accidentally killed some people, it would all have been in the service of the sect, and wouldn't have mattered at all. Elders, award him with 5,000 spirit stones and 30,000 merit points. Also, spread the word that anyone who dares to steal spirit stones from him will be considered my personal enemy." Laughing excitedly, and eyes shining with praise, the Grand Elder turned and left with the emerald zombie. "Ha!" Bai Xiaochun stood there watching as the Grand Elder left. The surrounding disciples were all enraged, but could do nothing more than grit their teeth and disperse. They had all seen the encouraging look in the eyes of the Grand Elder. One of the Corpse Peak elders walked over to give Bai Xiaochun 5,000 spirit stones, and also transferred 30,000 merit points to his identification medallion. Although Xiaochun wasn't very happy, he plastered a smile onto his face and hurried over to chat. From his wording, it was obvious that he hoped to get a copy of the formulas, so Bai Xiaochun magnanimously gifted him with one. After all, the formula was only in the early stages of development, and wasn't really worth much. Xiaochun was delighted, and immediately gave Bai Xiaochun high marks on his mission assignment. Looking like he had just acquired a precious treasure, he hurried away. Bai Xiaochun looked at the emptiness around him, and the wreckage of the corpse refinery, and took a deep breath. He had been completely braced to be punished, only to have everything happen opposite of his expectations. All of a sudden, he realized that this place really was very different from the Spirit Stream sect. The Bloodstream sect is great. The Giant's hand is connected to my cultivation. I can work on the Undying Heavenly King much more quickly here than anywhere else, and if I cause problems because of pill concocting, the sect doesn't punish me, it rewards me. He sighed. Obviously, if he had done this same thing and not produced that zombie, then the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak would have been incensed. Most likely, not even death would have been able to wipe away the offense. All the Grand Elder cared about was the result. As for what happened along the way, he didn't care at all, not even what happened to bystanders. However, there was one thing Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure about, and that was whether or not the attitude of the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak reflected the attitude of the entire leadership of the Bloodstream sect. Or were there people who wouldn't tolerate him tormenting other disciples, regardless of the potential gains? Either way, the Bloodstream sect was essentially a devilish sect that valued being straightforward and merciless. They didn't believe that a person achieving their Tao could benefit everyone. They believed that success came only after climbing a mountain of bones. Sighing, Bai Xiaochun headed back toward his immortal's cave. Now that he had accomplished his mission, he simply had to wait for all the other disciples to do the same, and then he would be able to participate in the Foundation establishment trial by fire. It was currently evening, and as he strolled through the sect, he happened to notice a huge stone steal off in the distance, roughly as tall as 3 people put together. A young woman was sitting cross-legged at the base of the stele, her hair and garments fluttering gently in the wind. There was something oddly appealing about her as she sat there. She wore a blood-colored mask, decorated with a plum blossom. As she looked off into the distance, a wistful, even melancholic expression could be seen in her eyes. Bai Xiaochun recognized her immediately. Lots of people in the sect gossiped about this very young woman, who was young lady Xu. As for the huge stone stele, it was oddly misshapen, as though it weren't complete. The more he looked at it, the more he realized that it looked like a section of a wall. It was actually a place where disciples of the Bloodstream sect would sometimes go to seek enlightenment, a location as famous as the precipice of never-ending blood. It was the Holy Pill wall fragment. Supposedly, people who sought enlightenment here could see a projection of someone concocting medicine. If they gained enlightenment, they would acquire a deeper understanding of the Tao of medicine. According to the story, the Bloodstream sect had looted the wall from the Pillstream sect 10,000 years ago. Although the Bloodstream sect didn't have many apothecaries, 8,000 years ago, a genius arose within the sect. He created a mystical medicine called the Undying Blood Pill, which shook the entire sect. Of course, he accomplished all of that thanks to the wall fragment. Few people ever gained enlightenment from the Holy Pill wall fragment. Even imposter Nightcrypt had tried his hand at it, only to fail. As Bai Xiaochun walked by, he couldn't help but glance at Xu on the wall. Xu seemed to sense him looking at her, and her eyes flashed beneath her mask. She looked over at Bai Xiaochun, radiating coldness and arrogance, as if she were a higher being, an immortal or a devil looking at an ant. Without saying a word, she turned and transformed into a beam of blood-colored light that shot toward Ancestor Peak. Being looked at in such a condescending fashion left Bai Xiaochun very angry. Xu was clearly far too arrogant for her own good. What's so special about you, huh? Lord Bai is already at Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. If I showed my true face, you'd be scared to death. Grumbling to himself, he stuck his chin up and flicked his sleeve. One of these days, Bai Xiaochun will snap his finger and reduce you to ash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, Trial by Fire at the Blood Precipice. Chapter 192, Trial by Fire at the Blood Precipice. Months flew by. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only person to have already qualified to participate in the Foundation establishment trial by fire. However, the appointed time for the trial hadn't arrived yet, so those who accomplished their missions early were forced to bide their time. Bai Xiaochun didn't sit idly by during those months. He excitedly cultivated the undying Heavenly King. From the time he had begun to practice cultivation until now, he had never felt like this before. He was under no pressure whatsoever, and was able to diligently focus on his cultivation. When he cultivated the undying Heavenly King, his body was filled with a sensation of tingling pain. At first it was very uncomfortable, but by now he'd gotten used to it, and even found it somewhat pleasurable. Every day, he would spend some time shadowboxing in his immortal's cave to test out his power, and the result was always the same. Ha ha ha. I'm getting stronger and stronger. Bring on the pain. The sight of the blood chi rising up from the ground always caused his heart to pound with excitement. This place is my personal holy land. When I cause disasters, I don't get punished, I get rewarded. Plus, my cultivation progresses faster than ever. Sighing, he couldn't help but muse that the bloodstream sect really was a good fit for him. However, after more consideration, he realized that his way of thinking was getting a bit twisted, and he needed to correct it. "I'm from the Spirit Stream sect," he reminded himself. Then he sank down into the tingling pain. Eventually, he had completed 999 cycles of the undying Heavenly King, whereupon rumbling sounds filled him, and the images of 3 huge mammoths appeared behind him. At that point, his eyes snapped open, and they shone brightly with enthusiasm. He unleashed a punch into the air, and a boom could be heard. He gasped. "I've already reached the power level of 3 mammoths. This cultivation speed is crazy. Plus, I'm only on the back of the giant's hand. If I could get onto the fingers, maybe near one of those blood waterfalls, I could probably progress even faster." Laughing heartily, he rose to his feet to go out for a stroll. However, at that moment, his face flickered, and he slapped his bag of holding, producing his identity medallion. The medallion was glowing slightly, and when he poured some spiritual power into it, a cold, sinister voice rang out in his mind. "Inner Sect Disciple Nightcrypt, you have earned the right to participate in a second Foundation establishment trial by fire. 3 days from now at high noon, present yourself at the precipice of never-ending blood to begin the trial." Bai Xiaochun's eyes immediately began to shine with anticipation. "It's at the precipice of never-ending blood? Don't tell me the Foundation establishment trial by fire is going to be inside the pit of never-ending blood?" The precipice of never-ending blood and the pit of never-ending blood were essentially the same place. Back when Bai Xiaochun asked Imposter Nightcrypt about where to get sparks for 4-colored flame, he'd said that he should look for 4-leaf clovers in the pit of never-ending blood. Of course, of all the people who were waiting for the Foundation establishment trial by fire, he was the one who actually cared the absolute least about it. The only thing he cared about was that afterward, he would finally be able to call himself a Foundation establishment cultivator of the Bloodstream sect, and would finally become a Dharma protector of Middle Peak. That would be his first major step toward getting the relic of eternal indestructibility. The reason he didn't care about the trial by fire, of course, was because he was already a Heavendao Foundation establishment expert. Considering he was a disciple of the Spirit Stream sect, he knew that it was his responsibility to stand for justice and righteousness. Swishing his sleeve, he stuck his chin up. Looking very somber, he said, "This time, I can't let any of them succeed in Foundation establishment. Unfortunately for them, I'm a spy." After all, he was a loyal servant of the Spirit Stream sect, and as such, should take every opportunity to perform some meritorious service for his own sect. Feeling better than ever, he sat back down cross-legged to meditate. 3 days later, he made his final preparations, and then stepped out of his immortal's cave, attempting to look as cold and ruthless as ever. He had been working on his gaze recently, trying to make it look more murderous, and felt pleased with the progress he had made. The precipice of never-ending blood was one of the most mysterious places in the Bloodstream sect, the other being the Holy Pill wall fragment. It was a deep pit filled with blood-colored light that many people thought was an arcane pocket realm. The truth was that it was a wound which had been inflicted upon the hand of the giant, which had eventually transformed into a world of its own. 4-leaf clovers came from there, and could be used to spark 4-colored flame. Considering that they were unique to the Bloodstream sect, disciples often used them to trade for expensive items with people outside the sect. However, actually acquiring them required a bit of luck. The deep pit that they grew in was also occupied by blood beasts. Although the blood beasts weren't intelligent, they were driven by an insane desire to kill. Apparently, the enormous hand that the Bloodstream sect was built on innately bred a desire to destroy life. Therefore, any life form which entered the deep pit and encountered a blood beast would come under attack. When Bai Xiaochun arrived, he saw about 8 other disciples present. A few were sitting silently in meditation, and the others were conversing in hushed tones. Zhao Wuchang was there, and when he saw Bai Xiaochun, his eyes flickered with cold light. Although everyone present was a competitor, he smiled and beckoned Bai Xiaochun over. At the moment, everyone present was from the group that had failed in the Fallen Sword World. I heard more than 30 people qualify to join this trial by fire. However, there are only a few foundation establishment pills. There's definitely going to be some fierce fighting in the pit, not only with the blood beasts, but also with fellow disciples. Yeah, but we have to stick to our earlier agreement. We'll wipe everyone else out first before we decide among ourselves who gets the foundation establishment pills. As others chatted, Xiaochun looked over at the pit of never-ending blood. The entrance was a narrow gap, only about 30 meters wide. Blood-colored light spilled out, and based on the aura that pulsed out, it was clear that terrifying entities existed deep therein. The entrance almost looked like a mouth ready to swallow up anyone who got close. There were even faint roars audible from deep inside. I heard that there are some blood beasts comparable to the foundation establishment stage, Xiaochun said. This place won't be any less dangerous than the foundation establishment Holy Lands. Xiaochun nodded in response. More people arrived and joined the waiting group, looking around coldly at their fellow disciples. Soon it was noon, and everyone who qualified to join the trial by fire had arrived, a total of 37 people. About that time, bright beams of light rose up into the air from each of the 4 mountain peaks, which then shot toward the location of the trial by fire. Coming from Lesser Marsh Peak was a tall, middle-aged man who radiated an aura of blood that caused everything around him to ripple and distort. The faint image of a hand could be seen behind him, a hand that looked very similar to the hand the Bloodstream sect was built on. Most shocking of all was that the skin of the man's own right hand was covered with what appeared to be faint cracks and crevices. This man was none other than the Grand Elder of Lesser Marsh Peak. The Grand Elder from Nameless Peak was a dwarf with short hair and a scarred face. He stood on what appeared to be a black cloud, but was actually a vicious-looking gargoyle that radiated shocking pressure. Xiaochun had met the Grand Elder from Corpse Peak, the seemingly wrinkle-faced old man who actually radiated the life force of a youngster. Last was the Grand Elder of Middle Peak, who was the most eye-catching to Xiaochun. She was an attractive young woman who somehow seemed incredibly mature. There was only one way to describe her attire: sexy and extraordinarily enticing. She had long, fair legs, and her rear end was so plump and curvaceous that anyone who saw it would do a double take. Her Taoist robe was so tight on her voluptuous figure that it seemed as if it might pop off at any moment. In addition to all that, she had long, bright red hair that made her seem like she was on fire. Although her oval face couldn't be described as beautiful, it was inherently charming, and her eyes almost seemed to be reaching out to seduce anyone who looked into them. Xiaochun subconsciously sucked in a deep breath, and felt his heart beating rapidly. He quickly looked away and tried not to stare. She's the Grand Elder of Middle Peak? Song Kei's aunt, Song Junwan? Unfortunately, he couldn't hold back from looking at her again, and to his shock, found her staring at him seductively. She smiled, and Xiaochun instantly felt his scalp tingling explosively. For some reason, her gaze actually filled him with a sensation of profound danger. He quickly bowed his head. As soon as he looked down, Song Junwan's eyes flashed. Inwardly, she was actually quite surprised. Of all the people on the precipice of never-ending blood, Xiaochun was the only one who had dared to look at her twice. Just as she had been about to punish him for it, he had apparently detected the look in her eye and lowered his head. As the 4 Grand Elders arrived, the disciples all clasped hands in formal greeting. Greetings, Grand Elders. Xiaochun followed along with them, although inwardly he was sighing. Who would have guessed that the Grand Elder of Middle Peak would be a vixen like her? And to think that he had to get into her immortal's cave to get the relic of eternal indestructibility. It almost seemed impossible at this point. According to my plan, he thought, I eventually have to take her position as Grand Elder of Middle Peak. Even as he sighed inwardly, Grand Elder Song Junwan said, You are all people who failed in the Foundation Establishment Holy Lands. According to sect rules, you should have been punished, but after some discussion with the sect leader, we Grand Elders agreed to allow you another trial by fire. Foundation Establishment pills can be used to reach Mortal Dao Foundation Establishment. As for the success rate, it varies. Some people only need one pill, others might need 2 or 3. There was even once when a disciple needed 6 of them to succeed. With that, she pulled out a medicinal pill bottle, and then smiled in an extremely enticing fashion. It was a somewhat wicked smile, but that didn't make it any less beautiful. In fact, in some ways it made her even more attractive. After all, even roses have thorns. Within this pill bottle are 10 foundation establishment pills. As soon as the words left her mouth, she threw the pill bottle into the pit of never-ending blood. Let the fighting begin. You have 1 month, after which you will be extracted from the pit. Those who succeed in reaching foundation establishment will become Dharma protectors of whichever mountain peak you wish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Hogging. Chapter 193, Hogging. All eyes were locked onto the pill bottle as it disappeared into the depths. Without the slightest hesitation, the entire group instantly transformed into beams of light that shot after it. I'm definitely going to earn the right to reach foundation establishment. I failed once, but I'm not going to fail again. I'm going to reach foundation essablishment. We're allowed to kill people in this trial by fire, so anybody who tries to stop me from reaching foundation establishment will die. Ru-yu-yu-umbul. Within the blink of an eye, all of the disciples disappeared into the pit, eyes bloodshot, ready to fight to the death. Bai Xiaochun was in the group, his eyes glued to the falling pill bottle. Once inside the pit, the blood chi inside of him surged, and he picked up speed. Almost instantly, he was in the front of the pack, along with 3 other disciples. Moments later, they had already reached the location of the pill bottle. Of course, Bai Xiaochun still couldn't use his foundation establishment cultivation base. If he did, a mere thought on his part could crush everyone else. But in the bloodstream sect, he had learned to exercise the utmost caution at all times, so he only used the power of the chi condensation stage. He also avoided using any of his magical techniques, to further avoid poking any holes in his disguise. In fact, due to his cultivation of the undying Heavenly King, he had plenty of blood chi inside of him, making him seem no different from any of the other disciples. Bai Xiaochun roared as he waved his right hand, unleashing blood chi in a powerful attack that spread out in all directions. The other 3 disciples in the area were forced to defend themselves, and as a result, slowed down significantly. Night Crypt. You got some good fortune in the foundation establishment Holy Land and hid it from us, didn't you? You didn't reach Earthstring Foundation establishment, but you still have power that exceeds the 10th level of chi condensation. Seeing that Night Crypt hadn't slowed down at all, the other 3 immediately joined forces to attack him. The disciples further back didn't seem to have expected this to happen, and yet weren't surprised. Zhao Chang's eyes flashed as he came to the same conclusion as the other disciples, that Night Crypt had come across some good fortune that gave him access to greater power than before. Even as Bai Xiaochun sped toward the pill bottle, he forced some blood to ooze out his mouth to make it look like he was injured. At the same time, he put a crazed expression on his face. With one final burst, he closed the distance and grabbed the pill bottle. Any of the other disciples in this situation would have broken the bottle open, taken a few pills, then thrown the other ones off to the side to distract the rest of the disciples. In fact, that was what all of the other disciples assumed would happen. Even the 4 grand elders up on the precipice of never-ending blood also expected the same outcome. None of them were at all surprised to see Bai Xiaochun break ahead of the pack and grab the bottle. After all, most disciples of the bloodstream sect had various trump cards to call upon, so a burst of speed was nothing beyond expectation. As for the Grand Elder from Corpse Peak, he had met Night Crypt before, and currently, his eyes shone with admiration. Of course, were it not for the events of a few months before, he wouldn't have paid much attention to Bai Xiaochun. However, what happened next left all 4 Grand Elders completely shocked. Instead of breaking the pill bottle open, Bai Xiaochun picked up speed and headed further into the depths of the pit. What are you doing, Night Crypt? Damn it! I can't believe he's doing this. Night Crypt, are you looking to die? Rumbling sounds could be heard as the enraged crowd chased by Xiaochun down into the depths. Even as the other disciples killing intense sword, the four grand elders on the precipice of never-ending blood exchanged surprised looks. Then, their eyes began to gleam with keen interest. He's hogging the pills? Said the grand elder of Lesser Marsh Peak, a burly man with a booming voice. His expression was rather ferocious, and yet his eyes gleamed with admiration. How bold! That's just the type of personality bloodstream sect disciples should have. I never paid much attention to this kid before. What a pity he didn't reach Earthstring Foundation establishment, otherwise he would have become a major chosen. Song Junwan covered her mouth as she laughed, suddenly much more deeply impressed by Night Crypt. Very interesting. Presumably, many of that group of 30 would love to hog the pills, but he's the first one to actually attempt to pull it off. The Grand Elder from Nameless Peak, the dwarf, chuckled darkly. He's called Night Crypt, right? What a good name, and what potential in a disciple. If he really manages to cut off the Foundation establishment path for the rest of them, then I definitely want him for Nameless Peak. The Grand Elder from Corpse Peak laughed heartily. I remember this kid. He's a pure genius when it comes to refining corpses. He completely approved of Bai Xiaochun's actions. After the disciples disappeared into the depths, everyone turned to leave. I wonder if that hogger Night Crypt will still be alive a month from now, but... Hey, I already said that if he reaches Foundation establishment, I want him for Nameless Peak. Laughing and chatting, the four Grand Elders left. Down in the pit, Bai Xiaochun was racing along at top speed, intentionally causing blood to spray out of his mouth every once in a while to remind everyone that he was injured. However, he didn't slow down even a bit. Soon he was down near the bottom of the pit, and upon looking around, he found that it really was like a tiny little world. There were mountains rising up in all directions, all of which were covered with blood-colored vegetation. Off in the distance were some volcanoes that radiated intense heat and powerful rumbling noises. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun could sense numerous dangerous and brutal auras rising up from various locations. Even as he hovered there feeling proud of himself, the other disciples began to arrive, bursting with murderous auras. You want to fight me over these Foundation establishment pills? He shouted. Dream on. Night Crypt, it's not right to be so vicious. You can't cut off our path to Foundation establishment. How dare you do such a thing? You're dead. Humph. Offending this many people has earned you a death sentence. And don't even think about trying to hole up somewhere and reach Foundation establishment. This place isn't very big, and I've been here before, so I can definitely track you down. Bai Xiaochun didn't even look at them. As numerous magical techniques rumbled through the air toward him, he sped toward the region with the volcanoes. The pit of never-ending blood wasn't just used for Foundation establishment trials by fire. Disciples would also come here on missions to harvest four-leaf clovers. However, when going out on missions, the sect would make sure that the area wasn't too dangerous. As long as one was careful, one wouldn't face any mortal danger. In fact, Imposter Night Crypt had even come here, and was relatively familiar with the area. The four-leaf clovers are in the volcano region. Eyes glittering, Bai Xiaochun sped toward the nearest volcano and vanished into a tunnel without even pausing. Even as he did, the other disciples closed in, enraged, roiling with murderous auras as they chased after him. Bai Xiaochun picked up speed as he flew through the countless passages and tunnels that riddled the ground underneath the volcano region. The area was almost like a huge maze. Because of that, none of the pursuers had any idea where exactly he was, which enraged them even more. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme Archives, Toxin. Transcendent Patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, What Gall? Chapter 194, What Gall? They only had 1 month to track down Bai Xiaochun and get the foundation establishment pills, otherwise they would be failures yet again. The mere thought of it was already driving them crazy. Their hatred of Bai Xiaochun had already reached indescribably towering heights. Don't be so selfish, Night Crypt. In the Bloodstream sect, the law of the jungle prevails, and we succeed by climbing a mountain of corpses. But you can't be this selfish. There are 10 foundation establishment pills. Can't you at least spare one for somebody else? Hiding in the volcano region won't do you any good. The maze isn't that big. We'll find you eventually. Even as everyone's killing intent raged, Bai Xiaochun was searching left and right through the tunnels. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and looked at a crack in the wall up ahead, where a big patch of 3-leaf clovers could be seen. There in the middle of them all was a single 4-leaf clover. He immediately walked forward and picked it. Examining it closely, his face lit up with excitement. There really are 4-leaf clovers here. Ha ha ha. I can finally perform 4-fold spirit enhancements. After putting the 4-leaf clover into his bag of holding, he excitedly proceeded along through the maze. By this point, he'd forgotten completely about the foundation establishment pills and was completely focused on finding 4-leaf clovers. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaochun would occasionally run into someone in the maze, but was always able to lose them easily, and would then continue hunting for 4-leaf clovers. He also ran into some blood beasts. He spent a bit of time observing them, and quickly realized that they were fascinating. However, they were easy to avoid as he searched for 4-leaf clovers. Another 3 days went by. Eventually, he found a place where a large number of passages all converged. It was a huge chasm, several kilometers wide and filled with enormous mushrooms. The smallest mushrooms were as tall as a person, and the largest were fully 30 meters tall. The mushrooms were a very strange color, and almost translucent. They were also gently swaying in unison. Blood-colored 3-leaf clovers could be seen on the ground below the mushrooms. Upon closer examination, Bai Xiaochun found that interspersed among them were occasional 4-leaf clovers. Whoa! He said, his eyes shining brightly. It seemed like a wonderful place, and yet, he hesitated for a moment. Just when he was about to take a step in, his eyes went wide with disbelief, and he began to tremble. Not too far off in the distance, in the middle of a cluster of mushrooms, chomping on some 3-leaf clovers and looking around innocently, was a white rabbit. Bai Xiaochun almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was no way he could misidentify this particular rabbit. It was none other than the talking rabbit he had created back in the Spirit Stream sect. Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt like the world had become a very strange place. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that he would see the talking rabbit here. When he went to the north bank, the rabbit appeared there. Then he came here to the Bloodstream sect, and the rabbit showed up here too. I came all the way here, and you're still following me around. There was something very, very strange about this rabbit. Thankfully, the rabbit hadn't noticed Bai Xiaochun. Ignoring all of the countless 4-leaf clovers, Bai Xiaochun carefully backed up toward one of the passages, his heart pounding in fear. I must not under any circumstances allow it to see me, he murmured. I can't let it know I'm here. Well, it shouldn't be able to see through my night crypt disguise anyway. Even as Bai Xiaochun prepared to make his silent escape, a roar echoed out as a huge blood-colored earthworm burst out from further in the depths of the pit and headed directly toward the rabbit. The rabbit leaped into the air and sped away from the earthworm with unmatchable speed. However, even as it took to flight, the ground exploded as more giant earthworms appeared, all of whom began to chase the rabbit. The rabbit's ears stuck straight up as it fled, and at the same time, it began to make huffing sounds that apparently were an imitation of the sound of the earthworms burrowing through the ground. Just as the rabbit was about to jump into one of the tunnels, it looked over in surprise at Xiaochun. Apparently, it recognized him. When Xiaochun saw the rabbit looking at him almost like a friend, he felt like his head was going to explode. Without any hesitation, he picked a tunnel and fled in the opposite direction. What is going on with that damned rabbit? He thought, nearly crying. He truly was afraid of the rabbit. However, this time, Xiaochun was overjoyed that he had noticed the rabbit when he did. Otherwise, a slip of the tongue could have led to the entire bloodstream sect knowing that he was Xiaochun. The thought of that left him trembling. If they found out, they'd probably cut me into a million little pieces and send me back to the spirit stream sect in a box. Heart pounding, he reminded himself again that the rabbit was behind him, and that he must not under any circumstances say too much out loud. I can't just wander around in the open. With the rabbit in the area, it's too dangerous. He quickly dug a hole into the wall of a nearby tunnel, then crawled inside to hide. Ah well, I might as well reach Foundation establishment now. That will make things much easier. Sighing, he crossed his legs and thought for a moment. Then he pulled out some other random medicinal pills, which he began to compare to the Foundation establishment pills. After a moment, his eyes shone with bright light as a new idea occurred to him. Meanwhile, in other locations in the maze, the other disciples were going mad. Their eyes were bloodshot as they scoured the tunnels. 10 days had already passed, and they had searched virtually the entire place. Actually, some of them were very close to where Xiaochun was located, and were just on the verge of stumbling into him. However, it was at that point that he suddenly burst into the open, speeding away as quickly as possible, and simultaneously releasing a slight Foundation establishment aura. All of the disciples were immediately enraged. He's breaking through to Foundation establishment. Get him. No wonder we couldn't find him for the past 10 days. He was actually trying to break through. We can't let him succeed. Even as they converged to chase him, Xiaochun sighed and then waved his hand, sending several medicinal pills flying out, all of which emitted the aura of Foundation establishment pills. As he tossed them in different directions, he shouted, "Fine, take the Foundation establishment pills. If anybody dares to cause problems for me, I'll wipe out your whole clan after I reach Foundation establishment." Bursting with a murderous aura, he then sped off into the distance. Shocked, the disciples in the area sensed the Foundation establishment aura on the pills, and quickly scattered to try to get them. Fierce fighting broke out instantly. The result was that the 5 strongest disciples got the medicinal pills, and immediately began to flee. Other disciples gave chase, and yet, it only took a moment before howls and curses rose up into the sky. Fake. This isn't a Foundation establishment pill. Damn that night crypt. I forgot he could concoct pills. This is fake. It's a real fake. This isn't a Foundation establishment pill. It's another pill coated with some dust from a real Foundation establishment pill. Of course, none of the other disciples were convinced. They continued to fight over the pills that had been abandoned, until everyone saw for themselves that they really were nothing more than ordinary Tier 2 pills. At that point, their hatred for Nightcrypt reached indescribable levels. Obviously, only an apothecary could accomplish something like that, and there were few apothecaries in the bloodstream sect. Nightcrypt. I'm gonna kill you. Furious, the disciples searched for another 10 days, until everyone was growing gaunt and disheveled. By now, there were only 10 days left, and everyone was nearly collapsing with anxiety. They were fighting amongst themselves, and also fighting the blood beasts, and feeling worse as time went by. Eventually, they found Xiaochun. However, to their despair, he emanated a powerful aura of Foundation establishment. Sticking his chin up, he waved his sleeve and loftily said, "What gall? How dare you fail to offer greetings to an important Dharma protector like me?" In the bloodstream sect, rankings were strictly adhered to. After reaching Foundation establishment, one was no longer a disciple. One could select one of the 4 mountain peaks to live on, and would also be named a Dharma protector. Those who reached Earthstring Foundation establishment were even more powerful, and became elders. Of course, both elders and Dharma protectors were people who the inner sect disciples feared. In fact, their lives were completely in the control of such people. The Bloodstream sect disciples looked like they might cry at any moment. Despairing, they looked at Bai Xiaochun flicking his sleeve, and their hearts surged with hatred. Moments ago they had been clamoring about how they wanted to kill him, but now they had no other choice but to bow their heads deferentially. Greetings, Dharma Protector Night Crypt. Greetings. Greetings, Dharma Protector Night Crypt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, I picked Big Sis Son's Middle Peak. Chapter 195, I picked Big Sis Son's Middle Peak. Everyone gritted their teeth and bowed their heads as they offered greetings. Bai Xiaochun was extremely proud of himself, but his expression was solemn. Chuckling darkly, he looked over the group. Suddenly, Zhao Wuchang gritted his teeth and said, Dharma Protector Night Crypt, disciple is willing to give you everything I own in exchange for a single Foundation establishment pill. Soon, everyone was echoing his words. No fighting broke out, they simply tried to ingratiate themselves to Bai Xiaochun to get one of the pills for themselves. To them, Foundation establishment pills were indescribably rare. If they lost out on this opportunity, it could be a very long time before they got another chance. All they needed was one of those pills, and they would be qualified to make an enormous leap upwards. The mere thought of it had them all quivering with anxiety. A decisive gleam could be seen in Zhao Wuchang's bloodshot eyes. His clan was on the decline, and there were enemy clans who had recently acquired new Foundation establishment cultivators. If he didn't reach Foundation establishment soon, his entire clan could be wiped out, and likely him with it. With those thoughts on his mind, Zhao Wuchang gritted his teeth, dropped down and kowtowed to Bai Xiaochun. Then he pushed his finger down onto his forehead, causing blood-colored light to flicker as a drop of blood appeared. Shockingly, that blood actually contained a sliver of his soul. He was using a secret magic that he had happened upon long ago. Considering the current level of his cultivation base, using it caused a major backlash. Even as the soul blood appeared, his face went pale, and he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Then he looked up at Bai Xiaochun, voice hoarse and filled with madness as he said, Dharma Protector Night Crypt. If you let me reach Foundation establishment, I'll be your slave for a 60-year cycle. All the other disciples gasped, and they looked at Zhao Wuchang with mixed emotions. Although all of them deeply desired a Foundation establishment pill, none of them were as decisive as he was. Their faces sank. None of them had any sort of magic that would let them produce soul blood, but even if they did, they wouldn't use it like this. Foundation establishment pills were rare, but there was no saying that they wouldn't get another opportunity to acquire one on another occasion. Shaken, Bai Xiaochun gave Zhao Wuchang a long look, and then glanced at the soul blood. He was no newcomer to the world of cultivation, and had heard of things like this before. After muttering to himself for a moment, he waved his hand, and the soul blood blew over and vanished into the tip of his finger. A very strange sensation suddenly filled him. He could tell that as of this moment, a mere thought on this part could end Zhao Wuchang's life. It was a terrifying level of control that was actually somewhat similar to his human controlling grand magic. After a moment of silence, he somberly said, Zhao Wuchang. His grave expression caused the hearts of all the other disciples to tremble. Zhao Wuchang looked up, his eyes filled with respect. I shall give you one Foundation establishment pill, and no more. Bai Xiaochun had his principles. He waved his hand, and a Foundation establishment pill flew out to Zhao Wuchang. All the other disciples looked on enviously. No one would dare to start fighting in front of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Trembling, Zhao Wuchang grabbed the pill and then clasped hands and bowed to Bai Xiaochun. Then he walked forward, sat down cross-legged next to Bai Xiaochun and consumed the pill. As soon as it entered his mouth, he began to shake visibly, as if something volcanic were about to erupt inside of him. Bai Xiaochun looked at him for a moment, then retracted his gaze. Inwardly, he sighed. Even in the Spirit Stream sect, foundation establishment pills were hard to get. However, in the Bloodstream sect, they were even more valuable. Suddenly, he realized that there were many aspects of the cultivation world that were like that. There was a reason why the Bloodstream sect was so powerful. Disciples who grew up in an environment like that would end up far stronger than disciples from other sections. Some people might worry about the disciples' sense of belonging. However, as long as the sect was powerful enough, and did most things in the interest of the sect as a whole, anyone who threatened the rules of the sect would be crushed. The best thing was not to fight the trend, blend in, and use the rules to your advantage. Time passed. Just around the time that the 1-month time limit was over, rumbling sounds emanated out from Zhao Wuchang, and then the aura of foundation establishment erupted out. His eyes snapped open, and they shone brightly. His cultivation base was now a spiritual sea, and although it couldn't compare to an Earth-String foundation establishment, he did have a strong foundation in the mortal Dao level. The surrounding disciples had complicated expressions on their faces as Zhao Wuchang rose to his feet. Clasping hands and bowing deeply to Bai Xiaochun, he said, "Many thanks, Master." Bai Xiaochun nodded. At that point, numerous beams of light descended from above to surround all of the cultivators. Then a powerful gravitational force appeared, and they were hauled upward. Rumble! They flew up through the air, passing through the blood mist toward the outside. After the light vanished, they unleashed their cultivation bases and flew out of the pit toward the precipice of never-ending blood, where the 4 Grand Elders were waiting. Their gazes swept across the disciples, and came to rest on Bai Xiaochun and Zhao Wuchang. Zhao Wuchang stood behind Bai Xiaochun, looking at him respectfully. At the same time, the 4 Grand Elders also focused their attention on Bai Xiaochun. Very serious expressions could be seen on their faces. After all, they also had foundation establishment cultivation bases, although they were at the peak of the stage. At a single glance, they could see that something strange had happened. Night Crypt enslaved another foundation establishment cultivator? That was what they were all thinking as they exchanged glances. They had been impressed by Bai Xiaochun last month, and now that feeling was growing. If he had simply reached foundation establishment by himself, that would have been deserving of praise. But he had enslaved another foundation establishment cultivator as well. That went to show that although he had selfishly hogged the pills, such behavior wasn't fixed. He could be flexible, to get the best outcome that benefited him. Such an attitude and such actions fit exactly in line with the principles of the Bloodstream sect. The dwarf from Nameless Peak suddenly asked, "Dharma Protector Night Crypt, how many foundation establishment pills did you consume?" 2. Bai Xiaochun replied without even a moment of hesitation. The burly Grand Elder from Lesser Marsh Peak looked at Bai Xiaochun, eyes shining with praise. "What do you plan to do with the other foundation establishment pills?" "Oh, that." Bai Xiaochun's heart thumped, and he considered the matter briefly before continuing proudly, "My dream is to become an amazing apothecary. I plan to study the extra foundation establishment pills and see if I can replicate them. One of these days, I'll definitely produce my own foundation establishment pills. Right now, all I can make are Tier 2 spirit medicines." The other disciples looked on with bitter expressions, and the 4 Grand Elders seemed shocked. It had been a simple question, but the answer was filled with profound meaning that immediately solidified all of their opinions of Night Crypt. The 4 Grand Elders' hearts began to pound with anticipation. A Dharma protector who could concoct medicine would be a very important figure, someone that Earthstring Foundation establishment elders might not even be able to surpass. There were always Earthstring Foundation establishment elders, but it was very difficult to get a foundation establishment expert of any sort who could concoct medicine. The Grand Elder from Corpse Peak immediately regretted being so open with his praise before. At the same time, Song Junwan's heart was pounding as she smiled at Bai Xiaochun. "Excellent," said the Corpse Peak Grand Elder, eyes burning passionately. "Nightcrypt, your work with the Emerald Zombie shows that you have skill in the Tao of medicine. Why not come over to Corpse Peak? You are clearly connected to us by destiny." He had already been shaken by Bai Xiaochun, but now that he was in the foundation establishment stage, he was even more impressive. "Ah, cut the crap," said the burly Grand Elder from Lesser Marsh Peak. Nightcrypt managed to fight off a whole group of opponents while only in the chi condensation stage. Clearly he's gifted in body refinement. "Nightcrypt, come to Lesser Marsh Peak. We cultivate devil blood body refinement. With us, you can truly step onto the path of becoming a powerful expert." But then the dwarf from Nameless Peak screeched, "Hey, don't even think of trying to steal him from me. Didn't I say from the beginning that Nightcrypt was coming to Nameless Peak?" Song Junwan from Middle Peak tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Eyes glistening, she said, "Junior brother Nightcrypt, why don't you come to Middle Peak?" To see the Grand Elders fighting over Bai Xiaochun caused the other disciples to fume bitterly and sigh in their hearts. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but think about how outstanding he was. No matter how hard he tried to keep a low profile in both the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect, he always managed to have people chasing after him. Vexed at the amazement of his own accomplishments, his eyes suddenly went cloudy, as if with infatuation. Staring at Song Junwan, and blushing slightly, he said, I picked Big Sis Son's Middle Peak. Chapter 195, I picked Big Sis Son's Middle Peak. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. Only a few more chapters until milestone 200. I'm going to have a little contest, something the likes of which has never been done in our web novel translation community. I'm excited. Only a couple days to go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, A Mysterious World. Chapter 196, A Mysterious World. Bai Xiaochun's reply immediately caused Zhao Wuchang's heart to tremble. How could this master of his speak with such shocking forwardness? All of the other disciples gasped, and then pretended that they hadn't even heard the Middle Peak Grand Elder be addressed in such a saucy fashion. Song Junwan's eyes went wide. Her first impression was that Nightcrypt was intentionally being disrespectful, but then she saw the gleam of infatuation in his eyes, and smiled flirtatiously. For some reason, he suddenly seemed even more charming than before. Big sis? Strange expressions could be seen on the faces of the Grand Elders from the three other peaks. They looked at Bai Xiaochun, and then at Song Junwan. Finally, they shook their heads and turned to leave. As for Zhao Wuchang, he chose to go to Lesser Marsh Peak. Before making his way off, the Grand Elder from Corpse Peak sighed lamentingly. He truly felt regret that Bai Xiaochun had picked Middle Peak, and also wasn't quite willing to lose such an exquisite disciple who was clearly connected to Corpse Peak by destiny. Stepping forward, he produced a jade slip, which he handed to Bai Xiaochun. Nightcrypt, this is my command medallion. If you ever change your mind, bring it to Corpse Peak. We'll always have a Dharma protector spot open for you. Bai Xiaochun took the command medallion graciously, thinking about how wonderfully the Bloodstream sect was treating him. Although they did things a bit brutally, they truly took good care of him. When I cause disasters, they don't punish me, they reward me. He thought. The four Grand Elders even fought over me, and in the end, the Corpse Peak Grand Elder still has his sights set on me. He sighed again. As everyone left, Song Junwan of Middle Peak looked Bai Xiaochun up and down, smiling the entire time. She had a smoking hot body, and as soon as she took a step forward, her milky white thigh was revealed. It was incredibly enticing, and despite the fact that Bai Xiaochun felt himself to be a person with iron resolve, he couldn't keep from staring. His heart also began to thump in his chest. Steamily, Song Junwan swayed up to Bai Xiaochun and reached her fair finger out to stroke his chin. Her crimson lips turned up in a slight smile, and she sighed. "What did you just call me, you little rascal?" "Big sis Song," he replied shyly, his face flushing a bit as her delicate fragrance wafted into his nose. When she saw him acting in such a way, Song Junwan laughed softly. Lifting her eyebrow slightly, she reached out and put a jade pendant in his hand. Then, she turned sensuously and floated away. Bai Xiaochun stood there alone on the precipice of never-ending blood, holding the jade pendant in his hand, sighing at the lengths to which he had to go to get the relic of eternal indestructibility. He couldn't help but admire himself. Then he thought about the matter of calling Song Junwan Big Sis. Next time he met Song K, he would obviously have the greater seniority. Even more excited than before, he proudly returned to his immortal's cave. By then it was evening. After arriving, he began to pack his bags in preparation for reporting into Middle Peak the following morning. Late in the night, as Bai Xiaochun was sitting there meditating, moonlight suddenly spilled in through the window, casting a shadow right in front of him. As it did, an unspeakable feeling of dread filled him. It was almost as if an invisible figure were about to take shape in front of him. His eyes went wide, and his scalp went numb. Even as he watched, his shadow rippled and distorted, almost as if it were made from mist. In the blink of an eye, it filled the immortal's cave, which went pitch black. It was as if even the moonlight were infected, and had been cut away. As soon as he saw what was happening, Bai Xiaochun thought of the mysterious sect that Imposter Nightcrypt had mentioned. Bai Xiaochun had never forgotten the stories of that sect, and at the moment, although his expression remained the same, inwardly he was getting very nervous. He quickly rose to his feet and began to look around the area carefully. Imposter Nightcrypt said that over the decades, the mysterious sect only appeared 3 times. It's been quite some time since their last appearance. Why didn't they ever show up again? His heart began to thump in fear. If that mysterious sect saw through his mask, who knew what could happen? He soon found that within the shadow-wreathed immortal's cave, the ground was rippling, almost as if it were water. Soon, it turned translucent, and Bai Xiaochun was suddenly out in an illusory world. At first, it seemed like the world existed underground, but upon closer inspection, Bai Xiaochun was shocked to realize that it was actually a projection. It was almost as if he were on the other side of a mirror, looking into another location. That world had mountains and bodies of water, as well as a blue sky dotted with white clouds. Gradually, a white-robed figure appeared, radiating a profoundly ancient aura. For some reason, Bai Xiaochun immediately knew that this was a powerful expert from that mysterious sect. In that instant, he gained a much deeper understanding of how powerful that mysterious sect was. Night Crypt. When the white-robed figure spoke into his mind, it was impossible to determine if the voice belonged to a man or a woman. Bai Xiaochun was already getting nervous, but apparently, the white-robed figure didn't notice that anything was amiss. The figure waved his sleeve, and 3 medicinal pill bottles appeared, all of them decorated with the mark of a shining moon. They immediately flew toward the translucent ground, as if they were going to pierce through and appear inside the immortal's cave. The ripples in the floor grew more intense as the pill bottles grew close. I sensed the fluctuations of Foundation establishment coming from you, the figure said. You succeeded. Excellent. These are the medicinal pills you need. They should get you all the way to mid-Foundation establishment. The cost of sending these pills to you far exceeds the value of the pills themselves. Remember, the relic of eternal indestructibility is located beneath the immortal's cave of the Grand Elder of Middle Peak. It doesn't matter how long it takes, you have to figure out a way to get it. The pill bottles finally pierced their way through the ground and into the immortal's cave. At the same time, the white-robed figure faded away. The floor returned to normal, and the shadows vanished. Once again, moonlight spilled down through the window. Only a few moments had passed, and Bai Xiaochun hadn't spoken a single word. However, he was already covered with sweat. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down. The strange behavior of this mysterious sect far exceeded anything he could have imagined. Just what kind of sect are they? He thought. From what he could tell, they were so much more powerful than the Bloodstream sect that the two were beyond compare. Obviously, despite their power, they were located very, very far away. Over there, it's actually daytime, he thought. He reached up and touched the mask he was wearing. The fact that his secret identity remained a secret left him feeling a lot better than before. So not even the white-robed emissary noticed that I took the imposter's place? Or did the emissary notice and just not say anything? After a moment of hesitation, he decided to try to get confirmation from Imposter Nightcrypt. Imposter Nightcrypt felt truly bitter at what had just happened. He had requested these medicinal pills several times, and only now had they finally been delivered. Except, now they belonged to Bai Xiaochun. After a long moment, he sighed. Not daring to complain, he began to answer Bai Xiaochun's questions. In the end, Bai Xiaochun was left frowning. There really was no way to determine if the white-robed figure had seen through his disguise or not. Whatever. There's no use in thinking about it too much. Even if he did notice, he didn't say anything. In that case, we have a mutual understanding. Based on my previous analysis, it seems more likely than ever that they're just putting on a show. Or who knows, maybe he really didn't notice. Bai Xiaochun shook his head and looked down at the 3 pill bottles with the shining moon marks. One by one, he opened them all. Within the medicinal pill bottles were a total of 30 medicinal pills. Upon closer examination, Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. They're all superior grade. Tier 4 spirit medicine. What sect is this? They're terrifying. I don't even recognize what type of spirit medicine it is. And the medicinal plant ingredients. After analyzing what he could smell, he was sure that there were dozens of ingredients in the medicine, and yet, he could only identify about half of them. However, he could assess their efficacy, and was certain that it was just as the white-robed figure had said. These 3 pill bottles were enough to get a Mortal Dao Foundation establishment cultivator from the early level to the mid-level. Of course, they wouldn't be of much use at all to Bai Xiaochun. After all, he was already in the Heaven Dao Foundation establishment stage. Although medicinal pills could help him to some degree, what he needed more was refined Heavenspan River water. However, these pills would definitely help him significantly in his concocting. Bai Xiaochun spent the whole night in thought. The following morning at dawn, he yawned and put his thoughts regarding the mysterious sect to rest for the moment. Emerging from his immortal's cave, he looked back at the floor for a moment, then flew at top speed toward Middle Peak. Upon arriving, he looked at the upper half of Middle Peak, stretching at an angle up into the sky. Thinking about how it was really the finger of a giant, he sighed inwardly. Almost as soon as he arrived at Middle Peak, he ran into a shimmering field of light. Once it sensed the jade pendant he held, it dispersed, allowing him to enter Middle Peak. Without that jade pendant, he would receive severe punishment for trying to charge onto the mountain. The ranking system of the Bloodstream sect was strictly enforced, and only Foundation establishment cultivators were allowed onto the 4 peaks. As he proceeded along, he could sense how majestic the mountain was. All of the plants and vegetation were crimson, and there were even blood-colored rivers and streams visible. His undying live forever technique stirred, and when he looked over at one of the blood-colored waterfalls off in the distance, the sensation of being summoned by the hand grew even stronger. That summons was stirring his undying live forever technique, calling out to him, making him feel almost as if he were becoming the giant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Secret Magic of Middle Peak. Chapter 197, Secret Magic of Middle Peak. Holy Land. Without even realizing what he was doing, Xiaochun walked over to the edge of the blood waterfall he just spotted, and could immediately sense the powerful blood qi. To him, blood qi was very important to replenish his vital energy. Taking in a deep breath, he felt his spirits lifting, and just when he was about to begin to absorb the blood qi, a sensation of crisis filled him. He immediately backed up, whereupon a boom echoed out from the spot where he had been standing. A beam of blood-colored light, almost like sword qi, had slashed into that very spot. The surrounding plants and vegetation whipped back and forth from the blast, and a huge furrow was hewn out in the ground. Someone said. Then, a young man strode out from within the blood waterfall. He wore all red, and had an icily cold arrogance to him as he stared at Xiaochun. Screw off. You're not allowed in this area. Xiaochun immediately recognized the young man. It was Song Quebec. Immediately after issuing his command, he turned and walked back into the blood waterfall, where he sat back down cross-legged. So, this moron is here, Xiaochun thought. Humph. What makes you think you're so special? Back in the fallen sword world, you were crying for your mommy and daddy when I beat you up. Just wait until I get famous in the bloodstream sect, I'll show you a thing or two. Humph. Glaring hatefully, Xiaochun decided that he would definitely find an opportunity to call Song Junwan Big Sis in front of Song Quebec. That would definitely heap humiliation onto his head. 1. Eyes flickering coldly, he left. He walked along to visit some of the places he noticed that had especially strong blood qi, but every time he got close, someone would attack him and drive him away. None of them were very polite at all. 3 of them even attacked him with completely murderous auras. If he hadn't fled fast enough, it seemed likely that he would have been killed. Xiaochun grumbled to himself louder and louder at how overbearing these people were. All he wanted to do was breathe in some blood qi, not stake a claim to their territory. Eventually, he arrived at Middle Peak Pavilion, where newly promoted Dharma protectors were supposed to check in. Waiting there for him was an old man in the late Foundation establishment stage. After sizing Xiaochun up, and realizing that he was at Mortal Dao Foundation establishment, a condescending expression appeared on his face, and he took the jade pendant from Xiaochun. Then he handed him a new identity medallion, along with a crimson jade slip. That jade slip contains Middle Peak's secret magic, the blood annihilation world. If you don't understand the cultivation method, you can attend one of the monthly training sessions administered by a Prime Elder. It costs merit points to ask questions about the Tao, but if you lack merit points, you could always request a personal audience with a Prime Elder. As for your Immortal's Cave, we have 37 vacancies for Dharma protectors at the moment. Pick anyone that you want. If you don't like what you see, and you think you're strong enough, you can simply take an Immortal's Cave from someone else. Alright, that's it, you can go now. Waving his hand, he closed his eyes to meditate. It all seemed overly simple to Xiaochun, who took the 2 pieces of jade. After sending some divine sense into the medallion, he saw a map of Middle Peak, as well as notations on all the Immortals' caves. Considering it was morning, he decided to simply walk around and take in the sights. By the time evening fell, he'd had a chance to examine all of the Immortals' caves in the Dharma Protector District. Taken on their own, they were actually pretty nice, but compared to the other occupied caves, they were quite deficient in terms of blood qi. However, he had no choice at the moment other than to select the best one he could find, and move in. Looking around at his new Immortals' Cave, he had to admit that it was much better than the cave in the inner sect. However, he still didn't think it measured up to the Spirit Stream sect. Having no other options, he sighed and produced the blood-colored jade slip, which he scanned with spiritual power. Use blood qi to form a sword, transform it into a world of annihilation? Whether you're injured or you injure someone else, the blood qi that spills out will make the blood sword stronger. Now this is a secret magic. Feeling a bit shocked, he studied the information in more detail, causing his face to flicker with various reactions. In the end, he was even more shocked than he had been at first, and thought back to when Song Ke had attacked him with a blood sword in the Fallen Sword world. This blood sword is a secret legacy of Middle Peak. On Corpse Peak, they refine corpses, on Nameless Peak they raise gargoyles, on Lesser Marsh Peak they have Devil Blood body refinement, and on Middle Peak, they have this blood sword annihilation world. Bai Xiaochun was shaken, and had to admit that in this regard, the Bloodstream sect was a bit better than the Spirit Stream sect. Here, the secret legacy techniques were given out to all qualified disciples to cultivate. Clearly, the blood annihilation world was completely beyond ordinary. After further study, Bai Xiaochun came across a description of the origin of the blood sword. Long ago, one of the Bloodstream sect patriarchs was studying the enormous hand when he suddenly received some inspiration. He created the blood sword annihilation world, which was then added to and perfected by further generations. In the end, it became the secret magic of Middle Peak. After some more thought and study, he waved his right hand, causing all of his blood to suddenly stop flowing. Blood chi rose up from the ground around him, then began to form together into a shape in front of his finger. However, there was clearly not enough blood chi, and even after letting some time pass, there was no clear result. Frowning, Bai Xiaochun dispersed the blood chi. After some more thought, he studied the jade slip a bit more, and performed another test. However, the result was the same. There seemed to be some obstructions of some sort which were preventing a steady flow of blood chi. According to this jade slip, the first step in the blood sword is to extract all of the blood chi from your body, then transform it into sword chi, right in front of your finger. Then, you use the secret magic to change that foundation of sword chi into a blood sword. He tried one more time, yet failed again. Why isn't it working? After thinking the matter through even more, he abandoned the method described in the jade slip and instead called upon the undying live forever technique. Instantly, the swirling blood chi in the area began to stream toward him and merge into his body. In the space of a single breath, he then sent that blood chi toward the tip of his finger. There, it transformed into sword chi, 1/3 of a meter long. It all happened very naturally and without any hindrance whatsoever. If any observer had been able to watch what was happening, they would have been struck mute. In the entire history of the Bloodstream sect, there had never been a single chosen who could form blood chi into sword chi in less than a day. Bai Xiaochun, despite having used an unorthodox method, had accomplished it in only a few breaths of time. Bai Xiaochun examined the sword chi at the tip of his finger, and knew that he had succeeded by doing something outside of the box. The blood annihilation world is incredible, and is obviously a magic designed to control undying blood. However, nobody in the blood annihilation world has true undying blood, so they have to rely on blood chi, which they use to transform their own blood. Obviously, the result is an impure product. That's why it requires extra blood chi, either by injuring someone else, or harming your own body. That's the only way to increase the power. Perhaps after a very long period in which your blood is mixed with the blood chi, you might be able to eventually reach the final level of the Undying Codex, which is undying blood. However, that would be a very, very difficult method. The best thing to do would be to use one's own undying blood to produce blood chi, then use that to form the sword chi. With that foundation, the strike of the blood sword would be strong enough to shake heaven and earth. Actually, my outside-the-box method wasn't really correct either. Taking a deep breath, he dispersed the sword chi, transforming it back into blood chi, which he absorbed into his body, then fused into his own flesh and blood. A tingling sensation washed through him. Then, instead of going on to practice the undying Heavenly King, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and used the blood annihilation world mnemonic to try to extract the blood chi. In that instant, his flesh and blood shrank down slightly, and at the same time, blood chi emerged. That blood chi came from his undying gold skin and his undying Heavenly King, which he had carefully developed over time. Now, it was being used to produce blood chi that counted as Bai Xiaochun's personal undying blood. Based on his current cultivation base, it was impossible for Bai Xiaochun to actually create his own undying blood. However, by means of this secret magic, he was actually able to forcibly produce some blood chi. It was scant, and yet, the summons from the enormous hand seemed to grow more intense as a result. Bai Xiaochun began to pant as he sent the stream of blood qi to the tip of his finger, where it transformed into sword qi. This was the true blood annihilation world, or perhaps, the true undying blood sword, but although it was only a sliver of the real thing, and perhaps couldn't even compare to other Foundation establishment cultivators, this strand of undying blood qi was crafted from countless ordinary bits of blood qi that had been refined into a state that could crush anything else as easily as dried weeds. In the instant that sword qi appeared, all of the blood qi on Middle Peak began to seethe. Countless Foundation establishment cultivators were shocked, and yet, had no idea what was causing the phenomenon. Bai Xiaochun was panting with excitement, never having believed that he would actually succeed. This isn't just a trump card, this is something I can use to form undying blood. With this, I should be able to make early contact with the undying blood level. Filled with excitement, he retracted his undying blood qi. As he continued to practice, the days passed by. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme Archives, Toxin. Transcendent Patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. 1. In this passage, the word Bai Xiaochun uses to insult Song K is a common word for lacks intelligence that also contains the same character K from his name, making for some clever wordplay. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, You're plotting against me. Chapter 198, You're plotting against me. The days went by, and Bai Xiaochun settled in as a Dharma protector of Middle Peak. He now learned more of certain matters that had been unclear to him before. For example, the war between the Profound Stream sect and the Pillstream sect had expanded from small-scale fighting into large-scale warfare. As for the Bloodstream sect, they were already making their own preparations for war, and a murderous aura was slowly building up in the entire sect. What's with all this fighting and killing? Bai thought. Why don't we all just get along and be happy? Wouldn't it be better to just join forces and go to the middle reaches together? Sighing, he continued with his cultivation and the absorption of blood qi. When he absorbed blood qi, it wouldn't merely rise up from the ground, but would rush toward him from the entire area outside his Immortal's Cave. Unfortunately, he didn't have a top-quality Immortal's Cave, but on the upside, he was in a relatively remote location where nobody else lived. Considering the overbearing way he was taking all the blood qi, nobody else would have been able to properly cultivate nearby. There were plenty of things to keep him busy. In addition to practicing the blood sword, he worked on his violet qi heavenspan incantation, and observed as the heavenspan river water was gradually absorbed by his first spiritual sea. And then there was his research into the human controlling grand magic and proto-magnetic power. Finally, he was gaining even greater control over his heavenspan Dharma eye. He felt himself getting stronger and stronger every day, and couldn't help but get excited. I'm on the verge of reaching the first level of the Undying Heavenly King. Plus, this blood sword completely suits me. This place is my own holy land. I don't ever want to leave. His cultivation was going along luxuriously. As he absorbed the massive quantities of blood qi, his progress in the first level of the Undying Heavenly King continued rapidly. However, as he grew more and more powerful with the Undying Heavenly King, and built up more and more undying blood qi, the amount of blood qi he needed to absorb from his surroundings increased as well. Before long, the blood qi in the area wasn't sufficient for his cultivation. Eventually, it reached the point where after excitedly absorbing all blood qi he could, there wasn't enough left to work with. He was forced to wait until the following day for it to build up again. This won't work, he thought. He spent about half a day absorbing the blood qi that had built up, but there simply wasn't enough. Bai Xiaochun looked around anxiously, then thought about the other areas with stronger blood qi. But then he remembered how vicious the Bloodstream sect people were, and he started to get angry. All the best places are already occupied. Unfortunately, I can't just go over and beat them up. I have to keep a low profile. By Xiaochun sighed. Seeing how slow his cultivation was going now got him very nervous. Well, I don't really have any options. Since I can't cultivate in my own immortal's cave, I'll just have to go outside. Rubbing his forehead, he thought about it a bit more, then decided it was the right thing to do. After waiting until nightfall, he snuck out and picked an immortal's cave not too far away in the forest. After sitting down cross-legged some distance away from it, he closed his eyes and breathed in deeply. The area twisted and distorted, and then blood chi rose up from the ground. He quickly absorbed it into his body, which of course felt wonderful. He quickly unleashed the undying heavenly king, and when the undying blood chi felt strong enough, he took in another deep breath. Blood chi poured into him, and every part of his body felt like it was rejoicing. However, with Bai Xiaochun absorbing the blood chi, the levels in the area dropped noticeably. When it reached about 30% of its former level, the foundation establishment cultivators in the area noticed, and were both shocked and alarmed. What's going on? Why did so much blood chi vanish? Did the area suddenly get haunted or something? The 7 or 8 foundation establishment cultivators in the area all rushed out of their immortals' caves to investigate, bristling with murderous rage. When Bai Xiaochun realized what was happening, he quickly ceased any work with the technique and surreptitiously made his exit. The foundation establishment cultivators searched the whole area, but couldn't find anything amiss. Then they sensed the blood chi in the area slowly being restored, and they dispersed, suspicious as ever. Off in the distance, Bai Xiaochun stood there looking irritated. The people in the bloodstream sect really were far too overbearing. He had barely been able to take 2 breaths before they had burst out of their immortals' caves to investigate. So, he said, sighing, it seems I can't stay in place for very long. At the most, I can take 2 breaths before leaving. But then, he suddenly remembered something, and looked around the area vigilantly. After making sure he didn't see any rabbit ears, he breathed a sigh of relief at the bitterness of the life he led. In the future, he would have to be sure to whisper very quietly, and also be very careful. In any case, he made his decision. As of this moment, he looked just like he had back in his spirit tail chicken thieving days in the spirit stream sect. But then, he realized something didn't seem right. After some more thinking, he started to get mad. No. I'm related to this giant. Therefore, this stuff belongs to me. They're stealing my blood chi. Shameless. How dare they steal my blood chi? Well, I'll just have to endure the humiliation. I refuse to butt heads with idiots. Fuming, he made his way off into the distance to another area. After sensing the levels of blood chi in the area, he rotated his cultivation base and turned himself into something like a black hole. Noiseless rumbling rose up that no one but Bai Xiaochun could hear. To him, it was like thunder in his brain. The black hole instantly caused all of the blood chi in the area to rush toward him. He quickly absorbed it, then hurried off. Behind him, cries of alarm rose up. And that was how he spent the entire night. The foundation establishment cultivators on Middle Peak were all left frowning that night. Many of them had been practicing cultivation late into the night, but were then interrupted by a sudden lack of blood chi. Some of them were even hit by backlashes because of being interrupted at critical junctures. Enraged, they rushed out into the night to investigate, but by that time, Bai Xiaochun was long gone. Most tragic of all was one particular foundation establishment cultivator of some fame, who other people had come to call Master God Diviner. He had a rather luxurious immortal's cave which was surrounded by blood trees, and also occupied a relatively high position within the sect. That night, he was in the middle of performing a secret magic of augury, something that was dangerous to interrupt, and required a large intake of blood chi. When he was interrupted, and the intake of blood chi ceased, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and instantly withered visibly. His mind was then struck with such intense pain that he screamed and fainted. When the sun began to rise, Bai Xiaochun hurried back to this immortal's cave, filled with excitement. He had absorbed so much blood qi that not only was he able to resume cultivation, but he could do so even more quickly than before. Once he was back inside, he looked around proudly, and then stuck his chin up. Expression somber, he checked around to make sure the area was rabbit-free, then finally relaxed. Ha ha ha. My wits prevail again. I don't need to go robbing anybody, nor cause any fights. I just take 2 breaths wherever I go, and nobody's the wiser. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased. During the day, he worked with the Violet Qi Heavenspan incantation, the human controlling grand magic, and proto-magnetic power, and when night fell, he snuck out into the shadows, as stealthily as a cat. This time, he picked a different route. Every place he stopped, he would breathe in deeply 2 times, then flee to another location, or he would do the same thing. His speed wasn't that of Heavendao Foundation establishment. Despite the powers of disguise provided by the mask, which masked the fluctuations of his cultivation base, he was doing everything else he could think of to avoid being identified as a fraud. That night, astonished cries of rage rose up all over Middle Peak. Damn it! Where did all the blood qi go? What's going on? This is the 2nd night in a row. Something's wrong here. The most miserable of all was Master God Diviner. He had remained a slight coma for the entire day. When he finally woke up the following night, he looked around, ashen-faced and with bloodshot eyes, his rage burning. Who's plotting against me? A murderous aura erupted from within him, and his eyes burned with fury. Whoever you are, plotter, you're dead. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the injuries from the previous night's backlash, then performed an incantation gesture. Instantly, his eyes shone with bright light. It's time to divine who exactly you are. Master God Diviner was the type of person who would seek revenge over the smallest grievance. He immediately performed auguries and divinations, causing vortexes to appear within his eyes. They spun faster and faster, sucking in a steady flow of blood qi from the area. At that point, a blurry figure appeared in his eyes. Just when Master God Diviner was about to try to force the figure into focus, the thieving Bai Xiaochun snuck into the area. It only took him a moment to breathe in deeply 2 times, whereupon howls of rage rose up. A tremor ran through Master God Diviner as the blood qi in the area suddenly vanished. The injury he had suppressed earlier flared out of control, and he coughed up another huge mouthful of blood before passing out. On the evening of the 3rd day, he finally forced his eyes open. His body was weak, and blood was still oozing out of the corners of his mouth. He knew that he had been seriously injured, and couldn't perform any more auguries for at least a month. Brimming with rage, he screamed, I can't believe someone's really plotting against me. I'm gonna tear you to shreds. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, Xueme's Immortal's Cave. Chapter 199, Xueme's Immortal's Cave. Gritting his teeth, Master God Diviner left his Immortal's Cave and traded with some fellow sect members to acquire medicinal pills to help his recovery. After hearing the grumblings regarding recent events, he realized that nobody was plotting against him specifically. However, his hatred still simmered. He told the other cultivators that he had divined that this was no natural disaster, but rather, was being perpetrated by a person who was using some unknown method to absorb the local blood qi. Master God Diviner was relatively famous on Middle Peak, so people trusted his explanation. Therefore, the cultivators who had been most adversely affected during the events of the past 2 nights went out to look for the culprit. Another 2 nights passed, but nobody turned up any clues. And yet, the blood qi seemed to be constantly draining away. killing intent rose up, and soon word began to spread. Did you hear about that mysterious cultivator on Middle Peak? Every night he sucks away all of the blood chi from the whole mountain peak. What a psycho! A lot of people have been injured in the middle of their cultivation. Lately, nobody even dares to practice any cultivation at all. Who is this guy? Does he have a suicide wish? If people figure out who he is, not even the sect could stop him from getting killed. Xiaochun heard a lot of talk like that during the day, and it scared him so much he decided to rest for a few days. But when his cultivation speed slowed, he got anxious and once again ventured outside. However, many of the Foundation establishment cultivators had sworn oaths to catch the culprit. On one occasion, Xiaochun even joined one of those groups, and joined in on the cursing, trying to look as angry as possible. Because of that, no one suspected him. 3 more days passed, during which Xiaochun spent his nights trying to find places to absorb blood chi. However, too many Foundation establishment cultivators were out searching, and he never found a single opportunity. He spent some more time thinking, and decided that he shouldn't act rashly. A few more days passed, and eventually, the temporary unity of the Foundation establishment cultivators began to fade. At that point, Xiaochun set out, humming a little tune as he went about absorbing blood chi. Sticking his chin up, he waved his sleeve and loftily said, "Humph. You wanna compete with Xiaochun? I've got more experience at this kind of thing than anyone." He reaped a great harvest that night. At one point, he passed an area that clearly had much stronger blood chi than the other areas. Delighted, he absorbed some of it, but didn't dare to stay long. And that was how things went for about half a month. When lots of people were out and about, he would stop. When the numbers thinned, he would go out to absorb some blood chi. His blood sword was becoming more and more solid, and the power of his undying heavenly king had already reached that of 7 mammoths. I'm going to hit 10 mammoths soon. The first level of my undying heavenly king will be finished, and I'll be able to unleash the mountain-shaking bash. Plus, I can feel that the blood sword is almost completely cultivated. Xiaochun was starting to get very excited. As for the cultivators of Middle Peak, they were going mad. They were already vicious people to begin with, but with the half a month of torment provided by Xiaochun, their killing intent grew even more pronounced. Their nights of cultivation during that time were never stable. That was especially true considering that Xiaochun didn't have a set schedule or route. The Foundation establishment cultivators were getting to the point where they couldn't take it anymore. That was especially true of the cultivators who had been tormented by backlashes that left them coughing up blood. Who is it? I'm gonna kill this guy. Damn it. I'm gonna kill him. Is this guy looking to die? Even if my cultivation base is unstable, I'll still skin him alive. All of Middle Peak was in an uproar. Never before in their lives had these Foundation establishment cultivators experienced anything like this, and during the day, everyone walked around with bloodshot, murderous eyes. Xiaochun was shocked by what he was seeing. In fact, before he stepped out of his immortal's cave during the day, he would always rub his eyes hard until they turned red. Then, he would make sure to loudly curse the blood chi thieving fiend. Time passed, and none of the Foundation establishment cultivators gave up on searching for the culprit. Those who were adept at divination and augury did their best to use their powers to uncover who was responsible. But few people were truly skilled in such arts. Master God Diviner was actually the most famous and skilled, but his injuries made it impossible for him to use his arts. Therefore, all of the lower finger of Middle Peak could do nothing more than stew in fury. Xiaochun immediately ceased any activities for a few days. When he came back out, he found that there were actually Foundation establishment cultivators patrolling all of the major areas. Apparently, everyone had truly united in rare fashion to deal with the common problem. Xiaochun was completely shocked. After walking around for a bit, he finally sighed in resignation. Even as he was dejectedly trying to decide what to do next, he passed a certain area that seemed very quiet, and stopped to look around. Nobody's patrolling here? Blinking, he studied the area cautiously to confirm that no one was in the area. Only then did he remember that this was the location he had passed some time before that had stronger blood chi than usual. After poking around, he found a seemingly ordinary immortal's cave. He then pulled out a jade slip to check some information, after which his eyes shone brightly. How come I never paid attention to this place before? All the immortals' caves in this area are supposed to be empty. I wonder who this place belongs to. Oh well, it won't hurt to take a couple breaths. Licking his lips, he took a deep breath, causing the blood chi in the area to rush toward him. In fact, a huge blast came from the immortal's cave itself. In the end, he got as much blood chi as he would normally get from 2 or 3 of the other areas. This place is awesome. Not daring to stay in one place for too long, he quickly left. However, the next night he came back and took 2 more breaths. He did the same on the 3rd night and the 4th. To his delight, he found that nothing ever happened, and nobody even went by this particular immortal's cave. Eventually, on the 5th day, he worked up the gumption to take 10 breaths. At long last he was certain that there were no problems, and that nobody was in the immortal's cave. Furthermore, during the day, nobody seemed to care what was happening. And it was the same at night time. Ha ha ha. The heavens do have eyes. During the night of the 6th day, Xiaochun showed up early and sat down to do his usual breathing. As of this moment, he was ready to complete the first level of the Undying Heavenly King. As soon as the technique stirred, the blood chi in the area began to rush toward him. Xiaochun waved his hand in grand fashion, quickly absorbing the flow of blood chi. Inside the immortal's cave, everything began to rumble noiselessly. Massive amounts of blood chi surged out, pouring into Xiaochun to fuel the cultivation of the Undying Live Forever technique. His entire body was sore and tingling, and the buildup of power was very obvious. Xiaochun got more excited than ever, and suddenly, he was consumed with the desire to simply absorb as much blood chi as he could, without any regard for safety. It was a huge river flowing into him, making him feel almost like he was becoming an immortal. The truth was that there really wasn't anybody in the immortal's cave behind Xiaochun. It wasn't a very large cave, and seemed temporarily unoccupied. The only thing inside of it was a small, blood-colored bottle. Sticking out of the top of the bottle was a blood-colored plum blossom. It would only take a glance at it to tell that it was a precious treasure. Beneath the bottle itself was a glowing red spell formation, with the bottle being located at the very center of it. Closer examination would reveal that there was a small aperture in the very center of the formation, which the bottle fit into perfectly. The blood bottle contained boundless blood chi, so much that it had formed a liquid, which now filled most of the little bottle. As Xiaochun absorbed the blood chi, the liquid in the bottle was rapidly draining. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, 30% of the liquid in the bottle drained away. Even as Xiaochun excitedly absorbed the blood chi, something else happened in another location in the bloodstream sect. Somewhere on Ancestor Peak, there was a blood lake that was surrounded by plum blossoms. It looked like a celestial paradise. Next to the lake was an immortal's cave with a large, green door that emanated powerful pressure. Engraved on the surface of the door was a single, blood-colored plum blossom. Inside, the immortal's cave was lavishly decorated. Glowing pearls served as lamps, and everything was adorned with spirit stones. In the middle of the immortal's cave, a young woman sat cross-legged in meditation, wearing a blood-colored mask. This young woman was none other than Xiaochun. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and frowned. What happened? Why has there been such a shocking reduction in the blood chi in my blood bottle on Middle Peak? The Immortal's Cave whereby Xiaochun was absorbing blood chi was Xiaochun's official residence on Middle Peak, although she rarely went there. She normally resided on Ancestor Peak. As for the Middle Peak Immortal's Cave, it was a strange place. Her father, Patriarch Limitless, had noticed the place's uniqueness years ago, and had set up a spell formation that made the blood chi there even stronger, far stronger than anywhere else on the lower finger of Middle Peak. Because of that, she had left a treasured blood bottle there which would slowly absorb the blood chi. 10 years had already passed, and it was almost full. When it was, she could begin to cultivate a certain secret magic of the sect. Because the blood bottle was connected to her mind, she could sense what was happening to it. Occasionally, it would naturally lose a bit of its blood chi, so she hadn't paid much attention to what had happened over the past few days. But the shocking reduction from just now was occurring much too quickly. In almost the blink of an eye, 40% of the liquid which had built up was gone. Xu Ma instantly started to get anxious. Her phoenix-like eyes flashing with anger, she rose to her feet and transformed into a beam of light that rumbled through the night, heading from Ancestor Peak toward Middle Peak. I need to see for myself what's causing this sudden reduction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, Young Lady Xu Ma, what a coincidence. Chapter 200, Young Lady Xu Ma, what a coincidence. Xu Ma became a beam of light that shot through the night at astonishing speed, whistling through the air toward Middle Peak. Almost instantly, Middle Peak filled with echoing rumbles. Xu Ma had always been a very domineering figure in the sect. That was simply how she acted, and others had always accepted that since her father was Patriarch Limitless. Xu Ma had come to realize that years ago, and thus, always did everything in intentionally overbearing fashion. As she arrived, the rumbling in the lower finger of Middle Peak caused all of the Foundation establishment Dharma protectors and elders to emerge from their immortals' caves. Shocked, they looked up to see Xu Ma flying through the air. She whistled along, just barely visible within the blood-colored light that surrounded her. Anyone who looked closely might be able to see her eyes beneath her blood-colored mask, flickering with cold arrogance. Everyone was instantly shaken. I can't believe young lady Xu Ma has returned to Middle Peak. Technically, she's an elder of Middle Peak, but she doesn't get along with Grand Elder Song Junwan, so she almost never appears here. Where is she headed? As people turned to look in the direction she was flying, they realized that there was a large accumulation of blood chi there. In fact, much of the blood chi on the mountain peak seemed to be slowly moving in that direction, causing a blood-colored light to illuminate the sky. All of the Foundation establishment cultivators' eyes flickered. That's where young lady Xu Ma's Immortal's Cave is. The blood chi. Could it be that young lady Xu Ma has produced some valuable treasure? Everyone had their own speculations as they flew up into the air and headed toward the Immortal's Cave. At the moment, Xiaochun was in the middle of absorbing the blood chi from inside the Immortal's Cave. As he did, his undying live forever technique rapidly built up power. His fleshly body grew stronger, and although he looked the same physically, he was getting more powerful by the moment. The first level of the undying Heavenly King, 10 Mammoth's Berserk Ghost Body. Xiaochun excitedly focused on the sensation of his physical body getting explosively more powerful. 8 mammoths. 9 mammoths. Soon, he had reached the power level of 10 mammoths. Xiaochun's mind filled with rumbling sounds, and cracking sounds rose up that only he could hear. At the same time, his flesh and blood exploded with tingling pain, almost as if freezing water were rushing through him. His body shook as the feeling spread out, filling him completely. He subconsciously took in another breath, and the tingling pain began to retract, slowly concentrating on one location in the pit of his stomach. There, it transformed into a boundless energy, but that energy was formed from the intense trembling which racked his entire body. At the same time, his flesh and blood became a vortex which madly sucked in all of the blood chi in the Immortal's Cave. The blood chi raced toward him like stampeding horses, even the blood chi outside of the Immortal's Cave began to rumble toward him. Xiaochun was shaken, and even as he felt himself getting more and more powerful, a sensation of foreboding suddenly rose up in his heart. In the past, he had always controlled himself, and only absorbed a small amount of local blood chi. Moments ago, he had been attempting to absorb only the blood chi in the immortal's cave, which would have prevented any blood-colored light from rising into the air, thus making it very difficult for anyone to detect him. But now, the 10 mammoths berserk ghost body of the undying heavenly king had formed, and he had lost control. His body became a vortex, sucking in all of the blood chi, and causing blood-colored light to shine up visibly into the sky. He tried to stop it from happening, but was too late. As his body transformed, blood chi poured into him, and rumbling sounds echoed out in his mind. His body continued to tremble harder and harder, and his strength rose explosively. Soon, the power solidified. The strength of 10 mammoths formed the berserk ghost body. Ru Yu Yuumbul. By Xiaochun's eyes opened wide, and the image of a berserk ghost appeared behind him. Although it was blurry, that was only because it was still in the process of taking shape. Within a few months, it would be incredibly clear. A sense of limitless power filled every inch of him, and yet, there was no time for him to revel in any excitement. He knew that the blood-colored light shining up into the air would surely attract attention. The bloodstream sect people are too domineering. You even have to walk on eggshells when simply practicing cultivation. He was really starting to get nervous, and was well aware that plenty of people in the bloodstream sect hated him already. If they found him here, they would be murderously enraged, and the consequences were too horrible to even contemplate. Just when he was about to flee, a beam of blood-colored light appeared, shooting down toward his location like lightning. In the blink of an eye, a young woman appeared in front of Bai Xiaochun. She wore a blood-colored gown and a mask of the same color, decorated with the image of a plum blossom. Xueme looked into the immortal's cave with a blank expression. Never could she have imagined that someone in the bloodstream sect would dare to trifle with her. The mere idea of someone practicing cultivation right at the doorstep of her immortal's cave was completely outrageous, and she didn't know how to react. She couldn't even think of anyone in the lower reaches of the cultivation world who would have the gall to do such a thing. She could sense that the blood bottle in her immortal's cave was already empty, and in fact, the blood chi had been drained from it so completely that the bottle was on the verge of shattering. That bottle had been at work for more than 10 years, but had been completely drained in a single night. Even as she stood there, trembling and panting, the last bit of blood chi left the immortal's cave and entered Bai Xiaochun. Xueme's phoenix-like eyes radiated murderous coldness as she turned to look at him. "Young lady Xueme, what a coincidence," Bai Xiaochun said, feeling a bit guilty. Seeing how furious she was, his first thought was to say that he was just passing by. However, all of the blood chi in the area was still rushing toward him because of his effort to reach the first level of the undying heavenly king, and there was nothing he could do to stop that. On the verge of tears, he could think of nothing else to do but change the topic. "This is your immortal's cave? Why don't we talk things over? I can compensate you." Before he could say anything else, numerous figures appeared, which were the Foundation Establishment Dharma protectors and elders of Middle Peak's lower finger. It only took a moment for them to sense the lowered levels of blood chi in the area, and see the strands of blood chi streaming into Bai Xiaochun. As they realized the implications of what they were seeing, they looked at Bai Xiaochun with murderous glares. It was Night Crypt. He's the reason why the blood chi has been in decline for the past few days. You're the reason why I got hit by so many backlashes recently. So this guy did it. Damn it, it was definitely him. As their murderous gazes fell onto Bai Xiaochun, he began to shiver. Hey there, brothers and sisters. We're all on the same side here. How about I provide some compensation? Beads of sweat popped out on his forehead as he prepared to offer an explanation. Before he could, Xueme lifted her chin, waved her sleeve, and pointed directly at Bai Xiaochun. "Kill him," she said, her voice as cold as ice. She only spoke 2 words, but from those words it was possible to tell how coldly arrogant she was. It was almost like she had just ordered the death of an ant. When the surrounding Foundation Establishment cultivators heard her words, their killing intent spiked. Part of that was because of their trust in Xueme's ability to protect them, and part of it was because they had been driven mad because of the blood qi recently. Now that they knew who was responsible, how could they not want to kill him? In fact, even if Bai Xiaochun wasn't actually responsible, he had to be connected to the matter in some way. Almost as soon as the words left Xu Mei's mouth, the entire group attacked at the same time. In the blink of an eye, numerous divine abilities and magical techniques appeared. Countless streams of blood-colored sword qi all shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Seeing himself being attacked by a whole group of Foundation establishment cultivators left Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingling so hard it felt like it would explode. Even with the first level of the undying Heavenly King, he could do nothing but flee in the face of such an attack. "You people are all bullies," he shouted defiantly. "If you think you're tough, why don't you fight me one-on-one?" Bai Xiaochun was already scared witless. Clearly these people really were trying to kill him, but... outrageous. It's just a bit of blood qi, isn't it? I'm a Foundation establishment cultivator of the Bloodstream sect. I can't believe you people are trying to kill me. Are you trying to force me out of the sect? Trembling and screaming, he sped away from the countless divine abilities and magical techniques. In his mind, Xu Mei really was being too domineering. He'd even offered compensation, but all she did was wave her sleeve and stick her chin up into the air. That was his trademark. Booms filled the darkness of night as the entire lower finger of Middle Peak erupted into chaos. Numerous Foundation establishment cultivators all flew after Bai Xiaochun, killing intent raging. However, Bai Xiaochun sped along as fast as a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. "They're trying to kill me. Help!" Feeling completely maligned, he picked up speed as more and more people joined the chase. The only one who didn't was Xu Mei. Gritting her teeth, she walked into her immortal's cave to examine the blood bottle. After a moment, she suppressed her killing intent and adjusted the spell formation to make sure that the bottle wouldn't break because of the lack of blood qi. Meanwhile, the entire lower finger was in an uproar, and Bai Xiaochun's screams rose up into the air, joined by shouts of rage. "How can this guy run so fast? I'm going to cut him into 1,000,000 pieces. Nightcrypt, Master God Diviner, won't stop until you're dead." Despite how the Foundation establishment cultivators gave chase, Bai Xiaochun was too fast, and Middle Peak was too big. He raced back and forth for a full 2 hours, until he finally managed to shake all of the Foundation establishment cultivators. "He's hiding somewhere." "Yeah, but he can't hide forever. Don't worry, Master God Diviner, might be injured, but I can still take the risk to divine his location." Gritting his teeth, Master God Diviner snorted coldly and began the process of divining Bai Xiaochun's location. After a moment passed, his eyes turned even more bloodshot than before, and he suddenly pointed off into the distance. As he did, a blood-colored butterfly flew out of the tip of his finger, which the enraged crowd began to follow. At the moment, Bai Xiaochun was hiding in a relatively remote immortal's cave, scowling and sighing. "I didn't know that was Xu Mei's immortal's cave. I thought it was vacant, and just didn't want it to go to waste. I didn't do it on purpose." He wanted to fight back, but considering how many people were angry at him, he knew he couldn't. It was at that point that a blood-colored butterfly suddenly appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, he burst off at top speed. As he did, the space where he had just been standing was blasted by countless magical techniques and divine abilities. If he had been even a bit slower, he would definitely have been injured. Numerous Foundation establishment cultivators were in the area, and although some of them were of a mind to block his path, he was too quick, and sped away. Once again, another big chase ensued on Middle Peak. An hour later, and the crowd had once again lost him. Master God Diviner's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and a blood-colored butterfly once again sought out Bai Xiaochun. "Nightcrypt won't escape. How could he possibly evade my divination magic?" Over and over again, Bai Xiaochun came to find that no matter where he hid, the blood-colored butterfly would find him, and the enraged Foundation establishment cultivators would be close behind. Eventually, he heard Master God Diviner speaking, and realized that it was his auguries that were revealing his location. That left Bai Xiaochun grumbling in frustration, and yet, there was nothing he could do about it. Although Imposter Nightcrypt had studied some divination magic before, he was a novice, and had no idea how to deal with Master God Diviner. These people are all villains. The Spirit Stream sect is way better. Even with lightning and acid raid, all they did was throw some rocks. But here, the tiniest things gets them all fighting and killing. What bullies! Sighing, Bai Xiaochun thought about how much he missed the Spirit Stream sect. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.